During a family celebration, the sister wished her older brother a happy birthday. Their parents joined in the birthday wishes as well. The girl asked curiously, "What exactly did your brother wish for?" He replied that if he revealed his wish, it would never come true. Such things should be kept secret. The girl hugged her older brother and told him not to make her even more curious. She wanted to hear everything right then and there. Their mother asked Feifei not to embarrass her brother. Their father agreed with her, since the boy was already 18, and it was perfectly normal for him to have his own secrets. The young man smiled and replied that he was ready to tell his sister, since she was so interested. More than anything in the world, he hoped that their family could stay together forever. However, luck soon turned its back on the young man, and his dream was not meant to come true. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion. The building tilted sharply and began to collapse. The birthday boy watched as his sister and parents fell along with the heavy concrete debris from the wall. The young man looked up and saw the head of a huge monster right in front of him. Its eyes glowed fiercely with a terrifying light. The boy screamed in horror. At that moment, the young man jolted awake and realized he was in a classroom during a lesson. All the students looked at him in surprise. Fear still lingered in the young man's eyes. He clutched his head and realized it had all been just a nightmare. Teacher C asked student Shi Hao indignantly, "Are my history lessons really so boring that you fell asleep? Or do you know the material so well? In that case, you should tell everyone what Earth Era OL is." Shi Hao tried to smile, apologized to the teacher, and explained that he had been studying late into the night before, which is why he had accidentally fallen asleep right in the middle of class. When answering the question, the boy hesitated. He was wondering exactly where to begin his answer. The teacher said that was enough. Shen Hao could not continue. Instead, he had to go to the back of the classroom and listen carefully to the lesson. The teacher almost forgot that this young man was actually a top student. He could very well have started showing off his knowledge at any moment, so it was better to think on his feet. The teacher activated the hologram and told the students to carefully take notes on everything he was about to explain. After all, they would definitely need this knowledge for the exam. The year 2036, a sudden spatiotemporal chaos transformed the entire planet into a game world full of dangers and incredible opportunities. The younger generation called this era the Age of Earth OL. It is precisely this era that humanity is living in now. Despite the emergence of powerful monsters, humanity had the means to fight back. Through evolution, humans developed various classes and significantly enhanced their abilities. After the first catastrophic years, the 5 largest clans managed to subdue the monsters and subsequently established a new world order. Shi Hao fully agreed with his teacher's words. In this era full of dangers, mysteries, and secrets, everyone strove with all their might to improve their own abilities. As the boy was walking back from class, a high school senior called out to him. Shi Hao asked what Luo Feng wanted from him. Luo Feng laughed and said it was time to pay this month's protection money. There was no point in pretending he didn't understand. Shi Hao replied that 2 years ago, the upperclassmen had tricked him into paying for protection, but now, he himself, like an older brother, was constantly looking out for this boy. And after all that, Luo Feng was still demanding money from him for protection. Luo Feng said he hadn't understood much back then. At the time, it had seemed to him that someone who had entered school already at level 3 must possess immense talent. After saying this, Luo Feng slammed his fist hard into Shi Hao's chest. The bully added that he couldn't even imagine how he would manage to rise from the 1st level to the 5th in just 2 years, while Shi Hao would remain stuck at the 3rd. Luo Feng slammed his opponent face first into the ground and declared that this guy was a real piece of trash, incapable of leveling up. At that moment, a girl appeared and she was extremely angry. She kicked the bully hard in the jaw and ordered him to take his hands off her brother immediately. Luo Feng was sent flying far to the side. The other students saw Shi Yunfei and were startled. Could it really be her? Even though the girl was only 16, she had already reached level 7. They say that even at the 7th level, she managed to defeat a 10th level monster. Yunfei looked at Luo Feng's friends and asked menacingly, "Haven't you run away yet?" Luo Feng and his friends immediately turned around and ran for their lives. They knew full well that they were no match for this girl. Shi Yunfei told her brother not to listen to those bullies. Even though he was only a level 3, he would surely become the strongest warrior. Shi Hao ruffled his sister's hair and told that sassy girl to calm down. Her brother wasn't about to admit defeat so easily. The young people got up and headed home. Shi Hao never for a second considered himself scum incapable of leveling up. He had thoroughly studied all the materials related to the catastrophe and the events of the years that followed, but nothing like this had ever happened before, a person being unable to raise their level. Was he really the only scum in the entire Earth era OL? Yet the young man had no intention of admitting defeat. His birthday arrived. Not in a dream, but in reality, Shihao realized that he still needed to protect his family and safeguard their well-being. He would definitely become stronger. The young man reflected that his birthday was a critical moment. Why was that nightmare gradually becoming a reality? Shihao told his parents that it had been a long time since they'd gone to Leolita to eat fried fish. Right now, he really wanted to do just that. His father agreed immediately, since today was his son's birthday. After a hearty and delicious dinner, the family left the restaurant. Shihao thought that nothing unusual had happened after all. So, he really had worried for nothing. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion, accompanied by a burst of excess energy. Those around them immediately realized that a spatial rift had appeared. Everyone needed to take cover from the monster. People were outraged. How could a monster even appear in the safety zone? They had to take cover immediately and under no circumstances look the monster in the eye. However, their escape route was cut off. Shihao and his family were trapped. The monster turned out to be a clairvoyant, level 15 demonic spider. The head of the family shouted at his son to take care of his mother and sister, while he himself rushed into battle against the bloodthirsty monster. The father declared that even though he was only a level 10, he would not allow his family to be harmed. Even if he had to sacrifice his own life, he would at least be able to hold off the monster for a short while. The monster hadn't expected such fierce aggression from a human. Mr. She closed in and began landing powerful punches on the body of the clairvoyant demonic spider. The monster declared that this man was too weak, for all humans are insignificant by nature. After saying this, it used its long stinger to inflict a severe wound on the man attacking it. The woman screamed loudly and ordered Hao to immediately grab his sister and run away. After that, the mother also rushed in to fight the monster. Since the monster was incredibly bloodthirsty, he showed no mercy to the woman either. The clairvoyant demon spider said that this woman was just getting in his way. He would eat her a little later. The monster approached the man and declared that a level 10 human must be very tasty. At the very least, he smelled simply exquisite. At that very moment, several arrows pierced the monster's leg, shattering its joints. Yunfei, bow in hand, said that if the monster was afraid to attack, she would make the first move herself. After these words, the shooting continued. The clairvoyant demon spider was surprised that anyone would dare to provoke it at all. In that case, this girl would be destroyed. Another powerful burst of energy erupted, and under the impact of the shockwave, Yunfei was sent flying far to the side. The girl told her brother that she would hold off the monster. Shihao must immediately lead their parents away from here. The boy thought that the nightmare was truly coming true. But what could he do? He was only at level 3, while the monster was at level 15. The monster pierced the girl with its sting and declared that it could sense her despair, a perfectly natural feeling in the face of such overwhelming power as it possessed. The wounded Shi Yunfei collapsed to the ground. Her body was bleeding profusely. The girl screamed in unbearable pain. The clairvoyant demon spider declared that this girl would become his prey. She must taste truly delicious. Yunfei said she couldn't move. At that moment, the monster's fangs were almost upon her. Suddenly, Shihao appeared between Yunfei and the monster. The girl asked in shock, "Why are you here, brother?" The boy shouted for his sister to get out of there immediately, because he wouldn't be able to hold off this monster for long. All the while, Shihao was holding the monster's stinger with his bare hands. The clairvoyant demon spider declared that this man wouldn't be able to stop him. In the next instant, the protagonist's body was also pierced right through by the monster's stinger. Shihao shouted at his sister to leave him and get out of there immediately. There was no time for talk now. The protagonist thought that if only he were strong enough, none of this would have happened. But why couldn't he level up? The monster declared that this man was already on his last breath. How dare such a pathetic level 3 scum even try to stand up to him? At that moment, a system alert sounded, and the interface reported that the host's accumulated experience had reached the required threshold. Lord account functionality activated. Since the host had lost the ability to fight, the system activated the Lord's account. The system successfully selected an account, Emperor of the Red Flame. With tears in her eyes, Shi Yunfei begged her brother for forgiveness. The monster asked, "Are you really going to run away? Won't you let me eat you?" Yunfei realized that her brother had sacrificed himself just to buy them a few extra seconds. She couldn't just run away. The girl turned around and declared that she was going to avenge her brother. Suddenly, Shi Hao rushed past his sister like a hurricane. As he did, he shouted for Yunfei to take cover. The boy charged straight toward the monster's head, intent on finishing it off once and for all. Yunfei spun around and ran for her life. At that moment, a massive explosion thundered behind her. The girl stopped and looked at her brother. She couldn't recognize him. Could this really be Shi Hao? The young man was engulfed in flames, but that only made him stronger. He ordered Yunfei to get out of there immediately. The monster declared that this was impossible. Could some third-tier trash really dare to challenge him? In that case, he would have to devour this person. Shi Hao activated the blade of the fire shadow. A blazing sword of fire appeared in the young man's hand. The monster screamed again that this was impossible. After all, the man was only at the 3rd level. Where had he gotten such monstrous power? Shi Hao began delivering rapid strikes with the fiery sword to various parts of the monster's body. After the rapid attack, the young man dropped to his knees and began coughing up blood. He felt as if his body were about to burst into pieces. This unstoppable power had drained him to the limit. The clairvoyant demon spider declared that this was merely a brief moment of glory for the human. A 3rd-level body was incapable of withstanding such a strain. He didn't even need to do anything. The human would soon perish on his own. Shi Hao realized he had almost no health left. Now everything depended solely on the golden energy bar. He couldn't deplete it completely before the battle ended, or else certain death awaited him. The spider turned and crawled off in the other direction. It declared that it didn't even want to taste this trash. It wasn't easy for Master Qianshu to open a portal to a safe zone, so it was necessary to devour as many high-level people as possible, as quickly as possible. This man was going to die on his own soon anyway. The scorching cell eruption skill was activated, and the spider found itself trapped inside a ring of fire. Shi Hao resumed his new form and ordered the monster to stop, because now it was going to die. The clairvoyant demonic spider looked at the man and was terrified. Where did he get such a gaze and such an overwhelming aura? How is something like this even possible for a level 3? At that moment, the rescue team arrived. The rescuers immediately began searching for the wounded and administering first aid. The rescuers also discovered the clairvoyant demonic spider of the 15th level and decided it must be destroyed immediately. Shi Hao shouted for them to stop because this monster was capable of destroying them all. The rescuers surrounded the spider and told the level 3 monster not to interfere. They would handle this beast themselves. The rescuers said that even if the monster was higher level than them, they still had the numerical advantage, so there was nothing to worry about. Besides, the monster had only 30% of its health left. Unexpectedly, the rescuers found themselves trapped by the monster. Each of them was completely entangled in sticky web. No one could break free. The clairvoyant demonic spider declared that he was beginning to like these people. They were so helpless in the face of his power. The monster screamed that it would now destroy all these rescuers and gain invaluable experience. As a result of its actions, the clairvoyant demonic spider leveled up 3 times at once. It thought this was simply magnificent. After that, the monster turned its gaze to the protagonist. Now it was this man's turn. The monster realized that there was no way this human could possibly match a power like his. Besides, in this remote wilderness, it was practically impossible to encounter an opponent whose level differed so drastically. The spider added that he would first have some proper fun with this human, and only then would he eat him. Shi Hao sensed that the monster's power had increased significantly. What should he do now? His energy was already running out. He needed to get out of here immediately. The monster laughed and declared that the man was now incapable of even lifting a hand, even though just a moment ago he had been full of strength. In the next instant, Shi Hao found himself inside a spherical trap set by the spider. The system reported that the user's energy and health had dropped below 10%. The finishing move, Red Flame Hurricane, was ready to be activated. Shi Hao struggled to his feet and said that because he couldn't level up, countless people had bullied him. But now everything had changed. Now he was much stronger. The protagonist activated the Red Flame Hurricane skill. The monster realized this was no ordinary fire. It was composed of divine energy. Who exactly was this man? Master Qianshu would certainly show him no mercy. The system reported that the clairvoyant demon spider had been defeated. Experience points were earned. Shi Hao said he had managed to survive after all. However, now he needed to collect the loot from this monster as soon as possible. Part of the experience points was automatically spent on restoring the owner's health. At that moment, the hero was inside the user interface. However, this space more closely resembled the boundless Milky Way. How was that even possible? All of this was conceptually different from Shihao's familiar and sparse interface. Ever since the world had changed, every player had gained their own visual interface, used for viewing and allocating attributes, as well as for accessing their inventory. Shen Hao found himself inside the Emperor of the Red Flame account, which was at the maximum level. The protagonist was surprised. Could this really be the source of his power? The owner was welcomed to the Lord account system. The system contained countless max-level royal game accounts. The owner could use their personal experience to unlock all the Lord accounts. Since the owner's level had reached 10, the Emperor of the Red Flame account was automatically activated. Shen Hao was surprised. Was he really at level 10 now? That meant all his efforts over the past 3 years hadn't been in vain and had been absorbed by the system. Had he finally struck the greatest stroke of luck in his life? The owner still needs to accumulate experience by strengthening the level connection between the accounts. The stronger this connection, the more the true power of the accounts will be unlocked. Shihao said this was a true divine blessing he hadn't even dared to dream of. Now he'd be able to quickly farm a massive amount of experience. Shen Hao thought that even this wasn't enough. In this world, there are countless hidden dungeons and dangerous quests. Even if combat power is the foundation of everything, strength alone isn't enough to solve every problem. One must understand the most effective way to utilize the system. The Emperor of the Red Flame came from the world of the strongest. He once led his own clan and used the power of the Red Flame to unite territories under his rule. That was how he became famous throughout the world. Shen Hao said that since the beginning of the OL era, the interaction and conflict between different attributes have become incredibly important. In that case, it is necessary to gain experience and unlock as many accounts as possible. After that, you should assemble a squad with every possible attribute. The system notified him that the owner could choose to strengthen level bonds or unlock an additional ability. Shihao decided that the most important thing right now was to increase his own vitality and unlock as many accounts as possible. He would deal with abilities and other upgrades later. Shihao strengthened the level links between his accounts. He now possessed a combined level of 12. The protagonist felt the increased power in every cell of his body. Could it be that even his primary personal attribute had grown stronger? Shihao opened his stats panel and was surprised. How could he still be at level 3? Could this simply be a disguise for his true strength? The young man heard someone ask in surprise, "Why is the treatment so expensive?" The voice sounded familiar to him. Shihao opened his eyes and realized he was lying on a bed in a medical facility. The voice belonged to his sister. The young man realized that not only had he fully recovered his health, but all his wounds had also healed. However, it had cost him a full 10,000 experience points. After that, his mood noticeably worsened. Yunfei told the doctor that the treatment couldn't possibly cost that much. The doctor replied that she should calm down, since her wounds hadn't fully healed yet. The protagonist was glad that he himself was in perfect health. However, judging by the conversation, his sister's condition was still far from ideal. Yunfei told the doctor that even high-level treatment couldn't possibly cost $500,000. The doctor asked the girl to be quiet. Apparently, she still didn't realize the state her family was in. All 4 of them had received the elite toxicity debuff from a rare monster. To fully recover, they would have to take special medicinal potions for a long time. The doctor added that the mother and daughter could still choose their own course of treatment. However, the 2 men were much less fortunate. If they didn't take the medicine, the father wouldn't live another month, and the brother wouldn't last even a week. Yunfei looked at the doctor in fear, and tears welled up in her eyes. Her mother told her daughter not to worry. She would definitely find the money. The doctor also tried to reassure the young woman. The young man, overhearing the conversation, asked his mother and sister to calm down. Filled with determination, the protagonist declared that he would definitely find the money for the treatment. The doctor was surprised. How could a patient with such serious injuries calmly get out of bed and participate in a conversation? Yunfei calmed down a little and asked why her brother had even gotten out of bed. Shihao told his sister not to worry, because he would be fine. However, she needed to calm down herself, or her condition would only get worse. The doctor was even more surprised, since the elite toxicity debuff had completely disappeared from this young man. Moreover, among all the family members, his poisoning and injuries had been the most severe. How had he managed to heal himself? Shihao replied that the reason didn't matter now. The main thing was that he no longer needed treatment. After that, the hero asked the doctor how much it would cost to treat the other 3 people. After quickly doing the math in his head, the doctor replied 300,000. At the same time, the doctor thought to himself that something was clearly off about this guy. Officially, he was only at level 3, Yet his regeneration rate was higher than that of a level 60 patient. Shihao acknowledged that 300,000 was a huge sum. The young man asked the doctor to give him just 1 hour. In that time, he was certain he would find the necessary money. The hero left the hospital, sat down on a city bench, and fell deep in thought. He'd long been used to saving money, but even if he added the bounty for killing the clairvoyant demonic spider to all his savings, 300,000 still wouldn't be enough. The quickest way to get the money was to sell items from his inventory. The most valuable item in his inventory turned out to be a rare level 15 demonic crystal. He could fetch a truly substantial sum for it. There's a certain probability that such a crystal drops after defeating a monster. It's the primary material for crafting magical equipment. Shihao thought that if he went to the official auction, he'd be able to sell the crystal for its full price. However, then he definitely wouldn't make it in time. That meant he'd have to look for another option. The hero had heard that in the underground of the 9th safe zone, there was a black market where one could trade freely regardless of level. Several powerful factions operated there, constantly manipulating prices, and a multitude of highly dubious characters gathered there as well. Some strangers stopped Shihao and asked why he had come here. This wasn't a place for children, so he'd better leave. The young man replied that he hadn't come here for entertainment at all. He knew perfectly well that this was a black market, and he wanted to sell something. Wasn't this place famous for allowing free trade for anyone who wanted to participate? The man laughed and replied that they didn't accept children's toys. The boy had better leave as soon as possible. Shihao calmly replied that since he dared to come here, it meant his merchandise was truly valuable. He was in a hurry, so he'd like to get through as quickly as possible. One of the guards grabbed the young man by the collar and asked what kind of valuable goods a little boy could possibly have. They had no time for games, so he should leave immediately. At that moment, an old man appeared in the doorway. It was Elder Lee. The old man declared that the boy was right. They were in business to make a profit, so good merchandise was always welcome here. Everyone had the right to trade freely. Elder Lee said the boy could show him the item he wanted to sell. Shihao declared that he had finally met someone willing to cooperate. The young man took a crystal out of his pocket and asked if this item would be to the elder's liking. Elder Lee immediately realized that he was looking at a rare demonic crystal. The old man couldn't believe that a third-level friend could possess something so valuable. In that case, this deal was definitely worth discussing. Elder Lee threw open the doors, and the young man found himself inside the black market. However, the place looked more like a luxurious nightclub. Highly suspicious characters were everywhere. Shen Hao surmised that the owner was quite clever. If you let the customers drink their fill, they'd be much more willing to spend money. One of the people present was surprised. Could a kid with a third-level cultivation really have the nerve to come here? He should go back home to his mommy and drink some milk. The man declared that he wanted to see what treasures this young man had. A security guard pushed the curious man aside and warned him that this young man was a guest of Elder Lee. He shouldn't bother him if he valued his life. The visitors were extremely dissatisfied. Members of the Huangzheng gang were doing whatever they pleased here. In the Huangzheng gang's VIP room, the old man invited the protagonist to come in and take a seat. Elder Lee suggested they skip the formalities and get straight to the point. The old man said that although this demonic crystal was a very valuable item, it was still only a level 15. Shihao asked if that was why the elder had started deliberately driving down the price. The young man remarked that since they were having a business conversation, there was no need to beat around the bush. He might only be at the 3rd level, but he was certainly no longer a 3-year-old. The young man added that he was short on time, so he wanted to hear the final price right away. The elder noted that although this young man's level was low, he had a very firm character. In light of this, he was willing to offer 100,000 for the rare demon crystal. Shen Hao asked his companion, "Are all businessmen really that cunning?" However, he was no longer a child. Even taking into account that black market prices are always lower than those at official auctions, his crystal was worth no less than 200,000. The young man said he'd better look for a buyer willing to offer more, so they would have to part ways. However, the guards immediately blocked the young man's path. Elder Lee remarked that it seemed there had been a slight misunderstanding. The old man added that in this room, it was certainly not the young man who made the decisions. Moreover, no one had ever succeeded in preventing the Huangzheng clan from getting what they wanted. Shihao wondered, were these people really just going to rob him? Would he really have to get into a fight? Anything could happen on the black market. He might even have to use his Red Flame Emperor account to get out of here alive. Shihao realized that even if he managed to escape, provoking a serious conflict right now would be extremely detrimental. It could interfere with his parents' and sister's treatment. The old man tossed a bundle of cash onto the table and said there was 100,000 in there. For a kid like him, that was a huge sum. He'd better take the money and get the hell out of there immediately. Shihao wondered, was there really nothing left for him to do but accept his fate? He had never expected to run into a problem so quickly that couldn't be solved without power. The young man even found himself wondering, did the system have an account for the richest person in the world? Suddenly, the doors swung open. A stranger appeared in the doorway. Surprised, he asked, could it be that the majestic Huangjing clan is actually swindling a third-tier guy? That's truly shameful. The masked stranger, who turned out to be a bodyguard, ordered the security guards to get out of there immediately. Following the bodyguard, a young woman entered the room, accompanied by other masked individuals. She said she'd heard about some good merchandise, so she decided to join in on the fun. She was a level 20 beauty named Mo. The old man was surprised. Could this really be the eldest daughter of the Han Mo clan standing before him? Why would a girl like her come to such a shady place? Could she possibly be trying to compete with him? Beauty Mo calmly replied that this wasn't about competition at all. Free trade and the right of the highest bidder. Such are the laws of the black market. Elder Li was much older and more experienced than she was, so he should understand this perfectly well. The hero was certain he'd heard the name Beautiful Mo somewhere before. The girl said that this handsome young man possessed a rare demon crystal, for which she was willing to pay 300,000. The old man was indignant. After all, this guy was willing to sell the crystal for 200,000. Why offer him such a large sum? The girl replied that rich people have their own quirks. Besides, she had no intention of teaming up with Huang Zheng to rip off a third-tier boy. In her opinion, this item was truly worth that much money. The old man was about to leave, and the beautiful Mo simply wished him a safe journey. Earlier, the protagonist had heard that the two largest factions in the 9th safe zone, Han Mo and Huang Zheng, were on bad terms. However, he never expected to come face-to-face with them himself, let alone emerge victorious from the situation. The protagonist thanked the girl and added that he had a few more things that might interest her. The beautiful Mo replied indifferently that she wasn't interested in any of it. She added that there was no need to thank her. She had simply taken advantage of a convenient opportunity to put Huang Zheng in his place, nothing more. This guy's business was none of her concern. He had just happened to cross her path. She ordered her assistants to settle up with the guy. After that, she added that if she couldn't find a use for the crystal, she'd just throw it away. Shen Hao thought that Han Mo's eldest daughter was a true tsundere. In any case, he would definitely remember the favor she had done him. The woman asked the doctor how much longer her husband would need to undergo treatment. The doctor admitted that the patient's condition was still unsatisfactory. The hospital director entered the room and asked in a stern voice, "Is it true that these people still haven't paid their medical bills? Then why are they still here?" The doctor replied that the family had already paid for the emergency care. The director grabbed the doctor by the collar and declared that this was a hospital, not a charity shelter. These people's lives were worth far less than his medicine. The doctor pointed out that the man's son had promised to get the money. They just needed to wait a little longer. The director slapped the doctor across the cheek and declared that the doctor had sawdust for brains. That guy is only at level 3, and besides, he's still too young. Where on earth would he even be able to get 300,000? The director added that these people shouldn't even dream of receiving proper treatment. Yunfei told the director that they just needed to wait a little longer. Her brother had gone to get the money and would definitely be back soon. The man replied that it was all a lie. This was the only hospital in the safe zone, and people like that had no right to waste their precious resources. If they didn't have the money, they should go home. The director shouted angrily, telling the girl to get out of the way immediately and get the hell out of there. Suddenly, the ward door burst open with a loud crash. Shihao appeared in the doorway. He was the one who had kicked the door in. The protagonist demanded that the fat man immediately take his hands off his sister. The director got angry and asked the young man who he thought he was, how dare he kick in a hospital door? Now he'd have to pay for the damage. Shihao flew into a rage and began to burst into flames. He declared that this scoundrel had just laid a hand on his family members. The fat man grabbed his hand and screamed loudly, for it had suddenly burst into flames. The hospital director ran out of the ward in a panic, searching for a fire extinguisher. At the same time, he began calling for the doctor on duty to come help. The doctor asked in shock, what exactly did the young man do to the director? How could his hand suddenly burst into flames? Shihao replied that while the doctor might have had every right to kick them out of the hospital, he had dared to hit his sister. Such behavior could not be tolerated. The fat man had gotten off easy. The young man promised the doctor he would pay the full amount needed for her treatment. The protagonist added that if his father had such a good doctor, there was nothing to worry about. The doctor thought the director deserved to be treated that way. Since he is the chairman's brother-in-law, he takes full advantage of his position. Most of the staff hate him. Today, the director was finally put in his place. Perhaps in the future, he'll start behaving more decently. Shi Hao gave the doctor $310,000 for his family's treatment. The doctor told the young man not to worry. His family would receive the very best care. Shi Hao thanked the doctor in part for his trust. The young man added that he now owed this man a debt of gratitude. The doctor said there was no need for thanks. He thought that this Shi Hao was a very intriguing young man. Not only had he healed himself, but he'd also managed to raise such a large sum. Yunfei apologized to her brother because she hadn't been able to protect their father. If she hadn't been so weak, things would have turned out differently. Shi Hao told his sister not to blame herself. It was because he had arrived too late that Yunfei had suffered. However, everything would definitely be all right now. The girl noted that if it weren't for this debuff, she would be able to participate in the school's dungeon competition tomorrow. She really wanted to win and use the prize money to improve her family's financial situation. Shi Hao was surprised. Could it be that the competition the school organizes every year was actually taking place tomorrow? The girl confirmed this and added that the prize money would be $500,000. She had been preparing for this event for a whole year. Shi Hao told her that she could continue her treatment without worry. He would take care of all the financial matters. The protagonist was already determined to win that prize. The next day arrived. The students were invited to the school's Quest Race Festival. It was officially confirmed that the first place prize would be $500,000. Depending on their progress in the dungeon, additional rewards could be added to this amount. There was no upper limit on the additional funds. This year's prize was particularly large because the Hanmo clan was sponsoring the event. The students saw Hanmo clan's daughter on stage and immediately recognized her as a true beauty. It was announced that the winner of the competition would have the chance to join the Hanmo clan's combat squad. Shi Hao had, of course, heard that competition between the squads of various guilds was fierce, but this girl was planning to recruit talented fighters while they were still in school. Wasn't she rushing things a bit? However, our hero was interested exclusively in the cash prize, that is, only the material aspect of the competition. This year's dungeon would be the Shadow Forest. Not a single student had ever managed to complete it. The monsters in this dungeon started at level 5 at the very least. The final boss was a level 10 elite creature. The final boss was the Shadow Ancient, which was indeed a level 10 creature. The students couldn't understand how the school could send them to be devoured by such a monster. Shi Hao thought, could it really be that they just want to give him this money? After all, we're only talking about level 10. The host said that this quest was indeed quite difficult. On top of that, it was both a PvE and PvP zone. For this very reason, the students were allowed to form teams of 5 this time. The protagonist thought that the school wanted to give them real-life survival experience and genuine combat. The students asked the principal how individual progress would be tracked. The principal replied that points would be accumulated automatically during the competition. Points for defeating monsters would be divided among all members of the group. The team with the highest total points would share first place. The principal added that if a player defeats another team in PvP, all of their points will be transferred to the winning team. The principal announced the start of the competition, and everyone cheered in response. Some students were surprised. Why is that third-tier trash still here? Hasn't he been expelled yet? They'd better be careful he doesn't start begging to join their group. Shi Hao thought that even if they begged him, he still wouldn't join a group like that. The protagonist didn't need any extra dead weight. After all, going it alone would be the most convenient. Our hero approached the teacher and said he wanted to sign up. The instructor asked where his team members were. Shi Hao replied that he planned to go through the dungeon alone. The teacher was surprised since Shi Hao was only at level 3. It was dangerous for him to go alone, so he needed to think it through carefully. Luo Feng laughed and said that a third-level noob was just wasting his time. If he wanted to die, he could go into the dungeon alone. Luo Feng's companions said they wanted to teach this guy a lesson. He had no right to look down on them. Luo Feng smirked and said that this guy was his older brother, so they shouldn't treat him that way. The bully added that Shi Hao should get down on all fours and bark a few times. If he did, they'd take him into the dungeon as part of their team. His companions remarked that this was a rather amusing idea. Xiao Hao asked Luo Feng exactly how dogs bark. Luo Feng immediately demonstrated it. Luo Feng realized they were laughing at him and became terribly indignant. He even wanted to punch Shi Hao in the face. However, the teacher demanded that they stop this nonsense immediately. If the students wanted to fight, they should go to the dungeon and fight there. There was no need to get physical here. Luo Feng calmed down and told Shi Hao to be brave and not run away. He would wait for the boy in the dungeon to test his character. Shi Hao asked his companion how the word run away was even spelled. It was as if he didn't even know such a word existed. The teacher asked Shi Hao to stop clowning around. The teacher noted that although Shi Hao's bravery was commendable, the final outcome ultimately depended first and foremost on strength. She could only wish him luck. The protagonist thanked her for that. Our hero decided that now the real fun was about to begin. Shi Hao entered the dungeon for the first time. Experience points were immediately awarded. The beautiful Mo looked at Shi Hao and wondered if he was the same guy she'd run into the day before at the black market. The girl added that this guy was indeed quite interesting. He was only level 3, yet not only did he dare to come to the black market, but he was also eager to tackle the dungeon all by himself. What else did he have besides sheer courage? The assistant said that a real third-level hell awaited this guy. Did Miss Mo really think he'd be able to successfully clear such a dungeon? The beautiful Miss Mo replied that all they had to do was wait a little while and enjoy the show. Xiao Hao spawned at a random location in the dungeon. He was spawned in a random part of the dungeon specifically to prevent teams from starting a massacre immediately after spawning. Our hero decided this actually worked in his favor. At first, he intended to clear the nearest area of minor mobs as quickly as possible. Shi Hao advanced efficiently, continuously gaining experience points. The young man thought that the dungeon was too large, and the monsters were scattered far apart. Killing mobs one by one would take too long. To win the competition, he needed to track down high-level monsters. Shi Hao spotted some low-level mobs and decided to follow them. The spiders were moving in the same direction. Eventually, the young man ventured deep into the forest. Before him stood a massive tree covered in a gigantic red web, with a girl in the center of it. By all appearances, she was a captive. It was Wan Tian, a level 5 healer. The girl opened her eyes slightly and thought she needed to loot this guy as soon as possible. She screamed that she'd been kidnapped by a monster spider and urgently needed help. Shi Hao approached the girl and told her to be quiet if she really wanted to survive. He explained that if she kept screaming like that, she'd attract monsters, and then he'd have to risk his life to save her. The girl asked, "Could this really be Yunfei's older brother? The very same guy who can't level up?" Zhuang Tiantian was surprised. How could it possibly be him? How did he manage to get this far in the dungeon? After all, he's only level 3. Does this guy really want to die? He needs to get out of here immediately. Once the monsters return, it'll be too late. Shi Hao replied that if his sister found out he ditched her friend, he'd be in big trouble. So it would be better for her to keep quiet and not get in his way. Tian Tian noticed that he wouldn't be able to cut through the web of an elite level 8 monster anyway. The protagonist remarked that such a web posed no serious difficulty for him. With that, he set his hand ablaze and used it to burn the web. Wan Tian was surprised. Did that guy just burn the web? Was she really saved? Shi Hao told the girl to run away from there immediately, find her group, and never stay alone again. Something dripped onto the young man's shoulder from above. It was green slime. Shi Hao looked up and saw an 8th level red widow spider hovering above him. The young man cursed and the girl asked in fear what had happened. The young man grabbed the girl by the shoulders and flew off to the side with her. He shouted that they had to escape the poison. The young couple found themselves right in the middle of a web. When had this monster managed to set the trap so silently? Shen Hao thought he should have figured it out sooner. After all, that's exactly how the mechanics of an elite dungeon monster work. And on top of that, he had the added burden of this girl. The Red Widow tugged at the web, and the students were instantly ensnared by the sticky threads. What's more, they were pressed tightly against each other. Tiantian screamed that they might die or even be eaten. Shi Hao calmed her down and told her not to move, or they'd get even more tangled up in the web. The boy realized that the spider had been waiting nearby all this time for the right moment. So everything really had been planned in advance. The young man had access to the Lord's accounts. Although his abilities had grown stronger, he hadn't reached the next level yet, so the situation remained dangerous. The monster turned around and headed in the opposite direction. Tiantian was delighted. Could the spider really be leaving? Could it be that it didn't find them tasty enough? If so, they still had a chance of survival. Shi Hao explained that according to information on the behavior of red widows, after they find food, The female spiders capture humans to lay their eggs inside them. Most likely, this creature was still hungry and would return once it had eaten its fill. Tian screamed that she didn't want that. She didn't want spider eggs laid inside her. Shi Hao calmed the girl down again and asked her not to move. Shi Hao thought that if this continued, they wouldn't be able to get out of here. The web had bound them too tightly. If he used the abilities of the Red Flame Emperor, he might accidentally hurt the girl. The young man sank his teeth into the web. Tian blushed with embarrassment and asked indignantly what on earth he was doing. Was he really trying to make a pass at her at a time like this? Shen Hao, still holding onto the web, told her to stop letting her imagination run wild. If she wanted to survive, she had to stop moving. The girl asked what exactly he was planning to do. Fortunately, the web turned out to be completely non-toxic and hadn't had time to harden completely yet. The guy tried to gnaw through it with his teeth. Tian made strange noises as he did so and continued to blush with embarrassment. Shi Hao said that it was very difficult to tear the web with his teeth. Tian kept telling him to stop doing that immediately. The protagonist told her to stop making those strange sounds and help him. Very soon the web would harden, and then their chance to escape would be gone forever. The girl also sank her teeth into the web. Shi Hao thought that a very strange atmosphere had developed between them. Thanks to their joint efforts, the young people finally managed to free themselves. The girl sank to her knees, exhausted. Shi Hao declared that now was no time to relax. They had to leave immediately. Tian said that after everything that had happened, her legs wouldn't obey her at all. Shi Hao noticed that there had been some kind of misunderstanding. The young people saw that the monster had returned. They hadn't managed to escape in time after all. Shi Hao said that the girl must be part of a group, so she needed to find her teammates and ask for help. Tian replied that even if the guy wanted to look cool, he should still take the circumstances into account. She added that he was only level 3. In a battle against an elite level 8 monster, he'd be wiped out in a matter of seconds. He should run away with her. Shi Hao just laughed in response and added that he hadn't come to the dungeon to run away from the very first mob. The guy added that his goal was to hunt, so he was going to have some real fun with this monster. Tian panicked and screamed that the Red Widow was already closing in on them. The protagonist said he didn't care whether the girl stayed or ran away. The main thing was that she didn't get in his way. Tian asked for permission to stay and help with the treatment. After all, she was a 5th level healer. The girl watched the young man walk away and thought that he had an incredibly powerful aura. Could such a thing really be possible for a 3rd level human? Could he be hiding his true level? Shi Hao thought that the Red Widow was also a spider. Therefore, this monster would feel the full brunt of his anger for the harm it had caused his family. The young man attacked the monster and remarked that this spider was indeed much weaker than the clairvoyant demon spider. But that was even better, because then he wouldn't have to hear its pleas for mercy. The protagonist activated the flaming sword and dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Tian was surprised. Could this guy really have managed to destroy an elite level 8 mob? So her hunch was right. He really does know how to hide his level. Shi Hao defeated the elite Red Widow and gained experience points. Tian also participated in defeating the monster and gained experience points as well. The girl was surprised. Why did she get points too? After all, she hadn't even had time to do anything. Tian realized that this was the legendary effortless experience. It seemed she had found someone who could carry her along. The girl began circling around the protagonist and asking how he'd managed to hide his level. Could all of this really have been part of his secret plan? Shi Hao told her to let go of him immediately. If she did that again, he'd have to destroy her on the spot. Our hero couldn't let others find out about the ruler account system. All of this had to be kept under the strictest secrecy. Shi Hao said that Tian had earned points for defeating the monster. However, he would take all the loot for himself, without even asking her opinion. The girl replied that she didn't mind. She didn't need anything as long as he allowed her to walk alongside him toward victory. Shi Hao received the following items: torn poison gland, sturdy web, and the battle trophy Poisonous Fangs of the Red Widow. The young man thought this was quite good, even without any equipment. There's always high demand for such battle trophies on the black market. The battle trophy Red Widow's Poisonous Fangs was upgraded to Red Widow's Terrifying Poisonous Fang. Additional effects: bleeding, poison, weakness. Now the young man could upgrade the drop. Earlier, he'd gotten a ring of luck from the clairvoyant demonic spider. Could this really be a legendary ring? Shi Hao thought he'd found a real treasure. With this ring, he'd be able to obtain many useful items in the future. It was just a shame that he didn't know the odds of items being upgraded. Tian said she felt much more at ease around this guy. At school, they called him a loser, but it turned out he was just pretending. Could it be that Shihao has some kind of item that lets him hide his level? Shihao replied that he had his own reasons for acting that way. If Tian wanted him to continue looking out for her, then she had to keep her mouth shut and keep his secret to herself. The young man added that otherwise, he couldn't even guarantee what might happen to her. Voices could be heard behind the young people. Someone asked in surprise, "Is Wan Tian really still alive? If even the Red Widow didn't devour her, then she really is trash." The girl looked back and saw some familiar guys. She asked, "Has Li Yong found himself a patron again?" The guy replied that he could do whatever he wanted, which was why he'd kicked her out of the group. He snapped, "How dare she even ask me questions? If we weren't classmates, there's no way I'd have taken her on the raid." Tian declared indignantly that he'd used her as bait for the Red Widow, and then got scared and ran away. Li Yong asked if she really still thought of herself as a sorceress. The guy next to him noticed that something didn't add up. Had the Red Widow really been destroyed? The young man pointed at the monster and said that the Red Widow was still burning. Li Yong looked back and was greatly surprised. Could this monster really be destroyed? Li Yong said that he'd gathered people and returned here specifically to deal with this monster. Could Tian have actually done it? The girl pointed at the protagonist and remarked that it was they, together with this man who had gotten rid of the monster without even asking anyone's opinion. The young people laughed. Wasn't that Shihao, the school's notorious outcast? Tian got really angry. She declared that these scoundrels could laugh at her, but they dared not insult her god. Otherwise, they'd come to deeply regret it. Her companions told Li Yong not to pay any attention to that monster. It was only 1,000 points. They could earn them anywhere else. Li Yong remarked that he'd sooner believe Tian had defeated that monster than believe Shihao had done it. Li Yong invited the girl to join his group again. He said it turned out she was at least somewhat useful. Tian replied that she didn't believe a single word he said. The guy replied that he was giving her a chance to win with virtually no effort. After all, that's wonderful. She'll be able to be useful by becoming their cannon fodder. It's still better than wandering around with that scum. The girl declared once again that these scoundrels had better not dare to insult her god. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed from the forest. Tian was startled and pressed herself against the protagonist. Li Yong and his friends laughed and said that it was the growl of the demonic Tyrannosaurus. It's an elite boss worth 5,000 points. It's much more valuable than the Red Widow. Shihao wondered, are these guys really going to fight the demonic Tyrannosaurus? But they'll just get killed. Li Yong was indignant and asked what on earth this guy was talking about. Shihao repeated that with their current abilities, these hunters wouldn't even make a decent appetizer for that monster. They should give up on this plan for their own good. Li Yong got angry and said that in that case, he'd deal with this scum first. However, his companion tried to talk him out of it and asked him not to get so worked up. As Li Yong left the clearing, he said they would definitely meet again. Tian warned them not to come looking for them or ask for help later. The girl suggested that Shihao clear out the small mobs in the surrounding area. That way they could easily earn some points. The protagonist refused. Shihao explained that the map here was too large and the small mobs were too scattered, so this approach would be extremely inefficient. The girl asked what their plan was then. Shihao said they would catch up to those guys and just wait. A bloodied monster bird was racing across the mountain plain. However, a massive demonic Tyrannosaurus grabbed it and swallowed it whole in an instant. The level 8 demonic Tyrannosaurus rose up on its hind legs and roared loudly. Li Yong and his team noticed that the demonic Tyrannosaurus was fighting some other creature. Its health had already dropped significantly. That meant they were in luck. However, this monster emitted such a powerful, oppressive aura that it even made it hard to breathe. Maybe they shouldn't mess with it after all? Li Yong asked, can't 4 level 5 players defeat a level 8 monster? It's the only elite boss in this instance. It could drop a huge amount of loot, so they couldn't just walk away. Li Yong added that with such power, they had nothing to fear. They would destroy this monster and immediately find themselves in the top 10. The party leader thought that after this, he would definitely settle the score with Shihao, and Wan Tian would throw herself into his arms. Li Yong daydreamed for a moment and decided that everything was falling into place perfectly for him. The hunter charged forward and shouted that they were about to tear this monster to shreds. His comrades immediately rushed after him. The monster rose onto its hind legs, turned around, and roared loudly. The hunters were surprised. Something wasn't right here. The guidebook stated that the demonic Tyrannosaurus was black and green, Why then was this monster black and red? One of his companions said that the monster turns black and red when it enters a frenzied state. Could the other monsters have enraged it that much? Li Yong spun around abruptly and shouted that it was time to run. Otherwise, this enraged monster would easily wipe them out. The demonic Tyrannosaurus swung its tail, and the group of hunters scattered in all directions. The monster didn't stop there and began spewing fire, incinerating the hunters on the spot. Li Yong realized that this was the rage state. It turned out to be truly terrifying. The group's leader tried to flee from the monster, believing he had superior agility. This demonic Tyrannosaurus would never be able to catch up to him. The young man thought he needed to lead the monster to the others. Then the beast would turn its attention to them. Li Yong decided that Shi Hao would definitely enjoy his gift. Tian Tian saw the guy running and said that Li Yong had gotten scared again and fled in disgrace. However, she hadn't expected anything else from him. The fugitive replied that the girl shouldn't be so heartless, since he hadn't come back alone. He had prepared a special gift for the two of them. Shi Hao told Li Yong not to be so modest. The points he'd accumulated were already a pretty good gift in themselves. The protagonist thought this guy was pretty fast and was about to launch a head-on attack. But what had happened to the rest of his group? Li Yong ran up to the girl and said they'd talk about everything else later. Tian Tian was startled. The fugitive shoved the girl in the back and told her she could see what kind of gift he had prepared for her. Zhuang Tiantian lost her balance and fell into the grass. She said it hurt a lot and asked why Li Yong was acting this way. The girl looked back and saw a huge monster approaching her, the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Tiantian screamed for the monster not to come near her. Shi Hao warned her not to attack it, since the monster wasn't after her. The girl shouted that she hadn't done it on purpose. Tian Tian jumped up and ran off, screaming for help. Li Yong said that the girl hadn't disappointed him, even though she'd never been in an instance before. The guy asked if it was Shi Hao who'd boasted that he could defeat such a monster single-handedly. In that case, he could take this gift. Li Yong added that he was leaving this monster for the scum. However, once the Tyrannosaurus finished them off, he would collect the loot from their bodies. The protagonist asked his opponent, "Did I give you permission to leave?" Shi Hao remarked that Wan Tiantian was indeed inexperienced, but he had a use for her. The same couldn't be said for Li Yong. Li Yong was surprised. How could this guy see him? After all, he had just become invisible. Shi Hao noted that the level of his ability wasn't high enough yet. This invisibility wasn't complete. The heat Li Yong was emitting was clearly visible. Li Yong was surprised. Could this scum really act like a thermal imager? Li Yong cursed viciously and ordered Shi Hao to let him go immediately. The demonic Tyrannosaurus was in a frenzy, and if this continued, they could all perish. Xiao Hao released his opponent and stomped hard on the ground. The impact sent cracks rippling across the surface, from which flames began to burst forth. Li Yong was terrified. What kind of power was this? The protagonist activated the skill Eruption of the Scorching Cell. The Tyrannosaurus found itself trapped in a fiery cage. Tian Tian was terrified and ran away from the epicenter of the flames. Li Yong was even more frightened. Where did this guy get such power if he supposedly hadn't been able to level up in a long time? The guy suggested to Shi Hao, if he's so strong, why don't they team up to destroy the demonic Tyrannosaurus? They'll split the experience points, and Shi Hao can keep the loot for himself. Shi Hao said the proposal was brazen, but he wanted to hear the girl's opinion. Did she agree? The protagonist asked Huan Tiantian if it was worth helping a classmate just for the points. Tiantian thought this god was too domineering, and that made her heart race. Li Yong was still on his knees, begging the girl to help him earn forgiveness. Tian Tian declared that such a despicable person didn't deserve forgiveness. Li Yong kept apologizing and pleading for a second chance. The demonic Tyrannosaurus continued to thrash about in the flames and roar loudly. Tian Tian screamed that they were in trouble. The monster had managed to break free. Shi Hao thought he had destroyed the wall of fire with his roar. One really shouldn't underestimate the power of a frenzy. Li Yong grabbed his dagger and leaped to his feet. He decided that a single strike would be enough to kill Shi Hao. However, the protagonist managed to defend himself by raising his flaming sword. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this scoundrel really have decided to attack now? His brain was clearly just for show. Shi Hao spun around and pierced his opponent with the fire sword. Our hero said he would gladly accept all of his gifts. Shi Hao received Li Yong's personal and team points. The PvP protection mechanism was activated. Li Yong lost the duel and would be kicked out of the dungeon. The loser shouted that he would definitely find Shi Hao and take his revenge. The system reported that player Shi Hao had obtained the skill book Invisibility and a poison-infused dagger. According to PvP mechanics, there is a chance to obtain an opponent's items after a victory. Shi Hao thought that, as expected of a wealthy heir, Li Yong's gear was top-notch even at level 5. Now he would be able to learn invisibility, and the poison dagger was a consumable weapon effective against humanoids. Zhuang Tiantian screamed that a demonic Tyrannosaurus was approaching them. The demonic Tyrannosaurus is a special monster of the Forest of Shadows. Its primary attribute is fire, and it quickly enters a frenzied state. The textbook says that when encountering such a monster in a frenzied state, you should lie down on the ground. This increases your chances of survival. However, this monster posed no problem for Shi Hao right now. He activated the Fire Dragon Bomb, but if the monster entered a frenzy, the drop would disappear, so he had to destroy it before that happened. Fortunately, he had a backup plan. Even if the Tyrannosaurus was already in a frenzy, he still had a fallback option. The plan centered on Wan Tiantian. Shi Hao told her to cast Calm on the demonic Tyrannosaurus. Shi Hao continued to defend himself against the monster's fire attacks. The girl had to use her healing skill to remove the frenzy effect. Wan said the level difference was too great, and she wasn't sure the spell would work. Besides, it could only be used once per battle. Shi Hao told her not to rush and to wait for his command. This was very important. The girl realized that the monster was extremely powerful. Could Shi Hao really stand up to it in this state? Its strength was on par with professional dungeon-running groups. The protagonist thought that destroying an elite monster, even in a frenzy, was a piece of cake for him. He had to hold back so he wouldn't accidentally kill it prematurely, otherwise they'd get nothing. The young man dodged the blows, but the monster's attacks were incredibly powerful. Shi Hao grabbed the monster by the tail and said there must be plenty of valuable loot inside. I wonder what surprises it's hiding. At just the right moment, Shi Hao shouted for Wan to use her skill immediately. The girl reacted at once. Wan Tiantian chanted the spell, combining beauty and wisdom, embodying love and magic. In the name of love, I heal him. After that, she blew a kiss. Shi Hao was surprised. Did she really have to pose like that? The monster then let out a pitiful scream. The protagonist wondered, was this really healing or torture? The guy asked if she was sure she'd used the right spell. Tian replied that there shouldn't be any mistakes, probably. After that, the monster shrank in size and became tiny. Tian said it looked very cute. Could this really still be the demonic Tyrannosaurus? Wan was confused. Was that really the intended effect of her spell? Shi Hao said that now he would finish off the monster and they'd get experience points and loot. The girl grabbed the little Tyrannosaurus and told him not to kill it. It was too cute. They could keep it as a pet. Shi Hao noted that it wasn't a bad idea, but then she'd be responsible for it. The protagonist said that first he would defeat her and take her experience points, and then he would make the creature his pet. Did she agree? The girl thought it over and decided that the experience was more important, so she handed the monster over to him. The demonic Tyrannosaurus looked at Shi Hao with tears in its eyes. The young man raised his sword and said that in this world, only the strongest survive. Shi Hao declared that humans and monsters were the same. To avoid becoming prey for others, they had no choice but to become stronger themselves. Tian burst into tears and said goodbye to Long Long. The system announced that player Shi Hao had defeated the elite monster demonic Tyrannosaurus and earned 5,000 points. Tian received 2,500 points for her participation. The girl was delighted and thanked Long Long. Shi Hao thought to himself that women really are extremely fickle. Having gathered all the information, our hero surmised that there was an experience gain buff in the instance. Shi Hao opened the user interface. He wanted to see what he could spend his experience points on. It turned out that the account owner had a large amount of accumulated experience. To make the best use of it, it was recommended to upgrade the connection with the Emperor of the Red Flame to level 20, which would grant access to other accounts. It was also possible to unlock more abilities to strengthen it. Shi Hao thought there was no point in unlocking many new accounts right now, since it would be difficult to master them all at once. It was better to focus on the one he already had. Even if his damage output simply increased, he might still encounter an opponent he couldn't defeat. It was better to have a wider variety of abilities, just in case. Shi Hao chose the Keen Eye ability. It's like knowing the entire map within a certain radius. That's exactly how he could find the final boss of the Shadow Forest. He unlocked Keen Eye and spent 70,000 experience points on it. Shi Hao said that because the Shadow Tree was so good at hiding, He had even considered giving up on this quest. However, now that he had this ability to locate monsters, he had nothing to fear. He would be the first to defeat this boss. Tiantian told the guy to look ahead and take a good look. Shi Hao asked who gave her permission to open the loot. Did she get tired of living? The girl replied that she'd lost her temper a little. But that wasn't the point. There was an egg inside. The system reported that he could spend experience points to hatch this egg or simply fry it with rice. But doing so could yield an extremely rare item. Was Tiantian really that lucky? The girl explained that such eggs could hatch into combat pets or even mutants. She imagined Shi Hao riding a fearsome, demonic Tyrannosaurus, and her heart began to race. Tiantian asked if she had been even a little bit helpful. She also thanked her companion for not abandoning her. Shi Hao told Tiantian not to be so naive. He had no intention of giving her the egg. The girl insisted that her words had been sincere and that Shi Hao had misunderstood her. Tiantian rushed after the guy and said she didn't need his egg. The school's lounge outside the dungeon. The beautiful Mo watched our hero's movements and said she'd guessed right. There really is something intriguing about this guy. Even a frenzied devil Tyrannosaurus is no match for him. He doesn't look like a weakling at level 3. The beautiful Mo thought that while the new dungeon monitoring system developed by Lin Lao wasn't bad, it only worked with low-level instances. Once it became possible to monitor medium and high levels, the clan's combat group would gain an advantage and rise in the rankings. The girl summoned Director Yang. The man appeared immediately. The beautiful Mo asked how many points Shi Hao had earned in the dungeon. Director Yang clarified, "Are you referring to the student who just can't seem to level up?" The beautiful Mo was surprised and told Director Yang to explain everything to her. The man replied, when the student Shi Hao enrolled in the school, he was already at level 3. Everyone called him a genius. However, in 3 years, he hasn't advanced a single level. Something has clearly happened to him. The beautiful Mo thought that this boy was good at hiding his true abilities, but to what end? This young man was becoming more and more intriguing. Principal Yang analyzed the situation and wondered, how did Shi Hao end up in 3rd place in the rankings? How did he manage that? The beautiful Mo declared that now was the perfect time to publish the current dungeon rankings. It was also necessary to make information about the players' locations publicly available. Director Yang was taken aback. Could Miss Mo really be planning to make their task more difficult? But this dungeon already has enough complex mechanics as it is. If their locations are made public, the students are bound to get into fights with each other. This is especially true for Shi Hao. He'll definitely be hunted down. The beautiful Miss Mo replied that the real world is far more terrifying than this level 10 instance. If the Han Mo clan plans to recruit someone, it has to be the best. Besides, this guy isn't as simple as the director thinks he is. The man couldn't even imagine that Miss Mo would take such an interest in Shi Hao. Maybe he really is talented? It's worth keeping a closer eye on this student. The protagonist was offered a monthly subscription to unlock even more accounts. The Forest of Shadows dungeon. Group leader Chen Feng was injured and said that their opponents had indeed banded together to eliminate other players. Party leader Luo Feng said there are no rules prohibiting players from teaming up. He's simply taking advantage of the opportunities available to him. Anyone who isn't with him is against him. Luo Feng struck his opponent and told him to get out of the instance and go complain to the director. The system announced that Luo Feng had defeated Chen Feng's team. Team leader Zhang Ye said he expected nothing less from Brother Feng. Under his leadership, their 2 squads are simply unbeatable, and the points are pouring in. Luo Feng declared that in the future he wants to become a professional dungeon runner. He wouldn't have had anything to do with this scum if he hadn't needed the points. Suddenly, all players received a system notification. The school had opened access to the dungeon player rankings and their locations. Luo Feng was delighted. They decided the competition wasn't fierce enough, so they decided to shake things up. Now it would be much easier to earn points by defeating other players. Luo Feng looked at the rankings and was surprised. How on earth had Shi Hao managed to do that? If, relying on luck, that scum had reached 3rd place, that was actually commendable. However, his streak of good luck had run out. It was time to take his points. Luo Feng ordered the squad to follow him, as they now had another battle ahead of them. The squad leader declared that it was time to teach this Shi Hao a lesson. All the players supported this decision. The group leader, Shu Tian, raced swiftly through the forest. The young man couldn't understand how this could have happened. Suddenly, there was an explosion and Shu Tian was blown aside. This Shi Hao was nothing short of a demon. Shu Tian thought their team had attacked this guy, but in the end, He was the only one left alive. How could this have happened? How could a third-level scum possess such power? Shi Hao caught up with Xu Tian and asked where he was running off to. After all, they could just talk. Hadn't this guy and his team come to take all his points? The protagonist, with fire in his palm, told Xu Tian to come closer and do as he was told. Xu Tian realized he had nothing to lose. All his teammates had already been wiped out. Now he had a chance to at least fight one-on-one. Shi Hao pointed out that he hadn't started it, so there was no reason to make him out to be the villain. The protagonist added, as long as he could earn points, it didn't matter whether he was a demon or an angel. Our hero blocked his opponent's attack. The true fire blast skill was activated. Xu Tian was immediately engulfed in flames. The protagonist declared that next time, they should bring more people to him. Shi Hao defeated Xu Tian and gained his experience points. The PvP mechanism was activated. Xu Tian was transported from the dungeon to the real world. Zhuang Tianqian said that Shi Hao truly deserved the title of God, since he had defeated all 4 groups that had decided to attack him. The protagonist expressed regret that nothing useful had come from these people except for experience points. Shi Hao thought that the school, by revealing their scores and locations, was acting entirely in character for Miss Mo. She wanted to intensify the competition, but in reality, it only made his task easier. The system reported that Shi Hao's team was in first place in terms of points. Wan Tiantian declared that this was simply magnificent. Shi Hao replied that now was not the time to celebrate. They couldn't let their guard down. Director Yang congratulated the talented healer Wan Tiantian on taking first place in the competition. He said she would receive a cash prize as her reward. Shi Hao was surprised. Had Wan really become a goddess? However, more and more people were starting to hate her. It was just terrifying. The protagonist looked at the map and concluded that only 3 teams remained in the instance. That meant things were drawing to a close. Tian was surprised. Why hadn't Luo Feng and Zhang Ye, who were ranked lower, taken any action yet? Shi Hao replied that he knew Luo Feng's character well. Even if this guy seemed like an aggressive fool, in reality he was very cunning and cautious. The protagonist speculated that Luo Feng was watching from a distance and was unlikely to just charge in recklessly. Once he had a plan in place and was completely confident in it, he would immediately strike to take all the points. Wan said that was very underhanded. But why was Luo Feng acting this way? Shi Hao replied that it didn't matter. Right now they should focus on finding and defeating the final boss of this instance. Tiantian explained that the Shadow Ancient hides well in the forest and no one can find it. She's certain that by sending them to the Forest of Shadows, the school intended for the winner to be decided through PvP. Shi Hao said he was actually surprised. Had Tian really come to that conclusion on her own? The girl replied that her companion shouldn't underestimate her intellectual abilities just because of her beauty. The protagonist admitted that Wan was right. This year's competition is indeed more focused on PvP. However, he has no intention of giving up on defeating the boss, since it should drop a lot of useful items. Shi Hao activated the Keen Eye skill. Now the entire instance lay spread out before him. The young man decided that this ability was truly worth the experience points spent. As a result, the Shadow Ancient was located. Our hero's keen eye did not disappoint. With its help, finding the boss turned out to be quite easy. Special abilities are always useful. He needs to unlock even more of them. Flames surged into the depths of the forest. Shen Hao said that even his auto path was activated. It's a handy ability. The guy increased his movement speed and told the girl to follow him. He had found the final boss. If they didn't hurry, they might lose to the others. Tiantian ran after the protagonist and told him not to shout so loudly since their competitors might hear them. If that happened, all their caution would go out the window. The competitors hiding in the bushes noted that Shi Hao had indeed found the boss. But what if he was trying to lure them into a trap? Luo Feng said that this weakling wouldn't even dare to make a peep once he dealt with him. Zhang Ye reminded them that Shi Hao had already wiped out 4 teams with practically a single strike. They needed to remain cautious and keep their actions secret. Luo Feng declared that he wanted to join the Mo Clan combat squad, so they had to earn the boss points. It didn't matter what that scum was planning to do. The squad commander ordered everyone to follow him. He intended to eliminate Shi Hao and the dungeon boss. Zhang Ye reported that they had a problem. Shi Hao had disappeared and his location was unknown. Luo Feng was outraged. How is that possible? How could he just vanish? When did Shi Hao learn to do that? Could he really have decided to play hide and seek? Luo Feng said that Tiantian must still be with him. They needed to surround her and take her captive. He didn't believe she had stayed out of it. The girl looked around. She was alone in the forest clearing. Tian Tian had told Shi Hao not to joke around with her like that. It wasn't the right time. Juan didn't understand what this guy was up to. He just told her to act as bait and then vanished right away. Did Shi Hao really think that Luo Feng and the others would fall for this and show up? Were they really stupid enough to fall for something like that? Luo Feng did indeed appear in the clearing and asked in a menacing voice where Shi Hao was. The girl was surprised. Had they really come? The girl answered honestly that she didn't know. She was completely in the dark. Luo Feng warned her not to lie to him and asked once more where that scum Shi Hao had gone. The girl repeated that he had suddenly disappeared, and they could check for themselves on the map. Luo Feng warned that her life depended on her answer. Tian Tian replied again that she didn't know. The girl wanted her companion to show up sooner. She was stalling these people as best she could, but that was the extent of her authority. Suddenly, the players felt everything around them shake. Could it be an earthquake? No one understood what was actually happening. The dungeon's final boss, the Shadow Ancient, emerged from the forest. He was terrifying and dreadful. The players were in despair. How could they have stumbled upon a boss that no one had ever been able to find? They had thought they'd rack up the maximum points through PvP by waiting until time ran out. What were they supposed to do now? Luo Feng ordered them not to panic, since the boss was only level 10, and there were 10 of them here. Everyone needed to take their positions and prepare for battle. The group leader realized that this was exactly why Shi Hao had lured them here. However, he was ready to take advantage of the opportunity. After defeating the boss, he would turn his attention to that scum. Luo Feng ordered everyone to take their positions and focus on the monster's weak spots. He himself charged into the attack, drawing the monster's wrath upon himself. The party leader ordered the mages to cast fire spells. Luo Feng raised his shield and deflected the monster's attack. The player told the healers to keep a close eye on his health. The battle around the monster erupted with fury and unstoppable intensity. Fireballs rained down on the boss from all sides. Tian Tian, watching from the sidelines, noticed that these players had excellent coordination and teamwork. They didn't look like a team that had just been put together. Luo Feng wasn't just some upstart, he had decent leadership skills. Wan shouted that Shi Hao needed to show up quickly, or else Luo Feng and his team would take down the boss. The leader of the attacking team said that if they kept up this pace, they'd be able to defeat the boss. They just needed to push a little harder. Luo Feng kept attacking. Aside from their numerical advantage, he felt he was performing brilliantly and that the monster wouldn't stand a chance against him. However, at some point, the boss turned to stone and became immune to all attacks. Luo Feng announced that the monster had entered its second phase. The players were at a loss, not knowing what to do next. The boss continued its attack and launched another assault. The players said that no one had ever faced the Shadow Ancient in its second phase before. What should they do now? The leader needed to provide some clarification. Suddenly, the monster's roots began to emerge from the ground. The players were even more terrified. Luo Feng announced that the boss had used its power to create a multitude of small ancients. Now it had a numerical advantage, and that was bad. Even the weakest among them were no lower than level 7. Luo Feng ordered them once again not to panic and to take their positions. After all, the boss was currently focused solely on him. However, everyone panicked and scattered. Suddenly, the monster grabbed Tian Tian and lifted her upside down. The girl screamed for that pervert to put her back on the ground immediately. Wan began calling out to the protagonist for help again. She begged him to defend her honor and dignity. Suddenly, Shi Hao emerged from his hiding place. He lunged at the monster and began punching it in various parts of its petrified body. The boss didn't expect this attack and was forced to let the girl go. The protagonist picked Tian Tian up in his arms and told her she had fulfilled her mission. He also praised her. Tian Tian teared up and asked if she had really been helpful. Shi Hao confirmed that she had. The girl declared that it was simply wonderful. Even though she'd been scared, she'd still played an important role. Shi Hao reassured her and remarked that he'd been sorry to use her as bait, but he was ready to make it up to her. Luo Feng said that now was no time for flirting. That scumbag's plan had worked. He'd led them to the boss, then decided to sit this one out. That wasn't very comradely. Shi Hao replied that he hadn't intended to sit on the sidelines. He just wanted to enjoy the show. He wouldn't even have to break a sweat to take down this boss. However, Luo Feng had truly impressed him. The team's coordination and overall preparation were quite good. Luo Feng grew even angrier and said he didn't have time to listen to this flattery. If Shi Hao could see what the boss was capable of, then they needed to join forces. The group leader added that these two scumbags could help him direct all the mobs toward him. Shen Hao told Luo Feng not to get too cocky. At that moment, Zhang Ye shouted for Shen Hao to step aside immediately and not stand in his way, or he would die. Shi Hao used a fire skill to attack Zhang Ye and destroyed him. At the same time, he told Luo Feng that there was no need to team up. The experience points from the defeated Zhang Ye went to the protagonist. Luo Feng expressed clear outrage. How dare Shi Hao destroy an ally in such a situation? The protagonist said that they weren't allies to him. They were just scurrying about like cockroaches and were of no interest to him other than for their experience points. Luo Feng flew into a rage once again, swung his axe, and said that in that case he would have to destroy this scum. Shi Hao was surprised. Had his opponent really decided to do this so soon? The protagonist blocked the attack and said that being impulsive isn't a bad thing, but without real strength on the battlefield, you can die quickly. As a result of the counterattack, Luo Feng was sent flying to the side, but he immediately jumped back to his feet. He declared that he didn't need to be lectured. Even if Shi Hao was strong in PvP, he wouldn't be able to defeat the boss alone, so there was no point in wiping out his team. Shi Hao replied that in that case, he would take out Luo Feng last, so that he could see everything with his own eyes. Our hero pointed out that not only would he get all the points, but he'd also remain alive and unharmed. Luo Feng, just to be safe, got scared and asked what Shi Hao was planning to do. He activated his unique skill and unleashed fireballs. As a result, the boss and other monsters were attacked, and the surviving players were also injured. One of the injured players shouted for Luo Feng to lend him a hand and save him. However, the power of the smaller monsters began to flow into the boss. This happened completely out of the blue. Tian was the first to notice that the boss's stone armor had cracked, and she loudly alerted everyone to this. When the smoke cleared, everyone saw a monster that now looked much smaller. It was the Shadow Ancient in Shadow Mode, the boss's final phase. Wan noticed that even though the boss had shrunk, it looked even more terrifying. They still needed to remain cautious. The protagonist found himself face to face with the approaching boss. There was nowhere to retreat. Suddenly, the boss appeared behind the hero. The young man was surprised. Where did the monster get such speed? Shi Hao managed to raise his fiery sword and parry the attack. The young man thought that a level 10 boss shouldn't possess such a skill. Shi Hao noted that the monster's strength remained the same, despite its reduced size and increased speed. For an ordinary player without powerful attacks, defeating it would be no easy task. Luo Feng declared that the games were over. Did Shi Hao really still want to take on the monster alone? Our hero replied that no matter how many tricks the boss had up his sleeve, he was still only a level 10. The final phase shouldn't be too difficult. He just needed to focus on its weaknesses. Shi Hao intensified his fire attacks and realized he just needed to turn up the heat. The system congratulated player Shi Hao on defeating the Shadow Ancient boss. 10,000 points were awarded for this achievement. The Forest of Shadows dungeon had been cleared. 3 players survived. The portal is open. You must leave the dungeon as soon as possible. Luo Feng dropped to his knees and asked how this was possible. After all, Shi Hao had destroyed the boss in an instant. Our hero replied that with enough power, it was quite simple. The protagonist added that the show was over. Now it was Luo Feng's turn. His rival began begging for mercy and leniency. He promised never to defy this man again and to treat Shi Hao as an older brother once more. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this unscrupulous man really want to become his younger brother? However, he was no longer fit for that role. Luo Feng flew into a rage again, leaped to his feet and grabbed the axe. He shouted furiously that he had given that scum a chance, but the man had refused it. Wan noticed that even in a situation like this, Luo Feng was trying to attack her from behind. However, such a sneaky trick wouldn't work against her god. Her opponent threw an object at the protagonist's feet, causing a cloud of smoke to appear. When the smoke cleared, the girl said it was the puppet card. Luo Feng waved his hand and said that Shi Hao lacked real-world experience. Tian noticed that he was running away. The player declared that the scum would never get his points, then burst out laughing. Our hero declared that with such a difference in strength, experience wasn't necessary. After these words, Luo Feng was attacked by fire. The system reported that Luo Feng had been destroyed. All of his and his group's points were credited to Shi Hao. Using the puppet card creates a clone of the user that can be freely manipulated. The user themselves becomes invisible. The girl expressed her unbridled joy, as she had earned 21,000 points in this instance. Now she was definitely rich. Shi Hao reminded her that he had promised to leave the group before exiting the dungeon. Therefore, only he would receive the $500,000 reward. Tian Tian shouldn't have any complaints. The girl confirmed this. Tian Tian noted that she was also satisfied with what she had received, since this guy had led her to victory. Shi Hao remarked that his companion was smart. Even though she was very young, she thought clearly. The protagonist received an item for defeating the final boss, the Heart of Nature gem. It's a rare artifact that boosts healing. It can be sold for a fortune. However, Shi Hao gave this item to his companion. Tian Tian was surprised. Was the guy really willing to give her such a valuable item? The girl blushed with embarrassment. After all, she hadn't done anything special to help, yet Shi Hao was giving her such a precious treasure. Could it be that this guy has special feelings for her? The protagonist told Tian Tian to stop right there and stop daydreaming. Our hero reminded her that he had promised her a reward for acting as bait. Now he was disbanding the group. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake, and the ground beneath their feet started to crack. A system notification appeared stating that the dungeon was beginning to collapse. They needed to leave the instance immediately. Shi Hao assumed it was some kind of bug. He couldn't think of any other explanation. What had happened outside? Our hero headed for the exit and shouted for Tian Tian not to fall behind, or she'd be trapped here forever. The girl tripped while running and fell face first into the grass. Shi Hao went back for her and took her by the hand. Tian Tian said her leg hurt. It seemed she'd twisted it. Wan burst into tears because she was causing trouble again. She shouldn't have gone into this instance. Shi Hao had to leave immediately. She didn't want to drag him into her troubles anymore. The guy picked her up in his arms and said she had completely lived up to his expectations of her. However, our hero understood that they were on the same team and that he himself had chosen her. You can't abandon a member of your own group. That's unacceptable. Our hero pushed the girl straight toward the dungeon's exit. He told her to get out immediately. As for himself, the young man drew a line of fire in front of him. Tian Tian asked what he was doing. Wan screamed that she didn't want to be the only survivor. After all, Shi Hao had said he wouldn't abandon his teammates. The system announced that the portal out of the dungeon was closing. The protagonist used a return scroll and thought he shouldn't have made such a big deal out of their eternal separation. This isn't a Netflix series after all. Shi Hao said that if Wan thought he would sacrifice himself for someone else, she had too high an opinion of him. He sent her through the portal in case she'd forgotten to take the return scroll. The spell activated, and the teleportation began. As a result of the teleportation, the protagonist found himself in the student lounge. However, the exit from the dungeon had indeed been destroyed. Could it really have been an earthquake? There must be another reason the portal closed. The student, Wan Tiantian, wept bitterly, puzzled as to why Shi Hao had done such a thing. After all, it was very foolish. Shi Hao had said he didn't do foolish things. Tiantian was overjoyed when she realized this guy was still alive. She had assumed he was trapped forever in the collapsed dungeon. Shi Hao calmed her down and explained that he had used a teleportation scroll the moment the portal closed. Tiantian demanded that he never deceive her again. Shi Hao was surprised. What was she thinking if she didn't remember the scroll? That was basic information. The girl took a step back, blushed with embarrassment, and apologized for her tactlessness. Shi Hao was surprised. Could Tiantian actually feel shy at all? Armed soldiers appeared in the room and asked how 2 schoolchildren had ended up there. Hadn't it been announced that everyone was supposed to be in the gym? They had to be captured immediately. Otherwise, if the master found out, they'd be in big trouble. Tiantian pointed out that these guards were wearing distinctive insignia. Could this be the Black Tiger mercenary unit, the very same one that had massacred civilians in the safe zone 5 years ago and been exiled? Our hero found this strange. How could a criminal mercenary group have infiltrated the safe zone? Why did they choose a school? Since there's nothing to loot here? The protagonist wondered, could the beautiful Mo really be involved in this? The armed warriors were surprised to see such a pretty companion with a 3rd-level player. Tiantian was frightened. Shi Hao told her not to worry, everything would be fine. The warriors grew angry and decided to attack the guy so they could have some fun with his girlfriend afterward. Shi Hao didn't even bat an eye. Our hero wielded his fiery sword, and all the attackers were destroyed. The protagonist gained experience points. Shi Hao said that criminals like these, banished from the safe zone, are willing to take on any job for money. They've gone too far. Could all of this really be just for the reward? The surviving warrior said he was willing to give up everything for his life. He had money and information. Shi Hao activated his passive ability, Ignition. With it, he could deal damage equal to 1% of the enemy's maximum health. The warrior confessed that they had come here for the beautiful Mo. Shi Hao said that this information was useless. He already knew that. The wounded man added that the Huangzheng clan was to blame for everything. That clan had hired them to eliminate the beautiful Mo. Not only had they let them into the safe zone, but they had also given rare stones to the clan leader so that she would take only 2 bodyguards. Shi Hao had already heard that the Han Mo and Huangzheng clans were fighting over the hunting grounds dungeon. The protagonist said this was very valuable information. The warrior thanked him for saving his life. The wounded warrior decided he needed to drink more potions to restore his health. Shi Hao noticed that the entire school was surrounded by a magical barrier. There was no way to escape and pass the information on to the Han Mo clan. The mercenary suddenly flew into a rage and shouted that the young man had lied to him. Shi Hao reminded him that he hadn't promised to spare him, so there was no deception. Shi Hao told his companion that the school was surrounded by a barrier, so they couldn't escape. Tian needed to find a safe place to hide. The girl asked what he planned to do. There were many Black Tiger mercenaries in the school. Shi Hao declared that right now, he was the only one who could save everyone. Even if it was dangerous, he had to try. Wan must not repeat her mistakes. It could cost her her life. The girl replied that she understood everything and would find a place where no one could find her. Tian was surprised. Could it be that Shi Hao was really worried about her? Tian told him that he should be careful too. Shen Hao replied that Wan needn't worry, he never acted rashly. His main goal was to ensure the safety of the beautiful Mo. One of the mercenaries asked his colleague why they were patrolling the area if all the students had already been captured. The other suggested that there might be survivors, but the exit had been destroyed, so no one would be able to escape. Shi Hao was hiding behind a column and overheard this conversation. The mercenaries returned to their commander. The protagonist thought that even the patrolmen were at level 15. It was pointless to resist them. Shi Hao looked at the map and realized there were 20 minutes left until Eagle Eye was ready. The beautiful Mo would have to wait. The mercenaries reported to their boss that all the students caught at the instance exit were here. The students asked what the mercenaries hoped to achieve by doing this. The mentor, tied to a chair with ropes, demanded that she and her students be released immediately. The mercenary commander, a level 25 player, asked indignantly who had tied her up so masterfully. It was simply brilliant. The squad commander said that this wasn't what the girls needed to worry about right now, and that they should think about how to please him in order to survive. The teacher demanded that this scoundrel let her go. The villain remarked that she looked quite alluring. The mercenary squad leader noted that the women in this safe zone were quite unusual. A life of luxury and bad habits had led to such behavior. However, he liked it. The mercenary told the boss that he was the one who had tied her up like that. After the boss had enjoyed his meal, would he be willing to leave her to them? The commander replied that this guy was clever, and in that case, he would be next in line. Luo Feng called all the students herbivores. After all, if they had all started resisting together, the teacher would have had a chance to escape and call for help. The villain tore off part of the teacher's clothes and said it was time to get down to business. The teacher blushed with shame and turned her head away. Luo Feng jumped up from his seat, shoved the villain with his shoulder, and told him to let his teacher go immediately. Luo Feng declared that Teacher Li was his goddess. He couldn't just stand by and watch her being mistreated. The mercenary leader punched the student in the chest and said that this was very interesting. Could it be that a 5th level nobody is playing the hero, determined to save the beauty? This guy must have a soft spot for her. However, that's hardly surprising. It's hard to resist such a beauty. The villain added that he admired the student's recklessness. The mercenary leader thrust a knife into the floor and told the young man to take it. He showed the makings of a scoundrel. The villain declared that the new era is permeated by the spirit of the apocalypse. One shouldn't be deceived by a false sense of security. He pointed at the disciples and said that these weaklings aren't worthy of living. This brave young man must destroy them. If he does so, who else will be able to join the mercenary squad? The squad leader cut the ropes binding Luo Feng. The young man declared that he really was a bad person. Luo Feng noted that not only had he been extorting money from people at school, but he also took pleasure in destroying others in PvP. Tears welled up in the teacher's eyes. Luo Feng gripped his dagger tighter and said that he still saw the difference between the dungeon and real life. The student swung the knife and said that these mercenaries were a despicable gang. He wasn't like that, so those scoundrels could go to hell. The mercenary leader grabbed Luo Feng's arm and said that this guy didn't have a shred of sense. The villain swung his blade at the apprentice and said that this guy had disappointed him. There was no need to play the hero. Suddenly, the mercenary leader dropped his sword and screamed loudly. Blood began to flow from his mouth. The mercenaries were frightened and asked what had happened to their boss. A voice said that Luo Feng had turned out to be better than anyone could have imagined. Luo Feng thought the voice sounded familiar. But what had happened to this scoundrel? The Red Widow's ruthless fang dealt heavy damage to the target and applied the poison and bleeding effects. The protagonist added that Luo Feng usually commits many misdeeds. However, when faced with a serious moral dilemma, he acted like a real man. The protagonist said that he had done the right thing by deciding to follow the two mercenaries. He asked if the captives were all right. Under the Emperor of the Red Flame buff, invisibility and item power can receive a special boost. The mercenaries rushed at our hero. This guy appeared in front of them out of nowhere. Shi Hao said if Luo Feng wants to live, he must immediately drop to the floor. Shi Hao drew his flame sword and wiped out all the approaching mercenaries with a single strike. The system reported that he had gained 5,000 experience points. The disciples were astonished. Could Shi Hao really have wiped them out? The protagonist suggested that the captives untie themselves and remain silent. Shi Hao said that Luo Feng's behavior in that difficult moment had surprised him. This young man was worthy of being considered his younger brother. Did he want to join his team? The answer was yes. Luo Feng bowed his head and said that he wanted to become strong, and for that he was ready to carry out any order from his older brother. The protagonist said that was a good dream. Only when faced with the brink of death can people understand the fundamental rule of survival in this world. He handed Luo Feng a dagger and said that his experience would be a gift to his younger brother. Luo Feng knows what to do with it. The mercenary leader cursed viciously and said that these schoolboys dared to stand up to the Black Tiger. He continued to threaten everyone with retribution. Luo Feng raised his dagger and said that he knew about all the atrocities committed by the Black Tiger clan. Therefore, he wouldn't even hesitate. The mercenary leader demanded that he put the knife away immediately. Luo Feng declared that he was happy to bring justice. The villain was defeated. The disciples were astonished. Had Luo Feng really leveled up by 5 levels? But that was impossible. The younger brother thanked the protagonist for the opportunity. All the students began begging to join our hero's team. Shi Hao was surprised. Did they really think they were a good fit for him? Luo Feng began to untie the teacher and said that the boss was telling the truth. Their abilities weren't sufficient. The fact that they'd been saved was just a stroke of luck. The freed teacher thanked Luo Feng. After all, in this situation, he was the one who had saved her, even though all the teachers had previously considered him a bad student. The boy said there was no need for thanks. One of the advantages of being a bad student is that they have no fears or conscience. He couldn't stand by and watch as those scoundrels were about to torment his mentor. Shi Hao said they needed to hurry, since it wasn't safe to stay there. The mentor asked Shi Hao what they should do now. Many were still being held hostage, and the school's exit was blocked by a seal. They couldn't escape and save themselves. The protagonist promised to find a way out of this situation. Keen eye had been restored. The young man decided it was time to act. He needed to use this skill to scan the school grounds. Keen eye was activated. Now the locations of everyone were marked on the map. Shen Hao surmised that most of the students and teachers were locked inside the gym. Although the guards' skill level wasn't high, there were quite a few of them. There were no patrols or guards near the storage room. Mentor Li and the others could very well be hiding there. However, Glory of the Black Tiger was no empty title. They had several members above level 40. Shen Hao told his younger brother that on his way here, he'd seen that the warehouse was empty. Luo Feng should take Teacher Li and everyone else and take shelter there. Luo Feng said he wanted to go with his older brother and help him get rid of the mercenaries. The protagonist replied that this guy would cause more trouble than he was worth. He had a more important task, ensuring the safety of Teacher Li and the students. Luo Feng received an artifact from the protagonist and asked, "Is this really the item that was used to destroy the leader of the mercenary squad? It's too wasteful to just hand out things like this." Shen Hao noted that given their strength, if they were to encounter a group of mercenaries, they could be wiped out immediately. They needed to avoid combat. But if that wasn't possible, they should strike them from behind to inflict maximum damage. This item could be used 2 more times. Luo Feng remarked that he was an expert in backstabs and similar techniques. Shen Hao understood that his main task was to rescue the beautiful Mo. However, the level 45 mercenary commander posed a significant threat. The protagonist's main problem was that he couldn't gauge the limits of his strength. The 28 level difference didn't scare him, but it was better to play it safe and increase his affinity level. Shi Hao entered the visual interface and saw that he had 50,000 unallocated experience points. He could either increase his connection level or unlock new abilities. Our hero decided to increase the connection level of his accounts. Shi Hao gained 9 levels and now has a connection level of 21. The young man said he could feel the increased power coursing through his entire body. His personal level had also risen and was now at level 4. The Red Flame Emperor account reached level 20. As a result, the talent tree has unlocked. For each level, the player receives 1 point to allocate. Judging by the icons, Shi Hao had the option to choose between an offensive and a defensive ability. The protagonist thought, even though he had raised his connection level, the gap was still about 20 levels. Should he invest in defense? After all, survival was the most important thing. He chose a defensive talent and leveled up the defensive branch. Shi Hao unlocked an additional active defensive skill. Detonation. This is an active melee defensive ability. Raging flames engulf the target and reduce the durability of the opponent's equipment. Our hero realized he'd also gained an additional active skill. The young man even had an idea of how to use it. Peace and tranquility reign throughout this safe zone. However, beyond its borders, everything changes drastically. Even mercenaries hesitate to venture far from the safe zones and explore the continent's territories. Rumor has it that the distant parts of the continent remain just as they were before the Earth OL era. Powerful monsters and dungeons are everywhere here, so no one has yet dared to venture out to explore. Even the combat units of major clans advance very cautiously and are more focused on clearing out and capturing investors. One of the mercenaries had heard that the Huangzheng and Hanmo clans were currently competing for a single instance. The protagonist passed by these mercenaries and they were wiped out. The young man received a reward for the kill, 2,000 experience points. He decided to deal with the low-level ones first and then take on their commander. The mercenaries sounded the alarm and reported that they were under attack. Could it really be a schoolboy causing trouble? Shi Hao noticed 2 armored trucks nearby. The mercenaries don't have a base here, so they carry all their valuables with them. It's possible they're in the trucks. The mercenaries' deputy leader, nicknamed Big Barrel, and a level 40 fighter, said that they were only facing a petty rat, so there was no need to panic. The mercenaries said that as soon as Big Barrel fired, there would be nothing left of this schoolboy. Shi Hao said if they wanted to play with him, he was ready to give them a taste of his own medicine. The protagonist activated his skill, and the mercenaries screamed in horror. Big Barrel was outraged. How was this possible? After all, he'd used 6 powerful grenades, yet the level 4 student was still alive. Shi Hao told his opponent that 6 grenades weren't enough. This brute might as well try to show off his full power. Shi Hao thought he hadn't expected anything else from a Lord-level account. The defensive talent was quite impressive. Big Barrel said that this guy had completely lost his mind. Regardless of his motives, it was pointless to go up against the Black Tiger clan. Now the guy was about to experience the hellish roar buff. To do so, he was using infinite ammo. Shi Hao effectively parried the attack with his flaming sword and noticed that endless ammo meant his opponent had a very powerful gun. The guy added, if a level 40 player has such a strong, overwhelming aura, then his jumps are absolutely essential. Shi Hao gathered speed and charged into the attack. Big Barrel was forced to admit that this guy was holding his own better than he'd expected. However, that didn't matter much. The protagonist parried all the projectiles flying toward him with his sword and closed in on his opponent. The deputy commander of the mercenaries wondered if this kid was really going to defeat him with such a weak strike. One shouldn't underestimate the 40th level. Shi Hao did indeed see that his slashing strike had dealt almost no damage to his opponent. Big Barrel was outraged. How dare some kid look down on him? Shi Hao reminded his opponent that it was very difficult to level up in real-world conditions. Were these mercenaries really so stupid that they dared to attack the beautiful Miss Mo? The deputy commander said that this guy didn't understand a thing. He couldn't even imagine how much they'd pay for Miss Mo's head. A crystal appeared in the mercenary's hand. Big Trunk tossed the crystal in front of him and said that this guy was more capable than ordinary level 4 people. Could it be that he'd decided to pretend to be weak? However, such weak attacks wouldn't be enough to defeat him anyway. His opponent would have to use all his abilities. In that case, things would get much more interesting. The mercenary used an energy shield for defense, and now he had 0 damage. Shen Hao realized that the difference between them wasn't just a matter of levels. It was immediately obvious that his opponent had reached level 40 outside the safe zone. Their actual combat experience and the quality of their consumables differed significantly. Our hero thought he didn't want to leave his survival to chance, but right now he had no other choice. Big Barrel declared that he had figured out all of this kid's tricks. His opponent had completely lost his mind. However, the kid was defending himself quite well, but how long could he hold out like this? Shi Hao activated the detonation skill. This is an active melee defensive ability. Raging flames engulf the target and reduce the durability of the opponent's equipment. The protagonist decided it was time to attack. It was now all or nothing. The deputy commander of the mercenaries thought it was too late to use ammunition now. This kid had tricked him. However, aside from that strange debuff, he wasn't injured at all. The villain grew angry and said that this was a real battlefield, not a playground. Shen Hao noticed that the damage from the gunfire had increased. Would he be able to hold out for at least another minute? The system reported that the owner's health had dropped below 10%. The blood-binding defensive talent was activated. Big Barrel said this wasn't madness, but some kind of cheating. How dare this kid challenge him? However, the massive machine gun suddenly broke and shattered into tiny pieces. The deputy commander of the mercenary squad asked indignantly, "How is this possible?" The equipment had also turned to junk. Shi Hao walked over to his defeated opponent and said that his assumptions had been correct. Weapons used by people like this aren't exactly known for their durability. The villain replied that he had been putting off repairs because he had to save money. Shi Hao had to admit that he was a bit of a gambler. However, his bet had paid off. Big Barrel jumped to his feet, grabbed a grenade, and said he could fight even if he were naked. Don't underestimate what he's accumulated over all these years. He had enough items in his inventory to take care of this kid. Shi Hao pressed his flaming sword against his opponent's throat and said, if his opponent could have destroyed him with his ammunition, he would have done so long ago. So nothing had changed here. Our hero noticed that it was now much easier to destroy his naked opponent. Big Barrel got scared, raised his hands, and said he wouldn't attack anymore. Just don't kill him. He was just following his commander's orders. Shi Hao suggested giving his opponent a chance. The protagonist told the mercenary's deputy commander to open the level 40 treasure safe located in the car. Big Barrel said he was ready to give the password and recited a combination of numbers and letters. Shi Hao objected, saying he didn't need the password. His opponent had to open the safe himself. The villain said he would do it right away. The mercenary thought to himself that he hadn't managed to trick this guy. Was he really just a schoolboy? Why was he so cunning? The mercenary decided to stall for time by pretending to have lost. He had to wait for the boss to send reinforcements. The villain reported that the safe was open and asked if he could leave. Shi Hao said that was no longer possible. The protagonist added that he was very cautious by nature, so he always made sure to eliminate all potential risks. Big Barrel was set on fire. The mercenary screamed and called out to his commander for help. The system reported that Shi Hao had earned 30,000 experience points for defeating the mercenary's deputy commander. He also received the hellish grenade launcher weapon and a key to the 40th level dungeon. Shi Hao admitted that his income was indeed meager. It was no surprise that he didn't have the money to repair his weapons. However, the dungeon key was a very unexpected find. Apparently, the deputy commander had to go to great lengths to get it. The protagonist decided to set the key aside for now. A chest full of treasure, that was what mattered most right now. It was the first time in his life he'd opened something like this, so he was a little excited. Shen Hao opened the chest. He couldn't wait to see what was inside. The young man received over 1 million coins, gunpowder, an explosive shell, a recovery potion, a mana potion, an ancient magic crystal, spell scrolls, and a tear of Medusa the Gorgon. Shi Hao knew that he could gain experience by absorbing the ancient magic crystal. It was simply a gift from the heavens. The user was prompted to unlock another account to increase his power. The young man thought he should first turn the Red Flame Emperor into a versatile account for both offense and defense. Shi Hao opened the Red Flame Emperor's talent system. However, a single talent required 100,000 experience points. Wasn't that a bit much? Our hero wondered how much it would take to unlock another account. The system reported that 100,000 points were required to unlock a new account with an initial affinity level of 20. Shi Hao figured he'd have to spend that many points anyway. Unlocking a new account would be much more worthwhile. The young man hoped that the luck from Wan was still with him and that he'd get a good account. The protagonist expressed his desire to unlock a new Lord account. The system complied. The Lord's account was unlocked. Shi Hao was ready for the unexpected. The Mad Max account belongs to a mad scientist from another world. His talent and passion for invention led to the destruction of his home world. All the secrets of the world are hidden within his mind. The protagonist was surprised. How should he approach this? This isn't a combat account after all. A mad scientist is, in a sense, also someone who stands at the pinnacle of the world. Just how impressive are his skills? The protagonist realized that Mad Max had no fixed abilities. They changed depending on the specialization chosen by the owner. Master Engineer was currently available. To unlock the other specializations, he needed to increase his connection level. Shihao thought that Mad Max belonged to the support class, with a broad specialization and varied gameplay. The account was switched to Mad Max. An artificial intelligence appeared before the protagonist and said that it had been reactivated after many years. The entity informed its new host that it was Weiss, the interdimensional artificial intelligence. It had been created by the account's previous owner. The young man could simply call it Weiss. The AI noted that it could help him conquer this world. Shen Hao pointed out that he had no interest in conquering the world. Weiss admitted that his new owner wasn't crazy enough. Weiss noted that the main feature of this account is madness. It doesn't matter what the owner has in mind. The crazier he is, the greater his power. Shihao was outraged. Did this machine really dare to lecture him? Weiss immediately declared that he wouldn't dare do such a thing. Shihao told the AI to explain the basic principles of this account to him in 3 sentences. Weiss replied that the basic principles were analysis, synthesis, and creation. With the help of his current specialization as a master engineer, one can decompose and combine engineering-related objects to create new and more powerful ones. The protagonist decided that this account turned out to be more interesting than he had previously anticipated. It's no surprise that its power grows with madness. The gameplay is directly linked to madness. It's not that simple. Weiss explained that there are currently restrictions on the objects that can be freely decomposed and combined. At the current connection level, objects one level higher than the host cannot be decomposed. Additionally, the host must collect various invention blueprints to create the desired items and equipment. Shen Hao asked how the mechanism for switching between accounts worked. Were there any restrictions? Weiss assumed the new host was already aware of everything. You can switch freely between accounts, except when the user is in combat. However, the owner is advised to choose the right time to switch accounts to avoid dangerous situations. Shen Hao noted that it was time for him to run some errands. He couldn't keep the girl waiting too long. Weiss would have to wait for him. In the lounge, the beautiful Mo told the Black Tiger representative that he wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. The girl added that this guy had dared not only to intrude into the safe zone, but also to grab her. Did he know what had happened to the last person who had done the same thing? Black Tiger told his companion that they would never dare to attack her just like that. Black Tiger was a mercenary commander and was at level 45. The beautiful Mo asked, could it be that the Huangzheng clan is backing them? Black Tiger was forced to admit it, and noted that he had received the tear of Medusa the Gorgon for it. The mercenary added that without it, they wouldn't have been able to handle the girl's personal bodyguards. Miss Mo was surprised. Had the Huangzheng clan really sunk so low? To strip her Han Mo clan of its rights to the district's instances, they were willing to resort to such underhanded tactics. Miss Mo added that it was naive to think that by dealing with her, they would be able to defeat the Han Mo clan. Black Tiger replied that he had nothing to do with it. Mercenaries are only interested in money and women. The mercenary said that the Huangzheng clan had offered him 50 million to eliminate her. If Miss Mo paid him twice that amount, he would be willing to let her go. The girl asked, is the mercenary dreaming? She would never pay people like him. After all, they have no sense of honor in their dealings. Black Tiger urged her to be reasonable. After all, Miss Mo was a smart person. Why was she saying this, knowing it would make him angry? What was more important to her, money or her life? The mercenary suggested giving the young woman one more chance to think it over carefully. Miss Mo replied that she didn't need it. The Han Mo clan would never bow to others. Much less would it allow its authority to be undermined. That wouldn't change, even if she had to give her life for it. The girl added that the fact she'd fallen into the mercenaries' hands was her own personal mistake. But they shouldn't think that her death would undermine the Han Mo clan. Black Tiger drew his swords and said that the beautiful Mo would die now, giving him the chance to claim the bounty on her head. At that moment, Miss Mo found herself inside a protective dome. An energy shield had been activated. The Black Tiger was surprised. How was this possible? A voice from the side said that he was grateful to her for the opportunity on the black market. The protagonist, who had appeared in the room, added that these were slightly different matters. Therefore, something more was needed. If the beautiful Miss Mo wanted him to save her, he would need 10 million in unmarked bills. Miss Mo was surprised. Why had Shihao come here? The enraged Black Tiger swung his blades and demanded to know why a 4th-level kid dared to interfere with his plans. He'd have to be eliminated. The protagonist activated his defense, and his opponent's attack missed its mark. The mercenary noticed that this guy had good armor for his level. After the attack, he had lost only 20% of his health. Shi Hao thought he was the one who should be surprised. They'd only just clashed and he'd already lost so much health. At this rate, he wouldn't be able to withstand a few more hits. The cost of a mistake was too high. Miss Mo pointed out that even if Shi Hao was quite capable, he needed to assess the situation realistically. This was all pointless. It wasn't worth dying for the sake of a noble deed. The young man should run away. Miss Mo added that she was going to die anyway, and the young man should help the others. The mercenaries opened automatic fire, but the energy shield withstood the attack. Shen Hao told Miss Mo not to worry so much. If she died, who would he get his reward from? He wouldn't let her die. The girl decided that this kid turned out to be surprisingly mercenary, though it was hardly surprising. He'd even dared to go to the black market. Black Tiger declared that such a thing was unheard of at the 4th level. Where did this guy get such a rare item? Obviously, he was hiding his true level. Who was he and why was he hiding? Shen Hao noticed that his opponent was not only high level, but also quite cautious. No wonder he's a commander. He's smarter than his subordinates. Our hero used his master engineer skills to combine 3 energy shields into one. It was a clever trick. Black Tiger asked, could the explosion on the street also be the work of this guy? Suddenly, powerful grenades flew toward the mercenaries. The mercenary leader admitted that he had overestimated this guy. At first, he'd considered him nothing more than a minor nuisance. However, if he was resorting to powerful grenades, he might as well surrender immediately and await his death. Black Tiger was surprised when a red web entangled him and his men. It began draining their health, and there was no way to break free. The mercenaries had never heard of anything like this and begged their commander for help. Shi Hao admitted that this was no ordinary grenade. It was a new type of sticky bomb, quite durable and sticky. Combining the clairvoyant spider's web with a powerful grenade resulted in a sticky bomb that immobilizes the target and deals damage. Black Tiger tore through the web and said that these childish tricks wouldn't work on him. A real battle is no place for games. The mercenary leader added that, as a seasoned fighter, he would now show what a real battle was all about. Shen Hao realized that a low-level item had no effect on Black Tiger. The mercenary attacked the protagonist. Our hero managed to raise his shield to block the attack. The protagonist noticed that his opponent's speed and strength had increased. At this rate, his defense wouldn't hold out for long. Shen Hao decided not to panic. To defeat such an opponent, he needed a plan. Black Tiger noticed that the young man was moving too slowly. It was easy to hit him. The mercenary added that the opponent would die upon contact with his thunderstorm armor. The system reported that due to his falling health, the blood-binding defensive talent had been activated. Shi Hao decided it was time to end the fight and activated the Fire Dragon Bomb skill. Black Tiger said that magic was useless against him. If he could be defeated by such low-level spells, he wouldn't be at level 45. Miss Mo told Shi Hao to stop and run away, otherwise he would surely die. The protagonist replied that he had gone too far to back down now. He wouldn't run away. The young man noted that he hadn't lost yet. The most interesting part was just beginning. The protagonist activated the Scorching Cell Eruption skill. Black Tiger noticed that the young man was still full of enthusiasm. But could this really be his trump card? The mercenary added that the time for games was over. Now came the final blow. Black Tiger saw the hellish grenade launcher in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. The weapon had clearly been modified. The mercenary leader was surprised. Had this kid really taken out his second-in-command? The protagonist replied that this weapon was no longer called the hellish grenade launcher, but rather the guillotine of whales. Shi Hao reminded him that his opponent had complained about low damage. What would he say now about a machine gun turret made from an epic weapon? Black Tiger realized that his energy shield couldn't withstand the barrage. Worst of all, the magazine turned out to be infinite. The bullet's speed and damage had increased, and the weapon could now fire on its own. Black Tiger decided he needed to deal with the guillotine of whales first, or he'd lose too much health. He thought that turning a firearm into a stationary target was foolish. The guy had simply wasted an epic item for nothing. Black Tiger decided that after the guy died, everything would go to him. He attacked the automatic weapon with his blade. Shi Hao crept up from behind and said that the most interesting thing was in his hand. He was holding a dagger. It was a poison-coated dagger that dealt damage to humanoid targets. The lower the target's health, the higher the chance of it triggering. Black Tiger fell to his knees and coughed up blood. He realized he'd been struck in the back. His health was nearly depleted. Miss Mo thought that such damage was impossible given the level difference. The dagger clearly had effects or enchantments. The mercenary realized that his seal of protection had activated. That meant the dagger had a critical damage effect. The protection seal grants one-time immunity to critical damage and restores 30% of health. Black Tiger was furious. He'd spent a lot of money on the seal of protection, and now it had simply been destroyed. Shen Hao said there was no point in blaming him. The mercenary had also destroyed many of his items. Black Tiger admitted that he had expected an easy mission with the support of the Huangzhang clan. He hadn't expected such an opponent. The mercenary swung his sword and shouted that he would kill both the guy and Miss Mo and still get his reward. The system reported that the blood-binding passive ability had ended. He needed to restore his health immediately to avoid death. The mercenary pulled out a syringe filled with potion and admitted that he had underestimated his opponent. He hadn't expected the young man to cling to life so tenaciously. Black Tiger plunged the needle into his neck and said that his opponents would die anyway. He was about to play his last trump card. Black Tiger used Ultralisk Blood. This is an epic item that can activate Thunder Armor, transforming the wearer into an Ultralisk with enhanced stats and abilities. Shen Hao realized that this was exactly what high-level battles looked like. The protagonist concluded that it wasn't just about combat tactics, but also about the opponent's unpredictable abilities. If you overlook even one thing, you could lose instantly. Miss Mo thought that Black Tiger had a lot of rare items. She usually spent more time clearing dungeons. Black Tiger said that to farm this item, he had to clear the Lishan County Gorge instance 56 times. He never would have thought he'd have to waste it on a kid like this. The mercenary added, "If your opponent has any tricks up his sleeve, you'd better use them now. It's time to put an end to all this." Shi Hao admitted that he had no more tricks up his sleeve. Hadn't his opponent just parried his last devastating blow? The Black Tiger was outraged. Was the kid really trying to say he'd been reincarnated? This guy had forced him to waste yet another item. The reincarnated mercenary shouted that he would cut the boy to pieces. Shi Hao pointed out that he hadn't forced him to do that. The protagonist coolly asked if the mercenary was really sure he could take him down. The bodyguards of the beautiful Mo appeared beside our hero. The Black Tiger shouted that this was impossible. How could they have broken the petrification? After all, the time for that hadn't come yet. Shi Hao replied that it was all thanks to the Black Tiger. He added that he had been standing outside the door when the mercenary was explaining how petrification worked. Shi Hao recalled the moment when he was standing behind the door while Black Tiger was talking with the beautiful Mo. The mercenary shouted that this couldn't be true. The only way to break the petrification was to use a Gorgon jellyfish tear. Could that scoundrel have broken into his treasure chest? The protagonist confirmed this assumption and added that the Black Tiger gang unexpectedly had very few valuable items. The squad commander said they had worked very hard to collect these items. It's a very valuable collection. Miss Mo's bodyguards attacked Black Tiger. The protagonist said that the mercenary shouldn't be worrying about his own condition right now. Shen Hao added, even if he didn't do it himself, the Black Tiger was already as good as dead. Under the force of his opponent's attack, the mercenary was knocked far backward. The young man was surprised. Could two level 60 bodyguards really pack that much punch? It even sent chills down my spine. Miss Mo asked if Shi Hao knew the solution from the start. Why didn't he lift the petrification from the bodyguards first? Then he wouldn't have had to fight to the bitter end, drive his opponent into a rage, and risk his own life. Shi Hao replied that he'd thought the same thing at first, but victory was guaranteed either way. The young man noted that he wanted to test his strength against such an opponent. You can't buy combat experience with money. The beautiful Miss Mo said she'd seen many people, but never anyone like this young man. Shi Hao pointed out that now Miss Mo had gotten that chance and met him. The young man added that the agreed-upon 10 million wouldn't be enough. Another $500,000 needed to be added, since he'd won the competition in the instance. Miss Mo replied that there was no need to worry. It was a small amount, and she wouldn't shy away from paying it. The girl thought that this guy turned out to be an ordinary person, greedy for money, and that only fueled her interest. The bodyguards asked Miss Mo what to do with this Black Tiger. The girl replied that he was already useless. Miss Mo noted that Shi Hao could finish off this mercenary and gain experience and equipment. The young man thanked her for the opportunity. The protagonist raised his flame sword and said that, in that case, he wouldn't hold back. The Black Tiger remarked that they were celebrating too soon. Outside the safe zone, the monsters had already gathered enough strength. They would destroy this safe zone and he would meet them in hell. Shi Hao asked what the mercenary meant by talking about an assault on the safe zones and the monsters joining forces. Miss Mo replied that it was just a conspiracy theory and there was no need to worry. Miss Mo asked if Shi Hao wanted to join the Mo clan combat squad. Thanks to his abilities, the young man had that opportunity. The protagonist asked if Miss Mo could first tell him about the benefits of joining, and only then would he make a decision. The girl was surprised. Could it be that Shi Hao still had doubts about the benefits of the Mo clan? The young man replied that he was very cautious and always thought things through before making a decision. The bodyguard said it was a great honor to be invited personally by Miss Mo. He needed to think carefully before saying anything. The girl noticed that the young man hadn't given his own safety a second thought when he rescued her. She sent her bodyguards to check on the other students and dispose of the remaining mercenaries. Shi Hao said he wanted to collect the bounty from the bodies of the defeated mercenaries, so he asked that they be left to him. Miss Mo said that was fine if the young man loved money that much. Shi Hao asked in surprise, "What's so good about that?" He had expected to hear condemnation. Miss Mo said that all men want a beautiful girl, money and power. This stems from the desire to survive natural selection. Such things shouldn't be condemned. Besides, people who are driven by a thirst for something have one thing in common: a remarkable quality. Miss Mo added that this thirst is what drives such men, and she can and knows how to quench it. Shi Hao thought that this woman was more dangerous than he had previously assumed. The young man decided he couldn't let Miss Mo lead him by the nose, as that was a sure path to defeat. The girl remarked, "Although this guy's strength is modest, he has demonstrated decent combat potential, so he's quite suitable for the reserve." Miss Mo said, if the young man was interested in the specific benefits of joining the Mo clan combat unit, she would demonstrate them to him right now. After the dimension shifted, the new structure of the universe brought with it a new future. It was tied to the exploration and clearing of all kinds of dungeons. Every wealthy clan now has its own combat squads. All of this is done with a single goal in mind: to fight for the future hidden within the dungeons. The Mo clan squad holds a leading position among its competitors thanks to its own strength and the financial support of the Mo clan. By joining this squad, the young man will gain not only access to resources, but also high-priority access rights. Shi Hao will receive a salary he could never have dreamed of, as well as a share of the profits from cleared instances. Shi Hao asked if this could possibly be a lie. Miss Mo added that there are 9 safety zones in this city. Beyond these zones lie dangerous territory and uncharted lands. The entire city center is controlled by the government, while the upper district is home to the wealthy. If a low-class security zone were to come under attack, the outcome would be obvious: the annihilation of all life. The young woman added that this time she had come to the school in the 9th safety zone to select talented fighters for the reserve force. But now she was also dealing with chaos in the other zones. Miss Mo surmised that Shi Hao had heard about the previous incident involving a monster invasion of the 9th security zone. By joining the Mo clan combat squad, the young man would be able to leave this dangerous place. Squad members and their families have the right to live in the first 3 zones. Miss Mo noted that this young man cares about his family members. As soon as she mentioned their safety, his expression grew more serious. She added that, thanks to the efforts to address the squad members' needs, their equipment and medical support had reached the highest level. The Han Mo clan crafts customized weapon and equipment sets based on each fighter's level and abilities to maximize their potential. An emergency medical team is always on standby to provide the fastest and most timely support to team members, ensuring high survival rates for the entire team. Miss Mo surmised that Shi Hao didn't understand why she had been taken hostage by these mercenaries, even though she described the Han Mo clan and its combat units so vividly. There are 2 reasons for this. She didn't expect anyone to dare attack her head-on. That was her oversight. The young woman added that, for the Han Mo clan, a fighter's life is far more valuable than her own. Therefore, she is a relatively low priority for rescue. Moreover, it is customary within the clan to rely on their own strength. Shi Hao thought that the Han Mo clan was far too wealthy and influential. He had to agree. After hearing all this, his blood was boiling with excitement. It was impossible to resist Miss Mo's proposal. She had figured out all his weaknesses. The young man thought that, not for his own sake, but for his family's, he had to agree. Miss Mo really did have a keen understanding of people. However, he was too excited right now to think clearly. He couldn't agree right away. He needed to calm down a bit. Shen Hao stated that this was a very important step for him and his family. He needed time to think it all over. Miss Mo said she'd give him 3 days to think it over. She handed him a card and added that he could contact her using it. Shi Hao thanked her and reminded her of the 10 million for her rescue. Miss Mo said there were already 20 million on the card. That should be enough for the young man. The protagonist put the card in his pocket and replied that he was more than satisfied. Principal Yang rushed into the room and apologized for being late. He also apologized that the school had failed to protect her properly. The man asked that only he be punished, since the students and teachers were not to blame for anything. Principal Yang thought it was all over for him. After all, no one had expected a group of mercenaries to storm the school. If Miss Mo got even a single scratch, Mo Dong would wipe the school off the face of the earth. The girl told the principal to get up off the floor and not to apologize. After all, the whole incident had started because of her, so she was the one who should apologize for dragging the students and teachers into this mess. Miss Mo promised that the Mo clan would compensate the school for all the damage caused. Principal Yang bowed again and said that the school would never forget Miss Mo's kindness. The young woman said that the principal could now leave and not get in her way. Shi Hao noticed that, although his conversation partner had a sharp temper, she was very fair and didn't skimp on money, just as befits the eldest daughter of the Mo clan. Now he was beginning to understand her much better. The young woman declared that she'd had enough of insincere compliments for the day. In 3 days, she would be leaving Security Zone 9, and she expected a response from the young man by then. The protagonist promised to give his answer by the appointed time and said goodbye. The young man thought the offer was too tempting. He needed to think it all through carefully and weigh his options. The principal approached the protagonist and said he still couldn't believe it. After all, this young man had managed to save Miss Mo and the entire school. Shi Hao replied that he couldn't let those scoundrels run amok. The boy noted that he had simply followed Principal Yang's teachings. Principal Yang said he expected nothing less from a student who had once been called a genius. After all, he had continued to work hard all this time. Shi Hao had provided the school with invaluable assistance, so he deserved a special award. The principal said they needed to gather the entire staff. He had to make a statement regarding today's events. It was also necessary to publicly express gratitude to this student for his bravery. Shi Hao said it would be better to do this on another day. Right now, he needed to collect himself and calm down. Besides, there was no need for special thanks. He was content to receive the awards for participating in the competition and leave it at that. The principal disagreed, as those awards alone would not be enough to thank the young man. He could not refuse to award a special honor. Shi Hao said it was time for him to go home and said goodbye. The principal advised him to get plenty of rest during the 3-day school break. Principal Yang thought he was a remarkable young man. He usually kept a low profile, but at a crucial moment, he was capable of performing a heroic deed. The principal told Secretary Wang to contact the finance department. They needed to prepare 2 million and that very thing. At the meeting in 3 days, he wanted to personally present it to Shi Hao. Shi Hao arrived at his father's hospital room. His father told him that he was doing well. Yun Fei told her father to conserve his energy since he needed to rest. Although the poison debuff had been removed, it would take time for him to fully recover. Shi Hao thought that such a long recovery period meant his father would suffer for a long time to come. Was there really no more effective way? His sister asked how the competition had gone. What was her brother's ranking? The doctor entered the room and saw that the whole family was gathered there. The doctor introduced the hospital's chairman, Mr. Zhang. He was very eager to meet with representatives of this family. Zhang Yangshuo apologized for the conflict with Director Fan. The patient's health comes first, and Mr. Fan had violated medical ethics. Shi Hao thanked the hospital chairman for his attention. The young man noted that he too needed to apologize. He was willing to cover the medical expenses. He shouldn't have acted that way during the conflict. Zhang Yangshuo said that there are few responsible young people these days. Now it was time for him to leave, as he was short on time. Shi Hao stopped the chairman and asked if there was a faster way to help his father recover. Zhang Yangshuo replied that for the fastest possible treatment, they would need to use a first-class antidote. It's available at the hospital, but it's too expensive, as it's a potion of epic quality. The father told his son that he was already fine. He just needed a little rest to make a full recovery. Shi Hao said that the price didn't matter to him. It was good that the medicine was available at the hospital. The young man added that he would pay with this card. Chairman Zhang Yangshuo saw the great black card belonging to the Mo clan's eldest daughter in the young man's hands. Where did Shi Hao get such a thing? The young man explained that Miss Mo had given him the card. Couldn't she use it herself? The chairman replied that he would gladly accept the great black card. It grants free access to all services provided by businesses affiliated with the Han Mo clan. Chairman Zhang Yangshuo ordered Dr. Hao Zhen to immediately retrieve 3 doses of the antidote from the storage facility. The patient must also be transferred to a better VIP room. Zhang Yangshuo remarked that Given that this hospital was a subsidiary of the Han Mo clan, seeing such a card was like seeing Miss Mo in person. The chairman apologized for the long wait and said that they would present these 3 first-class antidotes as a gesture of apology. Shi Hao was surprised. Was this card really that impressive? His opinion of Miss Mo kept getting better and better. Yunfei asked her brother where he'd gotten the card from the Mo clan's eldest daughter. Had something happened? Shi Hao replied that it was a long story and that he would tell her about it some other time. An alarmed doctor rushed into the ward and said they had a problem. All the top-tier antidotes and other expensive medicines had suddenly disappeared from the storage room. The chairman was surprised. How could this be possible? Shi Hao thought that misfortune had struck him again, just when he was so close to achieving his desired result. In such cases, the culprit is usually someone on the inside. Shi Hao asked Zhang Yangshou, who had last taken medicines from the storage room. The doctor reported that, judging by the CCTV footage, Director Fan might have taken these medications. The chairman said that this Fan Jian could now expect no mercy. However, the issue with the medication must be resolved first. Zhang Yangshou apologized to the protagonist and said it was their oversight. However, there was no need to worry. A special treatment would be prescribed. Although it wouldn't help immediately, it would significantly speed up the recovery process. Shen Hao asked the chairman where else one could buy a top-quality antidote. Yangshou replied that this medicine was a rare item. However, one could try their luck at an auction. The chairman added that it would also be worth asking Miss Mo directly, because only the Han Mo clan supplies high-quality medicines to this hospital. Shi Hao decided he needed to find another way. This was the easiest route, but he had already received 20 million from her. If he went to ask for the medicine, it would look too greedy and ruin his reputation. Director Fan had stolen the medicine to make a profit, which meant he would sell it on the black market. Shi Hao thanked Chairman Yangshou for his concern and asked him to take care of his father. Zhang Yangshou expressed regret that he couldn't help properly. The chairman instructed the doctor to immediately transfer the patient to a better room and assign him the best nurse. Shi Hao said that it was only thanks to Dr. Hao that his family had received timely medical care. Specialists like him deserve higher positions. Chairman Yangshou agreed with this view. He himself had noticed Dr. Hao's professionalism and moral character. A position as director had just become available. Dr. Hao thanked the chairman for the offer. Dr. Hao also thanked Shi Hao. The young man replied that Mr. Hao deserved it. Shi Hao told his father to rest, while he would take care of obtaining the antidote. His father asked his son not to overexert himself. If the medicine couldn't be bought, he was afraid his son might get hurt. Yunfei said that her brother was quite attractive. He should immediately explain how he managed to win over a girl like Miss Mo in just one day. Shi Hao insisted that it wasn't at all what his family thought. He wasn't that kind of person. Yunfei decided that the look in his eyes showed he was holding something back. She needed to find out immediately what the nature of the relationship between Shi Hao and Miss Mo was. Yunfei announced that she had made up her mind. She would go look for the antidote with her brother. Shi Hao pointed out that he could handle it on his own, and that his sister needed to rest some more at the hospital. Yunfei insisted that her brother take her with him. She was tired of sitting in the hospital and wanted to hear the details of the competition in the dungeon. Shi Hao agreed, but asked her to promise to obey him and not run off anywhere. Yunfei agreed and was delighted. Their father remarked that, in the eyes of parents, a daughter remains a child until she gets married. Her sister heard her brother's story and said that not only had he won the competition, but he'd also saved Miss Mo from the villains. Her brother was simply the best. But wasn't 20 million a little too little? After all, the life of the Mo clan's eldest daughter was priceless. Yunfei asked why they were going to the black market. Wouldn't it be safer to go to an auction? The young man admitted that the black market wasn't safe, but there was a much wider selection of goods there. Besides, as long as she was with him, his sister would be safe. The protagonist thought that things were different now. He had become much stronger, and they had money. Representatives of the Shady Trio were walking toward the young people. The leader told them to stop immediately. Didn't they know that this street was under their protection? Now they'd have to pay to pass through. Yunfei was outraged and said she would deal with these scoundrels herself. The bandit leader said that this fourth-level guy was a real wimp, hiding behind a young girl's back. Was he a gigolo, perhaps? Shi Hao told his sister to stop rushing into battle right away. She was still quite weak. He reminded her that he promised to handle all problems on his own. Shi Hao added that he wouldn't let his sister suffer anymore. The villains said they were lucky. Today he'd just take their money. Since they were heading to the black market, they'd better hand over everything of value, otherwise they wouldn't make it out alive. Shihao declared that this shady trio was lucky today. He didn't want to kill anyone in front of his sister, so if they wanted to live, they should leave. The villain flew into a rage, pulled out brass knuckles, and swung at the protagonist, declaring that he wouldn't be able to speak anymore after a blow to the head. Someone remarked that a level 4 shouldn't be so reckless as to provoke a level 10. The villain was immediately struck in the forehead and sent flying to the side. Shen Hao was surprised to see that the gang leader had been attacked by someone. His accomplices asked what had happened to their older brother and who dared to do such a thing. The villains were outraged. Could it be that someone had decided to attack them from behind? The stranger who had appeared continued to land effective blows against the murky trio. Yunfei asked in surprise who he was. Shihao was also surprised. The stranger, with a sword slung over his shoulder, said he was just someone passing by. Shihao noted that, given the stranger's theatrical mannerisms, calling himself just a passerby was far too modest. Who was he really? The guy replied that there was no need to worry. For a man, it's not about looks, but about being cool. Shihao thought that was exactly why the stranger had taken his experience points. Yunfei decided that this handsome guy reminded her of someone. Yunfei decided to calm down and stop acting like a pervert. Now was no time to get distracted. Shihao looked at his sister and was surprised by what she was doing. The stranger said that the black market wasn't the most pleasant place. If these two were heading there, it meant they had a reason. Shihao agreed. No one would risk their life for no reason. The stranger offered to take them with him. He was headed there anyway, and he knew the area well. With him, they'd be completely safe. Yunfei told her brother that there's no such thing as a free lunch. Just because he helped them didn't mean he was a good person. Shihao replied that he understood. The stranger said that being cautious was good, but he had no ulterior motives. They were students at his school, and it was normal for an alumnus to help the younger students. Yunfei declared that she recognized him. He was a legend at Cheng's school. No wonder he seemed familiar. The stranger admitted that it was indeed him, but he hadn't expected rumors about him to still be circulating all these years later. Shihao recalled that he was known as the school's most brilliant student, who had been recruited into a professional team as early as his freshman year. By the end of his studies, he had reached the 20th level. If he hadn't resorted to tricks, he could truly be called a genius. He was also popular with the girls, perhaps because of his good looks. And Cheng added that they could feel at ease around him. Now they needed to hurry, he would ensure their safety. Shihao apologized for the inconvenience. Yunfei remarked, even if they're from the same school, does my brother really think this guy can be trusted? Shihao confirmed this. They should follow him and assess the situation as it unfolds. Shihao thought that right now, he couldn't fully trust anyone except his family. This guy was only at level 30. However, if he was truly willing to voluntarily share his experience, there was no reason to refuse him. Shihao asked which squad Cheng belonged to. The guy replied that he was part of the Huangzheng clan, the imperial military squad, and Cheng added that it wasn't actually that impressive, since he was only on the reserve list and not part of the official team. Shihao ordered the system to switch him to the Mad Max account. Weiss asked what his master's orders would be. Shihao asked where he could get an item that would allow him to examine the target. Weiss asked what exactly the master meant by investigate, a physical examination or an X-ray. Shihao asked what an X-ray was. The protagonist was surprised. Could there really be such indecent devices? Weiss admitted that the only limit was the master's imagination. However, it was impossible to manufacture such a device at the current level of technology. Shihao was startled by his own thoughts and declared that he would not do anything of the sort. The protagonist explained that he was interested in technology that could determine whether a person was lying based on breathing rate, heart rate, or something similar. Weiss replied that he could easily design such a device. The assistant noted that for an accurate result, it would be necessary to scan the fluctuations in the target's spectral and biomagnetic fields. Shihao suggested conducting a few experiments. The young man asked his sister who was more handsome, him or Cheng. The girl was surprised that her brother would ask such a strange question. Yunfei replied that in her eyes, her brother was undoubtedly the most handsome. Weiss reported that the girl was lying. Shihao told his companion that yesterday's incident at school was linked to the Huangzheng clan's involvement. And Cheng replied that he hadn't heard anything about it and asked what had happened. Weiss warned that this guy wasn't lying, even though he looked suspicious. Shihao thought that, in that case, he wasn't a threat to them. The protagonist replied that nothing special had happened, but there were rumors that a talent selection would take place soon, and Cheng was surprised that he hadn't heard about it. Their reserve unit usually handled the recruitment of new members. Shihao suggested that these were just rumors. At the entrance to the black market, the guards were surprised to see Cheng. They asked what he had been up to. The young man replied that he had mostly been training, but had taken the day off today to come here. A guard told him he should train even harder, since the competition for a spot on the first team was very fierce. And Cheng agreed, adding that after training he could barely stand on his feet from exhaustion. And Cheng thanked them for letting him through and said he would work even harder to make the starting lineup and not let them down. The security guards were surprised when they saw this young man again. Could it be that the guy had come back here? And Cheng said he was his friend and that he vouched for him. However, the security guards paid no further attention to the graduate and began to cozy up to the protagonist, offering him cigarettes and other perks. And Cheng wondered why the security guards were treating this guy that way. What else didn't he know? Shen Hao firmly stated that he was a student and didn't smoke. He was also puzzled by such strange hospitality. The guards explained that rumors about his actions had quickly spread throughout the black market. After all, he had even turned down Miss Mo's offer to join the combat unit. Shihao said he was in a hurry and asked to be let through quickly. Yunfei wondered why her brother hadn't mentioned the Mo clan's combat unit. The protagonist thought that information spreads very quickly on the black market. Shihao told his companion that it was time for them to go, and Cheng replied that he was already on his way. Yunfei asked, "Could it really be that Miss Mo invited my brother to join the combat squad?" And Cheng couldn't believe that the beautiful Miss Mo would invite a fourth-level disciple. And Cheng thought that if this were true, they must have a pretty close relationship. It seemed he should pay more attention to this guy. The main hall of the black market. Yunfei noticed that the atmosphere here was nothing like she'd imagined, more like a bar. Looking around, the girl added that she had expected to see a depraved and dangerous place. Shihao pointed out that the black market operated by its own rules and everyone was required to follow them. Right now, his sister was only seeing the surface, and Cheng remarked that it wasn't worth talking about outside matters here. They should just calmly spend their money. Shihao thanked his companion for accompanying him. They wouldn't hold him up any longer, and Cheng replied that it was time for him to go too. The system notified them that Cheng wanted to add the protagonist as a friend. The guy said that since fate had brought them together and they went to the same school, why not add each other? They could always get in touch if necessary. Shihao added Cheng as a friend and thanked him once more. His senior friend reminded him not to linger here too long. It wasn't a safe place. Shihao thought he'd caught this guy's attention. His instincts told him that Cheng was rather suspicious. Even though he wasn't lying, it was still best to be cautious around him. Yunfei told her brother that the place was too big. How would they find the medicine here? Shihao replied that he didn't know yet and decided he should ask someone. The protagonist felt as if someone were staring at him intently. The young man looked back and saw a stranger. Could it really be her staring so intently? The girl said it was the first time she'd seen him there and asked if he'd buy her a glass of liquor. Yunfei stepped in and said that her brother was here on business and that he was still young. The stranger replied that it was just a joke and that the girl shouldn't get so worked up. The stranger asked the young man if he was indeed the same, Shihao. The protagonist looked at her closely and asked how she knew his name. The girl replied that rumors about him had already spread throughout the Hanmo clan. Her name is Ji Yu, and she represents the Hanmo clan here. Weiss reported to his master that the girl wasn't lying, but her aura had a pink-purple hue. The assistant explained that she was indeed trying to seduce the master. Shihao warned him not to say anything unnecessary. Shi Yu invited the young man to go to the Hanmo clan's private room. The protagonist replied that he had come here to shop. The girl said that he could buy anything he wanted there. The men present were surprised at how this young boy had managed to catch Shi Yu's attention. Usually people were even afraid to speak to her. Yunfei thought she had to protect her brother. She couldn't let a loose woman seduce him. The young people entered the Hanmo clan's private room. Yu noticed that the highest level of VIP service was available here and that any request would be granted. Yunfei demanded that this woman stop harassing her brother. Shihao asked the hostess if this was a black market trading terminal. Ji Yu replied that such terminals were widespread in the black market and most trading was conducted through them. However, the goods on display here were fairly ordinary. The girl noted that this terminal had the highest access level. This meant that with enough money, it could also be used to purchase rare or even secret items. Shen Hao pointed out that he wasn't interested in anything secret. Besides, he wouldn't have enough money for that anyway. The young man added that his goal was a top-notch antidote. Our hero realized that Director Fan really hadn't run away anywhere, even though it looked suspicious. The position of hospital director must be highly paid. So why did he take the risk and steal the medicine? What happened? Yunfei said that this medicine is very expensive. The price is simply sky high. Shiyu agreed. Although this medicine is rare, its price here is several times higher than its actual value. Shihao said that Director Fan is the only one selling these medicines here, so the inflated prices are a perfectly reasonable move. Our hero decided he absolutely had to buy the medicine, but not that way. Shihao asked Miss Shiyu what he needed to do if he wanted to negotiate the sale in person. The girl replied that he needed to message the seller through the terminal, requesting a face-to-face meeting. However, the seller might not agree. Jiyu told the system to help him contact the seller directly to discuss the details of the deal. The system reported that the seller had declined the in-person discussion. Shihao asked to send another message to the seller. If the seller agreed to a face-to-face deal, the offer would be 1 million per unit. Yunfei said that this offer was too high. Why was her brother doing this? The young man replied that he had deliberately raised the price to pique this person's interest. He added, if the seller agrees to a face-to-face meeting to complete the transaction, then he'll be able to get those potions without spending a single coin. The system reported that the seller had agreed to a private meeting and was already hurrying over. The doors swung open, and the seller appeared in the doorway. Shen Hao said that he had finally arrived, even though he'd made him wait. The man was surprised when he realized who was standing before him. Director Fan was puzzled as to how this young boy had ended up in the Hanmo clan's VIP room. However, he believed his disguise was flawless. The salesman asked who they were, since they'd never met before. He added that they shouldn't try to haggle with him using various tricks. If they wanted to make a purchase, they should hurry, because he didn't have much time. Shen Hao remarked that this man's wound hadn't even healed yet, and he was already out selling. Did Director Fan really have to work so hard? The seller realized he'd been recognized, but how was that possible? He needed to get out of there as soon as possible after all. There was no telling what this kid might do. Fan asked, don't they verify the buyer's identity on the black market? Does this kid even have the necessary amount? Shihao told the director not to rush. The protagonist showed his card and said he was serious about the deal. Based on his account balance, he could afford such a purchase. Siyu was surprised. Where did the boy get Miss Mo's special black card? Jiyu said it didn't matter how much money was on the card, since even the available credit limit alone was 50 million. Director Fan wondered, since when had this kid had such a relationship with Miss Mo? Where did he get that kind of money? Shihao suggested that the salesman might have made a mistake since he thought he was dealing with Director Fan, who had previously burned his hand. The young man added that he had originally wanted to raise the price to compensate for the damage caused. The salesman clutched his hair and said it didn't matter. He'd already forgotten all about it. However, he was deeply moved by the young man's sincerity. The man ripped the wig off his head and declared that there was no point in hiding anymore. He really was Director Fan. He also added that he accepted the young man's apology, so they needed to hurry up and close the deal as quickly as possible. Yunfei was surprised. Could this really be the director? Shihao asked if he could take a look at the merchandise first. Fan smiled and handed our hero a box containing the antidote. The box did indeed contain a first-class antidote. No matter how severe the poisoning, a single ampoule is enough to counteract it. Shen Hao asked how Director Fan had managed to get his hands on such a rare medicine, and why did it say it belonged to Mosho Hospital? Fan got angry and said the young man must have imagined it. There was nothing written on the vials. He couldn't understand how any information could have remained since he had thoroughly wiped everything clean. Could the young man have tricked him again? Shihao noticed that the hospital director had mentioned the theft of 3 antidotes. Could Director Fan really have done it? Fan shouted that he was backing out of the deal he'd been set up. He realized that this guy had known about the drug's origin all along. As he was leaving the room, security guards detained the seller. Director Fan was outraged. Were they really going to break the rules and question him about the origin of the goods? Jiyu stated that the Hanmo clan had every right to investigate alleged internal crimes. This had nothing to do with black market rules. The seller's guilt would be determined after the investigation. Director Fan was apprehended by security guards, but he demanded to be released immediately, threatening to sue for 5 million in moral damages if they didn't. Jiyu thought that even though this case fell under her jurisdiction, was it really worth it? Shihao said he agreed. Since it all started because of him, he was prepared to pay if he was in the wrong. Director Fan called on everyone to serve as witnesses and said there was nothing to regret now. He was confident that the Hanmo clan wouldn't frame a good person over such a trifling matter. Now they just needed to prove his innocence. Fan thought he had no reason to turn down this money. He had replaced the vial of potion long ago, so they could test it as many times as they wanted. After conducting a visual inspection, Shi Yu said that this medicine had nothing to do with the Hanmo clan. Shi Hao examined the girl's right eye and realized it was a modified artificial eye. Ji Yu ordered the guards to hold the vendor more firmly. Fan protested again. The man demanded to be released, threatening to file a complaint with the Merchants Protection League. How could they carry out vigilante justice without any evidence? The woman knocked the suspect to the ground and stomped on his face with her heel. She said, "Does he really think replacing the bottle will cover up all the evidence? The Hanmo clan isn't that easy to fool." Ji Yu noticed that all medicines produced by the Hanmo clan contain special, harmless ingredients that allow the origin of the potion to be determined using a special technique, such as her eyes. The director admitted to the forgery and promised to return everything to the company. Shi Yu declared that it was too late to confess now. The salesman was unlucky to have run into her here. Shi Hao thought that if such a major clan were to take the law into its own hands in a safe zone, it could seriously undermine public order. Yunfei said that Ji Yu couldn't just eliminate this criminal right here and now. Ji Yu replied that she had no intention of doing so because she didn't want to get her hands dirty. Director Fan remarked that he was nothing more than dust, however. If he were destroyed, this dust would pollute the atmosphere. Therefore, he should be released since he had already come to his senses. Ji Yu ordered the guards to throw this man outside the safe zone to be devoured by the monsters. Fan shouted for them not to do this, since he was apologizing. He didn't want to end up out there alone with the monsters. Fan added that they wouldn't get away with this. Soon the entire safe zone would be overrun by monsters, and everyone present would be devoured. Only the old god could save humanity. Fan wished the old god's government many years of existence. Shi Hao wondered, what kind of sect was this old god's government? Fan had revealed too much information. It was the first time the protagonist had heard of it. The young man thought this couldn't be a coincidence. It was no accident that he'd heard about a potential takeover of the safe zone twice in one day. This was worth paying attention to. Yunfei said she had a question. Director Fan was connected to the Hanmo clan. Why didn't he know what would happen if the company's assets were stolen? That meant he truly believed the zone would soon be attacked by monsters. Shi Hao thought that made perfect sense. Ji Yu said this was an old theory that had emerged at the same time the safe zone was built. In the end, in the 50 years since the 9th safe zone was established, there hadn't been a single monster attack. There had been more fear and rumors. Just because the level of protection here isn't the highest doesn't mean they lack defensive capabilities. The construction site was chosen in a fairly peaceful area where attacks weren't a concern, so there's no need to worry unnecessarily. Ji Yu handed the young man a container of antidote. He was surprised. Could it really be that simple? The girl explained that according to the rules, lost clan property belongs to whoever finds it, so the young man could keep it for himself. Ji Yu assumed that Shi Hao was going to thank her. She'd saved the young man 3 million. Didn't she deserve some gratitude after that? Shi Hao asked what she wanted, within reason, of course. Ji Yu noticed that the young man's heartbeat had quickened. Could he be nervous? After all, he was completely inexperienced in such matters. Yunfei pulled her brother away from Shi Yu and thanked the girl for saving them money. Yunfei thought her brother was overreacting. The protagonist thought his sister was being too aggressive. Ji Yu realized that the girl had misunderstood everything. She had only been referring to the alcohol. Yunfei declared that she didn't believe it. Ji Yu told the security guards to bring 2 glasses of crazy passion, aged for over 20 years. Shi Hao said that Ji Yu had saved him a large sum of money, so he would treat her to any wine, no matter how expensive it was. But could the girl tell him about the dark invasion of monsters? This topic was very poorly covered in all the sources he'd come across. Shi Yu was upset. Why should a rare moment of relaxation during such a pleasant time be wasted on something like this? If the guy was really interested, she could give him an address and they could discuss the matter all night long. Yunfei grabbed her brother and said he wasn't interested in that. It was time for them to go back. Her sister added that they had the medicine now, so it was time to take care of their parents. Shi Hao said that in addition to the medicine, he'd planned to spend about 5 million on gear for his sister, but if they'd saved 3 million, they could increase the budget. Yunfei couldn't believe her ears. Was her brother really serious? And had she heard him correctly? The young man confirmed it. As long as he was around, the family would have more money. Right now, his sister needed good gear so she could level up. That way, their parents would have a reliable protector, and he could head to the front lines. Yunfei immediately began to wonder what gear she should choose. After all, she couldn't make a rash purchase. Ji Yu mentioned that a secret auction would begin soon. Was Shi Hao interested? The protagonist replied that he'd never heard of a secret auction on the black market. The girl explained that it was a monthly event, but getting in wasn't so easy. You had to spend at least 20 million in cash to prove your financial standing. Each lot was a valuable item found in dungeons. This event had become a major auction in the safe zone. Shi Hao admitted that it sounded tempting. It would be nice to check it out. But could he attend without the required amount of money and level? Shi Yu said she could take him with her. Her pass was valid for 2 people. The protagonist said that in that case, his sister would have to stay here and not go anywhere. Yunfei replied that she was very busy anyway and wouldn't be going anywhere. Shi Hao thought that a love of shopping was a typical feminine trait. Ji Yu said there was no need to worry. Yunfei would be completely safe in a separate room. The protagonist followed Ji Yu and found himself in front of a portal leading to the dungeon. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this auction really be in a separate instance? Shi Yu replied that such an important event wouldn't be held in the black market, the most dangerous place of all. This location is situated within a highly secured area, from which portals lead to the 9 black markets of the 9 security zones. It was the first time Shi Hao had heard that each zone had its own black market. Ji Yu explained that although the Shen family, which owns all the black markets, cannot compare to the Han Mo clan, they are still among the top 10 most influential families. It's no surprise that each zone has its own market. Shi Hao thought that although he had planned to save money, there was no point in doing so now. He needed to prepare for a potential threat to the safe zone. The protagonist felt he couldn't let this opportunity slip by and was even slightly excited. The secret of Victoria Public Dungeon. Classified level. Special permission is required for entry. Ji Yu said they had arrived at the location. Shi Hao noticed that everyone present was wearing strange cloaks over their shoulders. The girl explained that once a person enters this space, a cloak automatically appears, allowing them to conceal their identity. Shi Hao thought this was truly unexpected. The hall was enormous. Everything here was designed to encourage people to spend more money. It was truly a unique place, however, the name sounded strange. Yu told the young man to stop looking around. The auction was about to begin. The auctioneer welcomed everyone present at Victoria's Secret. The protagonist asked the assistant if he could offer advice during the auction. Weiss replied in the affirmative. The consultant added that he would compare the auction data with the owner's characteristics, assigning ratings from 1 to 5. The owner should choose items to his liking. Shi Hao noted that this was very helpful and asked if the assistant could help with anything else. Weiss replied that to unlock more skills, he would need to increase his connection level. The young man said there was no need to worry about leveling up. He would come back to that later. The consultant pointed out that a biomagnetic field had been set up on the platform, preventing scans from being performed around 2 people. One of them was Cheng. Shi Hao was surprised to see how this guy had ended up here. The protagonist understood that given his status and financial resources as a member of the reserve team, Cheng had no right to participate in the auction, let alone hold a leadership position. It seemed this guy had a serious secret. The auctioneer announced that 10 of the most valuable lots would be presented at today's auction. Now everyone would find out who would become their owners. Without further ado, the host introduced the first lot. An ancient level 70 magic crystal. This magic crystal was obtained by a group of mercenaries who paid a high price to clear a high difficulty dungeon. Using it grants a buff that increases experience gain. The starting price is 1 million. CU said it was a pretty good crystal. Wouldn't Shi Hao like to buy it? She knew the guy was deliberately hiding his level, but he was surely below level 70. So the crystal might come in handy. Shi Hao admitted that he couldn't hide anything from her. Weiss rated this crystal at 2 stars, since for a true master, experience points are far from the most important thing. There's no point in spending money when it's in short supply. Shi Hao agreed. Someone in the audience offered 3 million for this lot. The auctioneer asked if anyone else would raise the bid. The lot was sold. The lucky buyer was congratulated on his acquisition of a 70th level ancient magic crystal. Shi Hao didn't know that senior student Cheng was so wealthy. Obviously, he needed more experience to break out of the reserves and make it onto the official team. Or was he pursuing some other goal? The next lot was a blood-stopping potion. If you drink it, you won't lose any health for half a minute. This potion is extremely rare. Its properties make this item highly valuable. The starting price is 2 million. Weiss declared that this was a useless potion. It couldn't be rated higher than 1 star. The owner already had the Master Alchemist specialization. You need to unlock the potion's recipe. They aren't obtained randomly. Shen Hao thought that Master Alchemist sounded pretty cool. That meant he had another opportunity to make a fortune. The host congratulated the guest on purchasing the blood-stopping potion for 4.5 million. The third lot was the most romantic item in the world. It allows you to float freely in the sky, the Imperial Air Cloak. Once activated, this item lets you fly at high speeds. The starting price was 3 million. Weiss remarked that it was essentially a useless toy, good only for showing off. He would rate it 1 star. Shi Hao declared that he liked it. His assistant told his master to calm down. He was too poor to afford such an expensive toy. Ji Yu raised her hand and the auctioneer announced that the bid had been raised to 6 million. The lot was sold. The girl guessed that Shi Hao liked the item, but he coolly suppressed his impulse. Life is short, so it's worth fighting for what you like. There's no need to be too rational. Ji Yu added that she wanted to give this item to the young man. Weiss warned that they needed to be cautious. This woman's radiation spectrum was dark violet, which indicated a possible attempt at deception. Xiao Hao thanked her and said he couldn't accept the gift. Shi Yu had already done so much for him today. He didn't want to deprive her of such a small joy. The young man added that she could hold onto the cloak for him. When he has the money, he'll buy it from her for 8 million. Ji Yu agreed and added that she hadn't expected her good intentions to earn her 2 million. She thought this young man was far too level-headed. The auctioneer continued the auction. He noted that this lot had slightly puzzled him, as its high entry threshold and excellent specifications would be useful to only a few. The fourth lot was an epic-level engineering blueprint. The blueprint was titled Steelheart. It is used to create a humanoid mechanical robot designed for combat. It can also be transformed and upgraded. Initial type, gender neutral. The auctioneer announced that the starting price for this lot was 2 million. The participants were surprised. Could the requirements for mastering it really be so high that they feared this lot might not sell? Everyone knows how difficult it is to become a master engineer. Only large organizations can afford to spend enormous resources on something like this. Over the years, no more than 10 people have reached this level of mastery. The protagonist realized that the title of master engineer was surprisingly rare. Weiss stated that it wasn't enough to simply spend a lot of money. One had to possess exceptional intelligence and talent. Even for owners of a Mad Max account, among all possible titles, master engineer was the most difficult to obtain. Shi Hao thought he was lucky. He'd gained access to the most difficult title to unlock immediately after activating his account. That meant he'd need to focus on developing this specialization going forward. Shi Yu expressed confidence that hardly anyone would buy the blueprint, so they'd skip it. Shi Hao was surprised why wouldn't anyone want it, since the blueprint was so cheap. The woman pointed out that, although the robot could be upgraded, it was still only suitable for supporting a single person. On top of that, it would require spending intelligence points, which wasn't cost-effective. That's why few people would decide to buy it. Shi Hao thought if no one bids, then this is his chance to make a profitable purchase. The host asked, "Is no one really going to buy it for just 2 million?" Unexpectedly, one of the guests placed a bid at face value. The protagonist assumed that no one else would bid. Those present wondered, could someone really be willing to waste 2 million? Does this guy really think he's a master engineer? CU wondered why Shi Hao had bought this blueprint. Only a master engineer would be able to make use of it. Shen Hao replied that he simply liked the drawing. Our hero realized that, in reality, no one knew the true value of this lot. For him, this purchase was entirely justified. The host congratulated the guest on purchasing the blueprint at the starting price. Shi Hao thought that the Steelheart blueprint would come in handy. In addition to increasing damage, the robot would be able to protect his family when he wasn't around. The Ring of Luck improved the Steelheart's stats. The starting level was raised to 20. The young man thought he could easily handle monsters like the clairvoyant demonic spider. Weiss noticed that the owner had strayed from his original plan. The starting level wasn't what mattered. The robot asked what it could do for its master. Weiss realized that the robot's gender could be set manually. Shen Hao noted that it had turned out much better than he'd expected. After this lot, he became even more interested in auctions. The next lot was a battle shield made from dragon hide. Weiss awarded it 1 star. Next up was the blood-stained blade forged from a dragon's fang. The consultant awarded it 2 stars. The auctioneer said he was ready to present the 7th lot, and it was truly remarkable. It was an extremely rare magical beast summoning crystal. The starting price was 10 million. Once charged with power, the creature sealed inside could be summoned to battle until the magical energy ran out. The participants decided that this was an extremely useful item and that it wasn't worth skimping on. It was the first time the protagonist had heard of magic crystals capable of summoning creatures. CU noted that after defeating a boss in the open world or a dungeon, there is a small chance of obtaining a magic crystal transformed from its body. She added that this world holds many hidden secrets. However, at his current level, the young man cannot access them. To level up faster, he needs to accept Miss Mo's offer and join the combat squad. Shen Hao thought that Shi Yu had gone to great lengths to convince him to join the team. In her eyes, he was like a frog stuck at the bottom of a well. He would have to rely on those who could pull him out so he could see the blue sky. The protagonist wondered, who would have thought that he was such a lucky frog and would be able to climb out of the well on his own? The auctioneer announced that after a fierce bidding war, the price had reached 50 million. Weiss said he hadn't even bothered to appraise the lot since the item was so valuable and the owner wouldn't have enough money. The auctioneer announced that they needed to clear enough space for the next lot, as it was a rather large item. The participants were presented with an electromagnetic assault tank equipped with a railgun, ideal for storming dungeons. The participants said that today's auction was incredible. Even tanks had appeared here. It would probably go to some major faction as well. Shen Hao thought that today he might learn a lot of useful and new information. With each new lot, things were getting more and more interesting. What else could he expect here? The electromagnetic assault tank effortlessly destroys all living creatures in dungeons of level 40 and below. It's an excellent asset. Small and medium-sized squads will be able to storm cities with its help. Starting price 20 million. The number of raised hands was at its maximum. The price quickly surpassed 30 million. Shi Hao noticed that such a massive machine had only a single designated storage compartment. It was suitable for storing items. Moreover, the talk of storming cities sounded quite brutal and inhumane. CU explained that a storm was a type of team dungeon in this world. Shi Hao thought that the more dangerous the dungeon, the more valuable and better the rewards. He had only two options: join the best team or form one on his own. The protagonist decided not to think about that for now and to focus on what was happening here and now. The host congratulated the participant on purchasing a tank for 88 million. The final lot of the day was the key to the 100th level dungeon. The starting price was 30 million. According to legend, this mysterious key unlocks the entrance to a secret place. Those present were surprised. Could this really be the key to the legendary 100th level dungeon? Usually, the precious resources contained in this dungeon are worth at least $500 million. But why are there so few bidders right now? Ji Yu noticed that the keys have a limited duration. The countdown begins the moment of purchase. If the durability drops to 0, the key is damaged and it becomes impossible to enter the dungeon. Reuse also significantly reduces the duration. That's why only the best teams buy such keys. Shen Hao told the system to display the description of the dungeon key. The protagonist was shown the stats for a level 40 dungeon key. Shen Hao noticed that a new durability parameter had appeared and a small patch of rust had formed on the key's surface. It needed to be cleaned before the key became damaged. But where could he find the necessary cleaning agent? The key sold for 150 million. Shi Hao thought that having a lot of money was always pretty cool. The host said that the current bidding prices were only heightening the excitement leading up to the climax. Now everyone should focus their attention. An assistant walked onto the stage carrying a box. The host announced that this was the final lot for the day. It was a legendary item, the potion of resurrection for enraged spirits. The starting price was 100 million. The potion possessed the mystical power to resurrect the dead. CU was furious. Why hadn't the Qian family warned them about this? Purchasing the potion at such a price clearly exceeded her authority. Shi Hao asked Vase if a master apothecary could create a resurrection potion. The assistant replied that such items were beyond the capabilities of humans at any level. Even after the dawn of the OL era, the ability to resurrect remains inaccessible. Not even the world's greatest priest is capable of understanding its principle. If one drinks the potion of resurrection of enraged spirits before death, they can return to life. However, there is a risk that a side effect will be transformation into a bloodthirsty evil spirit, obsessed with destruction. Those present agreed that the price of resurrection was too high. The host noted that this state would last only 1 month. Shi Hao thought that life was more important than money. Even if someone loves money, they won't be able to earn it if they die. But what are these enraged evil spirits Could there really be other races besides humans and monsters? The hero hadn't seen any information about this, either online or in books. Maybe it's classified? One of the attendees bid 300 million for the lot. The protagonist was surprised. Could it be that In Cheng was merely a reserve member of the Huangzhang clan's team? The clan had granted him the authority to make purchases worth several hundred million. This senior student is really suspicious. Although it doesn't matter right now, it's best not to get into a conflict with him. The guest was congratulated on his purchase. The host thanked everyone for their support and announced that today's auction was over. He would be taking a month-long break. The auctioneer announced that 10 more highly prized lots await participants next month. Shi Hao thought to himself that this was truly an interesting place. He'd have to come back here when he had more money. Shi Hao returned to his sister and said it was time for them to go home. They couldn't keep their parents waiting too long. Yunfei said her brother had come back too soon. They should have waited a little longer since she hadn't had time to see everything. Shi Hao thanked Miss Shi Yu for the opportunity. Not only had he gained a lot at this auction, but he'd also come to better understand the real world. She replied that this was just the tip of the iceberg. If he wanted to learn more, he should join the Mo clan's team. It was his only chance. Shi Hao thought that his interest in the world was limited to mere curiosity, and he didn't want to rely on others. His family's safety was far more important. Our hero realized he couldn't entrust such an important matter to outsiders. He couldn't rely on the Han Mo clan either. It would be better to handle this on his own. The engineering drawing came in just at the right time. The materials needed to build it turned out to be surprisingly easy to find. It only cost 4 million on the black market. Our hero decided he had to put everything together on his own. The system announced that the basic setup program was launching. You must follow the instructions to select a configuration. The first step is to choose a gender. Weiss noted that this was a simple task. All he had to do was choose one option. Shen Hao stated that although he wanted to choose a male robot for the sake of steel and blood, he constantly heard an inexplicable voice compelling him to choose a female. This sound seemed to come from another dimension. It was impossible for him to resist it. Weiss remarked that the owner shouldn't use such a ridiculous and illogical excuse to cover up his own perversion. The owner selected a female robot. Next, he had to choose the main characteristics. The available archetypes were Snow Queen, cute lowly, and serious older sister. Shi Hao remarked that this was an amazing design, the pinnacle of humanity. The protagonist realized he had little time to fine-tune the parameters and decided to choose one of the preset archetypes. The main thing was that she had powerful abilities. Weiss was surprised at how the owner could reason that way. The owner selected a preset template. A level check for creation began. It was confirmed that the owner had reached the master level in engineering and possessed all the necessary materials. The system reported that the Snow Queen was being created. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this really be part of the system's design as well? Weiss remarked that the owner was overthinking it. The system reported that an unidentified interference had been detected during creation. Shi Hao wondered what could have caused the interference. Weiss replied that this was the first he'd heard of it too. The system reported that the problem had been resolved and everything was back to normal. The creation of the Snow Queen was continuing. They would have to wait. Shi Hao wondered what had happened. Could the system have been damaged from the outside? There must be some reason this needs to be investigated. The generation of the Snow Queen is complete. Weiss was surprised it was supposed to be the Snow Queen. Why did she turn out as a cute lowly? Could it be a mistake in the character type? The assistant suggested that it was related to recent issues during creation. The girl asked the protagonist if he was her master. Shi Hao was taken aback and, blushing with embarrassment, replied that he indeed was. Weiss remarked that the girl was very well-mannered. The girl rushed toward our hero and said she had finally met her master. Shi Hao didn't understand what was going on. The protagonist told the girl not to cry. Wasn't this a reason to be happy? He was curious what abilities she possessed, since she was already at level 20. The girl thought that this really was a reason to be happy, because she was the strongest robot in the entire region. Irina had finally been revived. The girl hugged her master. Weiss decided he must have imagined it. The spectrum around this lolly fluctuated at an incredible speed, displaying an anomalous black color. The girl thought she couldn't see through this primitive human body. But why couldn't she, Empress Irina, scan this primitive mechanism? First, she'd use all of this as a cover, gather as much information as possible, and then escape. Irina thought that sooner or later this primitive world would belong to her. Shi Hao declared that starting today, he would call her Nana. she would have to do whatever he said. The girl thought that this guy should keep his stinky hands off her. He was nothing more than a lowly carbon-based life form. Nana declared that she would do whatever her master told her to do. Irina thought that as the empress of a great advanced empire where organisms are silicon-based, she could of course perform even such primitive work as washing dishes. This man has a carbon-based body, and his thinking is low-level and single-threaded, which ultimately results in low efficiency. Yunfei said that the maid Nana was very sweet, but didn't her brother think it was too cruel to make such a sweet girl wash dishes? Her mother also thought it was extremely cruel. The woman admitted that she really liked Nana too, but piling household chores on her right after she arrived was going too far. Shi Hao pointed out that his mother had worked most of her life, and now it was time for her to rest. Nana is a level 20 humanoid, and housework is no problem for her. Nana said that her owner was absolutely right. His mother said that in that case she was relieved. Now their home would be even more fun. His father told his daughter not to intimidate Nana. Shi Hao told Nana to peel 2 apples and come over to him. The humanoid decided she would do things differently. Once she broke free from the control over her body, the first thing she would do was destroy this man. 3 days later, Principal Yang expressed his hope that the students had rested well and recovered from the shock. 3 days ago, a carefully planned high-level terrorist attack had taken place, and the school's security measures had failed to provide adequate protection. If anything had happened to Miss Mo within the school grounds, everyone present would have already been killed. However, at the critical moment, one person appeared and saved not only Miss Mo, but the entire school. The students thought it must have been someone from Mo's combat unit, since only they were capable of something so impressive. The principal surmised that rumors might already be circulating among the students. It was indeed one of the students who had saved everyone. Principal Yang welcomed the school's savior with enthusiastic applause. He told Shi Hao to come forward and receive his award. The students were surprised. Could this really be the one who just can't seem to improve his cultivation level? Someone suggested that Principal Yang was using this guy as a cover. But how was he any better than the others? Luo Feng told the students to be quiet. No one had the right to slander his boss. When Shi Hao was fighting a strong opponent, everyone had been cowering on the sidelines with their pants wet. The students were surprised. Was that really Shi Hao? Even though the principal said so, it was still hard to believe. Wan Tiantian wondered why they didn't want to believe it. After all, Shi Hao really had saved everyone. He's so strong and handsome. The principal was indignant. Could it be that the students didn't believe his words? Shi Hao said there was no need to worry about it. The young man added that people only want to believe what they see with their own eyes. They question what they don't understand. It's a normal reaction. The protagonist warned that, in any case, they shouldn't delay the award ceremony over such a trifle. The principal remarked that the young man was able to keep his cool even in such a situation. For this reason, he awarded him 101 points, hoping the boy would continue in the same vein. The principal announced that he was ready to give a thank you speech. Although Zone 9 isn't as wealthy as the others, some people have done a lot for this school and therefore deserve a well-earned reward. The students saw a huge sum of money lying on the table next to them. Was the principal really serious? Principal Yang said that these 2 million were only a small part of the reward. The real prize was the map of the monuments of the old world. Those present were surprised. Could this young man really be given something so valuable? Shen Hao thought it must be the school's treasure. Usually you're not even allowed to look at it. Could Principal Yang really be planning to give it to him? The man expressed his desire to talk about this map in more detail today. It was created by the school's greatest alumnus, the legendary treasure hunter, Mu Wei. He embodies the school's spirit to forge ahead and explore the unknown. Treasure hunters are well known as people who are extremely strong and readily willing to risk their lives. They explore wild dungeons and ancient ruins, then sell the coordinates to major factions and clans. Mu Wei, as one of the greatest explorers of the Earth OL era, selflessly pursued the goal of creating a true map of the world. On his own, he mapped out the dungeons and relics within a 2,000-kilometer radius of the safe zone. Shen Hao thought he'd already heard about this, as well as the fact that the hero had ultimately ventured too far into uncharted territory. It's impossible to prove the map is accurate, which is why there's so much controversy surrounding it. Faced with ridicule and insults, Mu Wei simply smiled. Director Yang added that, as a former classmate and follower, he has always believed that the hero's courage and spirit of exploration are unshakable. The director added that he would never forget the day the hero handed him the map and disappeared into the desert beyond the safe zone. Regardless of whether the contents of this map are true or not, Shi Hao must accept it with pride. The principal added that he sees this as a legacy. Mr. Yang stated that he sees the same courage in this student. That is precisely why he is passing this treasure on to Shi Hao. The young man must live up to the expectations placed on him and even surpass Mu Wei. Shen Hao told the principal not to worry, he wouldn't let him down. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. Those present were startled. Could this be an earthquake? One of the students shouted for everyone to look up. A glowing sphere appeared overhead, resembling a portal to the underground. Principal Yang ordered everyone to evacuate immediately to the underground shelter. Teachers above level 15 were to remain behind to launch an attack. They needed to prepare to face the enemy. Shen Hao thought, could those two have been right? But why now of all times? Why in such a crowded place on campus? A report came in about a monster's appearance. The instructors must maintain order and buy time for the students to evacuate. The monster emerged from the portal and declared that it would not let anyone buy time. A massive boar hunter warned that he was already here and no one would escape him. Those present were surprised. Why did a level 15 monster possess such power? The boar hunter explained that their monsters fight and evolve in the desert, so all survivors are elite. Their levels shouldn't be compared. One of the apprentices shouted at the monster not to come any closer. His father was a mighty warrior. If the monster so much as laid a finger on him, there would be no mercy. The boar hunter declared that in that case, he would eat the boy first to see how delicious his flesh was. The student called for help. Completely out of the blue, the enormous boar hunter was attacked by an unknown force. The blow struck his head, and stars appeared before his eyes. The apprentice looked back and asked, could it be that his father had appeared? From the billowing smoke emerged a defender wielding a flaming sword. The defender turned out to be the protagonist. He said he couldn't possibly have a son like that. The boy could leave if he didn't want to die. He'd be safer in the underground shelter. The apprentice saw Shi Hao and thanked him for saving him. He admitted that he shouldn't have doubted this young man and asked for forgiveness and protection. Our hero repeated that the boy should leave immediately because it wasn't safe here. With tears in his eyes, the apprentice said he understood everything and ran off. From the look on Shi Hao's face, he realized that he wasn't joking. Just a little longer, and he would have been in serious trouble. The protagonist thought, if the invasion is aimed at capturing the 9th zone, then it's definitely on a larger scale than what we're seeing now. The monster's starting level is 15, just like that of the clairvoyant demon spider. That means the minimum threshold of the cosmic rift could be the same. But what then is the maximum? Luo Feng appeared, weapons in hand, and said he'd come to help. Wan Tiantian also joined in to assist the protagonist. Shi Hao announced that the cosmic rift had reopened and could not be stopped. The wave of monsters was still at level 15. Luo Feng turned around and said he understood everything. He added that they needed to leave. They would only get in the boss's way here. The apprentice offered to help evacuate the students to the shelter. Suddenly, a monster known as the Fire Rooster emerged from the rift. Shi Hao ordered the students not to leave. The protagonist told his friends to trust him. They had an excellent opportunity to level up. They shouldn't let this chance slip away. Shi Hao swung his sword and declared that he would first cut the monster to pieces. Our hero added that Luo Feng and Tian Tian should finish off the monster to gain experience. Wan would act first. Luo Feng noted that the boss was strong and dangerous, but they needed to show people that they were not to be messed with. Shi Hao struck the monster. Tian Tian activated energy discharge. After that, the protagonist ordered his friends to leave and destroy all the monsters they encountered along the way, taking turns. Shi Hao and his companions went outside and saw several monsters attacking the students. Cries for help could be heard everywhere. Shi Hao noticed that the situation was only getting worse. It seemed that the entire 9th zone was already engaged in battle. The conspiracy theory had turned out to be true. A massive monster, the devil buffalo, declared that the humans would not be able to escape. It told Shi Hao that he would become its trophy and that it would destroy him quickly and painlessly. Shi Hao attacked the monster with his flaming sword and ordered it to shut up. He didn't have time to listen to such nonsense. One of the students attacked the monster and declared that the devil buffalo would be destroyed. It had no right to decide who was worth what. Shi Hao knew he couldn't abandon his teachers and classmates, even while worrying about his family. He needed to contact his sister and clarify the situation before taking the next step. The level 15 Desert Wolf declared that these students were no match for him. The student retorted that he shouldn't dare compare humans to monsters. Teacher Chen was wounded, but he said that the monster had better not lay a finger on his students, or it would regret it. Desert Wolf declared that in that case, he would once again feast on human flesh and blood. Master Chen stepped forward and ordered his students to flee immediately while he held off the monster. Suddenly, the monster was attacked and took damage. Enraged, it screamed, demanding to know who dared to attack it. Shi Hao pierced the monster right through and told it to shut up. The Desert Wolf was destroyed. The protagonist ordered Teacher Chen to lead the students to a safe basement room. The rescued students said that Shi Hao was worthy of the title of the Academy's protector. Shi Hao thought that now was not the time to worry about his family. He was confident that Nana would be able to protect them. First, he needed to clear the Academy of Monsters, and then return home. The level 15 Cyclops declared that the idea of using several travelers had been the right one. He'd heard there were many weak people in schools, and had finally made his way here. The Cyclops decided he was in for a hearty dinner, but was immediately attacked by a student wielding a sword. Shi Hao said it was now Luo Feng's turn. Luo Feng lunged at the Cyclops with an axe. The monster panicked and screamed that he was willing to return to the cosmic rift if only they would spare him. Luo Feng said that no one had invited him here, and this monster was not welcome. Therefore, it would be destroyed. Luo Feng reached level 15 and advanced one rank. The disciple noted that with a boss like this, they could defeat monsters every day and level up quickly. Tian Tian agreed. She was now at level 12. Shi Hao warned them not to let their guard down. These minor monsters weren't worth their attention. The protagonist stated that they had defeated about 20 monsters, and each one was level 15. This was unusual. Their level wouldn't always be this high. Another monster emerged from the fissure, a level 16 tiger, the Bone Ripper. Shi Hao thought that, as expected, the level was increasing. In that case, there were two possible outcomes. The tiger declared that humans would never be able to keep up with its speed. Shi Hao warned the girl that the monster had targeted her. Tiantian declared that she shouldn't be underestimated. She was no longer a novice who could be easily destroyed. Shi Hao noted that she had excellent reflexes. She had learned to defend herself. The protagonist ordered her to take the blow herself, while Tian was to finish off the monster. He understood that the enemy's levels were rising, so Nana would be able to protect his parents and sister for a little while longer with her level 20. Shen Hao thought he had time to help his teachers and classmates in the underground shelter. But what was the level cap for these monsters? In his battle against the mercenary leader, the Black Tiger, he managed to overcome a 20-level difference. But what would happen if the gap grew even wider? Shi Hao decided not to think about it. Most of the students and teachers should already be safe, although there might still be those who need help, which meant he had to provide it. Shi Hao clenched his fist and vowed never to give up. He ordered the system to activate Eagle Eye. After activating the skill, the hero scanned the area for survivors. The map marked the students and teachers who still needed help. Shi Hao said they needed to split into two groups. He would go to the assembly hall to rescue the people hiding there. Luo Feng and Tian would head to the cafeteria. 3 students were hiding there. They needed help getting down to the shelter. Luo Feng said there was no way he was going there with that woman. Tian declared that she didn't want to go there with Luo Feng either. Shi Hao began cracking his knuckles and asked, "Did they really just say that?" The young people immediately replied that they were already on their way and heading out to complete their assigned task. Shi Hao remarked, "Even though these two have leveled up, we still need to be cautious. Teamwork can enhance their capabilities." Luo Feng replied that they wouldn't let him down. He had extensive experience working in a team. Shi Hao set off in the specified direction and told the two to get to work and not hold him up. Tian wished him luck. Luo Feng reiterated that there was no need to worry. Monsters of this level posed no threat to him. Luo Feng said he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. One day they'd have to work together. The girl pointed out that she wasn't a noob, so he could count on her. Luo Feng noted that without even realizing it, they had been completely transformed by the boss. He believed that the boss would continue to lead them toward a bright future. Meanwhile, Shi Hao was rushing to the aid of those in need. The protagonist didn't know what level the monsters were here, so he needed to prepare. Shi Hao activated the system. The system reported that the host had 21,000 experience points. He could either unlock access to other accounts or strengthen his bond with the Emperor of the Red Flame. Shi Hao thought that, given the current situation, he didn't have time to explore new accounts. Therefore, he decided to use his experience points to strengthen his bond with the Emperor of Red Flame. The system reported that the experience points had been spent and the bond had been strengthened. Current level 31. The protagonist immediately felt power surging through his body once more. Shi Hao's own level also increased by 1. The system reported that the host had 1 talent point that needed to be allocated. Shi Hao thought that his attack talent was still underdeveloped. The protagonist upgraded his attack talent. The system carried out the request. Additional attack skills were unlocked. Shi Hao thought, isn't Red Flame the transformation form that unlocks when you first obtain the Emperor's system? The system confirmed this. Shi Hao realized that this skill had become available after his connection level was upgraded. The young man ordered the system to switch him to the attack talent. The teacher and students barricaded themselves in, trying to avoid a confrontation with the monsters. Teacher Jia was a level 16 cultivator and understood that the monsters were roughly of equal strength. He told his students to stay calm and remain nearby. Teacher Jia saw that the horse killer monster, a level 18, had already been destroyed. But who could have done that? The doors swung open and Shi Hao appeared in the doorway. Our hero thought that with his newfound strength, even hand-to-hand combat had become incredibly powerful. That's really cool, Mentor Li asked. Is that really Shi Hao? So he had come to their aid again. Everyone began thanking the hero. The young man replied that it was unnecessary. There were no more monsters outside, he had taken care of that. Now they could go down to the shelter. Teacher Ji remarked, if the young man is so strong, why doesn't he go down there himself? Mentor Li was indignant. How can a teacher say such a thing? It's a teacher's duty to protect students even at the cost of their own lives. Besides, Shi Hao is capable, and we should listen to what he has to say. Teacher Jia was upset. He'd wanted to play the hero saving a beautiful lady, but Shi Hao had stolen the spotlight. Teacher Ji declared that he didn't want to die here. He'd become a teacher solely for the money otherwise. Who would want to babysit these kids? Suddenly, the teacher felt a sharp pain in his arm. He didn't understand what had happened. Teacher Li told Shi Hao not to pay any attention to him. He could leave the students in the teacher's lounge with her. She would take care of them. The protagonist agreed, reasoning that he could then go and rescue the rest of the students without worry. Our hero approached the college's legendary library. This is a place for receiving important guests. Ordinary people aren't allowed to enter. Furthermore, the door is sealed. It can't be opened just like that. Only 2 people are capable of opening it, the secretary and the principal. Shen Hao wondered who he had seen inside using his keen vision. Who had managed to sneak in here during the attack? The door to the library turned out to be unlocked. There's no way the principal would have forgotten to lock it. The protagonist saw treasures of dazzling beauty before him. He needed to figure out what had happened here. Shi Hao peered into the open room and saw a female student leaning against a chest. The young man said he hadn't expected to see such a beauty here. Everyone was busy trying to save their lives. Yet she had found time to search for treasure. Had she managed to find anything valuable? The girl replied that it was none of his business. If he wanted to stay alive, he had to leave immediately. Shi Hao thought to himself that this was indeed the student Shui, he known as the goddess of cold. They say she isn't interested in anything, but it seems that isn't entirely true. This is no place for ordinary students. The girl was indignant. Was he really following her? She activated her protective dome. Shi Hao replied that he wasn't following her, he was just looking for students who needed help. The girl attacked him with cold energy and asked how he'd managed to find her hidden location. He replied that he had his own methods. Everyone has their secrets, and he wouldn't go into details. He discovered her secret, which was why she was worried. He apologized. Shi Hao turned around and announced that he was leaving. Shui, he could do whatever she wanted, but the level of monsters outside was rising. She should take care of herself. Suddenly, the wall collapsed, and a monster appeared, a level 30 fierce gorilla. The girl was attacked. Shi Hao watched from the sidelines and thought that level 30 was already very bad. The monsters were progressing faster than he'd expected. The fierce gorilla declared that it could smell a human woman. It hadn't eaten people in a long time, and today was a special day. He activated her ice attacks and declared that the monster would be destroyed. The fierce gorilla replied that it was just a massage. The monster said he had no time for games. The girl remained inside her protective sphere. The monster declared that this shell wouldn't stop him from reaching her. The protective sphere shattered into pieces. The fierce gorilla grabbed the girl and said that shattering shells was his best skill. The monster opened its mouth wide and declared that she would make a perfect appetizer. The protagonist intervened, struck with his flaming sword, severed the monster's tongue and said, "Not this time." His predecessors had been overconfident too, but they'd all been destroyed. He forced the monster to let the girl go. Shi Hao scooped Shui up into his arms. The girl was surprised to see him there. The protagonist told her not to panic. He had come to save people, not to run away. The one who needed to be destroyed was right here. The girl was surprised. The monster was at level 30. Shi Hao told her to save her strength for more important things and not to worry about him. Shi Hao added that there was no reason to be afraid. She should leave and hide immediately. The monster was baffled. Was it possible for a level 5 scum to possess such power? Shue, he asked if he too was hiding his true level. The young man replied that it didn't matter. Hadn't he said that everyone has their own secrets? She'd better leave as soon as possible. The monster grew furious and lunged at them. He'd been wounded, and yet they were flirting right in front of him. He would destroy them both. Shi Hao dodged the attack and asked, "Is the monster an expert on human relationships? Is that a sign of high IQ, or is someone teaching it?" Our hero surmised that it must be Master Qian. The monster was counterattacked. The fierce gorilla declared that he was facing an ordinary human. How did he know about Master Qian? Who was he anyway? Shi Hao replied that he was just an ordinary guy who had nearly lost his family because of the monster. The monster declared that Master Qian would never have let a human live. The fierce gorilla was destroyed. The system reported that the host had earned 3,000 experience points for defeating the monster, as well as an item, a level 30 magic crystal. Shi Hao realized that due to the increase in his connection level, he now needed to defeat elite monsters to gain more experience. The girl thought to herself, if he's capable of killing a monster of that level, just how great is his true potential? Shi Hao told Shui he to take shelter in the underground refuge. The monster's levels were constantly rising, and there was no telling who would appear next. It was too dangerous outside. The girl refused, stating that she had her own plans. "Zhue," he said regretfully that she hadn't paid attention to him before. Otherwise, these past 3 years would have turned out differently. She promised they would meet again and vanished into the snowy fog. Shi Hao wondered what she meant by that. Was there really anything to regret? Although there were more important matters at hand right now. The young man decided he needed to figure out what to do with the treasures here. He couldn't leave them unattended. Shi Hao decided to take them for himself temporarily, to make sure nothing went missing, and then return them to the principal. He figured that all the students and teachers must already be in the shelter. It was time for him to return as well. A warning came in about an elite monster approaching the shelter, level 45. Could it be a boss? Principal Yang, standing at the entrance to the underground shelter, told everyone to listen. The shelter could withstand attacks from level 40 elite monsters. They needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. One of the students asked why the security level was only 40. What would happen if a stronger monster appeared? The director replied that everything had been calculated. Past monsters hadn't exceeded level 30, so they'd reinforce the defenses up to level 40. He added that the academy had spent a huge amount of money and 40 magic crystals to build a level 40 shelter. Tiantian said that Shi Hao still hadn't returned. Could something have gone wrong? Luo Feng ordered her to be quiet. Nothing could happen to the boss. The girl admitted that he was indeed strong, but she was still worried. The students heard strange noises coming from the door. Could it be a monster? The panic grew. Principal Yang asked Luo Feng what he was going to do. Mentor Li shouted for him to stop, but Luo Feng had already rushed to the door. There was a loud crash. The door had been pierced by a sharp weapon. Luo Feng was surprised. What kind of demon was this? The doors swung open, and a huge monster appeared, a level 45 chitinous worm. The monster declared that it would make itself at home here and save time searching for people. Everything in one place, convenient. Luo Feng wondered how a level 45 monster had ended up here, when previously there had only been monsters up to level 30. Could they really be trapped? The monster asked why the man wasn't running away. Did he really want to die? Luo Feng felt himself increasingly adopting Shi Hao's style. He wouldn't back down, and he charged into battle. He said that if he saved even one life, his death would not be in vain. The monster threw him aside and told him not to annoy it. It didn't like pushy people. The chitin worm declared that it didn't like such living people. They were too much trouble. The disciples clutched their heads. The pressure was too intense. They could no longer bear it. One Tianqian said her magic shield was useless. She was still too weak. The monster declared that humans are good not only for their taste, but also for their numbers. He'll get stronger if he eats more. Suddenly, the monster was attacked. Someone said they wouldn't let it touch the students. Principal Yang unleashed a magical attack, declaring that he wouldn't let anyone harm the students, even if he was old. The teacher noted that the principal's body could no longer withstand the magic. Principal Yang activated the high-voltage strike skill. The monster said the lightning was weak and didn't even feel it. It pierced the principal with a spike. The monster asked if humans had studied worms. They should have. The monsters had studied humans. It declared that the principal's body would remain intact, but his insides would not. After devouring him, it would level up. Director Yang said he would leave before Mu Wei. He had failed to protect the academy, but he had passed on the hero's will and convictions to the younger generation. He believed that one day they would uncover the truth of this world. The principal said goodbye to the students. The students cried out. Suddenly, the monster was struck by a fireball. It grew furious, wondering why it was constantly being interrupted. Shen Hao appeared before the students, holding Director Yang. He apologized for being late. Shen Hao said he would take care of the monster. He activated his special attack ability, Form 1, Red Flame. A 3-minute countdown began. The monster declared that this guy's life must be pretty rough if he decided to stand up to him. Shi Hao replied that he wasn't going to waste time talking. The hero activated Critical Strike. The elite chitin worm sustained heavy damage. The monster was surprised. Could that really have been an armor-piercing strike with a fire attribute? How did this guy manage to get the better of him? Could it be that he's not even at level 5? Shi Hao noted that he'd heard this many times before. But there was one very interesting fact. Everyone who had said such things to him had met a very bad end. The protagonist once again landed a series of critical hits. The monster declared that such speed and power didn't appear in the data it had studied. The chitinous worm acknowledged that his opponent was strong, but he didn't want to mess with him. Since he had come all this way, it would be foolish to pass up the opportunity to earn more experience points. The monster positioned the students in front of him as a shield and asked how his opponent would handle this. Would he be able to fight against his own comrades? The students behaved like zombies. Their eyes were expressionless. Shi Hao thought he couldn't attack right away. He needed to make sure they were alive. The cooldown for the Keen Eye skill had already ended. The red flame form was enhanced, and target tracking had improved. Shi Hao decided this was the perfect moment and activated the Keen Eye skill. The protagonist received complete information about the disciples the monster had targeted. He realized that an enhanced version of Keen Eye was being used. The sheer amount of information was simply impressive. However, they had already been destroyed by the monster. Shen Hao said they could rest in peace. He would take revenge on the monster for these casualties. The chitin worm said that this opponent was a scoundrel, since he had destroyed his own comrades without batting an eye. In that case, he would join the fray and destroy the rest. The protagonist saw that the living and the dead were all mixed together. Now, area of effect attacks could no longer be used. The monster said that this man liked to save others, and in that case, he could play the hero a little longer. But would he be able to save people this way? Luo Feng told the boss to leave this matter to him. Shi Hao himself must deal with this rotten worm. Tianqian declared that they would try to hold out. The girl activated the primary flame. A special mirror of truth effect was used. The surviving disciples were isolated from external influences. Luo Feng warned that there were a great many living disciples present. They needed to act more cautiously and avoid injuring them. Shi Hao told the attackers to follow his instructions. They must not harm others, even accidentally. The protagonist thought that, although the effect of combining the mirror of truth and the shield grenade was decent, the defense itself was too passive. He needed to deal with the monster before the transformation time ran out. The chitin worm decided that as long as this guy wasn't paying attention to him, he'd better get out of there fast. He didn't want to deal with him. However, the monster found itself face to face with a large caliber cannon. It was outraged. When did they manage to set up this cannon? Where did it get such firepower? Shi Hao said he wouldn't let the monster escape. The chitin worm screamed to be let through immediately. Shi Hao attacked the monster and said that its wings were useless, so they had to be torn off. The monster took damage and screamed in pain. The chitin worm told the man to stop. It admitted its guilt and begged for mercy. However, the protagonist was as unyielding as a rock in the wind. Shi Hao attacked the monster again and said he didn't believe him, because this scoundrel was about to do something terrible all over again. The monster realized that this man had managed to stop its mutation, but that was impossible. It must have been a mere coincidence. The chitin worm warned him not to underestimate it. If it was going to die, they would die together. Shi Hao challenged the monster to attack. Our hero activated the Fire Dragon explosive bullet skill and said he would show the monster just how different they were. The malice skill's transformation was halted. The monster continued to lose its abilities. The monster thought that this scoundrel was interrupting its mutation. This was no longer a mere coincidence, but how could it know what was planned? Its physical level was only suitable for large-scale slaughter. Only by mutating could it engage in one-on-one combat. The monster decided to lie low in a safe place to buy some time, and then try to mutate again. The chitin worm said it was leaving. The protagonist told the monster not to rush off just yet. The full transformation of the red flame skill was activated. The young man said he intended to destroy the monster, and it wouldn't take long. The transformation was fully complete, and Shi Hao used the Crimson Star to land a critical strike. The monster realized it had been transported into a distorted dimension. This was neither an illusion nor a mental attack. Legends say that only the most gifted are capable of summoning such chaos in space and dimension. But standing before it was just a human. Where did he get such power? Shi Hao declared that he was a schoolboy who'd been provoked. The protagonist offered the monster some advice. A worm like this lives forever underground and has never seen the starry sky. Now that it has the chance, let it lift its head and behold it. Our hero added that the Star of Doom currently belongs only to this monster. The chitinous worm realized that it was the sun's black hole. Shi Hao said that the name didn't matter. The main thing was that it could destroy this monster. The monster again begged for mercy and continued to repent. He also promised to hand over all his treasures, within reason, of course. Shi Hao remained unyielding. The monster said that by destroying it, the man would achieve nothing. The invasion could not be stopped. Lord Crimsontail had already arrived. The man could not defeat the Lord. He must resign himself to his doom. The objective was achieved. The elite chitinous worm monster had been destroyed. The player gained experience points. The red flame mode had ended. Shi Hao thought that now he needed to find out who Crimson-tailed really was. Perhaps he was the leader of the monsters that had invaded the city? The young man decided it wasn't worth dwelling on the negative right now. It would be better to first examine the items that dropped from the elite monster. The protagonist obtained a level 50 magic crystal. He also obtained acidic gastric juice. It can deal heavy acid damage and weaken defenses. Fatty chitinous legs are meaty legs hidden beneath the worm's hard shell. They're surprisingly tender and juicy. They should be very tasty once cooked. The chitinous wings were quite damaged, but they were still excellent material for replacing other parts. Intracranial resonance is a 50th level skill book related to the psyche and speech. It allows one to manipulate an enemy's speech and words to control them. Shen Hao said that apart from the book, nothing else useful had dropped. Apparently, luck wasn't on their side in this case. The protagonist received information that the unknown egg was showing great interest in chitinous legs. The young man wondered, could this be the very same egg that the devil dragon had dropped earlier? For a long time there had been no reaction, but now it had indeed taken an interest in the worm's legs. What would happen if he put them together? A long tongue emerged from the egg and grabbed the chitinous leg. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this really be possible? The egg swallowed the chitinous leg. The unknown egg felt a sense of joy. It expressed the hope that its owner would continue to feed it. Shi Hao was surprised. Could the egg really be a pet? Perhaps he really should keep feeding it. The protagonist heard people approaching from behind. His friends asked how Shi Hao was feeling. Tianqian threw herself into the protagonist's arms and said she'd been very worried when she saw that the elite monster and Shi Hao had disappeared. Luo Feng reminded his classmate that as long as the boss was with them, nothing could go wrong. Shi Hao said that his friends had worked hard today. They needed to keep up the good work. Luo Feng remarked that if it weren't for the boss, he wouldn't have reached level 15. Besides, he'd nearly died at the hands of that elite monster. Tianqian pointed out that many students had been injured. They were still too weak to protect everyone. Shi Hao said this was inevitable. In the face of a serious threat, there will always be casualties. They need to learn to keep them within acceptable limits. There's no need to be discouraged. They need their friends here. The protagonist remarked, if it weren't for those two, things would have been much worse. They must survive no matter what. The students realized that Shi Hao's life was more important. Now he is everyone's idol. The students realized that the college had been destroyed and they didn't know what was happening outside. They couldn't contact their parents. Perhaps there were monsters out there too. Mentor Li told the children not to worry. The teacher noted that, although the security level in the 9th district isn't very high, security forces from major companies are on duty here. They'll prevent another invasion. Shi Hao pointed out that the monsters that had been on campus had been eliminated. So this was the safest place to be. There was enough food in the cafeteria for everyone. They could hold out for a week. During that time, they could figure something out. Mentor Li said that the principal's life had been saved, but he was severely exhausted after the battle with the elite monster and was currently unconscious. He needed to be revived, otherwise he might not survive much longer. Shen Hao decided he should use the power of the book to reinforce the shelter's gates and send Luo Feng and the other students to the campus to collect battle spoils. He also needs to make sure everyone has enough food. He needs to return home and check on his family. He must go to the black market to find medicine for Director Yang and relay the latest information to the rescue team. Teacher Jia was killed by monsters. They managed to take him out before he could escape. There is no other path for traitors. The protagonist thought that the time was coming when, without power, one could become nothing more than a puppet at the mercy of others. If he wanted to be the wielder of the sword, he still lacked the strength. Upon stepping outside, the young man began to receive a faint signal, accompanied by static. The protagonist realized that his sister was trying to contact him. Shi Hao asked, "Where are you guys right now? What about our parents? Are they in danger?" Upon hearing her brother's voice, Yunfei pleaded for help. After that, the connection was cut off. Our hero activated his top speed and rushed home. He shouted that his sister and parents must wait for him no matter what. The young man arrived at the house, looked at the building, and couldn't believe his eyes. His nightmare had come true. The house was destroyed. Could they really have been hurt? But that couldn't be. The protagonist thought, if the building had indeed been subjected to a sudden attack by monsters, his sister and parents wouldn't have just sat idly by. They would have had to flee. Cries for help rang out. The monster replied that they could scream all they wanted, no one would hear them, and no one would come to their rescue. The monster's victim was Qin Lu, an 18th level security specialist. To everyone's surprise, the monster was attacked by a flaming sword. Qin Lu even screamed in shock. The protagonist appeared beside the girl. He assumed she was a member of the security service responsible for this area. The girl confirmed this and asked him to help free her leg from under the rubble. Shen Hao cleared the debris with a powerful kick and freed the girl's leg. The young man said she must know what had happened to the building next door, what had become of its residents, and where they had gone. He was interested in this information. Qin Lu replied that the area had recently been subjected to a sudden attack by level 20 monsters. Her squad had managed to repel them. Most of the residents had been evacuated. She had fallen behind and been surrounded by monsters. Shi Hao thought that if they were only level 20 monsters, his family should be fine. Shi Hao apologized for being impatient. It was just that his family was also among those evacuated. Did the girl know where the residents had been evacuated to? The girl replied that they had been directed to the nearest underground shelter. There they were under the protection of 2 security squads. However, that doesn't guarantee their safety. The squad commander's highest level is only 32nd. They're no match for high-level monsters. Qin Lu explained that their unit belongs to the Tianchuan Corporation. It's a multi-unit residential complex, and the security zones were built by this very corporation. This month, the corporation was supposed to send reinforcements to the 9th security zone. Instead of sending high-level soldiers, they sent this squad. They didn't expect something like this to happen. Qin Lu urged the young man to join her. After all, the monsters would wipe out everyone who remained in the 9th district. She had stolen a map of the city from one of the squad members. With it, they could find a secret path leading to the 8th district. Shi Hao thanked her for the offer but said he had to decline. His family was still here. He couldn't abandon them. The young man thought that this girl had decided to desert, though in this situation, that wasn't surprising. Suddenly, a monster appeared before the young people, a level 30 swift ash leopard. It was delighted at the prospect of feasting on humans. This meant it was in for a real feast. Shen Hao was surprised when had this monster managed to show up here. Was it really that fast? Qin Lu shoved the young man toward the monster. She decided she couldn't handle this beast. After that, the girl ran for her life. She knew it was too cruel to use this guy as bait, but she saw no other way to save herself. The monster said there was nothing good about these people. How could she have pushed another person towards certain death? However, he preferred women with delicate skin, so he decided to devour her first. Qin Lu saw her pursuer and screamed for the guy to help her. But Shi Hao stood rooted to the spot, not moving a muscle. The monster declared that no one would escape. First, he would deal with the woman, and then he would return here. Shi Hao drew his flaming sword and attacked the monster. He earned experience points for the kill. The protagonist stepped closer. The girl apologized for betraying him. The young man said he didn't blame her. He noted that there was nothing wrong with trying to save one's own life at any cost. However, she had to pay the price for her choice, so there was no point in blaming him. Qin Lu handed him a map of the area and said it would help him. The girl apologized and closed her eyes. Xiahao thought she didn't need his forgiveness. It wasn't selfishness that was to blame, but her own weakness. In this world, weakness is the greatest sin. The protagonist took the map and thought that only the strongest could stand at the top of the food chain. The only thing left for him to do was to become stronger and stronger. That way, he would be able to protect his family and loved ones. The soldiers reported to headquarters that they were escorting the surviving residents to the shelter. Everything was going according to plan. Squad Captain Wang Jiangang, a level 32 fighter, was puzzled. Where had these monsters come from? He had long wanted to return home and rest. Deputy Commander Shen Bin noted that some squads had long since fled back to the 8th District. They turned out to be quite cowardly. The commander asked if the deputy was talking too much and what else he wanted to report. At that moment, a radio message came in stating that things were taking a turn for the worse. They reported that contact with Officer Qin Lu had been lost. She had been bringing up the rear of the column and had fallen behind the unit. Now it was impossible to reach her. Shen Bing gripped his assault rifle tighter and asked the boss, could the monsters really be to blame for all this? The commander noted that they had cleared the area, so it should be safe there. Could she have decided to desert? Commander Wang Jiang said that this girl had always been timid and indecisive. They should have suspected something was wrong earlier, when she volunteered to bring up the rear. Shen Bin told the commander that he wanted to go look for her. Even if she had made the wrong choice, it was too dangerous to leave her alone. The commander gave the order to find Qin Lu. They live in a time when the lines between right and wrong are very blurred. Therefore, living only for oneself, that too can be a choice. Shen Bing looked at the photo and thought, maybe she had decided to leave the team after all. However, he shouldn't jump to conclusions. The commander glanced at the civilians and thought that this strange little family should have included a level 20 boy. What had happened to him? Yunfei was still trying unsuccessfully to contact her brother. She didn't understand why the connection was so heavily jammed. The girl with a huge backpack on her back told Yunfei not to worry. Her master would definitely be all right. The woman apologized to Nana and remarked that she might have packed too many things. If Nana was tired, she could just leave them behind. The assistant replied that her mistress shouldn't worry. Such a trivial weight was no problem for her. Nana didn't understand what was happening in this world. Had it really broken down? Why had some bunch of lowly carbon-based life forms started a massacre out of the blue? She'd managed to resurrect herself with great difficulty. On top of that, she was going to take over this planet and force everyone to bow down before her. The squad arrived at the underground shelter in District 9, located in the safe zone. The guards asked which unit they belonged to. The commander replied that they were escorting evacuated residents to the shelter. The guard checked their documents and the password, then granted them passage. Suddenly, everything around them shook and explosions rang out. The soldiers spotted a level 30 demonic centipede. The commander announced that the enemy was attacking and ordered them to take up positions and prepare for battle. Other monsters emerged from their hiding places: a vile buffalo, a horned werewolf, and a timid demon pig. The monsters declared that plenty of food had arrived here. It was no wonder they had waited so long in ambush. The commander ordered automatic fire to be opened to eliminate them. People tried to hide from the monsters. The monsters said it was fun, since it had been a long time since they'd seen so many people. The soldiers fought bravely, and Commander Wang Jiangang demonstrated his skill in hand-to-hand combat. The commander told his men that they were to hold off the level 30 monsters, while the other soldiers would deal with the lower-level ones. Wang Jiangang thought this didn't seem like a simple coincidence. Someone was controlling the monsters, but why? The commander said he would take the brunt of the attack and try to capture a monster, while Shen Bin should take advantage of this opportunity. The horned werewolf said there was plenty of food here, and he'd timed his arrival perfectly for this feast. The monster declared that it would start with those who couldn't run. The beast raised its paw, preparing to grab a person. At that moment, its paw was pierced by arrows. A woman's voice told the monster to keep its paws off her mother. Yunfei continued firing her bow and told her parents to run away quickly. She would hold off the monster. The girl thought that the gear she'd bought on the black market had finally come in handy. But would it be enough? The monster didn't think some 7th-level girl could hurt him. However, that wasn't enough to defeat him. Yunfei realized that 3 arrows weren't enough. But what if there were many more? The monster declared that her level wasn't high enough to handle him, no matter how good her weapons were. Yunfei shouted for her parents to run away quickly. The monster laughed. These people were willing to do anything for their family, even to share their fate. Her parents said that without their daughter, their lives had no meaning. Yunfei closed her eyes and silently asked her brother for forgiveness. She hadn't been able to protect her parents. At that moment, the monster was attacked and neatly cut into pieces. Nana joined the fight, wielding her sword like a Jedi. Yunfei was surprised. Could Nana really fight? She had thought she was just a maid. Nana gained experience points and leveled up. The girl noticed that her body was moving on its own, and this made her feel a little uneasy. Was this really what she wanted? Nana experienced a new sensation. She now had better control over her body. She began to understand one of the laws of this world. As long as she defeated monsters, she would level up and gain better control over her body. Nana was delighted because she liked such a simple and straightforward rule. That meant she needed to start exterminating these creatures. A monster rushed after a person in red clothing. It declared that it hated the color red more than anything else. The person screamed for help. Nana appeared in front of the monster. The beast was instantly torn to pieces. The girl gained experience points but was surprised to find that her level hadn't gone up. Nana realized that the higher the level, the more experience is required to level up. Another rule became clear. The rescued man was baffled as to how such a small girl could be so strong. The pig monster apologized to the buffalo monster. He said that once he reached level 30, he would definitely return and eat that man. The monster was terrified. This girl had wiped out his fellow monsters in one fell swoop. She possessed superhuman strength. Suddenly, the monster heard a strange sound behind him and was instantly destroyed. Nana earned experience points again. The girl declared that she was too impatient. She didn't have time to wait for these monsters to be fattened up. Captain Wang Zhonggong continued his fierce battle with the demonic centipede. Shen Bin told the commander that now was not the time to look around. The commander noted that he was assessing the situation. He hadn't thought that such a small girl would be able to take down several monsters at once. The centipede noted that no one who had witnessed her transformation had survived. These people were no exception. Wang Zhonggong said that if her transformation was merely turning into a wheel, he could handle it. The monster said that turning into a wheel wasn't the end of it. After that, larvae appeared and began sucking the soldier's blood. Shen Bing shouted for the commander to hold on. He was already rushing to help. The soldier realized he had exhausted his mana and ammunition. The only thing he could do was draw the monster's attack onto himself so the captain could escape. Wang Zhonggong shouted for the soldier not to come any closer if he didn't want to die. It was pointless, he had to run away immediately. Wang Zhonggong thought of his loved ones. The refugee village lay outside the safety zone. His wife and daughter had wished him luck. He told them everything would be fine and that once he joined the security detachment, their family would be able to enter the safety zone. The man kept his promise, but he was unable to save his family from the monsters. Wang Zhonggong thought, until he had exterminated every monster in this world, he could not die. The squad commander, under attack by blood-sucking larvae, had almost completely lost his health. Unexpectedly, the officer received a new burst of energy and superior weaponry. He was surprised to find that he was still alive. Nana expressed regret. Just a little more, and she could have earned his experience points. The centipede was outraged. Half of her body had been destroyed in an instant. The monster felt unbearable pain. The beast declared that it would tear the man into tiny pieces and make him feel all the pain it had endured. Wang Zhonggong said that the monster had fallen into a rage and they shouldn't fight it recklessly. Nana told the soldiers to shut up immediately. Their fear of carbon-based life forms was an insult to her. The girl told the military to open their ignorant eyes and simply watch her. Nana declared that she was ready to show what higher life forms from other dimensions were capable of. The mechanical empress's special ability, metal control, was activated, taking the form of a Valkyrie. The centipede was terrified and said that this couldn't be true. How could an ordinary human be capable of such a thing? Nana activated her weapon's maximum power and announced that the monster would now be destroyed. The centipede was destroyed. Nana asked indignantly how this monster dared to compare her to such a low-level life form as a human. She received a reward in the form of experience points and also leveled up. As a reward, she received the items: legs of a demonic centipede and level 30 magic item. Nana lay on the ground, unable to understand what was happening to her. Her body wouldn't obey her. She couldn't even move a finger or say a word. A woman asked if the maid was all right. Why wasn't Nana moving? The man surmised that she had expended all her energy on that attack. Nana was fully conscious. Yunfei handed the officer 2 bottles of restorative elixir and told him to take them immediately. Wang Zhonggong surmised that this shelter, like other underground bunkers, was no longer safe. This time, the monsters' attack on the city seemed strange. It gave the impression that they knew everything about humans. They needed to head to the 8th safety zone immediately. Yunfei said she would try to contact her brother again. This time, she managed to establish a connection, but the signal was very weak. Yunfei thought she should have used Starlink for the call, then she wouldn't have had these problems. Yunfei asked if her brother was okay. She explained that they were in the 5th shelter. Nana and the security service had rescued them, and now they were heading to the 8th safety zone. The connection dropped again. The girl cursed loudly at the unstable connection. She didn't even know if her brother had received her message. Wang Jiangang told her not to worry. If she needed to send a message to someone, he knew a way. The officer added that the girl should say her message and get out of there as soon as possible. The protagonist arrived at the entrance to the 5th shelter. The area was littered with the bodies of slain monsters. He realized a fierce battle had taken place here. He didn't know if his family and the others were all right. On the wall, our hero saw an inscription. This message was addressed to him. Yunfei had written to her brother that they would meet in the 8th security zone. This was followed by some kind of code. Our hero thought that he seemed to have seen this kind of cipher somewhere before. The young man remembered it was a special security service code for long-range radio communication. Representatives from the security service had once come to the school to give lectures. Shi Hao decided to search the bodies of all the fallen soldiers in the hope of finding a communicator on one of them. The idea was sound, but the young man didn't know how to make it all work, so he couldn't use the device as intended. The communication level wasn't high enough to repair the communicator's main components. The eagle eye hadn't recharged yet, so he couldn't just recklessly rush into the 8th security zone. He urgently needed to find a way to contact his sister and the others. Would the 8th zone accept all the refugees? The protagonist arrived at the black market in the 9th zone, located nearby. There should be communicators here to contact the Tianquan Corporation. Fierce battles had also taken place in this area. Suddenly, the young man was attacked by fireballs, but he managed to dodge them. A voice asked, "Who dared to barge into the black market?" The doors swung open, and Ji Yu appeared in the doorway. The girl ordered them to cease fire, explaining that it was Shi Hao. She explained that a battle had recently taken place here, and people were still on edge. The protagonist said there was no need to apologize. Everything was fine. Ji Yu asked why he was there. Shi Hao replied that he wanted to ask for a small favor. Our hero made his way inside and was surprised. Outside, it was a scene of devastation, but inside, people were still drinking and having fun. These people were mostly relic hunters. All they cared about was money, booze, and beautiful women. They were indifferent to the lives of monsters and other people. Shen Hao thought that those present had fairly high levels, but all they could do was hide here and drink themselves into a stupor. However, he didn't judge their choice. The protagonist asked if there was a way to contact Miss Mo. Yu was surprised. Had he really come here just for that? She said that Miss Mo was very frightened. Wouldn't the young man like to look out for her? Shi Hao replied that this was no time for jokes. He was truly in a great hurry. Ji Yu noted that Miss Mo shouldn't have left the 9th district yet. She had tried to contact her via the secure internal line, but the interference was too strong. Shi Hao said, "If it's impossible to establish a connection from here because of the interference, then his hunch was correct. The interference was created on purpose. Contact can only be made using receivers that transmit a long-wave encoded signal." Shi Yu grew alarmed and asked who had created the interference. The monsters certainly couldn't have done it. The protagonist said he couldn't draw any conclusions yet, but he hadn't come here to confirm his assumptions. There were 3 things he'd like to ask Miss Shi Yu for. The young man said he needed a working communicator from the Tianquan Corporation's security service. He also needed a weak healing elixir. And could Shi Yu give him that royal cloak? He wouldn't hesitate to pay for it. The girl asked why she should sell it to him. Talk of money hurt her feelings. Originally, this cloak had belonged to a young man. She would send people to fetch the communicator right away. Shi Hao thanked her profusely. Shi Hao thought that talk of money hurt her feelings. But talk of feelings usually comes at a higher price. Sometimes a favor can't be measured in money. The young man accepted the royal cloak. Our hero also received the communicator he needed. The young man immediately entered the code, and the connection was established. A voice from the communicator asked, "Is this Yunfei's older brother?" Shi Hao replied in the affirmative. The young man was glad the connection had been established. The voice told him to wait. Yunfei briefed her brother on the situation. She and their parents were all right. They had managed to pack their belongings and head to shelter number 5, but they'd fallen into an ambush set by the monsters. Nana and the head of the security squad had rescued them. Her sister added that Nana had exhausted all her energy, so she couldn't move right now. She added that they were currently on their way to the 8th district, where it should be safe. They were trying to avoid the monsters along the way. Shi Hao acknowledged receipt of the report. The protagonist thought to himself that Nana really hadn't let him down. But how could he get her moving again? Weiss replied that there were many ways to recharge a mechanized warrior. However, in this situation, the easiest way was to use a magic crystal of a higher level than hers to recharge Nana directly. Shen Hao told his sister to charge the maid with a magic crystal of level 20 or higher. This had to be done, since Nana was an irreplaceable combat unit. Shen Hao informed the captain that he considered the idea of going to the 8th district via the connecting bridge a failure. The hero held a blueprint of the 9th security zone in his hands. The young man added that a large number of refugees had surely gathered there. It wasn't safe. Commander Wang Zhang received the secret coordinates from the hero. The officer wondered how this young man had found out the coordinates of the secret passage. Weren't these the same coordinates Qin Lu had mentioned? Shen Hao suggested that the officer meet him there and asked him to take care of his family. Our hero once again stocked up on supplies for repairs. Relic hunters were charging exorbitant prices, taking advantage of the dire situation outside. The protagonist witnessed the hunters harassing a young girl. The girl said her parents were still outside. She needed help and was willing to pay generously. The hunters laughed. How could a liquor vendor possibly have any money? The lecherous men promised to take care of her parents if she paid them with her body. Shi Hao intervened in the conversation, subdued the scoundrels, and turned to the girl. If the beauty answered his 2 questions, he would be able to help her without taking advantage of her. The young man asked where her home was. The girl immediately showed him the coordinates. The place was on the hero's route. Shi Hao said that now she had to pay him for his service. The courier said she would make an advance payment of 1 million. Once the task was completed, she would add the same amount. That was all she had. The hunters were surprised. Did this girl really have that much money? Were the tips really that good here? Ji Yu explained that the girl's name was Miao Ya. She was only a level 10, but possessed a unique ability to sense energy fluctuations, including people's emotions. She had no trouble winning over guests, which was how she'd managed to save up the necessary amount. The hunters wondered why she hadn't mentioned right away that she had money. If she was willing to pay, they'd do everything to protect her. They moved freely outside the safety zone. The monsters weren't worth worrying about. The girl replied that she'd already made arrangements. The hunters said they could easily handle this 5th-level boy right now. There was no need to interfere with his work. The level 30 hunter was taken down. The protagonist knocked him out with a single blow, without even giving him a chance to react. Shen Hao continued to strike the people attacking him. The young man said he could put up with whatever they said, but he wouldn't tolerate anyone getting in the way of him making money. The beer vendor thought that this guy wasn't just handsome, but also incredibly strong, almost frighteningly so. Ji Yu was surprised they hadn't seen each other for just a few days, and he was already capable of taking down a level 30 opponent with a single finger. Shi Hao really was a little monster. The girl became even more interested in this guy. The protagonist told Miao Ya to hurry up. He didn't have much time. While they were on their way, she had to obey him and not cause any unnecessary trouble. Miao Ya declared that she would carry out all his orders without exception. The protagonist asked what Miss Shi Yu planned to do. If she stayed here, sooner or later, she might end up just like these nobodies. Didn't she want to go with him? The hunters were outraged. Had this kid really just called them nobodies? They were about to destroy him on the spot. Ji Yu ordered them to stop. If even one of them so much as laid a finger on this guy, they'd make an enemy of the black market. Ji Yu replied that she would go with him. Hiding here was not a solution. Besides, she needed to find a way to contact Miss Mo. The hunters were outraged once again. That kid had left accompanied by 2 beauties. He definitely had to be eliminated. However, they hadn't even taken a few steps outside before they were forced to retreat, screaming. Outside the black market, the girls stepped away for a moment, then reappeared in front of the young man. Shi Yu asked if Shi Hao had been waiting for them. She had finished changing. Was he charmed by her new heroic appearance? The young people looked up at the sky and saw strange flashes of lightning. They were nothing like ordinary natural discharges. Suddenly, the sky split open, and a huge spike appeared. Shi Yu said things were looking bad. It was a spatial rift from which a giant claw had emerged. Miao Ya said that the black market building had just been attacked. Shi Yu realized she'd made the right decision to leave the black market. But what should they do next? If that monster fully emerges from the fissure, it'll be the end for everyone. Shi Hao agreed that in that case, it was definitely no ordinary monster. It was more like an ancient deity. Shi Yu asked, could the guy really be referring to the ancient gods who descended to Earth even before the world's transformation? How is that even possible? Shi Hao pointed out that this was merely a hypothesis, since no one knew how true these legends actually were. Miao Ya suddenly dropped to her knees and clutched her head. Shi Yu asked what was wrong with her. The girl replied that she could feel a cold and malevolent energy spreading across the ground, seeping into her body. Miao Ya pointed toward the fissure and declared that this energy was concentrated right there. The young man realized that this direction was exactly opposite to where they had agreed to meet Yunfei. The protagonist concluded that the location where the evil forces were concentrated was directly related to the ancient deity in the sky. The young man told the girls that he was going to head to the source of this supernatural power and find out what was going on there. They had two options. Either they went with him, or he would give them the coordinates for a safe exit from Zone 9. Siyu replied that the choice was obvious. She would go with him. If that thing in the sky really was an ancient deity, then at least 3 nearby zones were in danger. Miao Ya firmly declared that she would go too. If they didn't stop this creature, her parents would suffer. Our hero wasn't sure they could stop it on their own, but they had to figure out how all these events were connected. In that case, they needed to hurry. Miao Ya said that the concentration of evil energy was strongest right ahead. Shi Hao ordered the girls to stop and hide behind his broad back. Ahead, he could clearly hear human voices. There were indeed people ahead, gathered around a huge red crystal. They were speaking in an incomprehensible, distorted language. Beneath the crystal lay a vast number of skulls. What on earth were they doing here? The protagonist realized that these people were feeding the spatial rift. Ji Yu suggested launching a surprise attack since their level wasn't very high. Destroying the magic circle could prevent the ancient god from appearing. Shen Hao told the girls not to rush since it wasn't that simple. These people had activated an energy shield. The protagonist added that they would certainly have to protect such an important magic circle. So he activated the Fire Dragon explosive bullets. Now they just had to figure out what level this energy shield was, and whether they could break through it. Our hero was unable to break through the shield. It turned out to be at least level 60. Even leveling up his attack skill wouldn't help in this situation. Shen Hao decided to gain experience to unlock a new access level. That might give them a chance at victory. They attacked the barrier several times, but their opponents showed no reaction. Ji Yu thought that even this guy's attack hadn't worked. What were they supposed to do now? Was their only option to just watch as this terrifying thing emerged from the fissure? Shi Hao once again urged everyone to stay calm and promised to figure it out. Shi Hao instructed his assistant Weiss to analyze the shield and check for any vulnerabilities. The assistant found the information in a split second. A level 65 vertical energy shield. The manufacturer was unknown. The information had been deliberately erased. Based on the reconstructed logo, the design belonged to the Huangzheng faction. Shi Hao was surprised. Why them again? The protagonist thought that this energy shield resembled the one he had previously found in the Black Tiger mercenary's chest. The Huangzheng faction was clearly involved in all of this. A wild idea struck him and he pulled a blue crystal out of his bag. The crystal thrown at the dome bounced off it. Apparently devices of the same type, created by the same company, possess a certain degree of compatibility. Shi Hao told Weiss to check his inventory for items that could be combined with this energy shield. Weiss presented a turbo booster. Using the shield with this item would allow its power to be boosted to the maximum. Shen Hao realized that this was an item from the director's private collection. If he used it this way, would the director get angry? Weiss remarked that the owner needed to act more decisively. Our hero mentally told the director that he had no other choice and hoped for his understanding. The fusion process was activated. The system reported the acquisition of a new epic item, the Turbo Power Shield Generator. Shi Hao said that now, running at full power, this unit should destroy the target. The people in front of the crystal continued their magical rituals. Siyu asked, could it be that Shi Hao is using an energy shield to repel their protective barrier? How did he come up with that? It's genius. Shen Hao explained that energy fields of the same level cannot neutralize each other. He intended to use a force field of the opposite polarity to cause a short circuit inside the barrier. That's exactly what happened. The people in front of the crystal burst into flames due to the short circuit and screamed loudly. The ritual was interrupted. It was extremely brutal to be struck by uncontrolled energy. Shi Hao had already realized that the energy shield wouldn't hold. He ordered the girls to hide behind his back again. At that moment, a powerful explosion rang out. After the explosion, a huge crater formed at the site of the ritual. The injured mages cursed loudly and used profanity, realizing they had underestimated the power of the magic crystal. The protagonist managed to switch to defense mode, but he didn't understand why he was still having trouble breathing. Miao Ya apologized for the inconvenience. The girl asked Shi Hao, who was lying beneath her, if he was okay. Si Yu admitted that the explosion had been too powerful. Miao Ya urged everyone to look up at the sky. The spatial rift had shrunk, which meant their efforts hadn't been in vain. Shi Hao told the girls to get off him and let him catch his breath. The villains under the dome had survived despite everything. Shi Hao noted that this wasn't bad. The protagonist asked one of the injured who they were. If they confessed, he would spare their lives. Otherwise, the opposite would happen. One of the survivors laughed and hailed the government of the old god. He looked like a zombie as he did so. The stranger self-destructed, burning to ashes. Shi Hao hadn't expected this at all. Enemies disposing of their bodies to hide evidence, that's extremely cruel. Thanks to the protagonist blocking the spread of the fire, one of the strangers managed to survive. He needs to be interrogated using force if necessary. The stranger raised his hands to the sky, paid homage to the government of the old god, and prepared to destroy himself as well. Miao Ya shouted for Shi Hao to be careful. Shi Yu regretted that these people had taken their secret with them. Apparently, they had been thoroughly brainwashed. The third stranger behaved as if he were hypnotized. Shi Hao announced that he could do the same. Our hero used the mind control skill brain resonance. The girls didn't understand what was happening. The stranger knelt on the ground, greeted the hero, and called him the great new god. He said that the followers were ready to carry out his will. Shi Hao was surprised. What new god was he talking about? He had taken control of the man's mind, but hadn't asked him to fawn over him. Ji Yu asked when this guy had learned to control minds. The young man admitted that he had recently acquired this skill and hadn't yet had a chance to really test it. Right now, he was just practicing. The stranger explained that the government of the old god was an underground religious community uniting many believers. Among its followers were very influential people. They sought the return of the ancient gods to this world. The era of decline would end when these gods descended once more. Shi Hao was surprised. Do they really believe this? That's even sillier than expecting him to destroy this rotten world. But why did the cultists and the monsters attacking the city appear at the same time? How are they connected? Si Yu acknowledged that there are many sects that worship ancient gods. However, this usually amounts to nothing more than fanaticism. No one even knows what they look like. Miao Ya noted that the followers of the old god's government had indeed managed to summon the ancient gods. Shi Hao asked the stranger how they had managed to summon an ancient god. What was the origin of the giant red magic crystal and the tattoos on their bodies? The captive replied that the tattoos were sacred magical symbols that only the chosen few were permitted to bear. The magical crystal and the circle were a means of summoning the ancient gods. However, due to his low rank, he did not know the details. Shen Hao suspected that this man was hiding something after all. The believer objected, saying that wasn't true. He wouldn't dare conceal anything from the great being. He was his most devoted servant. Shi Hao thought this guy was too religious, almost insane. The protagonist stated that he had one last question. What was the connection between the rule of the old god and the monster invasion? The stranger admitted that there was a connection. They had orchestrated the monster's attack on the city. The man's eyes and mouth began to glow, just like those of his fellow cultists. The conflagration was drawing near. He said that the great sun god's manifestation required an innumerable amount of blood. They would sacrifice all of humanity. Long live the government of the old god. Shi Hao turned his back on the fanatic, shielded the girls with his body, and saved them from the fire. The protagonist didn't understand why he had suddenly lost control over this man. Could it have happened when the man injured his head? Miao Ya noticed that Shi Hao was very strong, but sometimes he could even hurt those close to him. Si Yu asked where he got so much strength from, though it couldn't be any other way. Shi Hao apologized and asked if the girls were okay. They said they were. After some time, the hero finally got a result. Not only had the organization planned a monster attack on the city, but they'd also managed to summon an ancient god. They definitely outclass all those money-obsessed groups. Their plans were thwarted this time, but what would happen next? Shi Hao picked up a shard of crystal. It was an unknown magical item. Its properties were hidden. Special identification tools were needed to unlock it. The protagonist surmised that the crystal had been treated in a special way. He asked the advisor if he could identify it. Weiss replied that it was an ancient blood magic crystal. It was created from a large amount of human blood and a smaller amount of monster blood, a repulsive object. Shihao suspected that his actions had landed him in new trouble. The young man heard his communicator emitting strange noises. Could it be that the earlier interference had been caused by a similar magic crystal? Miao Ya once again urged everyone to look up at the sky. The spatial rift had stopped growing, but it hadn't disappeared. Siyu surmised that destroying the magic circle hadn't been enough to interrupt the summoning. Shihao thought if he continued to thwart their plans, the risk to his family would only increase. If he did nothing, the rift might continue to grow. At that moment, a huge monster approached the hero from behind. Shihao was surprised as he hadn't sensed its approach again. The monster had been attacked and destroyed by someone. The man said he hadn't expected to run into Shihao here, and that he should be more careful. Shen Hao saw Cheng standing before him. The young man said he'd helped out a little again. Shen Hao wasn't angry, was he? Ji Yu was delighted. Could this really be brother and Cheng? The young man asked if they were all right. It's dangerous when monsters attack from behind. Shihao thought to himself that it was still unclear who was the real danger here. Shihao admitted that this guy had saved his life again. Shi Yu told him not to be modest. It was just a demonic cat. It couldn't have done any harm. Shi Yu wondered how it happened that the star of the Huangzheng gang was aimlessly wandering around the 9th district, the very place where the magic crystal had been destroyed. Ji Yu pointed a gun at her guest and said he was acting too suspiciously. What was he up to? Miao Ya was surprised because Cheng wasn't a villain, that much was obvious. And Cheng noted that Miss Ji Yu was as sharp-tongued as ever. Even though there were disagreements between their organizations, that didn't mean they had to be enemies. She should put the gun away and talk calmly. Shihao agreed. Now that a powerful enemy had appeared, it was best to set aside their differences and solve the problem first. If Cheng joined them, their combat strength would increase significantly. The protagonist thought that first he needed to defuse the situation and then find out what secrets this guy was hiding. He definitely had some. Ji Yu said she would heed Shihao's advice, but that didn't mean she trusted him, and Cheng asked her to spare him. Shihao told Cheng not to worry. Miss Shi Yu was simply being cautious and had no intention of attacking. The guest explained that it was a misunderstanding. He had been on a mission in the 9th district helping to evacuate civilians. Upon hearing the explosion, he immediately ran over to check what had happened. Shihao thought that was a logical explanation. He explained that the explosion had been caused by the destruction of a magical summoning circle. Perhaps there were other circles as well. The protagonist remarked that this was dirty work. Wasn't Cheng really willing to do this? And Cheng replied that he was born in the 9th district and couldn't just stand by and watch it be destroyed. The young man added that completing the mission would help him advance in his career. Shihao thought that Cheng had performed flawlessly. Miao Ya asked if Shihao really wanted to continue. She felt useless and like she was just getting in the way. The protagonist replied that this wasn't the case. It was precisely her ability to sense emotions that had helped them find the magic crystal. Ji Yu agreed that her ability was more important than it seemed. They needed to destroy the remaining magic circles and then search for her parents. Miao Ya declared that she would do her very best. Ji Yu suggested they resolve the issue with the circles as quickly as possible. And Cheng asked for more details about the previous circle and what they needed to be prepared for. The young people found the next circle. Now they had to figure out how to break through the protective barrier. The protagonist noted that repeating the previous method wouldn't work. Did Cheng have any suggestions? Our hero realized that this protective device was manufactured by the Huangzheng faction. He understood that this was precisely why that company suspected his group of secretly colluding with this sect. Ji Yu pointed out that the star of Huangzheng must know more about this than they do. Why not ask him? And Cheng replied that he wasn't a star, but just an errand boy. However, the suspicions were justified. The situation was indeed difficult to explain clearly. His group had never been selective about clients. It didn't matter who the weapons were sold to. The main thing was profit. Shihao said that he trusts this guy, but it's still better to check if he's telling the truth. After all, doesn't Cheng want Shi Yu to stop suspecting him? Cheng replied that he understood. Destroying the magic circle would prove his innocence. But why did he even care about rumors? They were nothing but a headache. The high schooler pulled a secret model of an overload generator from the wide legs of his pants. He was glad he'd brought it along. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to do anything without it. The boy activated the overload generator and said he would destroy the energy shield. Shi Yu admitted that the device was indeed effective. the shield was easily destroyed. After that, Cheng drew his sword and charged at the cultists. He said, "You can't ride a boat right after it's already capsized." Miao Ya was surprised. Had Brother Cheng really wiped them all out? Shi Yu replied that he had only knocked out his opponents. In fact, he's quite soft-hearted. And Cheng reiterated that his group sells weapons to anyone and everyone. However, as a precaution to ensure the weapons aren't used against them, every item sold has a backdoor built in. It was through such a backdoor that the device destroyed the energy shield, and Cheng realized he had revealed confidential information. Now he was counting on their trust. Shi Hao destroyed the crystal and reminded Cheng that he had forgotten the most important thing, the blood crystal. If the crystal isn't destroyed, the rift in the sky won't close. The young man wondered why no one had told him this earlier. Shi Hao said that thanks to their collaboration, their efficiency had increased significantly. Now Miss Shi Yu would stop suspecting him. It's no wonder this guy is called a legend at the academy. And Cheng replied that Shi Hao was overestimating him. He urged everyone to advance toward the next target. And Cheng thought that this guy's sword strike was so fast that it was impossible to even react. What was Shi Hao trying to prove with that? It seemed he wasn't as harmless as he appeared. The group of young people finally discovered the last crystal, and Cheng told everyone to step back. He would destroy it himself. Miao Ya surmised that after that, the creature in the sky would be unable to escape from the rift. Shi Hao said that everything seemed too strange. Their progress was too smooth. Aside from the energy shield, there were no other defensive measures. Could the government of the old god really be that naive? Suddenly, the cultists' bodies began to rise into the air. The young people didn't understand what was happening. The cultists shouted that God was calling them. They clung to the crystal and declared that they would merge with it. The crystal began to absorb their bodies. They screamed that they felt boundless power and an all-consuming force. Shen Hao ordered everyone to prepare for battle. This was likely the old god's government's last trump card. Shi Yu activated her pistols and offered to show what they were capable of. Suddenly, a gigantic level 60 blood crystal demon appeared. It declared that these nobodies dared not stand in the way of the great god's arrival. And Cheng said he would take on the monster himself, while Shi Hao and Shi Yu should provide cover. The protagonist objected. The level difference was too great. They needed to take a different approach. The blood crystal demon said it was arrogant to challenge the god's representative. He attacked Cheng. The senior student realized he'd lost half his health in a single blow. The monster possessed the terrifying power of a rare creature. Ji Yu opened fire with precision and Cheng shouted for her to be careful. The protagonist shielded Ji Yu from the attack and told her not to stand still. She needed to keep moving and dodging. Despite its size, the monster was slow. Shi Hao thought that although the monster was slow, its attacks were incredibly powerful. Even a 10-layer energy shield was destroyed in a second. Even after piercing the shield, the attack's power didn't diminish. Shi Hao continued to protect Shi Yu. He knew he couldn't take any hits. Even his defenses might not withstand such force. Shi Hao thought that switching to the offensive might give him a chance at victory. He was capable of overcoming a 20-level difference. He decided he could destroy the monster if he used his offensive ability. The hero fought with all his might, but the damage was minimal. Shi Yu ordered a retreat. The monster's defense was absurd. They couldn't even scratch it. The monster roared, warning them not to dare run away. Shi Hao surmised that its defense was being bolstered by crystals on its body. The monster declared that their tricks were useless. No matter what they did, it wouldn't matter. A level 55 spherical voltage arc was activated. The monster smirked, those energy tricks again, and Cheng ordered his friends to run. His shield would hold off the monster. The monster said it was impossible to hold him back. He would show no mercy to the weak. Shi Hao handed Cheng a lightning-fast double-edged blade to replace his broken sword. This weapon possessed a lightning effect and had previously belonged to the captain of the Black Tiger mercenaries. The protagonist noted that fleeing wasn't the best option right now. They needed to find the monster's weak spot before it broke free. And Cheng thought that Shi Hao's combat experience was exceptionally high. He remained calm even now. Miao Ya thought she had found the monster's weak spot, but she had a headache. Shi Hao praised her and asked her to clarify the weakness. Miao Ya sensed something akin to magic within his body. It emanated from a piece of crystal on his shoulders. The monster declared that a god has no weaknesses. Shi Hao noticed that there was indeed something resembling a beating heart there. But how could they pierce it? Shi Hao asked Vase about the weak spot. Vase replied that he had conducted a comprehensive analysis. The weapon could only be strengthened using a magical blood crystal. Using an item of similar origin could neutralize the durability effect. Shi Hao asked Ji Yu for her large pistol. The girl handed him the weapon and asked why he needed it. The reinforcing union ability was activated. Wandering Wind merged with the magical blood crystal. As a result, the blood-wandering wind appeared. Now attacks were accompanied by blood being sucked out and armor being pierced. The monster said the games were over. He'd already spent too much time on this barrier. The protagonist realized he now had a great opportunity to test the new effects. Illusory shots rang out. The monster screamed in pain. How could they have pierced its armor? And Cheng asked how Shi Hao had done it. The protagonist admitted that the damage was still insignificant, but now the monster could be controlled. They needed stronger weapons, and Cheng said he had something. He'd brought melee weapons for the whole team from the black market. Could they use them? The monster flew into a rage. The attacks were like raindrops to it. Shi Hao said the control effect was weakening, and Cheng had to hold it off for another 20 seconds. The protagonist received power gloves and told Vase to find anything that could increase their power. Something was found. Power gloves are melee weapons. They completely cover the hand and amplify attacks. Miniature rocket engines are an advanced device used to accelerate cars or airplanes. They are capable of significantly increasing torque output. The monster continued to threaten them with verbal attacks. It declared that annoying people would be destroyed. And Cheng said that his health was once again nearly zero and that he couldn't keep up with the pace of the battle. Shi Hao attacked the monster with a flaming sword, cleaving its weapon in half. He declared that he had put up with this opponent for far too long. The monster screamed that he was terrified and began begging God for salvation. He didn't understand why this man's attacks had become so powerful or how he had managed to destroy his magic crystal. Shi Hao faced the monster one-on-one and said he would never reveal to this villain how he had obtained such power. It was his proprietary patented secret. The protagonist admitted that there was nothing to gain from this monster except experience points. It held no useful information. The monster grew indignant and declared that he was the chosen one of the gods, who must be respected. Shi Hao ordered it to shut up. The blessing of the ancient gods meant nothing to him. The new god. The monster flew into a rage, accusing him of blasphemy. Under the hero's blows, the number of crystals on the monster's body rapidly dwindled. And Cheng restored his health with several vials of healing potion and told Shi Hao not to get distracted, but to focus on the monster. Ji Yu declared that only Shi Hao was capable of destroying this monster, and Cheng added that they would defend him while he attacked. They trusted him. The protagonist thanked them for their trust and prepared for the decisive battle. He declared that he wanted to end this fight as quickly as possible. Fear flashed in the monster's eyes. The young man charged forward, but a magical barrier suddenly appeared before him. The monster smirked and said that without destroying the crystals, he wouldn't be able to break through the celestial sphere. Shi Hao thought this was becoming a problem. While the monster's two heads were casting spells, the barrier kept regenerating. His strength might not be enough. The monster declared that he was the chosen one of the gods and that his defense was impenetrable. The protagonist realized that he should have aimed for the heart from the very beginning. His carelessness had let him down. The monster relished the situation, watching as its arrogant opponents suffered defeat. Even the high priest of their church marveled at such protection. Shi Hao decided to focus on breaking through the defense. He'd worry about the high priest later. For now, survival was the priority. He thought he needed more power to overcome the barrier's regeneration rate. Were there any items in his inventory for temporary enhancement? Weiss replied that there was nothing, not even simple strength potions remained. The protagonist asked his companions if they had any potions or energy drinks, such as Red Bull, and Cheng and Miaoya replied that they didn't have anything. Shi Hao asked Shi Yu why she was silent, since every bit of help mattered right now. The girl handed him a vial and said she didn't want to talk about money. Ji Yu added that she didn't want to give it to him because of the side effects. The hero found himself holding the Hercules strength potion. It triples one's strength but inflicts an incurable, weakened state debuff. Ji Yu asked what he would do next and reminded him of his family. Xiao Hao drank the potion right away. The girl was outraged that he hadn't even paused to think. The protagonist replied that he would think about it later. If they didn't handle this now, no one would be able to help them anymore. The monster was surprised by the sudden change in his opponent. It sensed a sudden surge in power. Shi Yu ordered her team to monitor Shi Hao's health, but he was moving too fast. The monster realized that his opponent's attack power had skyrocketed and the barrier couldn't regenerate fast enough. He needed to wait for the right moment and deliver the decisive blow. The celestial sphere was destroyed. Now the protagonist could penetrate inside. The monster took a direct hit and couldn't believe it was possible, for it had been blessed by the gods. The monster declared that even its death would not stop the coming of the ancient gods. The government of the old god would continue its work. At that moment, Shi Hao realized that the monster was about to explode. Shi Hao reached the monster's left shoulder and destroyed its heart. He declared that this was the end. The monster was destroyed, disintegrated, and collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, Shi Hao fell down beside it. Ji Yu said the job had been done perfectly. The giant blood crystal demon had been defeated. The experience was credited to the protagonist. The hero thought that it was finally over. But what should he do next? All that was left was to rely on the other three. Although trusting other people still felt strange, Shi Hao raised his head and saw En Cheng standing before him, a drawn sword in his hands. Shi Yu asked what he was up to, wondering if he was planning to betray them. Miao Ya was frightened and asked what was wrong with him. En Cheng thrust his sword into the ground and said he'd been misunderstood. It was a misunderstanding. He'd just been lost in thought. Ji Yu kept him in her sights and asked if he was too clever or too dangerous. En Cheng was surprised by her distrust, since they had just fought side by side. He added that if he'd wanted to cause harm, the girls wouldn't have been able to stop him. En Cheng tried to help Shi Hao by offering to carry him, but Shi Hao refused, saying he could walk on his own. He just needed something to lean on. Miao Ya was surprised that he could walk at all after such a battle. Shi Hao replied that there was nothing unusual about it and asked her to be less suspicious of En Cheng. They were now comrades in arms. Weiss reported that En Cheng's spectral aura was pitch black, indicating an intent to destroy, but without a specific target. Shi Hao decided to temporarily accept his help as long as there was no overt aggression. En Cheng suggested they rest for a few minutes before continuing on their way. The girls looked up at the sky and saw that the spatial rift had finally disappeared, whereupon they were overjoyed. They had managed to prevent the arrival of the ancient god. The greatest threat had been eliminated. Shi Hao told them not to celebrate prematurely. Although they had sealed the spatial rift, the problem of the monster invasion was still unresolved, and they needed to remain vigilant. The young man slumped exhausted onto a huge rock and said that his life was now in their hands. Miao Ya was frightened and asked Shi Hao to hang in there. The protagonist noted that now that they had destroyed all the blood crystals, the connection should be restored. Si Yu said she would try to contact Miss Mo. Shi Hao said it wasn't necessary. The beautiful Miss Mo had already contacted him herself. Ji Yu was surprised. As soon as the connection was restored, Miss Mo had reached out to Shi Hao first. Was he really that important to her? The girl felt mixed emotions welling up inside her. Was she envious of Shi Hao, or was she simply jealous? Miss Mo had heard about Huo Pengzheng and the old god's government. She said she was safe for now, but they would need time to gather reinforcements. They would arrive soon and the young people should stay where they were. Shi Hao replied that they didn't need to come here. It would be better to meet at the secret passage leading to the 8th district. He would send the necessary coordinates right away. Miss Mo agreed and replied that they would meet at the agreed-upon location. She wondered, how did this guy know about the secret passage? No wonder she was taken with him. Miss Mo said he was in a weakened state. Would everything really be all right? He was a genius she had her eye on, and he shouldn't die over some trifle. Shi Hao thanked her for her concern and replied that he was fine. En Cheng mentioned the rumors. People were saying that Shi Hao and Miss Mo had a relationship that was far from ordinary. After overhearing their conversation, he realized it wasn't just gossip, and now all he could do was feel envious. Shi Hao noted that there was some truth to it. However, he had become a bit complacent, having this girl as his patron. Ji Yu told the men to stop this pointless chatter. 9th Security Zone, the connecting bridge. The arriving civilians asked to be let through. Why are they being left to fend for themselves when the monsters are about to appear? The guards replied that they must wait for orders from higher command. A secret passage to the 8th district. The squad commander said they really couldn't get across the communication bridge. And even here, the screams of civilians could be heard. That guy was right. A woman asked why Shi Hao hadn't arrived yet. She was very worried about him. Yunfei told her mother not to worry since they'd just been in contact with him. He'd be there soon, and nothing would happen to him for sure. Nana screamed that she could see the master. Shi Hao was overjoyed when he saw his sister and parents. His companions had also arrived at their destination with him. The brother and sister embraced. Yunfei said she'd been very worried. Shi Hao assured her that he was fine. His father said he was happy that their family was finally reunited. His mother asked why her son looked so exhausted. Was he not eating well? Shihao replied that he was fine. He was just a little tired and needed some rest. Nana burst into tears, expressing her joy that the family was reunited. The Empress considered the emotions of lower beings repulsive. Shihao patted the maid on the head and said that Nana had worked hard too. It was only thanks to her that the family was safe. The girl replied that she would do anything for her master. The Empress thought that now, while he was weakened, destroying him would be a piece of cake. However, her body still couldn't move in accordance with her true consciousness. A voice behind our hero apologized for getting in the way of this family's reunion. Miss Mo added that now was no time for fun. The main boss of the invasion, the red-tailed Bai had appeared. The appearance of the red-tailed Bai stabilized the condition of the demons. Now they are no longer trying to sneak into the 8th district. However, if this continues, the entire 9th district could turn into a wasteland. People will no longer be able to live here and will be forced to evacuate immediately. Shihao was surprised. Could it be that they actually want to take over this place? To set up their lair right behind people's backs? And all of this right under their noses? What are they trying to achieve? Miss Mo pointed out that they were simply demons and that this kind of behavior was normal for them. What should be more concerning right now is that this is a level 90 boss. Shihao agreed that a boss of such a high level was no joke. Miss Mo said that even a professional squad would have a hard time emerging victorious from a battle against it. Shi Yu asked if the source of the information could be trusted. After all, this couldn't be true. Miss Mo replied that the information was reliable. She had seen this boss with her own eyes. She added that she had observed him from a distance. He had nearly destroyed her with just a single glance. Her assistants reported that they'd been spotted. They needed to get out of there as soon as possible before the attack began. Miss Mo said that he was very far away, but he still nearly took her life. She couldn't shake this fear. It felt as if it were coming straight from her soul. Shihao surmised that Miss Mo had most likely fallen under his debuff. There was no need to be afraid. The fact that she had survived his attack was already incredible. Shihao looked at the guards and wondered if they had understood everything correctly. The answer was yes. Miss Mo said she didn't feel weak or in need of comfort, so they needed to get down to business. She contacted the Han Mo clan's research team, and they confirmed that this boss belonged to the 28 constellations. After the beginning of the OL era, the entire world underwent a mutation, including the monsters. Over years of research, scientists discovered that monsters have a specific hierarchy, where one's place is determined by their level of power. This hierarchy is linked to the mythical guardian spirits of the 4 cardinal directions. Each cardinal direction has 7 constellations for a total of 28. There are 28 terrifying boss monsters. This information is not available to ordinary people. Red-tailed Bai Yi is one of the bosses of the Tail constellation. History records instances where this monster mercilessly destroyed several dozen small towns. Smaller factions have tried to destroy it, but it has no equal. Shihao asked, is it because he didn't interfere with the interests of the major factions before? That means the smaller clans were practically offering up their lives to him. If things are left as they are, he'll end up clashing with major factions like the Han Mo. The girl replied that the Han Mo clan had already mobilized and dispatched a well-trained unit. They would arrive soon. Furthermore, there was reliable information that other factions had also urgently sent their forces here to be the first to destroy the monster. Miss Mo added that Huang Zheng's faction was among them, and Cheng said they might indeed already be on their way. Shihao remarked that this commotion exceeded all his expectations. So many people were interested in defeating this boss. Could it be that it drops some kind of special loot? Miss Mo confirmed this. All bosses of the 28 constellations have their own realms. Whoever defeats it first will receive a key that unlocks the doors to these realms. There are a wealth of rare resources that the boss didn't have time to collect as stored. Miss Mo added, if you convert that into money, it comes to at least 2 billion. Shen Hao thought that even though he was weak, he had to give it a try. And Sheng asked what his younger brother had in mind. After all, this was a level 90 boss. Could it be that the guy hadn't shown his full potential yet? The protagonist thought that the boss's power far surpassed his own, but he could use a huge amount of experience points to unlock the NB account. In that case, there might be a chance. Commander Wang Zhongang said he'd like to ask Shihao a few questions. For security reasons, the coordinates of this passage had been classified and were accessible only to a select few. How had the guy found out about it? The protagonist replied that one of the girls from security had told him about it. It seemed she had been in the same squad as the commander. Shen Bing asked, was her name by any chance Chen Lu? What happened to her? Shen Hao saw a photo that had fallen out of the soldier's breast pocket. In it, he was pictured with Qin Lu. The protagonist told the young man that monsters had killed her. She'd done it so he could escape. She'd given him the coordinates right at the very end. She was a very good person. Shen Bin was upset. How could this have happened? Why did she die? The commander told the soldier to pull himself together. At least she wasn't a deserter. Thanks to her sacrifice, they were here now. Shen Hao thought the young man was right. In this era, the only true value is life. Our hero hoped that his lie would bring the young man at least a little comfort. Yunfei said she could see light ahead. It seemed they were close to the exit. The girl ran outside and heard someone shout, "Stop!" She was surprised what was going on out there. Outside were armed thugs. One of them said this was his mountain and his territory. A toll must be paid to pass through. Hao stepped outside and asked who they were and how they knew about the secret passage. Yunfei told her brother that these people were high-level and they needed to be careful. Nana's instinct told her that they were extremely dangerous. The leader of the thugs said that the secret passage was no big deal to him. He'd heard that monsters had attacked the 9th district, so they decided to set up camp here in hopes of making some profitable deals. The thug declared that they'd caught a big fish. Did Miss Mo agree with him? The girl was surprised. Did he really know her? Miss Mo asked, "Do you really know me? And are you planning to block my path?" Apparently, this man was quite confident. She looked at him closely and guessed she'd seen him somewhere before. The gangster said it was an honor if Miss Mo remembered him. However, that was all in the past. Now he was a freelance relic hunter. They had to return to the safe zone to restock their supplies, and it was precisely then that a situation arose that led them to decide to make some extra money on the side. The gang leader said they could proceed if they left all their money and equipment behind. Those were his terms. For money, he was willing to take anyone's life, and they would have to comply if they didn't want to die. Miss Mo said that ever since she was born, many people had tried to ruin her plans, but they all met a bad end. Was he sure he wanted to continue? The bandit replied that ever since he was born, he had done whatever he wanted, and it had never ended in failure. Therefore, he intended to continue. Miss Mo said, "So be it." With those words, her bodyguards sprang into action. The villain remarked that he'd heard about Miss Mo's incredibly strong twin bodyguards. But why were their attacks so weak? He didn't even have to exert himself to parry them. The bodyguards truly couldn't do anything to stand up to this gangster. The villain tossed the twins aside and said that if that was all they were capable of, he was disappointed. Hao was surprised. How could a level 65 player so easily defeat 2 level 60 soldiers? It's impossible to block 2 such attacks with one hand, let alone counterattack. Is he really that strong? Then there must be an explanation. Hao thought it might be a debuff received from a level 90 boss. The Eye of Fear skill had been activated. All of the opponent's stats were reduced by 40%. No wonder they were much weaker than usual. The thug asked Miss Mo if he should crush their heads. She's a smart woman and should weigh everything carefully. Jiyu told the thug to let them go immediately. She was holding a pistol. Miss Mo ordered Jiyu not to come any closer. One of the gangsters with a sniper rifle pointed his weapon at Shiyu's head and told her not to move. She'd better obey her mistress, or else she'd end up with a hole in her head. The thug said that the officer with the assault rifle had better not make a move either, unless he wanted his head to turn into a cactus. One of the gangsters noted that the other hostages were behaving calmly. Since their levels were low, there was nothing for him to do for now. Another gangster told him to calm down and not interrupt their reading. Hao thought that these people's levels and stats were significantly different from those of the relic hunters from the black market. Their teamwork was flawless. There was still more than half an hour left before the debuff wore off, but even after that, victory would be impossible without a powerful ally. Hao thought that the 2 million he'd received hadn't even had time to warm his hands yet, but he'd have to say goodbye to it. It was extremely unfair. Miss Mo stated that money means nothing to her. She has just over 80 million on her. She is willing to give it to the criminals if they release her people. The gangster released the bodyguards and said that her words had cheered him up. The gang leader said that getting to a safe zone hadn't been easy, even though the payoff was enormous. In the wild wastelands without power or money, it's hard to take even a single step. He ordered his men to collect all the money from those present. Miss Mo said there was little logic in his words. Surely her money wouldn't be enough for him. Hao thanked Miss Mo for trying to save their equipment. However, angering these thugs wasn't the best option. He was forced to act this way for the greater good, even though he really didn't want to part with his money. The thug remarked that he hadn't expected this. a high-ranking lady willing to bend the rules for the common folk. They must hand over their money and gear voluntarily, otherwise everything would be taken by force. However, that would be painful and unpleasant. After a while, the boss was informed that they had made a lot of money. Although these people didn't pose much of a threat, they turned out to have quite a bit of money. The gang leader thanked them for the gifts and said they would keep their promise and leave. And Cheng told Shihao not to lose heart. Money wasn't the most important thing. Right now, they needed to save lives. The protagonist thought that such consolation was unnecessary. It was simply a physiological reaction unrelated to rationality. Miss Mo said she thought she remembered who they were. Former members of Huang Zheng's gang, the Di Huang combat unit. The gangster declared that since Miss Mo had remembered, he no longer needed to hide. His name was Grey Wolf Raynor. He was indeed from the Di Huang unit. And Cheng was surprised. Could this really be Grey Wolf Raynor? The villain said he had given his name. If the Han Mo clan wanted revenge, he wouldn't mind. He was waiting for them in the desolate wastelands at any time. Suddenly, the bandits were attacked, and one of them, Feng Ming, was killed. Grey Wolf Raynor asked indignantly who dared to attack his younger brother. And Cheng declared that he had been searching for Raynor for 5 years and hadn't expected to meet him right here. The bandit leader asked who this guy was and what kind of bone blades he was holding. He didn't look human. He needed to be sent straight to the devil. Shihao was astonished. Bone blades had sprouted from his hands, just like those of the Zerg, and with a single strike, he had destroyed a level 50 soldier. And Cheng had indeed been hiding his strength. But what had happened to his appearance? And Cheng said that it must be fate to meet Raynor right here. He had a matter to discuss with him. The villain asked again who he was. Could they possibly know each other? The bandit ordered his henchmen to first eliminate this insolent man, and then everyone else. He had no intention of leaving anyone alive. The bandits opened automatic fire, and Cheng, swinging his bone blades, deflected all the bullets and said that this was a matter between just the two of them, and they shouldn't drag the others into it. Raynor declared that this cocky kid couldn't take on all 4 of them alone. He wouldn't stand a chance. Raynor added that he'd caused harm to many people in his life, but he didn't recall this kid. It was time to put an end to this. The gangsters continued firing. And Cheng asked if Raynor remembered the name Enni. She had once been his subordinate. The gangsters saw that the guy didn't have a single scratch on him after the shooting. But how was that possible? Raynor replied that he did remember her. Back when he was part of the Di Huang squad, she had been the main combat force of the Grey Wolves. But one day she embezzled part of the squad's property and fled, betraying her comrades. Because of her, he was expelled from the Di Huang squad. She ruined his life. And Cheng flew into a rage, lunged at Raynor, and shouted that his sister wasn't that kind of person. The thug realized that this guy was her brother. No wonder his face had seemed familiar. Raynor ordered his 3-man team to attack him and eliminate him. He had to pay for his sister's sins. And Cheng immediately transformed and changed his appearance. He said that it was the gangsters who should pay the price. Raynor was surprised at how easily this guy had been able to take out his brothers. Judging by his appearance, he wasn't human at all. Raynor assumed that he would now have to retrain a new group of fighters. Raynor in his demon form said he wanted to know where his sister was now. Raynor also transformed. He said that this guy wasn't the only one capable of changing his form. There was a reason he was called Raynor the Grey Wolf. He had undergone a nano-enhancement transformation. He declared that he wasn't afraid of this guy's monstrous form. In the wastelands, he'd killed more monsters than anyone could imagine. And Cheng lunged at his opponent and asked again where his sister was now. Raynor replied that the guy could go to hell and ask her himself. The twin bodyguards activated a protective dome. They couldn't let their opponent's attacks hit them. Shihao sensed incredible power. This was a battle on an entirely different level compared to the one where he had defeated the blood giant after drinking a potion of strength. Why on earth hadn't Cheng revealed himself? Now they would hardly be able to maintain friendly relations. The demon knocked his opponent to the ground and said he was asking one last time, where was his sister? Raynor asked in surprise where this kid had gotten such power. The thug couldn't understand why he, an old soldier who had fought in countless battles, had fallen at the hands of some kid. Where was the justice in that? And Cheng shouted that he was going to destroy this scoundrel right then and there. Raynor begged for mercy and promised to tell him everything. He knew where his sister was. She must be in Sunset Gorge. Then his mind clouded. He decided to take everything for himself and pin it on her. However, he didn't touch her. She disappeared on her own. She wouldn't have been able to get out of the canyon by herself, so she's still there. And Cheng, having obtained the necessary information, destroyed his opponent by crushing him underfoot. Nana thought it must be very humiliating. A level 65 modified being had lost a fight to some low-level carbon-based life form. The protagonist asked what had happened to Encheng. The demon replied that Shi Hao could see everything anyway. He was smart enough, so there was no need to explain anything. The protagonist asked why the senior had chosen this path. Was there really no other way out? Encheng replied that there was no point in asking unnecessary questions. The world was too complicated, and everyone had their own secrets and scars. Didn't Shi Hao have them too? He didn't have any cheat abilities, so he had to make a deal with them. Shi Hao asked what the price of this power was and whether it was connected to the monster invasion. Encheng confirmed this. He helped them open spatial rifts, and they gave him the power to take his revenge. It was a fair deal. Sometimes monsters turn out to be more reliable than people. Miss Mo was surprised by this revelation. Yunfei shouted for Encheng to stop. The girl aimed her bow at him and asked why he had done this. Didn't he know how many people had died because of him? Did he really want to just walk away as if nothing had happened? Didn't his heart ache? And Cheng replied that he no longer had a heart. He didn't care about this world. He had to save his sister. Shi Hao told his sister to let him go. He could leave. He had spared their lives, and for that, they should be grateful. Shi Hao thanked Encheng for not destroying them. The protagonist asked when he had become weak, after all, and Cheng had wanted to finish him off, and this was already the second time. He added if their paths diverged the next time they met, he wouldn't hold back. The demon said that nothing could truly escape this guy. He really did want to destroy them because he envied his happy family and incredible strength. However, next time, his hand wouldn't falter. Shi Hao thought that he and Encheng were very similar. Shi Hao thought if he didn't have a lord account and his family were in danger, he would have done the same thing for the sake of power. Miss Mo said that they could move on now. The problem was solved. This battle had caused too much of a stir, and if they didn't hurry, new trouble might arise. Shi Hao warned that there was one more important matter. Miss Mo asked what it was about. Our hero said he was interested in getting the stolen money and equipment back, as well as the chance to acquire something else of value. The protagonist thought they were truly lucky. If it weren't for Encheng, they would have been left penniless. Last time, he had already reaped a rich reward from the Black Tiger mercenary squad. What would happen now? In addition to getting his money back, he received extra cash, over $1 million. He also received the Wasteland Lawless Creator firearm, a GT protective device, a self-destructing robot, an illusory assassin, and the Phantom Executioner. Shen Hao received a reward for the elimination, 100,000 experience points. He thought it had been a job well done, and that Encheng had truly helped. Nana was surprised. Could it be that even she had leveled up? Yunfei had gained a full 10 levels, and it wasn't a dream. Miss Mo noted that the enemies were, on average, level 60, which is why there was so much experience. Yunfei said that just thinking it was thanks to Encheng made it hard to feel happy. A heaviness lingered in her heart. Shi Hao told his sister not to overthink things. They were alive, and that was what mattered most. If justice was important to her, she had to become stronger. The weak had no right to speak of justice. Yunfei asked her brother what was important to him and what drove him to become stronger. The protagonist replied that it was obvious. Family came first for him. The unit arrived at the outskirts of the 8th security zone. The commander ordered the guards to keep a close watch on the gates. Not a single refugee from the 9th district was to be allowed inside. A soldier was surprised. Weren't they dooming the refugees to death this way? The commander stated that these were orders from above. The protagonist witnessed the security commander ordering the gates to be kept closed. No one was to be allowed inside. The young man thought that, when faced with monsters, people turn their weapons even against their own kind. Was this a perversion of human nature, or the final demise of humanity? Miss Mo assumed she understood his thoughts. However, some things ingrained over the years cannot be changed. For now, the best solution was to accept it. Nana thought that this race was on the brink of survival, yet still couldn't forget about their internal strife. What foolish creatures! Miss Mo heard a noise, looked up, and said that they had finally arrived. Flying craft landed next to the squad. It was the Yimpian squad, a unit of the Hanmo faction. The commander announced that they had arrived to ensure the target's security. Miss Mo and her companions found themselves surrounded by a tight ring of soldiers. The arriving squad formed a circular defensive perimeter. Miss Mo pointed to the protagonist and his friends and said that they were her guests and would be traveling with them. The squad commander replied that the instructions did not allow for the presence of outsiders. Miss Mo was outraged. Did the officer really dare to disobey her orders? The commander told Miss Mo to take the special military situation into account. She needed to be escorted to the aircraft immediately. The twin bodyguards ordered the soldiers to step aside immediately. The situation was rapidly escalating. Yin Xuan, an 85th level practitioner, stepped out of the plane. She said that Miss Mo shouldn't be angry. She would have to return with them. Miss Mo was surprised. Had Yin Xuan really come first to meet her? Or had she decided to take advantage of the commotion to attack? Yin Xuan replied that she would never dare to do such a thing. In any case, they needed to leave immediately. The chairman and the young gentleman were very worried about Miss Mo. Miss Mo reiterated that these were her guests and they would go with her. Yin Xuan regretfully informed her that she did not have that authority. Yin Xuan added that the board of directors had recently made a decision to minimize losses and protect the company's assets. Miss Mo's authority had been temporarily reduced to that of an ordinary director. She was now required to follow all wartime instructions. Miss Mo was indignant but added that this was quite typical of them. The protagonist wondered in surprise why there was so much discord in such a wealthy family. The beautiful Mo looked at Shi Hao and apologized. Shen Hao noted that this was being done to preserve the company's resources, so if he agreed to join the Han Mo family, would he and his family also become part of this structure? Our hero didn't want this, but right now it was the only way to ensure his family's long-term safety. Yunfei asked if her brother had really thought it all through. Shi Hao replied that this was the result of his deep reflection. Miss Mo said that was great. Shi Hao had finally made the right decision. It didn't matter why he agreed, but this was the best option. Yunfei thought that, although joining Han Mo was the best choice right now, her brother hadn't done it for himself. Shi Hao did it for the family's safety. That meant they had become a burden to him, forcing him to be someone else's pawn. Miss Mo promised that if Shi Hao joined the group, he would become an important asset to the company. In that case, his family would be under Han Mo's protection. He would no longer have to worry about their safety. He could focus on developing the company. Miss Mo stated that the board of directors had not stripped her of the right to recruit talented individuals. Yin Xuan confirmed that there was indeed no such restriction. The woman asked if Miss Mo was confident in this young man. Even if his true level wasn't a 6, judging by his appearance, it was hard to imagine he was capable of much. Yin Xuan advised her to think carefully so as not to bring trash onto the team. If Miss Mo made a mistake, it would damage her reputation. Miss Mo replied that she judged Shi Hao by his skills, not by Yin Xuan's empty words. Miss Mo thought that this guy was improving at a terrifying rate. Not long ago, he could barely defeat level 18 monsters, and now he was capable of handling level 60 bosses. His potential was impossible to gauge. Miss Mo announced that, effective immediately, Shi Hao was officially a member of the Mogong squad. Yin Xuan congratulated him. Many talented warriors failed to make it into Mogong, yet he had been given this opportunity. However, he shouldn't celebrate too soon. She added that, for those who speak only of strength, being in Mogong could be worse than death. Shi Hao noticed that no one was listening to him at all. The young man added that he hadn't been talking about joining Mogong. He'd merely said he would join the Han Mo faction. Miss Mo and Yin Xuan asked in unison what he meant. The protagonist explained that he valued his freedom and disliked restrictions. If they truly trusted him, he wanted to join Han Mo and lead a new squad. Yin Xuan laughed. She had thought he was just a pretty-faced gigolo, but she was wrong. He turned out to be not only pretty but also stupid. She added that there were many small squads in Han Mo, but none could compare to Mogong. His words were nothing but an insult to Miss Mo, and he clearly didn't understand anything. Shi Hao replied that he wasn't interested in the squad's status. What mattered was strength and the ability to act on his own terms. Yin Xuan told Miss Mo that she had never met such fools. It seemed she had found a great treasure. Now things would be fun with him around. Yin Xuan added that since he was so confident, she was leaving Miss Mo's safety in his hands. She's heading to the front lines and will be waiting for his performance. Shi Hao replied that he wouldn't let his senior comrades down. Miss Mo asked if he really intended to see this through to the end. Shi Hao replied that he had already come up with a name for the unit. This unit will be called the Lord's Squad. Miss Mo advised him to think it through carefully. Forming a squad is easy, but developing it is much more difficult. The foundation of any squad is its finances and its members. This directly determines its development. New teams do not participate in the distribution of resources after missions and dungeons. They only get whatever is left over after the stronger teams have taken their share. They'll also face pressure from other squads. Competitors are bound to hinder their progress. Miss Mo added that the main problem was that she would no longer be able to help him. Now he would have to rely solely on himself. Shen Hao realized that a difficult path lay ahead of him. Miss Mo asked again why he refused to join Mo Gong. The young man asked if she still didn't understand his goal. He was doing this both to avoid being restricted and for Miss Mo's sake. He noticed that Miss Mo's position in Han Mo was precarious, otherwise Yin Xuan wouldn't have dared to behave this way. Her authority was limited, and there was likely a power struggle going on within the family. Even if he were to join the Mo clan, he would hardly be able to help her. Therefore, it's better to form his own unit and become her pillar of support in the future. Miss Mo was surprised. Had he really thought all this through already? Shi Hao replied that he had one condition. He would personally oversee the distribution of profits and resources within the team. He wouldn't give up his own interests. The system announced that the weakness debuff had expired. Shi Hao asked her to look after his family, as he had some business to attend to. Miss Mo was surprised. What other business could there be since they'd only just arrived in the 8th district? Our hero replied that he wanted to watch the professional squads battle the world boss. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. His mother said it was too dangerous and that her son shouldn't go there. His father suggested he think it through carefully. Yunfei was understanding of her brother's concerns, but the family had only just been reunited. Shi Hao told them not to worry. He wasn't going to put himself in danger. Miss Mo said she understood the young man, but would try to talk him out of it. He had no idea just how powerful this red-tailed Bai Yi was. He would also have to face other groups who had come to hunt the boss. They were far more dangerous than the red-tailed Bai Yi. People's hearts and desires are far more terrifying than monsters. Shi Hao told the girl not to worry. He knows his limits and doesn't plan to get caught up in the thick of the battle. He'll stay on the outskirts. The protagonist thought, if he does happen to discover the boss's weak spot, he won't let such a chance slip away for anything. Miao Ya thought that Shi Hao was incredibly strong. On top of that, he was full of a spirit of adventure. No wonder Miss Mo had set her sights on him. The girl thought that people unfamiliar with this region would have to start from scratch. How could she now ensure a peaceful life for her parents? Shi Hao asked if Miao Ya would like to join his squad. If she did, Han Mo would take care of her family as well. He added that she could be trusted, which was why he was making this sincere offer. The girl burst into tears and hugged the young man. She said she would, of course, agree. Yunfei reacted instantly and shouted for the girl to get away from her brother immediately. Shi Hao asked Miss Mo if she had any objections. The girl replied that since Shi Hao was the squad's founder, the responsibility for selecting members rested entirely with him. She wouldn't comment on the matter. Miao Ya thanked the protagonist once again. She promised to keep getting stronger so she could fully meet the team's criteria. From now on, she would listen only to him. She agreed to everything. Shi Hao asked Commander Wang Jiangang and his subordinate Shen Bin what they planned to do. The officer replied that their homes were in the 8th district, so they would simply return and continue living as before. Shi Hao stated that if everyone had a clear plan, he could now go about his business with peace of mind. The level 90 world boss stirred up exciting feelings within him. Wang Jiangang noted that an opponent of such a high level didn't inspire even a shred of fear in this man. He was actually looking forward to it. This guy was definitely no ordinary person. However, there was another contradiction. His claim that Qin Lu had died trying to protect him seemed suspicious. His mother told Shi Hao not to push himself too hard. His father remarked that his son had grown stronger. Now he can make his own decisions. But he must remember that life is the foundation of everything. Our hero reminded Nana that she must behave herself and protect his parents. The maid replied that she would obey. The Empress thought that once this young man died, she would finally be free. The protagonist said goodbye and mentioned that it was time for him to leave. Miss Mo said she would send him the boss's coordinates and pass along some materials. That way she would be sure he wouldn't die at a critical moment. Yin Xuan also promised to give him a gift. The young man absolutely had to return alive. Shi Hao returned to the 9th security zone. He thought to himself, even if he was just going to observe, he needed to be well prepared. He couldn't let the losses outweigh the benefits if this somehow affected him. The protagonist logged into the system and asked if it was possible to unlock a truly powerful character with a 100% success rate. The system replied in the negative, but noted that there were 2 options with a high chance of success. Use 300,000 experience points to unlock the main ruler account. Shi Hao noticed that this sounded as if they were trying to squeeze as much as possible out of him. Apparently, there were some hidden pitfalls here. Alternatively, he could use 1 million experience points to directly unlock the Special Lord account. Shi Hao declared that he simply had to unlock the Special Lord account, even though it cost a pretty penny. Our hero decided to start by exchanging ancient magic crystals for experience points. In total, he ended up with 720,000 experience points. To the protagonist, that seemed like a considerable amount. Luo Feng contacted the protagonist and, overjoyed, announced that communication had finally been restored. He reported that everything was fine with them. They had done everything as the boss had ordered. Luo Feng said they were currently safe. They had stocked up on food for the week ahead. However, the director had been affected by the weakness skill and was now in a coma. Shi Hao promised he would arrive soon. Our hero noted that squads from all factions would be fighting the boss in the 9th district. This battle could affect the entire district, so it was safer to stay underground, but they couldn't let their guard down. Shi Hao realized that he now needed to take 3 steps: return to the academy and give the potion to the principal, defeat as many monsters as possible in the 9th district to gain experience, and then unlock the Special Lord's account before the boss battle. And one act bordering on madness, testing the waters during the boss battle to find its weak points. Shen Hao saw flying machines overhead. It was an air squadron belonging to some faction. You don't usually see that in the 9th district. The young man realized that everyone had already begun to gather. However, he didn't think the battle would start right away, since it would be one-on-one after all. The chances that the teams would be friendly toward each other were 0. First, there would either be an internal battle, or negotiations would take place. Until then, no one would touch the boss. Our hero understood that the most important thing right now was to have enough monsters in the 9th district. He hoped they wouldn't let him down. Shi Hao thought, if a team of professionals takes on the job, the problem will be resolved shortly. However, everything depends on how effectively they act. The young man delivered the potion to Director Yang and moved on, following the plan they had devised. Director Yang thanked him for the medicine and said he was feeling much better now. Shi Hao had saved his life. The protagonist confessed to Director Yang that during the incident, he had to take all the items from the Academy's vault. He then had to use some of them in battle, including items from the director's personal collection. He asked the director not to be angry with him for this. Principal Yang stated that he was grateful to the young man. For the sake of fighting monsters, he was welcome to use all of his belongings. His only regret was that he hadn't been able to join this young man in destroying the enemies. Mentor Lee said that the director should take it easier since he hadn't fully recovered from a serious injury yet. Shi Hao thought that the director was still hot-headed despite his advanced age. Our hero has taken care of the Academy's affairs, so now he can focus on defeating monsters. Bloodthirsty monsters roamed the area, hunting for their prey. The bloodthirsty Wolf King said they were lucky, apparently. Not everyone had fled the area. One of them had walked right into their clutches. The hellish Cyclops reminded them that Lord Baiyi had forbidden them from leaving this place. Battlehammer Bull protested, how dare the Cyclops complain about the master's orders. Now that the toy had come to them on its own, they could have a little fun. Shi Hao looked around and asked in surprise where the other monsters had gone. If they'd finally encountered a living human, why not call the others? The Battlehammer Bull was indignant. Why was this human so arrogant? There was no need to call the others. Any one of them could handle a level 6 opponent. The bull swung its hammer, but our hero effectively raised his shield, neutralizing the attack. The protagonist wondered why this monster was so aggressive, since he wasn't wearing red. Our hero replied to the monsters that this experience wouldn't be enough for him. At the same time, the Battlehammer Bull was sliced to pieces with the very first blow. The monsters were outraged. Could this really be possible? Did this man kill the bull in a second? He must be hiding his true strength. They needed to attack him all at once. Shen Hao said he wouldn't fight just yet and took off running. The monsters were outraged and decided to chase after him. One of the monsters wasn't moving though, because he'd gorged himself on humans and was now resting. After a man ran past it, it jumped to its feet and asked what was going on. The number of monsters chasing the protagonist gradually increased. Shi Hao urged the monsters to catch up to him and eat him alive. The monsters promised they would eat him gently. The guy counted about 30 of them and assumed they had all gathered by now. Shi Hao stopped and decided he would do it right then and there. The monsters rejoiced. Could it be that the man was exhausted? That meant it was time for him to die. At some point, the monsters realized they were trapped. The GT protective barrier had descended over them, and they found themselves trapped alongside the protagonist. The monsters laughed. Had this guy actually decided to make their job easier? He'd used the protective barrier in such a way that he'd locked himself in with them. Our hero activated the merciless Phantom Killer. It was a weapon of mass destruction. Automatic fire was open to kill. The monsters screamed, but they had no way of escaping. One of the monsters said that it was just one person. Someone needed to rush the embrasure, while the rest would finish him off. Self-detonating robots appeared among the monsters. They automatically locate the enemy and detonate upon approaching. The damage dealt is maximum. After a while, the battle was over. He had accumulated over 130,000 experience points. The protagonist decided that at this rate, he would quickly earn the remaining points. Shihao decided he needed to clean up the area a bit, since the battle had been so massive. If the extra noise attracted other squads, it would do more harm than good. Shihao found himself holding a floating celestial shard. The young man was surprised. Could ordinary mobs really drop legendary items? Apparently there were 4 more such shards. Together they must form a single whole. The young man looked at the shard and saw that something was engraved on it. Could this be some kind of alien text? The key to the mystery lay in these symbols, but who would be able to read them? An officer, accompanied by armed soldiers, appeared nearby and asked in surprise where all the smoke was coming from. Lei Tu, captain of a unit under the Tianquan Corporation, asked, "Could the young man have caused all this? If he wanted to live, he'd better confess what had happened here." Shihao raised his hands and told them not to shoot. He was just a harmless student passing by. He had been looking for the library and got lost. Lei Tu ordered his assistant to verify this information immediately. The soldier reported that the information had been confirmed. This boy really was just an ordinary student. The library was 2 blocks away. Shihao felt a sense of déjà vu. The officer said that in that case it was even stranger. Who could have taken down such a large group of monsters? They were late, which meant they'd missed out on a lot of experience and loot. Lei Tu pulled out a dagger and told the student to confess. What had a level 6 rookie forgotten here? The officer began waving the dagger in front of the young man. He wanted to know what he had seen and who had destroyed all those monsters. Shihao said he was begging for mercy. Monsters had attacked their academy. He'd fled in fear and ended up here alone. When he arrived, that's exactly how things looked. He didn't know what had happened here. The officer said that ordinary people, when confronted with his dagger, try to be evasive to wriggle out of trouble. However, this young man continues to stick to his story. Apparently, he's one of those spoiled students who aren't afraid of death at all. The officer added that this guy is truly lucky. He managed to survive here all by himself. He shouldn't linger, so as not to interfere with the mission. They're about to engage in battle with the Mogong squad. The student needs to stay away from this place. Shihao asked, "Is Mogong really the very team that's at the top of the rankings? I've heard that every member of that team is incredibly strong." The officer grew angry. No matter how good Mogong's squad might be, today they'll get what they deserve. Lei Tu added that his squad would be the strongest. The officer noted that Yin Xuan would be there too. She's incredibly beautiful, though she's not exactly easy to handle. Once the others are crushed, he won't be able to resist trying her out. Shihao remarked that Mogong's squad was indeed very strong. Were these guys really going to be able to handle him? Did they actually have some kind of plan? The officer replied that they did have a plan, but he wasn't about to share it with just anyone. Shihao reminded him that he was a student, so he wanted to know everything. After all, the officer wasn't the type to turn down a friendly gesture. Lei Tu called the young man insolent and pointed out that he'd given him a chance to leave there alive. How dare he be so defiant? The officer struck with his dagger. Instead of the young man, there was a puppet, so our hero was unharmed. Shihao counterattacked the officer and said that the officer had started it. The young man added that it was time to gain some experience. Our hero realized that this captain was still alive. Apparently, his current damage output wasn't enough to take down an enemy above level 50. The original plan wouldn't work. He'd have to change his strategy. The wounded officer cursed viciously. Where did this guy get so much strength? All this time, the student had been pretending to be a fool to trick him. Lei Tu ordered his soldiers to open fire to kill, while he himself, dagger in hand, lunged at the protagonist. He warned that he would tear this guy to pieces and feed him to the monsters. Shihao thought their levels were quite high. If this kept up, he wouldn't last long. There were 5 opponents in total. He needed to start taking them out one by one. Lei Tu closed in to a dangerous distance and lunged at the young man. The protagonist jumped aside and asked why the officer had assumed he had no fire support. Lei Tu was surprised. When had he managed to activate that weapon? The officer managed to deploy his energy shield. He saw that the weapon was aimed directly at him, so now he could only defend himself. Our hero noticed that the attackers had increased their speed using electricity and were now trying to cut off his retreat. Shihao struck, but his opponent managed to dodge. The enemies were moving with incredible speed. The opponents surrounded our hero and struck simultaneously. Shihao's health dropped by more than half. Now the young man understood what a professional combat unit meant. They understood each other without words and acted in perfect unison. If these soldiers are using electrical abilities to boost their speed, there's no way to keep up with them. It seems as though they're much stronger than their commander. Shen Hao told Weiss to check the inventory immediately. They needed to find something that could increase their speed. The assistant replied that there were 2 such items: level 45 thunderstorm armor, the very same set that roasted the leader of the Black Tiger mercenary squad. There's also the Heart of Maikun from Director Yang's personal collection. It can increase speed by absorbing electricity. Shihao said he'd used up everything he'd taken from the vault. If he wiped out this squad, who would be able to earn 1 million experience points and unlock a powerful account? Shihao said he wanted to use fusion. The enhancement skill was activated. His opponents noticed that this guy had transformed. Shihao thought he shouldn't be too fast. But if his opponents were eager for a challenge, they would test his speed. He would have to fight to the bitter end. The Maikun Thunder armor was activated. His opponents claimed that changing his armor wouldn't help this guy. They outnumbered him and were superior in speed and strength. On top of that, their magazines were loaded with ultra-fast electric bullets. They'd turn him into a sieve. Shen Hao declared that this wasn't a foregone conclusion. As for electricity, he had a few tricks up his sleeve as well. The young man began moving very quickly around the battlefield. As he closed in on an opponent, the protagonist would strike and then retreat to a safe distance. The tactic began to pay off. The electric warriors were taking damage. His opponents wondered why this student had suddenly sped up so dramatically. Lei Tu urged them to stay calm. If shooting was useless, they needed to switch to hand-to-hand combat. The warriors, swinging their swords, rushed toward their opponent. However, this young man wasn't the least bit afraid. The young man warned that this was the first time he'd ever had to bully women other than his sister. Therefore, he apologized in advance in case he misjudged his strength. Shihao launched a double strike, sending his opponents flying in different directions. Their health bars had dropped significantly. The protagonist noticed that after each strike, their clothes were torn to shreds. Maikun Thunder armor was truly a remarkable piece of gear. Shihao looked up and saw grenades flying toward him. A powerful explosion rang out. The female warrior said that even at his current speed, he wouldn't be able to defeat them. An anti-tank grenade with an electric attribute would be the last thing he'd ever see. Shihao declared that he now understood where the energy surging through his body had come from. It turned out they had recharged him with electric grenades. Did they have any more of those in reserve? The female warriors declared that something was off about this guy. His armor was capable of absorbing attacks and converting the damage taken into a buff. Where did he come from, and what kind of armor was that? Our hero declared that now it was his turn to show what he was capable of. Shen Hao began moving very quickly, landing devastating blows on each of his opponents. As a result of his aggressive actions, his targets lost consciousness. Our hero could either leave the battlefield or continue the fight. He earned 80,000 experience points in PvP. The guy decided to call it a day. He didn't harbor any deep hatred for this squad. He saw no point in destroying them. Shen Hao decided to check on the squad commander. The guns wouldn't be able to hold him off forever. However, if they had stopped firing, he would have made his presence known long ago. Lei Tu still couldn't stick his head out. He hadn't even imagined the guns would fire continuously for so long. Did they have an endless supply of ammunition? Suddenly the firing stopped. The officer was surprised. Could this guy really be dead? Lei Tu peeked out from his cover and asked the soldiers why it had taken them so long to carry out the order. The squad commander saw that his men were lying unconscious, and his opponent was standing nearby. Shihao said, if he hadn't stopped the firing, the captain would have been stuck there forever. The officer was furious. Why couldn't this bunch of good-for-nothings handle a kid? When they got back to base, he'd have a very different conversation with them. Shihao was outraged. Instead of helping his comrades, he'd been hiding behind their backs, and now he was yelling at them. Lei Tu declared that they weren't his comrades. They were his slaves. The officer activated an electric shock, and the female warriors, obeying his command, immediately sprang to their feet. Lei Tu declared that it was time for the second round. The female warriors immediately attacked the student. Shihao realized that this scoundrel was controlling them. He possessed a skill that allowed him to control the mind by influencing the nervous system. The female warriors were making strange sounds. A liquid was seeping through their masks. Shihao surmised that they were crying. This scoundrel had indeed attacked his own comrades. He was unworthy of being called a commander. Lei Tu declared that in this world, methods don't matter, victory excuses everything. In any case, they're just expendable. He'll always find new female slaves. Shi Hao declared that there were many ways to achieve victory. The protagonist swung his blade, and his opponent's arm was injured. The villain dropped to his knees and begged the young man not to kill him. Could he really be so concerned for these female warriors? In that case, he might as well just hand them over. Shen Hao grew even angrier and knocked his opponent out with a right kick to the jaw. Lei Tu cried out that he was in great pain, but he was willing to do whatever this guy wanted. Our hero stated that he was interested in this squad's plan of action. What had he and Huang Zheng been preparing for Mo Gong's squad? Lei Tu replied that they had agreed with the Emperor's group to join forces in order to take full advantage of Mo Gong and his team to attack the boss from behind. Shi Hao pointed out that this scoundrel hadn't mentioned other important details yet. This was a low-level tactic that even a 3-year-old could have come up with. Mo Gong's team couldn't possibly be unprepared for this. Lei Tu said he had some additional information. According to the team's joint reconnaissance, the boss is constantly located in the central square of the 9th district. There are a lot of elite monsters in the surrounding area, but fortunately the distance between them and the boss is quite large and they're spread out. This team's task is to keep all the elite monsters on the outskirts. We mustn't let Mo Gong's team take damage from the mobs so they can attack the boss with peace of mind. Shi Hao was surprised. Isn't the Tianquan group a major organization? Why help Han Mo's group? What's the relationship between them? Lei Tu replied that at first glance, their Tianquan group does indeed appear to be a major company, but 80% of the business belongs to Han Mo. They're simply one of his followers. The officer added that Han Mo always calls on them to do thankless work. Last time, all the profits went to Han Mo, while they received nothing. Shi Hao speculated that Lei Tu was resentful toward them, which was why he was willing to team up with the Emperor to set a trap for Han Mo. The officer confirmed this. Once Mo Gong's group is weakened while fighting the boss, they'll send their elite forces onto the battlefield. In that case, all the monsters will descend upon Mo Gong. Once Mo Gong's group is wiped out, they'll join forces with the Emperor to finish off the remaining bosses and spirits. That way, they'll be able to split the resources equally. Shen Hao agreed that the plan sounded good. However, on the other hand, it was too idealistic. How could Lei Tu be sure that Mo Gong's team had no ill will toward them? The officer replied that Mo Gong had one major weakness, their pride. They didn't expect anyone to dare stand up to them. Mo Gong's chief specialist had come with only Yin Xuan, and that was exactly what they intended to exploit. Lei Tu ended the conversation and said that was all the information he had. The officer asked if he could leave now. Shi Hao replied that he had only recently joined Han Mo's group and wasn't yet very familiar with Mo Gong's team. However, he couldn't just stand by and watch the group's interests be harmed. The protagonist stated that he had no intention of letting a scoundrel like Lei Tu get away from the very beginning. If Lei Tu hadn't been so valuable, he wouldn't have survived even a few minutes. He looked at the female warriors lying unconscious and decided to leave everything as it was. There were no monsters nearby at all. The Tianquan group should come to their aid. In any case, they would wake up soon. There was nothing to worry about. Shi Hao was delighted, for he had finally earned 1 million experience points. Now it was time to enter the system space. Shi Hao asked his assistant if there were any methods or items that could increase his luck. Weiss replied that there were no such items. However, he could calculate and analyze his current luck stat. The assistant reported that his master's luck was at the highest SSR level. He didn't need any outside help at all. He could do everything on his own. Weiss noted that the master level definitely exists across all dimensions of the plane. Shi Hao said he was ready to trust his luck. Now he needed to unlock the special king's account. Shi Hao saw the symbols, but he didn't understand what was happening. What was that black substance all around him? Weiss reported that he had detected a wave of malevolent energy of unknown origin. This is what he feared. Shi Hao was surprised. Could there really be a virus in this account? The system status was abnormal. The protagonist began to be covered in the black substance. He could no longer move. Weiss said that the level of evil had exceeded the calculation limit. A negative effect began to manifest. All stats were reduced by 99%. Movement was impossible, and health was gradually decreasing. The system reported that emergency repairs were underway. It was necessary to wait patiently and not panic. After a while, the system announced that the restoration was complete and everything had returned to normal. Shi Hao saw the dark forces disappearing. Weiss apologized to his master and was forced to admit that he was useless. Shi Hao said he was fine, But what about the god of luck? This battle had begun even earlier than expected. Weiss said he didn't understand either. The data had never been wrong before. Shihao noted that while other accounts destroy enemies, this account is destroying its host. The origin of this account must be uncovered. The system informed the owner that the first new special royal account had been opened, Shadow King. That name sends shivers through the entire world. He is a symbol of the power of fallen blood. Even the stars fade in his hands. Only when the sage summoned true heroes from another dimension was the spirit of the Shadow King finally destroyed. Shihao was surprised. Could this really be his first special royal account? And it turned out to be a supervillain's account? The fusion rate was 0%. Shihao asked what this rate meant. Weiss explained that the power of this account didn't require experience points. It increased by raising the fusion rate. Shihao wondered if this was too good to be true. Surely increasing the fusion coefficient would be even harder than earning experience points. Weiss explained that to increase the fusion coefficient, one must enter the account's dimension to complete special events and conditions. Shihao wondered, could this really be the legendary journey through time? But how could he enter it if it felt like a dead end? The system reported if the fusion coefficient exceeds 30%, the owner will no longer be able to control the account, as an uncontrollable, dangerous situation may arise. Our hero thought that this was indeed the account of a real villain. The system reported that there was a way to forcibly use the account with zero risk, but it was too complicated for the owner. It involves spending money or experience points to offset the negative influence. However, these costs are very high. It would take 10 million to maintain a normal state for 10 seconds. Alternatively, 500,000 experience points would be required for the same duration. The rest follows the same pattern. The system automatically blocked the host's overexcited speech. Weiss reminded him that the system was very cunning. Shihao thought this was better than nothing. He had no experience points left and no more than 3 million in funds. But what was he to do with these 3 seconds? Perhaps the materials he'd found earlier could be exchanged for money. The stricter the account's terms of use, the more powerful it is. The remaining monsters in the 9 regions won't be enough to earn 500,000 experience points. He needs to gather 10 million as quickly as possible before the boss battle. The protagonist put his mind to work and thought that some gold coins in this game wouldn't hurt. Standing among the city ruins, the young man realized they were too close to the boss. It wasn't worth getting any closer. There were plenty of minor demons in these parts, and criminals were probably still lurking around. There were many slain monsters everywhere. Could it be that someone had come here before and cleared out this area? Shihao was about to leave the area when someone called out to him. The protagonist realized he'd been distracted. He hadn't even noticed the person nearby. A huge guy appeared in front of our hero, moving completely silently. The stranger asked, "Bro, did you come here to hunt too?" Shihao thought they were about the same age, but the stranger was at level 50. His name was Shu Xiaozhe. Xiaozhe remarked that this guy didn't look like a team member or a relic hunter. Why else would he have come here if not to hunt? However, if a boss appeared here, they'd both end up as its snack. Shihao asked if he'd come alone too. Shu Xiaozhe replied that he hadn't. He was a relic hunter from a small team called Horizon. They'd heard that a level 90 boss had been found in the 9th district, so their leader had brought them along. Shihao thought this guy must be rolling in cash. If he robbed him, he could reach his 10 million goal faster. However, the man seemed sincere. Wouldn't this end badly? Shu Xiaozhe suggested they continue on together. It was chaotic here right now. It was dangerous to go alone, and besides, it was more fun together. Shihao thought this guy was very friendly. Or was it part of a plan? Or maybe he really was a good person. A relic hunter with no ambitions for world domination. This could be his chance to earn the amount he needed. Shihao thanked him for the invitation. It really was scary to walk around here alone. It was much more reassuring to have a level 50 human shield by his side. Shu Xiaozhe assured him that monsters wouldn't harm him as long as he was with him. The protagonist accepted the invitation to join their group and said he liked the name. All the squad members were high-level players. Shihao remarked that he felt like a child here. Xiaozi replied that there was no need to be modest. This guy was definitely higher than level 6. The fat guy added that city kids knew how to play the game and even deliberately hid their levels, unlike relic hunters. It would be good to level up in this deserted place to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a level 40 monster appeared, the magical burrowing worm. The monster said it could finally smell meat. Xiaozhe said that was his hamburger. The hunter grabbed the monster by the throat and ordered it not to interrupt while they were talking. The magic burrowing worm was defeated. Shi Hao thought this guy was incredibly fierce. Shu Xiaozhe asked if Shi Hao was okay. That worm had suddenly jumped out and nearly scared him. He didn't gain much experience, but it ruined his mood. He almost dropped his hamburger. The protagonist thought that this guy definitely wasn't scared. He seemed sincere on the surface, but in reality, he was very fierce. There was 1 hour left before the battle with the red-tailed boss began. The squad arrived at the transportation hub in the 9th district. The order was to gather right here. Shi Hao wondered if all these people had gathered here just to watch the commotion. Shu Xiaozhe noted that the news had spread quickly across the wasteland, which was why mercenaries and relic hunters from the surrounding area had gathered here. The fat guy added that this was the closest safe spot to the boss battle zone. There would be mobs 500 meters from here, so most people were using this place as a temporary base. Hao Shual told the boss that he had already returned. The entire squad was assembled. Shozi said the guy's name was Ye Wu. He'd run into him by chance on the way here. They'd had a pleasant chat, and he decided to stick around and see what was going on too. That's why he'd brought him here. Shi Hao waved to everyone. Zhen Chen said that the 6th level wasn't real. People at that level had either been evacuated or had died. They definitely wouldn't be here with the fat guy. Hao Shual remarked, if this guy is still alive, it means he's a good fighter. Shi Hao replied that he was just lucky. Shual noted that even if they were just watching the show, he didn't want anyone to pull a fast one on him. The protagonist thought this guy was straightforward but not hostile. He said there was no need to worry, there shouldn't be any problems with Brother Yi. After all, it was already clear that he was a diamond in the rough. Besides, he had a good personality. Shi Hao wondered, could this guy have sensed his hidden domineering spirit? Blue Sky said that Xiaozhe's usual temperament had caused a lot of trouble. Shi Hao was surprised. Why was there so much attention focused on him? Blue Sky asked why this guy had agreed to join a group of strangers. Sensible people don't usually do things like that. What does he want to find shelter or support in battle? Xiaozi told the commander that he was the one who had invited Wu Ye to join them. Blue Sky said he wanted to hear this guy's answer. Shi Hao declared that his goal was to eliminate the boss. He also wanted to take his gear and leave the professional team with nothing. Xiaozi was surprised. Could Wu Ye really be telling the truth? Hao Shual declared that this was simply madness. The commander laughed and said it was very interesting. Could this guy really be a fool? Blue Sky patted the protagonist on the shoulder and said he liked this guy. Young people should be reckless and arrogant. In any case, you shouldn't be afraid to dream big. Hao Shual noticed that the captain was up to his old tricks again. Every time he sees ambitious and energetic young people, he has a hard time keeping his emotions in check. He acts just like a child. The commander said he was pleased to officially invite the young man to join the Horizon squad. Shen Hao thanked him for the invitation. The protagonist thought that the people on this team were very different from the mercenaries and hunters he'd encountered before. That's exactly the kind of atmosphere a squad should have. Another person approached the hunters. He said that Blue Sky, as usual, liked to deal in all sorts of consumer goods. It was Ma Huan, a level 63 player. Even someone at level 6 dared to join this squad. We should rename it the Rookie Corps instead of Horizon. Shi Hao said it was none of his business. Or did he want to fight? Xiaozhe said he was ready to join. Ren Chen advised them not to be so impulsive. Blue Sky said that recruitment for the Horizon line from the Black Mountain Horse Gang squad hadn't started yet. He didn't have time to get involved in a verbal spat. Ma Huan was outraged. Who did they think they were? How dare they speak that way? He'd long dreamed of settling this matter. Xiaozhe said that this Black Mountain caravan was their enemy. It was a team of 10 people. On weekdays, they often competed for resources in the ruins, but no one expected them to join in on this fun. Shi Hao thought that despite the enemy's advantage in rank and numbers, Horizon's motivation hadn't waned. The reason was their captain, Blue Sky. The hunter called on his brothers to rise up. Today they would crush Horizon. Suddenly, the Han Mo clan's air transport appeared. Ms. Yin Xuan stepped out of it. The hunters said she was the most beautiful woman in the Mo attack group. Shi Hao said that for this entrance, he was ready to give Miss Yin Xuan 99 points. The woman hadn't expected them to meet again so soon. Shi Hao replied that the twists and turns of fate can be beautiful. The woman asked, "Did you really come here just to see me, Shi Hao?" The hunters were surprised. Who is this guy, really? What's the relationship between him and Miss Yin Xuan? Shi Hao remarked that Miss Xuan had only just arrived and had immediately given him a generous gift. How could he possibly thank her? The hunters were astonished that this guy dared to take the initiative and put his arm around her waist. He wouldn't survive this. The hunters said that this young man had indeed decided to hit on Yin Xuan. Now the show was about to begin. Everyone who had ever made a move on her had already dug their own grave. Yin Xuan noticed that this guy was very brave. Usually people's attempts to flirt with her didn't end well. Yin Xuan noticed that the guy was aware of the danger but went ahead anyway. Is he absolutely confident in his strength? Or is he just a fool? Shi Hao replied that it didn't matter. Didn't Miss Yin Xuan want to use her friendship with him to provoke the monsters? In that case, she could play along a little. After all, for Miss Mo's sake, she wouldn't go after him right now, would she? Yin Xuan hadn't expected this guy to be so interesting. No wonder Mo Care respects him so much. Even she had become a little curious about him. Sun Yunxiao, a member of Mo's squad and an 80th level fighter, told the commander that time was running out. The peacekeeping squad was already on site and ready to engage at any moment. Yin Xuan ordered them not to start without her command. Overconfidence could ruin everything. Xuan told the protagonist that this time she'd simply keep it in mind, he'd owe her a favor. However, when they met next time, he'd have to figure out how to repay that debt. Shi Hao replied that there was no need to worry. He'd be able to fully satisfy Yin Xuan. Sun Yunxiao asked the young man, "Is your name Shi Hao?" The protagonist answered in the affirmative. Yunxiao stated that he had taken note of this young man. A warning came in that someone intent on destroying the master had been detected. Weiss remarked that this warrior had just destroyed him 10,000 times in his mind. Shi Hao thought he'd been misunderstood again. Weiss wondered why the master hadn't told them about the peacekeeping squad's secret plot. Shi Hao replied that it wasn't time yet. Right now they might not believe him and would think he was a fool. He needed to choose the right moment. The hunters were amazed. Had this guy really managed to get off scot-free so easily? Now he'd be bragging about it for the rest of his life. Hao Shual was surprised. Could a newbie really have chatted with that lady and gotten away with it? Xu Xiaozhi declared that he was jealous. That young lady smelled absolutely delicious. The fat guy added that he wanted to sniff the guy's hands. Since they just touched her waist, her scent must still be on them. Shi Hao demanded that this pervert let him go immediately. The captain of the Blue Sky said that this rookie was indeed very interesting. Zhen Chen remarked that Shi Hao wasn't as simple as he seemed. He was definitely connected to the Mo squad. The squad commander agreed that this 6th-level kid was no ordinary person. They'd been wrong to pick on him from the start. Zhen Chen asked, "So what should we do now?" Shi Hao asked the hunters, "Is something wrong? Didn't they just want to fight a moment ago? I'm ready to continue." The rival squad refused, citing that they wanted to save their strength for elite monsters. They weren't afraid of Horizon, but of Mo's squad. No one knew this guy might be connected to them. Hao Shual shouted after the departing hunters that next time he would definitely wipe them out. Xu Xiaozhi called after them that this scum only had the guts to run away from the battlefield. The Blue Sky commander said they shouldn't have pried into this guy's personal information, but his behavior was certainly surprising. How did he manage that? Shi Hao replied that there was nothing special about it. The commander asked who Shi Hao really was. The protagonist replied that he was just an ordinary student who happened to meet members of the squad and learned a few ways to make money. Xu Xiaozhi was surprised. Could this guy really know such things? Hao Shual asked why he hadn't mentioned this before. Now he wanted to know all the details. Blue Sky told his friends to calm down. There was no need to hassle Shi Hao. He noted that relic hunters, of course, really liked the phrase making money. Everyone would be happy to hear the details. Shi Hao replied that he agreed. These guys had made a good impression on him even though they'd only just met. However, there was one condition. If they want to get their share, they'll have to invest in these money-making schemes. Zhen Chen remarked that this guy had immediately started talking about money. He's either a low-level con artist or he's actually telling the truth. Judging by his past actions, one can assume he's not a con artist. But even if there were some way to make money, an ordinary person wouldn't voluntarily reveal it. If Shi Hao decided on his own to talk about this and bring them into his team, it means there's something dangerous about these methods. He most likely can't handle it on his own. We can conclude that the guy really wants to rob professional squads and attack the boss. The protagonist confirmed this and added that he likes dealing with smart people. At first glance, this seems impossible, but doesn't that just further highlight the value of his methods? The commander asked how much money they would need to invest and how much they would ultimately earn. Shi Hao replied that a minimum of 10 million was required, but the more they put in, the more they'd be able to earn. Xu Xiaozhi said that money like that doesn't just lie around on the street. Hao Shual declared that he would go along with this guy anyway. Shi Hao said he was absolutely serious, That's how investments work. The higher the risk and the larger the investment, the greater the reward. The captain asked if Shi Hao could explain these money-making methods in more detail so they could decide whether it was worth getting involved in this venture. Xiao Hao replied that he couldn't reveal all the details just yet. Only if they decided to cooperate would he explain everything at the right time. But once they wrapped up the deal, the participants would be able to receive at least 100 million. Hao Shuo suggested that this guy was simply delusional. Xiaozhe warned that he didn't mean to laugh, but this was too much. Did Shi Hao even realize what such a sum meant? Zhen Chen asked, "Are we really supposed to take down the two largest squads first and then defeat a level 90 boss? And we'll get 100 million for that?" It's hard to imagine such a fairy tale. Hao Shuo pointed out that this guy had struck him as strange from the very beginning. Blue Sky noted that his guys weren't making fun of Shi Hao out of malice. Hearing something like that from a newbie was truly unusual and hard to believe. The commander added that they'd recently had an unfortunate incident that caused them to lose most of their savings. Even if they believed it, they still wouldn't be able to spend that kind of money. Shi Hao remarked that friendship is more valuable than money. Besides, he's just happy to get to know this squad. These days, there aren't many people with that kind of character and convictions. Shi Hao said that in that case, he wouldn't waste their time and would leave the team right away. The commander said he wasn't finished yet. Even though they didn't have the necessary amount, he knew someone who did. They could go there together and borrow a little from that person. Shi Hao asked what Blue Sky meant by the word borrow. Ma Huang's squad, the Black Rock Gang, a warrior told the boss that they'd encountered two high-level monsters at once. The team's health points were literally evaporating. The commander was surprised. Could it be that someone was afraid of these monsters? If a hunter couldn't handle it, he should leave the squad. The Peacekeeper squad was ready to accept him. One of the monsters was Iron Fang, a level 50 creature. The warriors heard a strange sound approaching from behind. The warriors said it was some kind of devilish contraption. How could they have missed it? The unknown object exploded, and it became clear that it was a bomb. But how did it end up here? After the smoke from the explosion cleared, the warriors saw that 4 elite monsters had gathered before them. The hunters decided to retreat, but an energy shield appeared above them. But who could have created it? The commander of the Black Rock squad heard someone behind him say that it had been a long time since they'd seen each other. The Blue Sky commander and his squad appeared nearby. Shi Hao surmised that these hunters had strayed into an extremely dangerous area. It was a good thing they'd arrived in time and used the energy shield to protect these guys. Shi Hao added that how long the energy shield would last depended entirely on them. Commander Ma Huan asked what this guy was talking about. Shi Hao stated that their fate was in his hands and that surviving would be extremely difficult. They would have to hand over all their possessions. Only then could the matter be resolved peacefully. The hunters were outraged. Could it be that some scoundrels had decided to profit from others' misfortune? They wouldn't get a thing. Shi Hao said that in that case, he might as well leave. Ma Huan shouted that he was willing to offer 3 million. Shi Hao began to walk away. Ma Huan shouted again that he was offering 3 million after all. That was no small sum. Blue Sky asked, "Is Ma Huan really just a penniless beggar? Last time they were extremely cunning and looted ruins number 69 right under our noses. That's worth far more than 3 million. We can negotiate for at least 6. Ma Huan replied that even if a monster were to tear him apart, he wouldn't be able to come up with that much. As for that incident, a traitor from the Horizon squad had handed them a convenient opportunity. It would have been foolish not to take advantage of it. Shoji said that wasn't true. They'd agreed on everything a long time ago. Shi Hao pointed out that they hadn't come here to argue and he didn't want to dwell on past grievances. He was merely reminding them that the energy shield's time was almost up. The monster's hatred was focused solely on them, and there wasn't much time left. The hunter shouted for them to save him. The boss had to agree immediately. All was not yet lost. After all, they needed to stick together. They could earn the money again. The squad commander shouted that he agreed to pay that amount. They just needed to rescue them quickly. Shi Hao said it was too late now and he'd changed his mind. The price had doubled and their rescue now cost 12 million. Ma Huan shouted that this was extortion. Shi Hao agreed that he was indeed extorting money. Wasn't that obvious from the very beginning? One of the monsters broke through the protective sphere and reached its paw inside. Ma Huan agreed to the 12 million, but promised to pay half the amount first and the remainder after they were rescued. Shi Hao said 15 million. Now, if he heard even a single objection, he would add 3 million. Our hero noted that this squad was lucky to have encountered such a compassionate person as him. Someone else would have simply watched as they were wiped out and then taken all the funds for himself. Ma Huan thought that this guy was truly very kind. Even though he had some connection to Yin Xuan, he didn't destroy them. But later, he himself would perish. Shi Hao said that the required amount had been received, so they could get to work. The commander of Blue Sky and his squad rushed to carry out the contract mission. The following skills were activated: Whirlwind of Blades, Giant Shield Attack, Barbed Chain, and Waterfall of Arrows. The monsters were neutralized. The hunters were surprised since these monsters were originally supposed to belong to them. Ma Huan said there was no need to worry, they just had to follow his orders. Xu Xiaozhe reported that everything was ready. These few monsters were barely staying on their feet. At that very moment, a smoke bomb was deployed. Ma Huan declared that if he were in their shoes, he would take the money and leave immediately. Who actually keeps their promises and saves their enemies? He added that he would destroy his opponents once his health had recovered. In the OL era, only the wicked and the cunning will survive. Blue Sky told them to stop immediately. Hao Shual added that if they didn't want their heads turned into balls, they'd better calm down. Ma Huan noted that even if their opponents took control of the situation, his squad would still have a numerical advantage. He had one last healing potion left. Even if their health were restored by only 30%, they would still be able to wipe out their enemies. Shi Hao fired his heavy machine gun, and several hunters from the enemy unit were killed. He asked, do they really still think they have the numerical advantage? Shen Hao recalled what Ma Huan had said, in the OL era, only the strong will survive. The commander of the Black Rock squad thought the situation was dire. The only way out now was to flee. He must not die here, Xu Xiaozhe exclaimed. Does the commander really want to run away and abandon his brothers? What kind of leader is he then? Ma Huan replied that as long as he was alive, he could find his brothers at any moment. They had all come together solely to survive in this world. All these emotions were worthless. The captain of the Blue Sky said that escaping wouldn't work. Even if he allowed it, his comrades would oppose it. The hunter asked how the boss could abandon them. They had agreed to stick together until their last breath. So had they been deceived? Ma Huan sank to his knees. He never thought he'd ever end up in this situation, but since it had come to this, he was ready to accept any verdict. Shi Hao said he had no intention of killing him. After all, their 10-man squad certainly had assets worth more than 15 million. They would have to hand over everything else. The commander of Horizon said that the Black Rock gang often robbed and harassed other squads. A villain must be punished for his crimes. Shi Hao thought that he looked like a messenger of justice. How could he have become a villain again? The protagonist noted that carrying large sums of money was very dangerous. Obviously, they had hidden the money in a safe place. If Ma Huan told everything, they might consider letting him go. Ma Huan realized that this guy had been deceiving him from the very beginning. He was much greedier than he had initially appeared. The protagonist noted that this was just his assumption. However, the money really could be hidden. Xu Xiaozhe remarked that Shi Hao was an excellent negotiator. Ma Huan admitted that he had indeed hidden the money and he had a great deal of it. However, he wouldn't reveal its location. In any case, they wouldn't get it. One of the hunters admitted that he knew where the money was hidden and was ready to lead them there. Ma Huan was outraged. How did he know that? The hunter admitted that he had once seen Ma Huan hiding something. It was at an old, dilapidated factory. The squad leader shouted that he would kill him right then and there and swung his sword. Xu Xiaozhe shielded the hunter from the attack and remarked that there was no need to get so angry. Shi Hao added that in this era, in addition to fury and strength, one must also use one's head. The commander of Blue Sky said he wanted to settle things with Ma Huan personally, since they already had a personal score to settle. The hunter remarked that although they'd had many grievances against each other in the past, now he wanted to know only one thing. Where was Cigarette? Ma Huan replied that he didn't know. He was a traitor from their squad. He'd been complaining for a long time that he was tired of playing at Brotherhood. Ma Huan added that he simply wanted to make money. The Horizon squad called each other brothers in words, but in reality, they were just ordinary poor people. Blue Sky flew into a rage and sliced his opponent in two. Shi Hao thought that was incredible power. Even though he was only at level 60, he seemed to be stronger than Miss Mo's bodyguards. Blue Sky said that perhaps Ma Huan was right. He couldn't provide his brothers with a good life, and all this talk of brotherhood was just empty words. Hao Shual told the boss not to give in to these negative thoughts. He has his principles, which is why they follow him. Shi Hao thought this was his dream team. During a war, there must be trust among team members. just like there is with these guys. Shi Hao reminded them that they'd come here for money, so they needed to get it. Shi Hao noted that relic hunters usually hide their treasures in random places. The squad commander confirmed this. Their work is dangerous and they might have to set out at any moment, so they rarely carry large sums of money with them. They usually hide their hoards in deserted caves. The hunter admitted that Ma Huan wasn't hiding. Ordinary teams of relic hunters posed no threat to him. A massive gate appeared before the squad. The hunter said they had arrived at the place where Ma Huan had hidden his money. Shi Hao ordered everyone to stop and take their time. Something was moving ahead. A level 65 plunder demon monster appeared ahead. It was digging at the ground and repeating that it had found treasure. The protagonist thought to himself that he had never heard of plunder or demons before. Xu Xiaojie was delighted and said that now they would definitely become rich. Hao Shual covered his mouth and ordered him to be quiet. If they scared the monster away, it would run off, and they'd never catch it again. The commander noted that the plundering demon was a special type of secret demon. Standing before them was the elite of this species, a high-level monster that was rarely encountered. In places where such demons appeared, vast treasures were often hidden. Shi Hao speculated that Ma Huan's treasures might now be in the monster's possession. The enormous sack on the monster's back is called a spatial sack. Everything the demon collects is stored there, and it never overflows. The commander noted that if they defeated a looting demon above level 60, they could obtain a portal key leading to these creatures' lair. Immeasurable riches were hoarded there. Shen Hao pointed out that with such a huge reward, it would be difficult for them to take down this monster. How could they attack it? The commander said that the problem wasn't in defeating it, but in whether they could catch it. It can run at incredible speeds. Zhen Chen agreed that the success of the operation depended on gaining control over the monster, but gaining that control was extremely difficult. Its speed and agility were far beyond what one could imagine. Shi Hao said there was no need to worry. He had mastered the technique of gaining control. He ordered everyone to do exactly as he said. Xiaojie said they were counting on him. To them, Shi Hao was the horizon's lucky star. He was ready to carry out any order. The captured hunter said he wouldn't participate and wanted to leave. Xiaojie replied that he could back out, but without making a fuss. The hunter thanked him profusely. The fat man snapped at him to shut up. Shi Hao told his comrades exactly what needed to be done to carry out the plan. The monster dug up the treasures, began stuffing them into his backpack, and kept repeating that it all belonged to him now. People appeared behind the monster. The protagonist laughed and asked if the monster wanted to share with them. The monster jumped up and started running away, shouting something the whole time. Shi Hao ordered that his words be translated into a language they could understand. Weiss reported that the monster was cursing and laughing, saying that no one could catch him. Shi Hao thought that perhaps the monster was right. Shi Hao activated the flame sword and said that all he wanted from the monster was money. At that very moment, our hero found himself right in front of the fleeing monster. The monster managed to dodge to the side and said that a human couldn't catch it, so there was nothing to talk about. Xiaojie stood with his shield in a narrow passageway and declared that the monster wouldn't get past him. The monster slipped past the fat man's legs and asked, "Is that all you've got?" Xiaojie couldn't believe the monster had outsmarted him. Hao Shual and Zhen Chen activated their triple arrow and barbed chain skills, but the monster managed to outwit them as well. The monster jumped and dodged, repeating that all of this was useless and that no one could catch him. At one point, Zhen Chen managed to hook the monster's leg with the barbed chain. However, the monster drew his sword and cut through the chain. Zhen Chen was astonished. Could he really have broken through its magical spikes? This was clearly no ordinary blade. The monster kept laughing and didn't even notice right away that it had ended up under the protective dome. Hao Shual said they needed to hurry because the dome wouldn't hold it back for long. They had to finish off the monster as quickly as possible. The hunters surrounded the monster, and the fat man told it to give up. There was no escaping anyway. The monster didn't lose its composure and began moving erratically, throwing the hunters off balance. Shi Hao declared that he recognized this tactic. The monster possessed the ability to clone itself. The commander said they had to split up. Under no circumstances should the monster be allowed to escape. They needed to force it to move in one direction. The commander noticed that the monster had started moving more slowly. Zhen Chen replied that the magic had been divided among the clones, and now they had a chance. The commander ordered everyone to speed up. The hunter's eye skill was activated. Now their accuracy and movement speed were increased. Hao Shual asked why the fat guy had become so fast. Xiaojie pointed out that he had always been agile despite his size. He had spent a long time training this technique, ground surfing. The fat man was indeed standing on his shield and gliding across the ground with the help of magic. Zhen Chen urged his colleagues to be more restrained and mature. He himself was traveling on a flying carpet, a high-speed vehicle stocked with drinks and sweets. Hao Shual saw the flying carpet and declared that he would file a complaint about cheating. He's all for fair competition. The Blue Sky commander activated the incredible strength skill and said he couldn't fall behind his subordinates. The squad commander approached the monster and struck it with his club, but realized it was just a clone. His comrades also missed their targets chasing after illusions. The commander declared that the real demon had fled toward Shihao. The protagonist spotted the monster and said it was caught. The monster thought this man had the lowest level and would be easy to deal with. The commander noted that the monster had opened a portal, and Shihao was obliged to stop it. It must not return to its lair. As the monster ran past, it said that the man wouldn't be able to catch it. The commander wondered why Shihao wasn't chasing it. The protagonist replied that they shouldn't worry. Shihao stood between the portal and the monster, blocking its path. However, the monster was surprised to see that the man had turned around and stepped aside, dropping something in the process. The monster picked up the dropped item. It turned out to be an adult magazine. The demon was delighted by the forbidden object. The protagonist's ruse had worked. The crumpled adult magazine successfully drew the secret demon's attention. After that, the level 60 high-precision trap, specifically designed for demons, activated. It induces a copper arrest effect lasting up to 3 minutes. Xiao Hao reasoned that even though this was a secret demon thief, it still belonged to the family of secret demons. Curiosity about such things runs in demons' blood, so all that was left to do was set the trap and wait. The monster screamed that a low-level human had no right to mock it and would be destroyed for it. The squad commander noted that it had been executed very skillfully. Xiaozhe added that his friend was extremely shy. Hao replied that it wasn't time to let their guard down yet. They needed to deal with the monster's dagger and the trap as quickly as possible. The Blue Sky commander declared that he would handle it himself. He was still angry about the clone. Zhen Chen said they needed to be careful. The creature was a level 65 monster. The commander needed to gather enough power to destroy such a monster. If the allies got too close, they could get hurt. The monster screamed in fear and was destroyed. After defeating the rare creature, the team received 200,000 experience points and 40 million gold. They also obtained the lucky ring and the key to the lair of the plundering demons. The hunters said this was an excellent result. They had earned a lot of money and treasure thanks to Shihao. Suddenly, a strange sound was heard. The commander of Blue Sky immediately realized it was the boss's growl. It seemed like this was just the beginning. Shen Hao wondered what to do next, take down the boss or explore the demon's lair. The commander told the rookie not to worry. The demon's secret lair was a special place where time flowed more slowly than in the real world. 1 hour inside the lair is roughly equivalent to 1 minute outside, though the exact ratio is unknown. Shihao declared that in that case, they needed to use the key. Our hero held out the key and activated the portal. A secret dungeon of unknown level opened up before Shihao. The young man asked the commander if he knew any details about this dungeon and what they should watch out for. Blue Sky replied that the level and conditions could be randomly assigned. Shihao announced that uncharted territory lay ahead of them. There might be powerful enemies there, so they needed to stay as focused as possible and not act recklessly. Xu Xiaozhe reminded them that they were relic hunters. The spirit of adventure was already within them. Hao Shual suggested they not wait and move forward. He urged his companions to keep going. Even he was already looking forward to it. Shihao declared that victory awaited them. The young people found themselves in a secret dungeon, the lair of the secret demon, level 35. Xiaozhe said he was disappointed. Why only level 35? The commander noted that the level doesn't always matter. This is uncharted territory, and they need to be careful. Inside, the hunters discovered a large quantity of treasures. However, demon raiders were nearby. Xiaozhe suggested attacking and destroying them immediately. For the sake of these treasures, he was willing to take the risk. The fat man leaped down onto the monsters from above. They screamed that they were under attack. Xu Xiaozhe rudely insulted the monsters, thereby drawing their attention and provoking them to gather around him. The monsters decided to destroy this uninvited guest and then eat him. The hunter activated the meteor shower skill. The monsters began taking damage, as this came as a complete surprise to them. The squad commander activated the skill, Swift Ascent, Rapid Whirlwind. The monsters began scattering in all directions. Zhen Chen used the skill Healing Wind, Life Protection. Shi Hao was surprised by the names of these skills. However, their attacks were not supposed to reach the center of the altar. Shi Hao said that this time, he would also do his very best. They couldn't give the demons even a chance to catch their breath. The demons decided they needed to flee from here as quickly as possible. However, they realized they were trapped. Shi Hao used fire magic against the monsters and declared that they would not be able to escape. Hao Shual and Ren Chen, coughing from the smoke and dust, reminded him that Shi Hao had urged them to be more careful. Yet he himself had turned the place upside down. The power of his combat prowess was extraordinary. Shi Hao apologized and noted that he'd done it just to be safe. He didn't want a single demon to escape. Now they were all destroyed. The backpacks were indeed scattered everywhere. The protagonists suggested they start collecting the spoils. Xiao Jie declared that they were now even richer, since there were so many valuable items before them. They obtained the Frontline Guardian. This is a shield used by a man who regularly defeated evil spirits. It possesses excellent defensive properties. Also among the items was Rocky's magic crossbow. It is made from the branches of the World Tree, combines the functions of ranged and melee combat, and possesses a fearsome aura. The Sword of the Dragon's Soul is a magnificent blade engraved with the image of a massive dragon. Its power is immense. The soul of a dragon is sealed within it, endowing the weapon with a sacred quality. The Magical Sacred Book. It records the origins of all magical elements. Commander Blue Sky said that each of them had received legendary-level equipment. These items are extremely useful. Shouja admitted that the shield in his hands looked impressive, and now he felt completely safe. Hao Shual said that he really liked the crossbow too. Zhen Chen noted that while this was powerful gear, he couldn't shake a sense of unease. Shi Hao thought that even though there were no items here that were personally useful to him, they had received several tens of millions and could already return as victors. Besides, everyone had significantly upgraded their gear. Shi Hao told his comrades that the most important part was still ahead. There was a huge treasure chest, and that was where the best reward must be. Xiaozhe declared that this chest was a gift from fate. Hao Shual added that he was the best at opening such chests. Shi Hao urged everyone to be cautious. Just moments ago, the demon raiders had been dancing in front of this chest. Didn't that seem strange? The fat man admitted that it was indeed strange. It was as if the demons were worshipping this chest. Zhen Chen noted that such objects of worship are usually spiritual treasures. The squad commander said that, in any case, certain procedures must be followed before opening it. Under no circumstances should one rashly approach a sealed treasure chest. You must first check whether there's a trap inside and only then take action. Suddenly, the chest opened and a monster emerged from it. The hunter shouted that the chest itself was the monster. This monster turned out to be a level 90 nightmare of temptation. The commander said he'd heard of the chest demon before, but had never encountered one in person. This specimen was not only a rare elite demon, but also a high-level one. In terms of power, it was on par with a boss demon found outside. The captain of the Blue Sky said they had to stop it. The level difference was too great, and besides, thanks to Shi Hao, they'd already earned enough. They needed to call it quits while they were ahead. The fat man said that this monster was almost within their grasp. It's a shame, but there's no other choice. The hunters asked the protagonist what he thought about it. The guy asked why they shouldn't split the money they'd already earned first. The commander said that was a good idea. First, they'd split the money, and then they'd come back to this issue. Blue Sky noted that thanks to Shi Hao's outstanding abilities and leadership, they had earned about 140 million. Therefore, he proposed giving half to Shi Hao. The squad members considered this proposal fair and supported it. Shi Hao thought to himself that, faced with the temptation of such immense wealth, they hadn't tried to get rid of him so they could take it all for themselves. On the contrary, they decided to split everything evenly. He'd truly been mistaken. This team was trustworthy. In the future, he needed to cooperate more actively with them. The commander announced that the decision had been made. As a result, everyone received new equipment, and for now, there was nowhere to spend the large sums of money. The system reported that 70 million had been credited to the owner's account. The captain of the Blue Sky suggested they continue following the planned course of action. Xiaozhe asked if Shi Hao could tell him about his ways of making money. He wanted to try his hand at it. The fat man told his partner not to worry about the chest. The difference in levels was too great, and it was better to just forget about it. Zhen Chen noted that there was indeed a good reward for that chest, but the risk was too great, and it wasn't worth tempting fate. Shi Hao replied that he understood the situation, but leaving a chest like that behind wasn't his style. The commander asked if Shi Hao really had some kind of ace up his sleeve. The hunters received a notification that Shi Hao had left their team. The protagonist said they'd better step back. He needed room to maneuver so as not to hurt anyone. Shoja told the guy not to get worked up. Did he really think they'd just stand there and watch him die? The commander added that Fatso shouldn't talk like that. If Shi Hao had made that decision, it meant he had everything under control. Blue Sky added that they wouldn't abandon their comrade. They could move back to a safe distance, but if anything unexpected happened, they'd rush to his aid immediately. Shi Hao thought to himself that this was indeed a very reliable team. He expressed his hope that they would remain safe. Our hero ordered the system to open a special account, Shadow Emperor. He decided to use 10 million to play for 10 seconds and see the changes that had taken place in Shadow Emperor. The system reported that it was connecting to the account. They would have to wait a moment. The hunters were surprised. Why did everything in the cave suddenly turn red? They needed to keep watching Shi Hao. The blood of the secret demons had indeed begun to gather around our hero. Suddenly, bats appeared everywhere. They were circling above the man. The hunters were puzzled. Where did these tiny vampires come from? Shi Hao thought this was really cool. Could this all be the effect of the skin? If it were just a change in appearance, there wouldn't be such a powerful, overwhelming force. The hunters were puzzled. Why was this scent of blood emanating from Shi Hao? In his new form, Shi Hao summoned a monster from the chest and challenged it to a bloody battle. The protagonist activated the Shadow Blur skill. He was now completely immune to physical damage. The Shadow Emperor sank his teeth into the monster's tentacle. The monster roared in pain. The situation changed completely. The wounded monster extended a paw and tried to flee. The hunters noticed that this chest was heading straight toward them. What should they do? The Shadow Emperor took a powerful leap and pounced on the monster chest. The hunters noticed that terrifying creatures were beginning to emerge from the blood. An anomalous state was activated. Endless blood mist. The monster tried to break free from the clutches of this mist. A level 90 demon of temptation tried to resist. However, the Shadow Emperor destroyed it and said that this demon would sleep forever in his blood. The connection to the account was severed, and the protagonist returned to his normal state. Afterward, the young man experienced a painful sensation. It was worse than the weakness caused by the Hercules potion he had drunk earlier. His body was unable to bear the burden of the Shadow Emperor's account. Even after just 10 seconds, he took massive damage. The protagonist found himself in an anomalous state, soul fracture. The power of the Shadow Emperor did not disappoint him. He easily managed to destroy a rare, elite level 90 demon. If he recovered, he could destroy another monster like that. After defeating the monster, he received the one-handed Tristan's dragon-slaying blade. He also received the cloak Broken Wings of an Angel as a reward. With it, he can float freely through the air. Our hero also found the blueprint for a level 90 fortress in his possession. The chest also contained 3 vials of the super restorative elixir. A rare level 90 crystal was also present. There were also rare level 90 stones. Among the materials were the tentacles of a treasure chest. One leg of the treasure chest also survived. In addition to 500,000 experience points and 200 million coins, the protagonist received a multitude of legendary items of various levels. It was a well-deserved reward, earned by our hero through blood and sweat. The fat man was astonished. Could Shi Hao have really taken down a level 90 monster? He had never witnessed anything like this before. Hao Shuel noticed that Shi Hao had suddenly transformed into something red, and the speed of the transformation was incredible. The commander asked the protagonist how he was feeling. The young man replied, "Not great." Zhen Chen explained that it was a weakness debuff and would try to remove it. After that, the shattered soul condition was dispelled. Our hero felt an improvement in both his mental and physical condition. He was very lucky to have this team by his side. Shi Hao thanked his comrade for saving him. Zhen Chen replied that it was no trouble at all. The squad commander asked the protagonist what had happened. Shi Hao replied that he would avoid answering, for now he had questions of his own. Shi Hao asked if Blue Sky knew anything about the construction blueprint for a level 90 fortress. The commander stated that it was a legendary fortress blueprint. It was the rarest of even the rarest blueprints. How had a young man managed to get his hands on such a treasure? Shi Hao was surprised. Wasn't this just an ordinary blueprint for constructing a building? What made it so rare? Blue Sky replied that a fortress was very different from an ordinary building. An ordinary building could be constructed anywhere. A fortress, however, can only be built in a special dungeon. Different types of fortresses vary greatly depending on the dungeon's requirements. If you're lucky, it will be a beautiful landscape, literally heaven on earth. If you're unlucky, it will be a place of utter despair and doomsday. In a word, hell. Shi Hao was surprised. Could the difference really be that huge? This truly is an era where luck can decide everything. The commander added that the type of dungeon didn't matter. The main purpose of this special private territory remained the same. Here you could build your own city, gather resources, recruit allies, and even form your own team. The fat man remarked that a special private territory was a very useful asset. He added that he was willing to provide passive assistance. Hao Shual asked how much this item could be sold for. The commander replied that the blueprint was very rare and should be worth a considerable amount of money. However, the requirements for using it were extremely high. Shi Hao surmised that such high-level blueprints were practically never on the market. On the other hand, surely he could still profit from this? Xiao Zhe said again that they shouldn't dwell on it. It was just one of many items they had acquired. There were plenty of other interesting things. Shi Hao agreed that they'd earned all of this through sweat and blood. Screens appeared in front of each of the hunters. The fat guy asked what Shi Hao was planning to do. Shi Hao pointed to the items on the screens that had fallen out of the treasure chest. He said that aside from the coins and the fortress blueprint, his friends could take any other items they wanted. The hunters began tossing the protagonist into the air, repeating that he was a true hero and a man they were ready to serve. Shi Hao asked them to put him down. They still had a lot of important business to attend to. The commander of Blue Sky said they were always ready to come to this guy's aid, even if it sounded hypocritical. Shi Hao replied that he believed him. An hour later, the squad stepped out into the fresh air and breathed a sigh of relief. The squad commander asked what Shi Hao was going to do now. The protagonist replied that he had a plan. Xiao Zhe asked, "Is this another scheme to make money?" Shi Hao reminded him of his main goal, to take down the boss and make 100 million from it. But now he wasn't even sure if this squad was willing to take such a risk with him. The commander of Blue Sky honestly admitted that they were currently preoccupied with another question. Did this guy even need their help? They felt that in a situation like this, they would only be a burden. Shen Hao said that his friends would be a huge help to him either way if they went with him. He added that despite their ultimate goal, the boss, it's still very difficult to coordinate with other teams. Therefore, the more chess pieces he can use, the more varied his tactics will be. The commander said he appreciated that kind of honesty. It made him like the guy. The fat guy remarked that he hadn't misjudged this guy, only he had such a unique personality. Ren Chen replied that he was ready to be his chess piece. Shi Hao promised his friends that under his leadership, they would never lose. The commander noted that the battle with the boss had already begun up ahead. Did Shi Hao have a plan? Should they join the fight? The protagonist replied that there was no need to rush. They needed to let the opponents wear each other down first. Our hero ordered the system to use the True Eye skill. A corresponding symbol appeared in the sky, from which bolts of lightning began to strike. The system reported that the skill had been activated and was in use. Having received the necessary information, the protagonist announced that all the main characters were already on stage. In that case, the show was about to begin. A few minutes earlier, the level 90 world boss, Red-Tailed Bai, was at his battle station. The hunters agreed that this boss truly deserved to be called a catastrophe capable of destroying entire cities. Just seeing him with their own eyes was an achievement in itself. A hunter acknowledged that this would be a great battle. Their opponent was a world boss. There was no room for recklessness. Everyone present wanted to destroy him to boost their prestige. The group's leader, Yin Xuan, ordered everyone to gather their strength and proceed according to plan. The red-tailed monster called the humans insignificant and expressed his displeasure that they had disturbed his rest. Now he would send them to hell. Yin Xuan hadn't expected the demon to possess such a high level of intelligence. It could even speak. However, she hadn't come here to talk. The woman declared that this monster's crimes were too numerous to count. He was a dangerous repeat offender. The monster wondered how these arrogant humans intended to deal with him. Yin Xuan ordered the attack to begin and added that they needed to closely monitor his behavior. Wait for the right moment and not charge headlong into battle. The hunters noticed that the power behind the monster's movements was simply impressive. Li Yuanshao activated the skills Diamond Fortress, Unshakable, Divine Protection, and Life Activation. The hunters noted that after just a single attack from the monster, many of them had lost a significant amount of health. Yin Xuan ordered everyone to listen to her carefully. This was their first encounter with this demon, and its abilities and tactics were unknown. They couldn't afford to waste lives needlessly. Song Yunxiao thanked the healer Chen Chen and said that her support had come at just the right time. The girl replied that he should keep fighting. She would heal them with all her might. The red-tailed Bai began spewing flames once more. The hunter noted that they'd managed to interrupt the flame breath, but it wouldn't last long. The attackers realized that the boss's abilities were limited in the first phase. The DPS had to completely deplete its health. After that, everyone attacked the monster simultaneously. The party leader announced that after the attack, the boss had changed, but had suffered almost no damage. Red-tailed Bai used the boss's universal ability Summoning Roar. It drew monsters within a radius of 100 meters. All of them were elite level. Yin Xuan ordered the hunter to inform the peacekeepers that they needed to be on combat alert. Outside the combat zone, the commander was briefed on a message from Mo's squad. They needed to block the monster's path to prevent them from escaping. The commander of the peacekeeping squad, Cao Renjie, cursed and declared that Yin Xuan had clearly lost her mind. She had changed everything in a matter of minutes. He ordered the second and third squads to move out immediately and prepare for battle. The commander added that the hunters were only to hold the monsters at bay, they were not to destroy them. Damage must not exceed the permitted limit. It was not yet time to carry out the plan. They needed to reduce the boss's health to 10% before taking action. Cao Renjie ordered his unit not to open fire and to wait for the signal. The hooded man replied that this wasn't difficult, but they shouldn't be kept waiting too long. Yin Xuan reported that the boss had activated enhanced defenses. The hunter added that their progress wasn't improving. Song Yunxiao noted that 5 people weren't capable of taking down a world boss. Li Yunhao reported that things would only get worse. The boss's health wasn't dropping, and their resources would soon run out. Song Yunxiao told the peacekeeping commander that they needed the hunter's help. Cao Renjie replied that they too had too many monsters and couldn't handle them. They were short on manpower. Shi Hao remarked that the peacekeeping commander clearly didn't want to help them and might even be hoping for the Mo squad's demise. Sun Yunxiao was surprised. Who here had decided to act like a divine spirit? Shi Hao told the hunter not to be so aggressive. Hadn't he said he'd remember him? The hero was holding a crystal in his hands. Shen Hao crushed the crystal and reminded them that they had wanted to destroy it. He added that he had been kind and helped them, but they had decided to attack him anyway. Wasn't that a bit too cruel? Song Yunxiao asked why this guy had shown up here. This wasn't a place for ordinary people. He shouldn't get in the way of real hunters. Yin Xuan told Song Yunxiao not to pay any attention to him. There were more important matters at hand. The protagonist approached the commander and wrapped his arm around her waist. He said that Miss Yin Xuan was being too inattentive. They were fighting a boss, and in the face of a common enemy, they needed to be more united. Shi Hao pointed out that he had passed on important information despite the danger. Didn't he deserve some thanks? The commander replied that he was making too much of it. Even if the peacekeepers had more bravery points, they still wouldn't risk betraying Mo's squad at a critical moment. Shi Hao thought there was some truth to Yin Xuan's words, but she was still wrong. The woman admitted that she appreciated his concern, but now he'd better leave. This wasn't his place. Shi Hao replied that he would leave only after achieving his goal. Song Yunxiao suggested that his only goal was death. Shi Hao pointed out that now was no time for idle chatter. He had a proposal regarding the matter. The protagonist added that he would help them defeat the boss, but in exchange he would take 3 items. Objections rained down from all sides. Yin Xuan said that at first he had seemed like an interesting person to her, but now she saw only madness in his eyes. She was disappointed. He should leave immediately, or else he would be dragged into an uncontrollable battle and die. Not even Ms. Mo would be able to protect him. Shi Hao thought that since they couldn't cooperate, they shouldn't blame him for being ruthless later. He wished them luck. Chen Chen asked if it was true that the peacekeepers might betray them in such a situation. Song Yunxiao shouted that you wouldn't live long with thoughts like that. Yin Xuan replied that their main target right now was the boss, and they shouldn't worry about anything else. The peacekeepers reported to the squad commander that the second squad could no longer hold its ground. Cao Renjie shouted that they had to hold their ground. If anyone made a mistake, he would personally deal with that fighter. The peacekeepers' commander didn't understand what was happening. The wave of elite monsters in this area had been wiped out even before the battle with the boss began. Why were they fighting for so long? Yet the number of monsters was only increasing. If this continued, the peacekeepers would lose. Cao Renjie ordered them not to hold back. The boss's health hadn't even dropped to 10% yet. Defeat was not an option. Xu Xiaozhou said that thanks to his charm, monsters from all over the area had flocked to the peacekeeping squad. Hao Shual added that this trick of causing trouble for others had been tried and tested over the years. Zhen Chen noted that in a battle of this magnitude, any uncontrolled situations and chaos represent the worst-case scenario. Shi Hao's strategy is to create chaos and sow panic, then arrive to reap the rewards. The peacekeepers reported to their commander that the monsters were too strong. Only 6 men remained in the ranks. There were too many elite monsters. It was impossible to handle them. Cao Renjia called on the Emperor's squad for help. If they lost, their participation would be of no use. The commander of the Emperor's squad replied that the peacekeepers' survival was none of their concern. The commander added that their target was Mo's squad and the world boss. In this situation, the peacekeepers had only themselves to blame for their helplessness. They couldn't even handle such a simple task. Cao Renjia stated that he had long suspected that the Emperor's secret squad of assassins could not be trusted. Now the plan would have to be changed. The peacekeepers' commander ordered everyone to head toward the boss. They would begin the plan earlier than planned. The peacekeepers noticed that the boss's health had dropped by only 30%. Under these conditions, they wouldn't survive. It would be better to retreat. The assistant asked the commander of the Emperor's squad whether they should stop the peacekeepers. The commander replied that their mission was to weaken Mo's squad. If they managed to capture the boss, that would just be a bonus. Once Yin Xuan's squad is destroyed, they'll consider the mission complete. The hunters noted that the red-tailed Bai Yi was growing stronger. They needed to remain cautious. Cao Renjia shouted that there were too many elite monsters and his squad couldn't handle them. The hunters ordered him to retreat immediately. Yin Xuan observed the peacekeepers' behavior and said that Shi Hao seemed to have been right. Song Yunxiao asked the commander not to pay any attention to them. The hunter added that there was a much more serious problem. They were already surrounded. What should they do now? The commander ordered everyone to stop panicking. They needed to hold their positions and maintain formation. Yun Hao and Chen Chen were to hold off the boss for 30 seconds. The rest were to eliminate the smaller monsters with their signature skills. The hunters activated the Dance of Destiny skill, and most of the nearby monsters were destroyed. Song Yunxiao activated the Freeze skill. The monsters were immobilized. The B attack skill was also used. A group of monsters was torn to pieces. Yin Xuan achieved this with just a few strikes. The hunter said he was a little tired, but all the monsters had been destroyed. However, he had almost no magical energy left. Yin Xuan ordered them to hurry back to the boss fight. The squad commander looked at the incapacitated Cao Renjia and warned him that he shouldn't expect a happy ending. The peacekeeping commander was surprised that the elite monsters, whom they had barely been able to hold back, had been destroyed so easily. Their true strength had been underestimated. Cao Renjia thought he still had hope. The world boss was still alive. Chen Chen screamed in pain. He'd been attacked from behind. The commander of the Emperor's squad declared that there was no honor in war. He must die in silence. Li Yunhao was outraged. How dare they attack Mo's squad? The commander of the assassins was surprised. Did he really have time to think about others? Li Yunhao was also attacked by a traitor. Song Yunxiao said this was one of the Imperial Army's units, the Poisonous Fangs. They were secret assassins. Yin Xuan ordered Song Yunxiao to drag the wounded away from the boss. He had only 20 seconds. The commander of the assassins noted that Yin Xuan was worthy of leading the Mo squad. Even at a critical moment, she remained calm. But now the situation was spiraling out of control. Yin Xuan said it was no surprise. The peacekeepers had dared to betray them. The Emperor's squad was behind it. If this came to light, it would cause a public scandal. The commander replied that if all their enemies were killed, no one would find out. As for everyone else, Mo's squad would simply be wiped out by the boss. Yin Xuan realized that threats only work when the enemy has already been broken. The heavenly demon crystal appeared in her hands. The commander clenched the crystal and drank the liquid that emerged from it. Yin Xuan attained the demon body status and reached level 115. Now she could use the skills of the heavenly demon for a limited time. The killers were startled by her sudden level increase. The commander ordered a simultaneous attack. It was their only chance of victory. Yin Xuan swept through the enemy ranks and wiped them all out. She said that numbers didn't matter in the face of overwhelming power. The commander of the assassins switched to retreat mode and activated his invisibility ability. He realized he had underestimated her. She possessed incredible hidden skills. One of the hunters said he had run out of all his medicine. Song Yunxiao was disheartened. Were they really destined to die here? Yin Xuan returned to her comrades. Song Yunxiao asked what her technique meant. The squad commander ordered 2 of them to immediately go to Chen Chen and Yuan Hao's aid, but if she didn't finish off the boss within 10 seconds, they were to leave the battlefield. Yin Xuan approached the monster with her swords in hand. She attacked the red-tailed Bai Yi, leaving it with only 10% health remaining. But that wasn't enough. The monster activated the boss rage skill and roared loudly. The monster struck Yin Xuan and declared that she would be destroyed. The woman lost her bearings and began to fall from a great height. She realized at the last moment that the demon body effect had ended. Her fall was halted. Shi Hao, with wings on his back, caught Yin Xuan and asked why she had become so pathetic since their last meeting. Didn't she want to reconsider his offer? True, the price had gone up. The squad commander reminded him that she had asked him not to interfere. Why was he thinking about money when a life was at stake? Shi Hao replied that only a weakling would choose between the two. He wanted both. The protagonist crashed to the ground with a thud. Yin Xuan's mask shattered from the impact. Shi Hao noticed that her face was beautiful without the mask. No wonder they say she's a beauty. Song Yunxiao shouted that the commander's mask had shattered. Not even the members of this squad had ever seen Yin Xuan's true face. Now every one of them wanted to see it. Xuan ordered Shi Hao to let her go immediately. The protagonist asked why she would hide such a beautiful face under a mask. It was a real shame. Sun Yunxiao clearly looked angry. After all, this boy was the only one who had been able to see the commander's face. Xuan put on a new mask and declared that now was not the time to discuss this. Shi Hao shouldn't get a big head just because he saved her. Although the boss had only 3% health left, he was now extremely angry. The hunters were also exhausted. The squad didn't have the strength to continue the fight. Shi Hao asked, so they won't be able to take down the boss with him? In that case, he'll get it all to himself. A hunter shouted that this guy was a complete fool. Chen Chen noticed that, judging by the look on his face, he wasn't joking. Song Yunxiao surmised that Shi Hao was a complete madman. However, with his poor skills, there was no way he could defeat a foe they themselves had failed to handle. Shi Hao said that even though they were a professional combat unit, their perspective was rather narrow. The commander of Blue Sky added that being arrogant and underestimating the enemy on the battlefield could be life-threatening. One couldn't judge Shi Hao's professionalism without seeing him in action. Yunxiao wondered, what were these relic hunters doing here? Could these amateurs really dare to lecture them on how to do their job? After all, only relic hunters would be so arrogant as to underestimate their enemy. He was actually curious to see what they would do to the boss, or what the boss would do to them. Shu Xiaojie declared, if it weren't for Shi Hao, their commander would have been turned into mincemeat long ago. He'd watch as Shi Hao humiliated them and destroyed the boss. Zhen Chen told the fat guy to shut up. In any case, this was a professional squad, so they had to save face. The commander apologized and remarked that his subordinates had a habit of talking too much. They had come to watch Shi Hao take down the boss. The protagonist activated the Shadow Emperor account and engaged the boss in battle. Yin Xuan was surprised. Could this really be Shi Hao? Feeling the pressure he exerted, it became clear that Shi Hao was currently stronger than the boss. Where did this guy get such immense power? The professional hunters held onto each other's hands so they wouldn't be blown apart by the force. The monster declared that this opponent was worthy of fighting him. He was truly a great warrior. Red-tailed Bai Yi activated his most powerful move in a state of rage. Weiss warned that the monster's attack was a concentration of dark magic. It could be absorbed, but exceeding the limit could be harmful. The hunters were surprised to see that Shi Hao's cloak had absorbed all the damage. But how did he do it? The Shadow Emperor looked calm and utterly confident. The hunters wondered why Shi Hao had begun to wrap himself in blood threads. The blood threads transformed into a massive sphere that moved swiftly and shifted shape. However, a strange sound like the roar of a wild beast emanated from within. During the transformation, the blood sphere turned into a massive red dragon. The dragon and the monster closed in on each other to a dangerous distance. The hunters wondered, could this really still be Shi Hao? His overwhelming power had completely immobilized the boss. Shi Hao was about to destroy him. The monster said that this power seemed familiar to him. Who was actually standing before him? The dragon began to devour the monster and replied that it was none of his business. Red-tailed Bai Yi tried to put up a fight and called the dragon a nobody. However, it was to no avail. The monster was defeated. Commander Blue Sky said that they would never again in their lives witness such a spectacular battle between fighters of their caliber. Hao Shual added that he'd known this guy was cool before, but he hadn't realized just how cool. The fat guy remarked that Shi Hao could even transform into a dragon. It was indescribable. Li Yunhao couldn't understand how this was possible. How could this guy be stronger than the boss? Song Yunxiao suggested that he was cheating. Chen Chen asked if Yin Xuan had ever seen such a massive battle with a boss. The squad commander replied that she'd seen even more spectacular things, but this was the first time she'd seen a boss fight so desperately against a single person. She finally understood why Ms. Mo liked Shi Hao. He harbored incredible power. But why hadn't they heard about this before? Who exactly was he? Cao Renjia was surprised. Could Shi Hao really be the Mo squad's secret weapon? He had to get out of there immediately. There was no point in pretending to be dead any longer. The hunter had said that Yin Xuan was definitely crazy, but it turns out there's someone even more unstable. Even though this mission failed, it wasn't a complete waste. This boy must be reported to the appropriate authorities so he can be brought under control. The monster sensed a blood bond. Could it be that his rival had devoured his kin and absorbed their dragon power? With such power, why does he remain human? Why doesn't he become a monster? Then they could enjoy destroying humans and all living things together. The red dragon replied that he wasn't interested. As a result of the protagonist's actions, red-tailed Baiyi was destroyed. His body fell to the ground. The red dragon roared loudly in a fit of euphoria. Hao Shuo covered his ears and said it sounded like a sound wave. Xiaozhe asked Shi Hao to stop attacking his allies like that. The red dragon changed its flight path and began diving toward the ground. The hunters were surprised. What was it doing? The commander of Blue Skies said that the red dragon was flying straight toward them. Sun Yunxiao told the squad commander that they needed to leave immediately. This guy has lost his mind. There's no way to stand up to him. Li Yuanhao said he saw no point in retreating. It wouldn't work anyway. Xu Xiaozhe declared that they trusted this guy. The squad didn't budge. Shi Hao turned back into a human. He wondered how he could have lost his head like that. Our hero smoothly descended and told everyone not to panic. He had regained his composure and was back in control. The fat guy said they'd all broken out in a sweat from the excitement. Hao Shual remarked that he'd never seen anyone cooler than Shi Hao. The squad commander told everyone to leave the guy alone. He needed to rest after a grueling battle. Zhen Chen activated the healing wind skill. Shi Hao said again that there was no need to worry. He was fine. Weiss reported that due to the use of the Dragon's Crown technique, 160 million had been deducted from the master's account. Shi Hao thought that the cost for the time spent wasn't too bad, but he'd have to pay extra for the additional moves. Was it worth it? He'd been lucky this time. They'd encountered a robber demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to spend money like that. Monetization isn't a long-term solution. Xiaozhe asked how Shi Hao was feeling. The protagonist replied that he'd checked his account balance, and now his heart was bleeding. The squad commander acknowledged that Shi Hao had opened everyone's eyes by taking down the boss single-handedly. However, caution must be exercised in the future. Problems could arise because of envious people. Shi Hao agreed with the captain and said he would be more careful from now on. The protagonist thought that the commander's words were worthy of an experienced, seasoned strategist. He really did need to be more modest. After all, this wasn't a closed dungeon. The commander of Blue Sky expressed hope that the young man understood him. The commander asked, could it be that Mo's elite squad wanted to capitalize on someone else's victory and take everything that dropped from the boss? Even if he had to sacrifice his life today, he would never let anyone lay a finger on Shi Hao. Yin Xuan replied that there was no need to worry. Whoever defeated the boss was entitled to the reward. The woman added that they had come to apologize to Shi Hao. She had underestimated him before, but she'd been wrong. Now she was sincerely inviting him to join Mo's squad. Would he agree? The hunter asked the commander if she was sure this guy was allowed to join them. Li Yuanhao asked why the commander had chosen him specifically. Chen Chen noted that it was all about his skills. If this guy joined the squad, they would become invincible. Sun Yunxiao declared that he was against it. After all, they had just defeated the boss, and this guy only had to deal with the remaining 3% of its health. He'd come in when everything was already settled. They couldn't accept someone like that into the squad. Xiaozhe declared that their opinions didn't matter. Shi Hao could even take down a boss twice as strong as this one. There was no need to look down on him. Song Yunxiao cursed at the fat man and said that no one had asked his opinion. Yin Xuan asked the hunter if, as a member of the Mo squad, he really couldn't see Shi Hao's true strength. He shouldn't make a fool of himself if he didn't want her to kick him off the team. Sun Yunxiao could see that this guy was very strong, but he couldn't accept him. To him, Shi Hao was a shameless and arrogant person. Where did he get such immense power? Yung Xiao decided he would make this guy pay for everything. Shi Hao thanked Yin Xuan for her concern, but reminded her that he had decided to form his own squad, so he had no choice but to decline the offer. Yin Xuan knew he would respond this way, but in any case, they were part of the Hanmo Corporation. Yin Xuan shook his hand and expressed her hope that they would be able to work together again in the future. The squad commander thought he was a good guy. Now that she had seen his true strength, her opinion of him had completely changed. Shi Hao wondered, could her words really be sincere, or was she just putting on a show? The protagonist said that the squad commander was flattering him. After all, they were just a newly formed squad of rookies. It was a great honor for them to be able to count on the Mo squad's help. Our hero preferred the harsh truth to weak hypocrisy. In a burst of emotion, the girl hugged the protagonist around the shoulders. Shi Hao was taken aback. She said that because he had saved her today, she would never forget his kindness and was ready to repay him in any way she could. Shi Hao told the girl not to rush into anything. He suggested they talk about it later when he needed her help. Yin Xuan asked if he really wanted to make her feel indebted to him. Although she hates that sort of thing, when it comes to him, she's willing to accept it. The squad commander waved goodbye and said they would see each other again. The protagonist thought that this girl from the Hanmo Corporation wasn't as simple as she seemed. Xu Xiaojie asked if Shi Hao really had no connection to Yin Xuan. Hao Shuo remarked that beauties were only worthy of the strongest. The protagonist replied that these guys were exaggerating too much. The commander of Blue Sky hadn't expected Shi Hao to be one of the Hanmo Corporation's people. He'd assumed the young man was a lone knight. Our hero replied that he joined them only recently, so he didn't know anyone yet. The commander pointed out that after joining the Hanmo squad, half of his income would have to be handed over to the authorities. However, this time he had taken down the boss all by himself, and Hanmo hadn't provided him with any support. In this case, he was losing more than he was gaining. Shi Hao replied that he had no other choice. The young man noted that he had joined Hanmo largely for the sake of his family. The commander noted that this was precisely what set Shi Hao apart from them. They had grown up in a desolate, wild place with no relatives. Shi Hao had too many people around him to worry about. Finding a patron was a good choice. The commander added that with such power, Shi Hao surely wouldn't want to depend on others for long. At every opportunity, he would build up his own strength. Blue Sky recalled that there was a master engineer in Hanmo. They could build a relationship with him, and when the time came, develop the fortress. They could settle their entire family there. Shi Hao replied that this was excellent advice. However, he didn't need other people. He would figure something out on his own. Weiss noted that building a fortress would be no trouble for someone like him. The protagonist decided to check the reward for defeating the boss. It was time to collect the treasures. Among the rewards for defeating the world boss was the heart of the devil dragon. Our hero also received the remnant of light. Red-Tail Bai was once a sacred dragon. This is the only thing left of him after he became a devil dragon. Also among the items was the precious ring Eye of the Dragon. The eye is embedded directly into the ring. It contains magical power that helps maintain a clear mind. It enhances the wearer's mental abilities and fortitude. Dragon Fang Blade is a sword polished with the dragon's sharp fangs, the key to the lands of Red-Tailed Baya. Shen Hao thought that since the items had dropped from a rare treasure chest in the demon's secret lair, they must be extremely valuable. The fat man said he had a feeling that the items dropped by the boss weren't worth the effort at all. Zhen Chen stated that these items weren't for the fat man, they might come in handy for Shi Hao. Our hero showed the key and said that it was his real target. It was the key to the boss's lands. The commander was surprised. Could the items from there really be even more valuable than those from the demon's secret lair? Shi Hao confirmed this. The young man added that according to his reliable sources, there were at least 2.5 billion worth of resources in this dungeon. He said he wouldn't be able to spend that much money in a lifetime. Hao Shual tried to clarify how many zeros were in that number. The squad commander reminded them that it all belonged to Shi Hao. Others shouldn't even think about it. Our hero realized that until it was converted into coins, this money was nothing more than a useless string of numbers. Shi Hao knew that his current level wouldn't be enough to clear the boss's territory at level 90. Although defeating the boss was very easy with the Shadow Emperor account, his dungeons certainly contained many small, high-level monsters and sub-bosses. The protagonist sent the squad commander a sum of 100 million. The fat man was surprised by what Shi Hao was doing. There's no need to throw money around. Hao Shual asked if this was really the reward for the boss. Shi Hao confirmed it. He had promised to pay 100 million. It was time to keep his promise. The squad commander pointed out that they had already earned 70 million without this. They couldn't ask for anything more. Shi Hao reminded them that the demon raider and his lair were just a coincidence. The 100 million was the reward promised for the boss. The hunters were delighted. It looked as if Shi Hao had hired them for the job, but in the end, they got the money while Shi Hao did the work. Shuel and Xiaojie said that starting today, they would regularly hug this guy as a sign of gratitude. Zhen Chen urged his colleagues to behave with restraint. The commander agreed that these sycophants needed to be punished. They couldn't afford to waste time. Blue Sky said he would accept the money, although their relationship began as a simple collaboration. It wouldn't stop there. If the young man ever needed their help in the future, this squad would do everything in their power to assist him. Shen Hao noted that in that case, he wouldn't stand on ceremony either. This squad could help him right now. He needs help gathering information about places outside the safe zone, about all the monsters, people, and dungeons. He needs to be prepared when he sets out to hunt in those wild lands. Shen Hao said that this squad needed to be expanded. Establishing their own power was an excellent option. The fat man asked for an explanation of what that phrase meant. Blue Sky noted that they had always preferred a small but effective squad. This format is well suited for quick and covert operations, and it also makes it easier to manage the team. However, a traitor had indeed infiltrated their ranks. Shen Hao pointed out that money makes all the difference in the game. Now that they have funds, things won't be the same as before. They need to understand just how important power is in these wild lands. Ma Huang's squad was a perfect example. The commander admitted that they were thinking only about how to survive. Why think about such grand issues? Ren Chen supported our hero. Now was the best time for change. Xiaojie pointed out that they're currently at their limit. If this continues, it'll be hard for them to stand up to teams of 10. Hao Shual agreed that for long-term development, they should do as Shi Hao suggested. The commander was surprised to see his guys become so forward-thinking before all they did was drink and loaf around. Blue Sky added that they had become this way thanks to Shi Hao. It was he who had forced them to rethink their view of the world. This was exactly the kind of person the team had been missing. The commander proposed that these 100 million serve as the squad's startup capital. Shi Hao would be the heart of Horizon and its largest shareholder. He would have priority in the distribution of profits and the right to make decisions affecting the squad's operations. Shi Hao said that in that case, he agreed. The young man thought that he truly had grand plans for this squad. Our hero entrusted his colleagues with the matter of the wild lands and added that it was time for them to say goodbye. If anything happened, they could contact him at any time. The chubby guy said he would miss them and asked Shi Hao to take care of himself. The commander wished them a safe journey. Shen Hao was finally able to get in touch with his sister. She was delighted. She told him they were in the 8th district. Miss Mo had allowed them to stay there temporarily. She would send the exact geolocation coordinates later. The protagonist promised he'd be there soon. The flight was made possible by the Angel's Cloak, which was created by merging the Air Cloak and Broken Angel's wings. District 8, Han Mo Corporation, a luxurious mansion. Miss Mo said that due to the unstable military situation, this was the only place they could find for temporary accommodation. Shi Hao thought to himself that even though he was already an adult, he had never in his life seen such a huge and luxurious house. Yun Fei asked her brother if he'd seen the boss battle. She was glad he was okay and had returned, because she'd heard the boss's incredible screams coming from the 9th district, and she'd been very worried. Shi Hao replied that not only had he seen it, but he also showed her the trophy key. Yun Fei asked her brother why he needed this mysterious golden key. Miss Mo asked in surprise, "Could this be the key I mentioned earlier? But how did it end up in Shi Hao's possession?" Yun Fei, unable to hide her surprise, asked, "Could it be that my brother took down the boss?" Miss Mo said that was ridiculous. Yin Xuan had led the battle against the boss alongside her squad. They were the ones who had won. If they hadn't managed it, who else could have? Shi Hao said he'd simply been lucky enough to find the boss's weak spot and seize the right moment. Miss Mo couldn't believe it. Could this guy really have taken down the boss? Just how much hidden power does he possess? But what exactly was the boss's weak spot? Shen Hao promised that Miss Mo would find out later. He didn't want to reveal too much right now. However, not only was Huang Zheng's faction currently hostile toward the Han Mo Corporation, but the Tianquan Corporation was as well. Traitors had emerged there too. Fighting against so many enemies might be pointless. Miss Mo replied that this situation was to be expected. The young man shouldn't worry about the Han Mo Corporation. They would continue to develop on their own path regardless of external changes. Shihao agreed that he shouldn't be giving them advice. He was more interested in the mechanism for distributing the loot he had received. Mo-kir agreed that this young man's situation was unique since he hadn't officially joined Hanmo yet. Therefore, he wasn't obligated to give them anything. It all belonged to him. Yunfei couldn't believe it. Could those 2.5 billion really belong to them? Shihao replied that he understood, but according to the rules, he would give them half. Miss Mo pointed out that there were loopholes in the rules that would allow the young man to avoid paying. Why had he decided on his own to give up his own money? The protagonist replied that he had 2 reasons. One, shouldn't be greedy, and if he decided to join Hanmo, he had to follow the rules. In any case, this time he had effectively taken the boss position away from Mo's squad. If he had been greedy, he would have become an enemy of the entire corporation. He cannot ruin his status and prestige for the sake of a fleeting benefit. He made this decision for Miss Mo's sake as well. Mo-kir said that if the young man had made up his mind, she wouldn't stop him. Shihao asked for clarification on how he would be paid his share. Miss Mo replied that he shouldn't rush it. A special revenue assessment department would handle it. However, there are 2 options. He could hand over everything he'd obtained, including the key to the boss's dungeon, and the corporation would pay him 50% of the total reward value. That was the safest option. Alternatively, he could hand over only half of the items and clear the rest of the dungeon on his own. However, that option was very risky. Shihao said he would definitely choose the second option. The higher the risk, the greater the reward. Miss Mo noted that this decision was typical of him. Mo-kir added that she would handle the rest herself and that it was time for her to leave. She mentioned that the corporation could arrange for her to move even to the 3rd district. It's safe enough there. Once the military alert is over, she'll send people to pick her up. Shen Hao pointed out that it wasn't worth doing that just yet. After such a fierce battle, the monsters wouldn't appear for a while. Besides, he still had friends in the 9th district, and he didn't want to move too far away. The protagonist didn't want to be under the corporation's constant surveillance. Miss Mo said she respected his decision. If the young man changed his mind, he should let her know. Mo-kir handed the protagonist a map and said it would allow him to move freely throughout all the districts. Shen Hao took the map and thanked her for her thoughtfulness. He decided it would be very useful. Yunfei said that Miss Mo didn't want to part with her little brother. She had already stopped and turned back several times. Maybe she wanted to stay with him? Shihao apologized to his parents and announced that he had to stay in this area. For now, he couldn't move them to a safer place. His father said they would support whatever decision he made. Her mother said this place was perfect for them. She and her father hadn't even dared to dream of anything like this. The only drawback was that the property was too large and it was hard to keep clean. Nana said she would take care of it. Yunfei said that no matter where they were, being together was the best place in the world. Nana said that Yunfei was absolutely right. Shihao thought that this was exactly what he was fighting for. In a post-apocalyptic world, most people believe that family is a burden that will hold them back, so they choose to live alone. However, our hero was lucky enough to be born into a wonderful, happy family. He will do everything in his power to protect that happiness. Shihao understood that he had to do this himself. Even if he had to join forces with Hanmo, that wasn't his ultimate goal. Only when he finishes building his impregnable fortress will his family have a future. Our hero told Weiss to retrieve the fortress blueprints and conduct a thorough analysis. What then is the price of his ideal future? Weiss reported that the scan was complete, but the results were not encouraging. Building the fortress according to these blueprints requires a level 40 dungeon. Shihao said that wasn't a problem. The dungeon key he received from the Black Tiger mercenaries is of that level. This means a perfect opportunity has arisen to put it to use. Weiss stated that this was only the first problem. To fully construct the fortress, they would need to spend 5 billion. The assistant added that this wasn't all. In addition to the money, they would need to procure large quantities of special materials and items. Shihao declared that his enthusiasm had been nearly crushed. He would have to defeat another dozen bosses like that. The advisor told the master not to get discouraged since he's lucky enough to raise that amount in a short time. Shihao noted that these are enormous costs. The master would also have to use his engineering skills to create a large number of engineering robots capable of building the fortress. Weiss added that the difficulty lay in the fact that the master would have to remain on site at all times, otherwise the robots would stop working. The protagonist thought he could hand over control of the robots to the maid and let her oversee the fortress's construction on his behalf. Weiss said that was an excellent idea. That option was acceptable. All that remained was to gather the money and materials. Shen Hao realized that building the legendary fortress would be no small task. At first, he'd wanted to increase his fusion level with the Shadow Emperor's account, but he'd have to put that on hold for now. There shouldn't be any invincible enemies for a while, so the fortress was the priority. Right now, he needed to earn money. A stream of water suddenly poured down on our hero's head. His sister suggested they play in this endless pool. They're having a lot of fun here. Shen Hao thought to himself that it had been a long time since he'd seen Yunfei so relaxed and cheerful. So all that hard work hadn't been in vain. Nana said that the master needed to get some good rest too. If he was constantly on edge, his health might suffer. Shi Hao said Nana did a great job. She used her trick to ignite his fighting spirit. She made him remember the days when he ruled the pool. The protagonist announced that he was now going to show them who the king of water games really was. Yunfei said that this was just one of her brother's usual tricks. Shen Hao unexpectedly activated underwater explosion. Nana asked him not to do that again. Shen Hao warned that there would be no mercy. Yunfei asked her brother to teach her that move. Hanmo Corporation headquarters. The vice president's office. Yin Xuan entered the office and immediately apologized for the disturbance. She said she hadn't expected Tian Xuan to betray them. She hadn't been able to defend herself against the royal assassins sent after her. As a result, the battle against the boss had been lost. She took full responsibility and was prepared to accept her punishment. The vice president replied that she herself was well aware of her strengths and weaknesses. The chief turned and asked if she really thought that could be an excuse. The man kicked Yin Xuan and said that after all she was simply weak. The deputy chief was surprised. Wasn't she still on her knees before him? As one of the top fighters on Mo's squad, she hadn't even been able to lead the squad and defeat the level 90 boss. Because of her, Han Mo had lost face. This was Mo Qi, Han Mo's deputy president and Mo Kier's brother. Yin Xuan apologized again, clutching the spot on her stomach where she'd been struck. Mo Qi slapped her across the cheek and said he had no time to listen to excuses. The man reminded her that he had pulled her out of the trash and spent a lot of money on her upbringing. He didn't need her apologies or excuses. A man appeared behind Mo Qi and told the master to stop. The vice president asked, "Can't you stand to watch this anymore? Do you feel sorry for your favorite squad member?" The man replied that he didn't want the master to waste time on useless things. It was necessary to focus on resolving important matters. It was Ji Wangchuan, commander of Mo's squad, top fighter, and a level 130 practitioner. Mo Qi struck the girl again and said that he was, in fact, dealing with important matters. Ji Wangchuan noted that before the boss battle, Miss Mo had added this man to the corporation's talent pool, though his final registration hadn't been completed yet. Mo Qi was surprised. Could Kier have dragged him into this? Could her man have captured the boss? Did that mean she had decided to confront him head-on? Mo Qi saw the protagonist's photo on the screen and asked who Shi Hao was. How could Kier have sent a level 6 rookie to face him? Ji Wangchuan noticed that this guy's strength exceeded his level. He'd managed to take down the boss by luring him away from Yin Xuan's squad and the others. Mo Qi asked if he was using a trick to hide his level. Then he asked Yin Xuan just how strong Shi Hao was. The girl replied that his strength was incredible. He had defeated the boss in a second. Mo Qi asked, if he's so talented, why didn't you recruit him to your side and let him become your sister's man? Yin Xuan replied that she had tried, but it hadn't worked out. The boss was surprised. Were there really people she couldn't recruit? Mo Qi grabbed the girl by the throat and said that she wouldn't have let someone like that live before. So, had he piqued her interest? Was that why she'd let him finish off the boss? The vice president added that now even he was curious to know who he really was. Mo Qi announced that she must win Shi Hao over to her side. If he refused again, he would have to be eliminated to prevent future problems. Mo Qi left the office. Ji Wangchuan told Xuan not to blame him for not standing up for her. He added that she herself had acted unprofessionally. Was Shi Hao really as strong as she'd said? Yin Xuan replied that he was much stronger than she described. She couldn't even say who was stronger, Shi Hao or Wang Chuan. The squad commander was surprised. He had never heard Xuan speak so highly of anyone before. This young man had piqued his interest. He hadn't felt this way in many years. Yin Xuan should temporarily leave the squad and figure out what to do about Shi Hao. Ji Wangchuan added that if she couldn't recruit this guy, she should hand him over to him. He would personally deal with him. Yin Xuan thought that Shi Hao's act of stealing from the boss had caused enormous problems. Now, not only her Mo Gong squad, but also Huang Zheng's and the Emperor's squads would consider him a target. The most unexpected thing was that her arrogant commander had taken an interest in this guy. Could it be that her opinion had gotten him into trouble? She hadn't meant for that to happen. Xuan didn't want to become an enemy of Shi Hao and still hoped that he would be able to join them and fight side by side. The next day arrived, the 9th District School. The students marveled, could they really see daylight again? It was a good thing they hadn't remained underground any longer. The students said this was made possible by the defeat of the 9th District's boss. However, rumors are circulating that this boss was defeated by just one person. Who could it be? Tianqian said that perhaps this person was Shi Hao. Luo Feng added that it was most likely him. Tianqian speculated that Shi Hao might have sustained serious injuries during the battle, since it was a level 90 boss. They needed to contact the director to find out how he was doing. At that moment, the students noticed a strange phenomenon in the sky. A very powerful burst of energy was detected in the sky. Suddenly, a man with wings on his back landed on the ground. Everyone saw that it was Shi Hao. The wings looked very impressive. Luo Feng was relieved to see that the boss was perfectly fine. Wan Tiantian remarked that Shi Hao had become even more handsome. Luo Feng was even happier when he realized that the boss wasn't injured at all. Principal Yang declared that if Shi Hao had returned, then the school was now safe. There was nothing left to worry about. Shi Hao asked the principal if there was a plan to repair the damage to the school. The old man replied that he had already contacted the Hanmo Corporation. They would be sending people shortly to carry out the repairs. Classes were temporarily suspended. Principal Yang acknowledged that the young man had saved the school once again, but they had no fitting reward for this achievement. Shi Hao remarked that the principal was flattering him. Our hero added that he had simply done what he was supposed to do, and that he had done it not for a reward, but out of a sense of duty. Luo Feng noted that the boss had not only demonstrated his nobility, but had also declined the reward. The system reported that the passive skill hormonal surge had been activated. The feelings of the students and teachers toward the protagonist had intensified significantly. Personal safety must be ensured. The girls and boys were squabbling among themselves over the right to interact with the national hero. Shi Hao was puzzled. What on earth was going on here? Why had this skill activated in front of such a large crowd? If he stayed here, it could lead to serious trouble. Shi Hao said he was leaving and that they needed to do so as quickly as possible. Luo Feng said he would follow the boss. Wan Tiantian said she wanted to join them as well. Shi Hao asked if their families were safe. The answer was yes. Tiantian noted that her family didn't live in this city, so she had nothing to worry about. She asked where exactly they were headed now. Shi Hao replied that they were leaving the safe zone and heading to a specific area of the wilderness. They needed to visit a level 40 dungeon, the key to which he had received from one of the Black Tiger mercenaries. District 9, main gate. The staff is following their instructions. The holes in the wall need to be sealed. An armed man asked Shi Hao and his companions what they were doing there. This is a dangerous zone, and wandering around here is prohibited. Shi Hao explained that they were students and needed to leave the city to take care of some business. The armed man was surprised. What could students possibly have forgotten outside the city in such a dangerous place? The state of emergency has not yet been lifted. Leaving the city is prohibited. Luo Feng was indignant. Did some level 10 guard actually dare to give them orders? Shi Hao told Luo Feng not to be so impulsive. They were diligent students and didn't want to cause any trouble. The protagonist presented his pass to the guard. The guard was surprised. Where had the student gotten this pass? Did he really think he could fool him? Maybe the pass wasn't even real. The head of the security detail approached and asked what was going on and why these people hadn't been turned away yet. The guard reported to the captain that the students had shown an unfamiliar pass and said they wanted to leave the city. The captain looked at the pass and said it was a top-level pass from the Hanmo Corporation. How could he have failed to recognize it? The captain apologized and told the distinguished guests that their presence was an honor for the station. He was ready to provide an escort to their destination, as conditions outside the city were unfavorable. Shi Hao replied that they didn't need it. They already had arrangements in place. Zhuang Tiantian said she was nervous, as this was her first time leaving the city. Luo Feng urged her to calm down. They had a rare opportunity to train outside the city. The captain of the guards realized that this was the very young man his superiors had ordered him to keep a close eye on. He doubted there was anything special about him. The captain contacted his sister and asked what he should do next. A young man named Shi Hao had just left the city. The girl replied that this was good news. Meeting him meant they would get rich. Misha told him to follow this guy and keep her updated on his location, but to be careful. She was a low-ranking elite mercenary in the Emperor's group. She thought that a reward had been announced just the day before, And today, this guy had already caught her eye. The wildlands beyond the 9th district, Luo Feng noticed that these were the remnants of the old world, which had been ravaged and was now in a state of decay. Tiantian realized that previously she had only seen photos and videos of the wilderness online and in books. Now her sense of an apocalyptic atmosphere had intensified. Luo Feng noted that the air here was cleaner and easier to breathe than in the city. The young man asked the boss how they would get to the dungeon. Would it be too much trouble for him to take them along on his flight? Shi Hao replied that they shouldn't worry since he had already arranged transportation. The wildlands are relatively safe right now, since the monsters have been severely wounded and are hiding in their lairs. If they encounter any along the way, it would be a good opportunity to improve their combat skills and level up. Shi Hao pointed out that these two are important members of his lord's squad and are by no means a burden. Shi Hao added that the meeting place wasn't far away and he was ready to tell them about the lord's squad along the way. The protagonist explained that he was the one who founded the lord's squad and that the squad operates under the auspices of the Han Mo Corporation. Wan Tiantian and Luo Feng were extremely pleased with the invitation to join the squad. Tiantian remarked that Shi Hao could have joined Mo Gong's squad and felt quite comfortable there. Isn't it hard to start from scratch? The protagonist noted that he was leading them to a level 40 dungeon so they could level up and improve their skills. They needed to give it their all and not give up. An SUV rounded the corner and stopped in front of the young people. Shu Xiaozhe was behind the wheel. The fat guy said he was there and glad to see them again. He was surprised when Shi Hao decided to contact him and left his contact information. Xiaozhe asked why no one had told him there would be a beauty here. He would have dressed better for such an occasion. The heavy-set man introduced himself and announced that he was a relic hunter. The girls would have nothing to worry about under his protection. Wan Tiantian introduced herself and added that she wouldn't mind if this guy looked out for her. With a single glance, Luo Feng realized he was looking at an elite tank. The fat guy's shield looked really cool. The fat guy smiled and said he was always ready to lend a hand. The young people took their seats in the SUV and the vehicle set off in the designated direction. Xiaozhe noted that their journey might take half a day. Shi Hao warned his companions that they would need the dungeon key to unlock the entrance. The key's durability had greatly diminished, but they needed to use it before it broke completely. Xiaozi remarked that the map looked very detailed, but was it real? The map was of inestimable value to relic hunters. Shi Hao replied that the map was genuine. It had been drawn by Mu Wei himself. Suddenly the car came to a stop. The fat man asked again, could this map really have been drawn by that Mu Wei? After all, he was a legendary relic hunter. Shen Hao was surprised by how strongly Xiaozhe was reacting. What did he know about this map? The fat man realized he wouldn't be able to tell the story of Mu Wei quickly, but he would try. Many people believe there's no difference between relic hunters and mercenaries. However, some plunder people, while others plunder ruins. From the outside, that's exactly how it looks. In reality, treasure hunters are trying to uncover the truth of this world. Their goal is to explore all the ruins and find the answer to the ultimate question. The dawn of the OL era. How did this era come to be? Tiantian replied that she had heard various versions of the story. Some said that this world is a real dream. Others claimed that this world was created by a computer. All living beings in this world are a set of numbers and various symbols. Others believe they have been immersed in an artificial environment and are being used as test subjects. Luo Feng admitted that he had never heard of this before. Shi Hao noted that a lot of time had passed. Now it seems to him that people are content with everything and don't think about the past. Xiaozhe added that there are also those who want to know the truth. Everything in this world happens for a reason. We need to explore the ruins and the truth will soon be revealed. Shi Hao remarked that judging by his appearance, one might assume that the fat man wasn't capable of deep thought. Xiaozi stated that these weren't his own thoughts. He couldn't have come up with something like that. It was the squad commander who had voiced it. His ideas had taken root in their minds. The Horizon squad believes the commander's words, which is why they follow him. Xiao Hao thought that Blue Sky was respected by many. Although the commander believes he is far from the most popular person in the squad, his ideas and thoughts still take hold of people's minds. An unpopular person is not capable of such a thing. The fat man noted that many years ago, the legendary relic hunter Mu Wei had disappeared. He had come close to answering the question of the world's truth, yet vanished. No one knows where he is now. If this is truly his map, then it must hold secrets. The answers to all questions might be found here. Shi Hao said he'd been holding this map in his hands for a long time, but he couldn't see anything. Even if they uncovered its secret, What would happen next? Would the truth of the world change anything? Xiaojia was surprised. Could it be that Shihao hadn't heard this legend? Every relic hunter knows it. If you find the truth of the world, you can restart this world and become its ruler. Luo Feng and Tian Tian didn't understand what resetting the world meant, but they said it sounded really cool. Zhuang declared that after the reset, she would make herself a sorceress. Her world would be filled with goodness and harmony. Luo Feng thought that in his world, everyone would obey only him. Shihao said that the two of them had some great ideas, but what about their levels? The protagonist remarked that it was too difficult, even unrealistic, to believe in this legend. It would be better to focus on the current task. Xiaojia agreed, but added that there was no harm in dreaming. Shihao thought, what can dreams lead to? Nothing good, since they cloud the mind. One must set goals and strive toward them. Xiaozi declared that he planned to find Mu Wei and learn from him the key to unraveling the mystery of the world. This wasn't a dream, but a worthy goal. The protagonist thought that director Yan knew much more about Mu Wei. Once he had taken care of his business, he would definitely gather the necessary information from the director. The car came to a stop, and Fatso said they had arrived at their destination. However, there was no entrance in sight, only rocks. Luo Feng noted that the entrance was hidden from prying eyes. In any case, they would need a key of the highest order to open this dungeon. Shihao told his companions that someone was following them. Xiaojia confirmed that some scoundrel had been tailing them the whole way. Tian Tian and Luo Feng looked around and said they didn't see anyone. The fat man announced that reconnaissance was his specialty and that he would prove it right now. He threw a grenade. A camouflage shield was activated. The grenade exploded in front of him, and the shield triggered just in time. A powerful explosion rang out nearby, but the squad was unharmed. The strangers in the car were injured by the blast and said they'd been spotted. Luo Feng was surprised. It turned out they really were being followed. But why hadn't he noticed it? And why was there a guard in the car? The guard commander said they had misunderstood the situation. He couldn't send them alone on such a dangerous journey without proper escort. He was looking out for their safety. Shihao pointed his flaming sword at the captain of the guards and asked how they'd managed to track them down. The officer replied that their duty was to keep an eye on people since they were there to protect them. Shihao remarked that these excuses were pathetic and then cursed viciously. The guard commander declared that these people were clearly mistaking him for someone else. Deep down, the guard was outraged. How dare this guy point a sword at him? The guards behind the commander saw that their boss was signaling to them. As soon as this guy made a move, they would have to counterattack. Shihao thanked the guards for their attention and concern. He added that they had narrowly escaped death when they fled the city besieged by monsters. They should trust and help each other more. The protagonist thought that the guard had changed his mind and now wanted to expose their conspiracy under the guise of friendship. The captain of the guards confirmed that they were indeed lucky to have survived that catastrophe. He thought that this young man must be the son of Han Mo, the director of the corporation, which explained why he was only at level 6 yet held a top-tier pass. The captain stepped closer to the protagonist and asked if Mr. Shihao could explain why they had come to these wild places despite the risks. Shihao replied that they planned to clear out a new dungeon. Would the guards come with them? He showed them the key. Luo Feng and Tian Tian thought their boss was masterfully luring people into a trap. They believed they had the upper hand. The captain thought that, judging by its color, this key was at least level 40. Did these people really think they could handle it? Luo Feng replied that this was exactly why they were inviting them. Hadn't the captain said he wanted to protect them? Tian Tian added that it was no surprise the predators had attacked the 9th district. Were the guards there really that useless? The guards told the commander that they couldn't let these students speak to them in that tone. They needed to make them see the full might of the guard squad. The commander realized he had no experience clearing dungeons. It was designed for 5 people. Although he wanted to go with them, he couldn't abandon his comrades, so he regretted it. Shihao pointed out that they could all enter this dungeon together. It could accommodate more than 5 people. The guards said that in that case, these students would learn the meaning of the word professional. They were ready to clear out this dungeon. The captain thought that now, to stand by his words, he would have to go in there with these guys. However, it was too dangerous. He needed to buy some time and wait for the lady to arrive. Shihao activated the dungeon with the key and thanked them for their escort. The guards said the students could count on them. Shihao told his friends they were leaving. Just in case, the commander of the guard squad left a signaling device at the entrance to the dungeon so that Lady Misha would know their coordinates. The Forest of Destiny dungeon. Tian Tian noticed that it was very beautiful here and also very large. The fat man was right. There's no way to predict exactly what a dungeon will be like. A giant tree also towered over the squad. Xiaojia speculated that the final boss might be inside it. Luo Feng expressed his hope that Xiaojia would share his valuable experience in the next battle. The fat man suggested that Luo Feng stand behind him during the upcoming battle to avoid getting hurt. Shi Hao ordered his assistant to thoroughly analyze this dungeon. Was it possible to build a fortress here? Weiss replied that the dungeon was suitable for building a fortress, but due to level restrictions, it would be a 3-star fortress at most. Shi Hao thought this didn't meet his 5-star standard. This time, clearing the dungeon would only serve to gain experience. Tiantian looked up and said that some kind of bird was approaching them. It turned out to be a level 25 flying dragon. The captain of the guards raised his shield and ordered the soldiers not to panic. At his command, the guards opened fire with their automatic weapons and shot the monster down. The protagonist hadn't expected this from them. They were fighting without any hesitation, which was surprising. The squad captain declared that it was just a tiny flying dragon. How dare it attack them? The dragon was destroyed. The commander laughed and said that flying over his squad was forbidden. The guards declared that with a commander like that, they feared nothing. Another monster appeared nearby, a level 40 stinging dragon. The squad captain rushed into the attack and ordered Fatso to help. Why was he standing on the sidelines? Xiaojia asked his leader if they should intervene. Shi Hao replied that they still had a lot to do, and these guys would definitely come in handy. Xiaojia shouted for everyone to step aside and not get in his way. He'd take out such a weak monster in no time. The system reminded the protagonist that the mystical eggs had suddenly entered a stage of uncontrolled reaction. Shi Hao wondered, was it from hunger or pain? Could it be that they sensed the breath of a fellow creature and decided to hatch? The state of the mystical egg remained unstable. After a long lull, it began to move. Could someone be about to hatch from it soon? Our hero decided to calm it down with ingredients he'd stockpiled in his storage space, the tongue and leg of a treasure chest. That should be enough to stabilize the egg's condition. After eating, the egg calmed down a bit, but something was still off about it. Weiss was surprised. Could the creature inside the egg really want to hatch? Apparently, due to a lack of strength, it couldn't break through the shell. Shi Hao replied that this was entirely possible. Shi Hao took out the dragon's heart and said he was ready to help the creature hatch. This heart could give it strength, and the shell would crack open instantly. The egg hesitated. Shi Hao was surprised. Could it be that it was afraid of the breath of its superior kin? Shi Hao remarked that it was just a piece of meat. There was nothing to be afraid of. If it couldn't even bring itself to do this, it would remain an egg for the rest of its life. The young man said he wanted to finally see what the creature inside looked like. Weiss shouted for the creature to strain and break the shell. Finally, there was a powerful jolt, and the shell shattered in all directions. Shi Hao declared that this was exactly what he had expected. Weiss congratulated his master on acquiring a combat pet. They needed to come up with a name for it. Shi Hao decided the name should be bold. After much deliberation, it was decided to name the pet Red Comet. The commander of the guard squad continued to battle the stinging dragon. He insisted that he had to deal with it personally. The captain spotted an unknown monster near the students. However, it was a 6th-level monster that could be destroyed almost instantly. An armed guard said it was his turn to hunt. He took aim at Red Comet. However, the dragon lunged forward and bit off part of the firearm. The guard shouted that his legendary-level weapon had been destroyed. Xiaojia held up his shield and said he hadn't touched the dragon, so there was no reason to attack him. The squad commander grew angry and declared that these weaklings couldn't even defeat a 6th-level monster. Now he would show them his skill. Shi Hao swung his flaming sword and ordered the guards to stop immediately. After all, this was his newly summoned battle pet, although he himself hadn't known that the dragon would be hostile toward those around it. Xiaojia demanded compensation for the shield's repairs. Shi Hao replied that it wasn't a problem. Tiantian couldn't believe her eyes. Could this really be the very egg she'd found in the forest? She'd been waiting for this little dragon for a long time and wanted to get to know him better. The dragon, looking aggressive, headed toward the girl. Wan was surprised. Was it really going to bite her? Shi Hao told Tiantian not to touch him. He had just hatched and was wary of everyone around him. The protagonist introduced Red Comet to his companions and asked them to remember them. Suddenly, a strange, loud sound came from a large tree. Shi Hao surmised that the master of this forest was displeased by their arrival, or perhaps he had sensed the presence of the Red Comet. The captain of the guards said they had just survived a massive battle. Although their numbers had dwindled, the monsters here weren't too dangerous. They needed to split up to speed up the search and then regroup at the large tree. Shi Hao agreed that this was a good plan. The guard thought to himself that this guy was nothing but trouble. He himself was also a threat to them. He was definitely not at level 6. It would be better to split up and keep an eye on him from a distance. Tian Tian said this was her first time clearing a dungeon. It was exciting and thrilling. This dungeon resembled a Heavenly Dwellers version set in a dark forest. Shi Hao said that with the fat guy's help, they'd clear it without any trouble. Our hero asked Xiao Jie if he had any idea about other dungeons in this world and what he'd already encountered. The fat guy replied that the main task of ruin hunters is to search for traces of the old world, not just dungeons. If you don't gather information in advance, serious problems will arise. Only professional teams from large corporations are capable of this. Large companies use numerous teams to explore dungeons. They map out and study unknown territories. This is the job of the reconnaissance department. Others monitor monster populations and identify methods for dealing with them. This is the job of the survival division. Still other groups monitor the fauna and ways to eliminate it. This is the responsibility of the killer division. Without this kind of preparation, clearing a dungeon is no easy task. The only thing you can do is adapt and grow stronger. Large corporations also have a mystery department. Tian Tian noticed that there are many types of dungeons that are both dangerous and interesting. She would love for there to be a dungeon with a goddess. A huge monster appeared behind Tian Tian, a level 40 Spinosaurus. Red Comet charged at the monster, and after the very first attack, the Spinosaurus lost half its health. Wan thanked him for his help. Shi Hao also thanked the Red Dragon and said it was excellent work. The Spinosaurus had lost part of its tongue as a result of the Red Comet's attack and flew into a rage. It said it would now swallow that puny dragon whole without even chewing. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this monster really talk? The fat guy thought it was just a regular roar. Weiss noted that the master's stats and abilities had become shared with the Red Comet. There were advantages to this, and they needed to take advantage of them. The assistant added that a hierarchical connection had been established between the master and the Red Dragon. When the master switches accounts, the Red Comet's stats and appearance change as well. Shi Hao said that was interesting. If he used the Emperor of the Red Flame account right now, would the dragon's stats improve as well? The Spinosaurus tried to attack the Red Comet, but to no avail. The monster said that this Red Dragon's efforts would no longer work. Now it would be reduced to ashes. Xiaojia acknowledged that the Red Comet was far inferior to the dragon in power. Appropriate measures must be taken. Shi Hao stopped the fat man and told him not to interfere. Tian Tian anxiously declared that the dragon needed their help. The protagonist reminded her that it was his pet. If it couldn't handle such a weak monster, there was no need to mourn its death. Tian Tian said that this guy was very ruthless. The protagonist thought, if their powers are synchronized, a mob like this won't be a problem. But what was he up to? Could he have decided to pretend to be weak on purpose? The Red Comet uprooted a huge tree and decided to use it as a weapon. The Spinosaurus thought the Red Dragon was taking out his anger on the tree. He really is weak. The Red Comet swung and landed a crushing blow on the monster. The Spinosaurus's health bar dropped significantly. The monster was outraged. How dare this Red Dragon resist? Soon not even a bone would be left of him. The Spinosaurus's health continued to drop. After a barrage of massive attacks, the monster felt worse and worse, but still continued to threaten the Red Comet with destruction. The dragon leaped high into the air and began spewing fireballs. The monster screamed that it was burning up. What on earth is this Red Dragon up to? The Red Dragon declared that he was preparing a barbecue for himself. The Spinosaurus was destroyed in the fire. Its body was roasted just as it should be for a barbecue. Luo Feng was surprised, but his level had gone up. Tian Tian felt it too and said it was all thanks to the dragon. Xiaozi was surprised. Did the Red Comet really say barbecue? The protagonist confirmed it. Shi Hao added that he had ordered the dragon to attack the monster and then noticed that the tree with leaves and petals he had picked up had a special aroma. It was clearly some kind of spice. Could everyone present smell the aroma of grilled meat? The fat man declared that he was an expert on delicious food. This smell was whetting his appetite. No wonder the meat smelled that way. Tian Tian remarked that the dragon was a true gourmet. Red Comet brought a piece of meat prepared especially for the master. Shi Hao remarked that the Red Dragon really knows his stuff. The protagonist suggested they all have lunch together, since they were all hungry. Everyone enthusiastically supported their leader. The guards admitted that the aroma of roasted meat was irresistible. They couldn't even smell the bread they were holding in their hands. The captain ordered everyone to be quiet. Once they received their payment for carrying out the order, they would be able to buy any food they wanted. However, the commander didn't understand what was going on. Why hadn't Ms. Misha shown up yet? This boy was becoming more dangerous by the minute. They might not be able to handle him. The captain thought that the success of this mission depended entirely on Ms. Misha's skills. Finally, the woman appeared. She declared that she had come to this forgotten place to destroy her enemy and claim her reward. The hunt begins. Xiaojia hadn't thought they'd be able to handle them so easily. Destroyed monsters lay all around. The fat man noticed that he hadn't even had to lift a finger. The red comet had destroyed all the monsters. He's unbelievably strong. Tiantian pointed out that they now had plenty of delicious meat, and they'd also easily leveled up 10 times. Luo Feng said he wanted a pet like that for himself too. The fat guy suggested they put those thoughts aside. Pets like that are extremely rare. Besides, keeping them costs a fortune. Combat pets capable of fighting monsters from birth are extremely rare. Only Shi Hao could afford to keep one. Shi Hao asked, "Has everyone really gotten used to my cheating already?" Xiao Jie announced that a brilliant idea had popped into his head. He knew how to make money. In the wild lands, there are ruins known as the Beast Arena. From time to time, competitions between the strongest pets are held there. The name speaks for itself. Legendary equipment. That's why the ruins attract people from all over the world. Xiao Hao thought that this world was much richer than previously assumed. The fat man surmised that he could make a lot of money with the red comet. Shi Hao decided that under this pretext, he would be able to obtain rare equipment. He needed to expand his knowledge of this world. Luo Feng said he wanted to go too. Would the boss take him along? A hunter and his pet appeared in the forest. Their levels were unknown. The protagonist noted that his pursuers had finally dared to show themselves. He was ready to face them. The red comet suddenly began spewing a stream of flames. Tian was frightened and wondered, what had happened to the dragon? The unknown hunter reported that they had been spotted. But how was that even possible? In response, the stranger fired an arrow from her bow and declared that her opponent would be destroyed. Shi Hao noticed that these attacks and weapons were quite primitive. He managed to catch the arrow with his hand. The protagonist snapped the arrow in half and said that this wouldn't be enough to defeat him. He asked who they were and why they had attacked. Shu Xiaojie asked, "Could these be the natives of this dungeon?" Shi Hao clarified, "Are the natives NPCs?" The fat man pointed out that dungeons with monsters usually don't have people in them. It's extremely rare to encounter human natives. Shi Hao suggested the fat man take a look at himself. How are they any different from these natives? Xiaozi pointed out that the characteristics of the natives are usually tied to the type of dungeon. Although there are differences among them, they share one common trait: eternal preservation of their original state. In other words, they are indestructible. Tiantian remarked that this was every girl's dream to remain young forever. Xiao Jie, however, countered that in reality, it wasn't nearly as good as it seemed. The few inhabitants of these dungeons cannot leave on their own. They are often attacked by humans, and the outcome is usually extremely brutal. They are all carried out of the dungeon and sold for large sums of money to merchants or research centers. As for these two, even though their faces are hidden, their figures and physique suggest they are top-quality merchandise, and people will certainly try to steal them. Shi Hao noticed that in this world, people are capable of sinking to the lowest depths just for profit. The protagonist told the natives that they were lucky. Although he loves money, he would never get involved in such things. They'd better leave and find shelter because he isn't the only one in this dungeon. The masked girl asked why she should obey a stranger. He's the one who should leave. The girl added that she would never allow these people to destroy the pure and serene jungle. Shen Hao declared that he was the one who discovered this dungeon, so it belonged to him. Our hero added that these natives also belonged to him. Therefore, things would go as he decided. It wasn't their turn to be the masters here. Shen Hao said he didn't care about the NPC natives. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would meet only one fate: destruction. The girl told her pet that it was time for them to run, and they tried to hide in the forest. Shi Hao was surprised. Where were they running to? Although their level was unknown, they looked rather delicate and cowardly. Could it be because they'd never interacted with other people? In any case, humans were very dangerous. The masked girl was surprised. Why was a 6th-level human so fierce? Better not to provoke him. Hunters appeared before the natives. Their leaders said they'd found top-notch goods and that today was their lucky day. The girl in the mask was shocked. What is happening to this world? Peace had reigned here for millennia. Why had invaders stormed in? The pet told his companion that they had to fight these people. One of the hunters remarked that the girl had a nice figure, but her face was hidden by a mask. That mask had to come off. In today's desecrated world, it's rare to encounter natives of the highest caliber. The masked girl declared that she was facing a bunch of shameless scoundrels and that they'd better get out of there. The hunters replied that she had a volatile temper, but they were ready to show her the cruelty of this world. The girl fought the guards and they were destroyed. The squad commander was astonished. Could she really have dealt with them so quickly with just a single blow? Could natives really be that dangerous? The guard commander joined the fight and declared that this time they wouldn't be able to handle her without his help. However, the girl deftly dodged his attacks. The girl said that these nobodies were much weaker than that 6th level guy. The commander realized he couldn't dodge her attacks fast enough. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The bullet whizzed right over the captain's head. Shaw, automatic rifle in hand, said that luck was on the captain's side today. Who would have thought he'd encounter such rare natives? The captain was delighted. His older sister had finally arrived. The guard declared that he was extremely pleased and ready to leave this savage to his older sister. He would no longer interfere. Shaw said that in that case, this man must disappear and stop getting in her way. A native woman named Chi-Chi felt a strong thirst for the blood of this level 85 rival. There's no need to play the hero. Her death won't do the world any good. She needs to find an opportunity to escape. Shaw asked, "Do you really want to run away?" No one could escape her sniper's sights. There was no point in making rash decisions. She needed her alive. Chi-Chi assumed a combat stance and told Miao Bao to step aside. Shaw cast a level 60 spider bind. It would last for 1 minute. Chi-Chi was trapped. Miao Bao shouted that he would save her. Chi-Chi warned Miao Bao not to come near her and to run away quickly without worrying about her. Miao Bao told Chi-Chi to hold on. He'd bring help right away. He'd find that level 6 person. The squad commander ordered the creature to stop and not dare to run away. Shaw shouted for the captain to stop. They already had the creature, so there was nothing to worry about. Shaw ordered the captain to sedate the girl and hide her in a secret location. She must remain safe and unharmed. The captain replied that he would handle the task. Shaw asked how Shi Hao was doing. He was the one who had opened that book. What was his true strength? Even if his talent hadn't fully manifested, the power of the Dragon Clan and a level 50 warrior in his hands, that was no ordinary asset. The captain asked Shaw about Shi Hao's background and why the leadership was so eager to get him. The girl replied that this was confidential information and she herself didn't know all the details. The leadership had ordered them to lure him in. Shaw added that, compared to boring bait, hunting lifts her spirits. Shi Hao remarked that this ancient tree was simply incredible. From a distance it looked large, but up close it blocked out the entire sky. There must be something valuable here, otherwise the expedition would be a waste of time. Luo Feng noted that it wouldn't be difficult for them to reach level 30 and upgrade their gear. It's quite exciting. Tian Tian thanked the protagonist and promised to live up to his expectations. The red dragon suddenly roared and assumed a fighting stance. Tian Tian asked Red Comet what had happened. Shi Hao told the dragon to calm down. The protagonist suggested that the native come out. He wouldn't have returned just like that, so he must have something important to discuss. Miao Bao stepped out from behind a tree and said that this man was quite perceptive. Shi Hao surmised that if the pet had come alone, it meant trouble had befallen its owner. The pet explained that she had been captured by invaders, just like this man. She needed to be rescued. Tian Tian noticed that this pet could talk. That was very cute. The pet said that they were all comrades. Why wouldn't they listen to him and save his owner? Shi Hao thought this cat was far too bold. Was this really the proper way to ask people for help? How did her owner end up being kidnapped by a squad of guards? What would he gain by helping? The pet promised they wouldn't be left without a reward if they helped. A crystal appeared in the pet's paw. It said it was a very valuable stone that also sparkled and shone. Shi Hao realized it was ancient mountain crystal and a heroic grade item at that. Our hero asked where the cat had gotten this item, since it was an extremely rare find. The cat replied that it had an entire mine and was willing to share these crystals. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this really be true? Or was the cat deceiving him? The pet replied that it couldn't deceive anyone. Weiss remarked that the little creature's manner of speaking left much to be desired, even if it wasn't lying. Shi Hao agreed to trust the cat, but only for the time being. Our hero remarked, if the cat revealed its true form, they would help it. The pet replied that it had no intention of humiliating itself, it would rather die. The protagonist replied that in that case, The conversation was over, and they could say goodbye. The pet was outraged. The cat grabbed the mask with its paws and said it would do it, but only once. For Chi-Chi's sake, it was ready for anything, even such humiliating things. The pet took off the mask and asked for help in saving his comrade in arms. Tian hugged the cat and said she really liked this cutie. Luo Feng told Tian to calm down. They wanted to hug this kitten too. Xiaozhe remarked that he'd only ever encountered cruel monsters of the feline kind, but this creature was an exception. Miao Bao declared that he might still forgive the girl, but he wouldn't let those two men touch even a single hair on her head. Shi Hao wondered why this little creature was trying to look so angry, since it was actually very cute. Anger didn't suit it at all. The protagonist added that he would keep his word and help the kitten. Our hero activated his all-seeing eye. After assessing the situation, the protagonist realized that someone at level 85 had appeared. Apparently, their commander had finally shown up. Xiaozhe wondered why they were still standing there. Didn't they need to rescue the cat's owner? The cat said that Chi-Chi wasn't an owner, but a partner. Shi Hao pointed out that those people would find them on their own, so there was no need to waste energy. Misha said that it was easy to pinpoint the location of these newbies by following the traces of their battles. They didn't even suspect that a hunter was already on their trail. The woman thought this would come as a real surprise to their opponents. However, to her own surprise, she herself came under attack. Misha said that was dangerous. Could it have been an attack by a werewolf or one of Shi Hao's friends? But the attacks didn't stop. The red dragon continued to attack Misha. The woman managed to activate her shield. Shi Hao asked, "Are you really surprised? Did you actually think you could hunt them down?" But they had beaten her to it. Misha asked if he was the one who had launched such an attack. It was an unexpected surprise on their first meeting. She hadn't thought he was capable of something like that. The woman decided that this guy was truly interesting. She activated her stealth mode, but he was still able to detect her. Shen Hao was grateful for such praise. He hadn't expected the squad commander to take the bait. A big catch, and such a beautiful mermaid at that. Misha noticed that no one had ever called her a mermaid before. But where did this eloquent guy come from? She regretted that simple flattery wouldn't be enough to impress her. The woman added that this guy might not be up to the task. Shi Hao was surprised that she was even thinking about satisfaction in the first place. Our hero asked which corporation she worked for. Misha replied that she hadn't expected him to guess correctly on the first try. The woman introduced herself and said she belonged to Huang Zheng's mercenary unit. She had come here to recruit people for her group. Would he be willing to consider the offer? Shi Hao was surprised. Had she really traveled all this way just for a routine recruitment? She must know that he was already a member of Han Mo's forces. The protagonist thought that Yin Xuan was right. The battle with that monster had revealed his strength, and now he had become a target for major factions. Misha noted that Huang Zheng's financial resources were on par with Han Mo's. All it would take was his consent, and he could set his own terms. The young man wouldn't be disappointed. The woman added that this was a sincere offer, but she hated nothing more than those who broke their promises. Shi Hao replied that he refused. Misha pointed out that he had answered without thinking and didn't realize the situation he was in. Misha pointed a gun at the protagonist's head and said she might run out of patience if he continued to behave this way. Shi Hao asked what he was supposed to do. The woman stated that she doesn't usually act this way, but now she believes he should join Huang Zheng. He has the potential to become a capable fighter, so she's giving him one last chance. Shi Hao refused again. A gunshot rang out, and the bullet pierced the protagonist's head. Blood spattered in all directions. The puppet card had been used. Shi Hao appeared behind Misha. Our hero realized that her cruelty knew no bounds. She had shot a person without even batting an eye. She wasn't a mermaid, she was a piranha. The top-tier puppet card was also destroyed. Shi Hao thought this was hardly surprising. He himself hadn't been able to recognize the puppet right away. The card's level had been too high. Misha fired her automatic weapon and noticed that her opponent was far too young. Did he really think a single surprise attack could harm her? At first, she'd wanted to teach him a lesson, but now he was destined to die. Phantom attack was activated, a concentrated shot fired with a special round. Shen Hao thought that, despite the shot being silent, the source of the energy could still be identified. The red dragon leaped to shield its master from the bullet and was struck by the shot. Shi Hao fell to the ground and clutched the red comet to his chest. He thought this was an unforgivable mistake. He had forgotten about the attack from the shadows. He used to defeat monsters with ease, but his disregard for PvP had greatly complicated the situation, especially against high-skill opponents. Tiantian screamed that she wanted to save the red dragon. Luo Feng told her to stop. The enemy was too strong, and if she showed herself, she'd get hit by the bullet too. The fat guy noticed that the dragon was low on health, and Shi Hao would definitely help. Shi Hao gave his pet a potent potion that fully restored its health and mana. The protagonist remained calm upon seeing that the red comet's reserves had been restored. Now they certainly weren't going to back down. Mi Sha said she wanted to burn everything here to the ground. Would anyone actually try to stop her? Shen Hao and the red comet found themselves inside a protective sphere. The woman thought he was just lucky, but he wasn't even moving. Was he overconfident or insane? How long would this shield last? Mi Sha said again that she'd expected more from him. She thought he was truly strong, but he turned out to be just an ordinary braggart. Mi Sha attacked the armor. The shield's durability dropped to 20%. Shi Hao apologized to the red dragon and said that his carelessness had caused his pet pain. His experience from previous battles as the Shadow Emperor against level 90 creatures and bosses had helped him master the basics of combat. It was only thanks to the Shadow Emperor's red flame that they were still holding their own at level 60. Shen Hao noticed that battles used to depend entirely on in-game purchases, and all the experience gained was almost useless. The system reported that his experience now stood at 1,300,000. Shi Hao activated his weapon and remarked that his opponent was just a sniper. She probably didn't even have proper gear. It wasn't worth spending experience to transform into the Shadow King, but he had no choice. He needed to boost the base stats of the Red Comet. Shi Hao asked the system how much experience was needed to level up 10 times. The system replied that 45 more levels were required. The protagonist thought that the higher the level, the more experience is required. Sooner or later, he'll have to spend his accumulated resources. As long as there's enough, he might as well use them. Facing level 120 ghosts no longer seems difficult. The shield's durability had vanished. Mi Sha noticed this and said that was to be expected. The woman said she would use an enchanted bullet that would instantly destroy this man. Mi Sha fired the shot and added that the bounty on this guy's head would definitely be hers now. Xiao Hao reached out and caught the bullet. His health didn't decrease. He said he'd met many different girls, but she was the first one who'd managed to break his heart. Mi Sha grew alarmed. She hadn't even managed to get a few hundred meters away, yet she could still feel the heat of the flames. Could this really be the limit of his power? How much energy did he have left? She had to get out of there immediately to avoid being killed. The protagonist thought that, despite his desire to finish her off personally, he would delegate this task to the Red Comet. The dragon would be able to destroy her. The Red Comet spewed flames toward its opponent. The torrent of fire transformed into concentrated beams of fire. The speed was incredible, the scale devastating. As she retreated, Mi Sha couldn't understand why even this pet had become so powerful. Could it be that Shi Hao really wanted to eliminate her and become an enemy of Huang Zhong's organization? Shi Hao said it no longer mattered to him whether she begged for forgiveness or made threats. Now she could rest in peace. The flames completely engulfed the woman. She screamed that Huang Zhang would never forgive this guy. After his victory, the pet earned the achievement Small But Mighty. He also received the Golden Desert Hawk, an upgraded pistol. As an additional reward, he received a sniper rifle equipped with an automatic scope, a silencer, and an explosive mechanism. Among the trophies was also an optical stealth drone. Xu Xiaojie was surprised. Had he really leveled up twice as well? Luo Feng noticed that the outcome of the battle had changed in an instant. Tian said that the path to victory was becoming second nature to them. Miao Bao was stunned by what he had just witnessed. This guy is too strong, much stronger than Viella. Tian was afraid they might lose the Red Dragon. Shi Hao realized that he had previously underestimated their opponents and had nearly lost the Red Comet. The team would have been deeply upset. Our hero declared that he would never let a situation like that happen again and made a promise to himself. Miao Bao asked Shi Hao if he needed another pet. He was ready to offer his services. He could relieve fatigue with his cute appearance and delight the stomach with delicious food. The protagonist remarked that the cat's expression had changed too quickly. Shouldn't they be saving his owner right now? Miao Bao replied that Chi-Chi was his comrade in arms. As her owner, he would recognize no one but her. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. Could it be an earthquake? Xiaojia shouted for everyone to look up. A dragon had appeared in the tree. It was a level 50 Najia Luo. The protagonist realized this was a sudden quest, but why did the creature have 3 different colored forms? The monster asked who had disturbed its sleep. Could it be that humans dared to stand before it? There was no point in talking to them. it would be easier to just destroy them. Miao Bao admitted that this was the strongest and most dangerous creature in this area. They needed to get out of here immediately. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this really be the final boss quest? Was it protecting a huge tree? The cat was puzzled as to how he could possibly be its protector. This forest had always been peaceful, but then a monster appeared. It took over the ancient tree's main nest and distorted the power of nature. Many creatures became more aggressive under its influence. Now, there is a certain connection between the monster and the tree. Shen Hao said he didn't care. The squad had to wait until he dealt with the boss, and then they would discuss what Miao Bao had said. Luo Feng told the commander that he wanted to say something. He said he wanted to fight alongside the commander. Without combat experience, he wouldn't be able to help much, but he wanted to take part in the battle. Tian Tian supported Luo Feng. She too didn't want to gain levels without fighting, or else she'd become useless to the team. The fat guy remarked that they were good kids. They didn't shy away from hard work even when levels were free. That was a rarity these days. Shi Hao said that now wasn't the time. First, they needed to level up and only then gain combat experience. It was safer that way. The main thing was to stay alive. Dizia Lo was outraged. Did they really dare to calmly discuss something in the face of such power? The monster activated the Fire Breath skill. The pet red comet also activated Fire Breath. The monster was surprised. How is this possible? Its breath had simply vanished. Where did a level 10 creature get so much power? Why aren't they afraid? Shi Hao replied that the three-headed monster was mistaken. The Palm of the Fire Demon skill was activated. One of the monster's heads was destroyed with the first strike. The monster decided to flee, realizing that its opponent was too strong. Shi Hao was surprised. Had the monster really forgotten its own words and was now running away? Miao Bao shouted for them to stop. It must not be destroyed. The cat said he had remembered. Chi-Chi had mentioned this monster's connection to the tree. Destroying it would be a mistake. Shi Hao asked what exactly had happened. Xiaozhe said they needed an answer quickly, or they'd lose the boss. Miao Bao asked them to trust him. He was on their side, but only Chi-Chi could explain why. The protagonist said there was some sense to what the cat said. This was a rare level 40 quest. No one had expected such a twist. The group leader noted that they needed to help the native and find out why they couldn't destroy the monster. The commander of the guard squad said that the older sister was running late. Could it be that she still hadn't dealt with that guy? It's boring in the cave, and there are a lot of mosquitoes. The captain looked at the motionless Chi-Chi and said that the rare specimen lying next to him was her. Misha forbade anyone from touching her, but said it was okay to just look. The captain grabbed the mask and tried to pull it off the girl's face. A monster, a level 20 velociraptor, suddenly appeared behind the guard. The guard shouted that the monster had scared him. Waving his weapon, he ordered it to get out of there. The captain tried again to remove the mask, muttering that the monster had ruined his mood. However, the mask still wouldn't budge and remained firmly in place on her head. The guard heard the monster approaching again. He stood up and declared that this time he wouldn't let the beast get away. The guard commander looked up and saw a horde of monsters with glowing eyes before him. The guard was outraged. Where had all these little dinosaurs come from? Waving his weapon, he shouted at them not to come any closer. The monsters turned out to be extremely bloodthirsty and attacked the captain. The man screamed loudly and called for help. The velociraptors overpowered the guard and approached the girl in the mask. The monsters carefully picked up Chi-Chi and lifted her high above their heads. Shi Hao continued to monitor the situation. Misha's partner had been killed. Could the monsters really have killed him? The masked girl was unconscious, yet she was being moved quickly somewhere. Luo Feng asked in surprise how that was possible. The fat man replied that the monsters were carrying her somewhere. Shi Hao asked the cat what he thought. Miao Bao replied that they weren't monsters. The pet added that these creatures were worse than monsters, even more vicious and dangerous than the previous boss. The protagonist thought, could this be a hidden quest line? Who would have thought that a regular level 40 quest would turn out to be so eventful? Chi-Chi opened her eyes and wondered, where was she? The girl jumped up and looked around. She didn't understand how she'd ended up here. Could those people have drugged her? How could they have brought her to such a dangerous place? Chi-Chi turned and ran into the forest. She decided she needed to hide as quickly as possible. She couldn't let him catch sight of her. Suddenly, a huge monster with glowing eyes appeared in front of Chi-Chi. It looked terrifying and dreadful. Behind the girl, a young man appeared, riding the monster. He said that he constantly had to rescue her, but she always ran away. He was starting to get worried. As previously discussed, she had only 10 chances to escape from him. This man was Veal. His level could not be determined. He noticed that Chi-Chi had used up all her attempts, and now she was forbidden to leave. She had to stay by his side. Chi-Chi kept running into the forest and declared that she had no intention of obeying orders. Veal said that she wouldn't be able to escape now, and he wouldn't repeat himself. The girl suddenly found herself surrounded by velociraptors. Her escape route was completely cut off. Veal said that Chi-Chi must accept her fate. They were the last of their kind. Didn't she understand what he was saying? Chi-Chi replied that she hated him. He filled her with nothing but revulsion, and she had no intention of bearing his children. Veal remarked that 1,000 years had passed, yet her primitive way of thinking hadn't changed. He wasn't interested in children. He simply wanted them to work toward a common goal. Together they must attain incredible power by adding the fruits of the ancient tree. He'll be able to gain power surpassing that of any other being. Veal shouted that the inhabitants of this world were annoying him more and more. It was too cramped, with too little space. He felt like he was suffocating. The outside world was much vaster, but he was forced to stay here. Veal grabbed the girl and threw her to the ground. He said that a unique opportunity had presented itself. The people who had invaded this world confirmed his suspicions. A new world existed, and one could reach it through a spatial gate. He noticed that he felt as if someone were blocking his path. Something was preventing him from crossing over to the other side. That's why he needs Chi-Chi's power. If he destroys these aliens, he might be able to remove the restrictions and reach the outside world. The protagonist overheard this conversation. He said he was hearing some extremely interesting ideas. He was lucky. This was the first time an NPC had surprised him so much. Could it be that he wanted to go to another world? Shi Hao added that perhaps someday he'd be able to take him along and show him other worlds. Veal asked how exactly he planned to do that. Shi Hao replied that hostile NPCs had only one fate. He activated his flaming sword. Veal said he didn't understand what NPC meant, but it didn't matter. These people had already saved him time. He added that he was more interested in something else. How had this group of foreigners managed to escape from the three-headed dragon? Veal declared that they were no match for his power and activated his sword. Shi Hao was surprised why, after saying that, was he attacking from behind. That meant his power wasn't enough. However, the protagonist realized that something was off here. The enemy's power was unfathomable. The hero realized that, contrary to expectations, the enemy was indeed very strong. Veal replied that he hadn't attacked from behind, he simply didn't want to get his hands dirty. His pet is the Emerald Nightmare. Its level is synchronized with its master's. Shi Hao admitted that his opponent's strength surprised him. What level is he at? Why is he hiding his identity? Even the girl's level isn't displayed. Perhaps there's a special system here that conceals levels. Veal called him ignorant. More than 1,000 years have passed, and his power cannot be measured by ordinary numbers. Suddenly, Emerald Nightmare was attacked by Red Comet and lost some health. Shi Hao realized that they were roughly equal in strength. It seemed absurd. Shi Hao asked his pet if it wanted him to ride it. The protagonist thought this might look strange and decided to wait until the Red Comet grew older. Veal hadn't expected his opponent to take away 20% of his pet's health. He acknowledged him as a worthy opponent. The protagonist thought it was absurd. How could a level 100 NPC appear in a level 40 dungeon? Shi Hao decided that fighting such an opponent wouldn't be easy, and he needed to come up with a plan. He tossed the fat man a healing potion and ordered him to draw the enemy's attention to himself. At the same time, he needed to activate his defenses. The potion would help him survive. Xiaozhe replied that he would trust him and go along with his crazy plan. The fat man rushed toward Veal and his pet, shouting that the enemy had piqued his interest and that now he would destroy them both. The dragon was outraged. How dare this man stand against him? The fat man thought he wouldn't survive such a blow. If Shi Hao's decision turned out to be a mistake, he would never forgive him. The ghost of the fat man would never leave him alone. The fat man withstood his opponent's attack, but his health had dropped. Xiaozhe was surprised. How could this be? Why was the blow so weak? Even without his defenses activated, he'd lost only 20% of his health. Shi Hao realized what the secret was. The creature's level automatically adjusts to match its opponent's. It doesn't even realize what capabilities it possesses. It has the power to unleash an area of effect attack and wipe out all enemies around it. Luo Feng said he wanted to help the fat guy. Shi Hao replied that he didn't mind. Luo Feng received the Tristan Sword of Dragon Slaying from the commander. Could this sword really allow him to obtain an artifact from the monster? Shi Hao told the young man not to worry about that. He just needed to help the fat man and make good use of this pet. It was the perfect opportunity to gain combat experience. Luo Feng happily replied that he would let off some steam. Xiaozhi pointed out that this was a level 60 monster. Luo Feng wouldn't be able to fight it. Luo Feng replied that there was no need to worry about him. The commander always made the right decisions. He was ready to carry out any order without looking back. Veal laughed. Was this yet another low-level nobody coming to die by his hand? He added that he would grant that wish and attacked Luo Feng. The young man lost 30% of his health. The hunter remarked that his opponent wasn't as strong as he'd seemed at first glance. Luo Feng counterattacked and suggested testing the power of his boss's graceful and finely honed sword. Veal was outraged. How was this possible? A lowly level 36 scum had managed to deal such damage, and with a single strike no less severing his dragon's tail. Could he really have been hiding his true strength? He must be his team's secret trump card. Chi-Chi noticed that this looked really cool. It was the first time she'd seen Veal so flustered. Miao Bao said that this was his master and his friends. Chi-Chi was surprised. Could one of these intruders really be Miao Bao's master? The cat said that Chi-Chi absolutely had to hear him out. The conflicts that had occurred earlier were just a coincidence. These were very good people, otherwise why would they have risked their lives to save her? Chi-Chi reminded the cat that they had attacked these people before. Xiao Bao replied that there was no need to worry. Their leader had a huge heart, and besides, he was quite smart. Shi Hao walked up to the girl and told the cat not to say anything unnecessary about him. He wasn't all that good. She shouldn't be under any illusions. Chi-Chi said it didn't matter. She had to thank him anyway, since his help had been invaluable. Shi Hao said that in that case, he'd like to get some information about the great tree and the three-headed dragon. What happened to them? Luo Feng remarked that the sword the commander had given him was simply incredible. He could feel his body filling with immense energy. Tian Tian warned him not to let his guard down. She couldn't just heal Luo Feng. She also needed to deal damage to their opponent. Luo Feng replied that there was no need to worry. If this was a 2-on-2 battle, they were at a disadvantage. In that case, they simply need to turn the battle in their favor. After that, the hunter struck, and the dragon was beheaded. Veal grew even more enraged. How dare this scoundrel destroy his pet? In that case, he could forget about forgiveness. Veal attacked Luo Feng and threateningly declared that he was going to cut this guy to pieces right now. Luo Feng was delighted that his opponent had initiated the fight himself. Now the real fun was about to begin. Chi-Chi said in surprise, who would have thought they'd run into Najia Luo and even managed to escape from him? Miao Bao pointed out that not only had they gotten away safe and sound, the cat added that they'd managed to chop off one of the monster's heads. Chi-Chi was startled and asked, why did they do that? Shi Hao added that their lives were in danger, so they had no choice but to do it. What's so unusual about that? Chi-Chi pointed out that Najia Luo is a very rare and precious creature. It's forbidden to destroy him. The dragon has 3 heads of different colors, each with its own distinctive traits. The red head represents strength, the blue one represents destiny, and the green one represents wisdom. Millennia ago, the creature took up residence in the great tree, and over time its blood and the tree's roots merged into a single entity. If the monster's blood is spilled onto the tree's roots, fruits may appear that grant the owner the power of the 3 heads. The girl added, even though the red head had been severed, there was still a way to use it. If the dragon's blood hadn't dried yet, they needed to collect it immediately. Such an opportunity couldn't be missed. Chi-Chi looked at the hunters and asked in surprise, did I say something wrong? Shi Hao explained that not even a drop of the dragon's blood remained because the head had been burned. The girl asked, how could they have done that? Don't they understand just how precious and important these fruits of power are? Shi Hao noted that there was one very trustworthy creature who was supposed to have told them everything, but that hadn't happened. How should he best punish this creature? Miao Bao apologized and said he realized his mistake. Xiaozhi said they could let it go and not dwell on it. What difference did it make? What happened to this boss? Luo Feng continued to fight. He was surprised to notice that his opponent no longer felt invincible. Where was the enthusiasm he had shown before? Veal said it wasn't fair. 2 against 1. This guy was constantly being healed by some girl standing behind him. Veal shouted that the child's play was over. He summoned his army to his aid. The beast wave was activated. The hunters were surprised. Could the opponent really control so many monsters? The skill summon all creatures to the summoner was activated. Veal acknowledged that the foreigners were quite strong, however this was his world. If he couldn't defeat them on his own, he would have to overwhelm them with numbers. However, the summoned monsters were destroyed by the protagonist and the Red Comet. Veal was dejected. Could his monsters really have been defeated so easily? His opponent mounted the surviving monster and said they shouldn't celebrate so soon. Now he would eat the fruit of the great tree and destroy them. The fat man laughed and said they shouldn't spoil such a comedy. When he found out the fruit was already gone, they'd get to hear his desperate wailing. Shihao pointed out that they should hurry. He didn't want to leave the other two fruits behind just like that. Something might happen. However, the number of monsters around them was growing. The group needed to find a way out. Shihao said that these monsters weren't scary enough to run away from. However, they'll have to burn down the surrounding area. Is it worth it? Chi-Chi said this is the place she hates the most. She hopes he'll thoroughly scorch everything here. Shihao activated the modified fire trap skill and said he wouldn't stand on ceremony. Upon reaching level 10, Red Comet unlocked a new ability. The monsters in the vicinity were burned and destroyed. The hunters gained experience points, leveled up, and received the Dragon Taming Ability book. Shihao thought this book might be very useful. Veal dropped the book for transforming a pet into a mount. Luo Feng had worked hard. The protagonist realized that the red dragon's wish would now come true. He would be able to ride it. The dragon looked very intimidating. Xiaozhe declared that he wanted that kind of luck too. When would Shihao be able to share it? Shihao announced that they needed to hurry. They had to climb onto the dragon quickly. He didn't want to make any mistakes. Shihao announced that they were moving forward. Their destination would be the Great Tree. Around the Great Tree, life went on as usual. The dragon Najialuo was hiding in a cave beneath the tree's roots. He was terrified. Where in this world had such evil people come from? Who would have thought that the red-headed one would be burned to ashes? The blue-head said she was no match for that guy. He could find them even in this hideout. The yellow-head said that only they knew about this place. Veal appeared at the entrance to the cave. He knew the dragon was hiding here. Veal said that more than 1,000 years had passed, yet these dragons were still the same trash. They couldn't even handle a bunch of foreigners. DGI Yellow asked why Veal had come here, and why he'd brought monsters with him. Veal said that he had protected this dragon for many years, and now it was time to settle the score. He wanted the red dragon's power as a reward for his efforts. The dragon must offer him its blood. Najialuo said that Veal was a little late. Those very same foreigners had come here and burned the red-headed dragon, destroying every drop of his blood. Veal was outraged. How could this be? He had waited a whole 1,000 years only to be told now that the red-headed dragon no longer existed. Veal refused to believe it. After all, this was what he had lived for all these years. The heads said they could never have imagined that someone would crush them so easily. Their opponent turned out to be so strong that they had to accept defeat. Veal had promised to protect them, but in the end, he had simply used them for his own purposes. After losing the red-headed dragon, they had been in despair, but now they were overcome with joy at the thought that his plans would never come to fruition. Veal was outraged. How dare they mock him? He'd have to cut them to pieces. The blue head said he was a shameless braggart. Before they couldn't stand up to him, but now everything had changed. The yellowhead added that they would be able to defeat him. The dragon heard a suspicious noise, spun around, and began to flee deeper into the cave. Veal asked what all this empty chatter was for. The warrior heard a loud explosion behind him. Shards of rock flew in all directions. A red dragon with people on its back burst into the cave. The monsters accompanying Veal were destroyed. The warrior asked if this man really dared to mock him. He added that the Emerald Nightmare had been his pet for 1,000 years. He would yet take his revenge for this. Shihao would never have thought that a three-dimensional creature was capable of feelings. However, this guy would not be able to escape retribution. Veal wondered what kind of retribution he was talking about. There is no justice in this world, only brute force reigns supreme. He had tried everything this world had to offer, but he still hadn't attained boundless power. The dragon was his last hope. Shihao thought he agreed with this guy on some points. However, one shouldn't blame others for the flaws in one's own plan. Veal declared that he couldn't stand up to them right now. However, he was capable of making them pay for what they'd done. Shihao rushed after the enemy and told Luo Feng to go with him. The protagonist surmised that this guy wanted to seize the remaining power of the three-headed dragon. They had already lost one of the fruits. They couldn't repeat the same mistake. Veal was unable to break through the protective barrier. He said he had already used up all his energy. The world is full of injustice. The opponent declared that this was exactly what he had expected. These people wanted to keep the two fruits for themselves, but he wouldn't let them. Shihao thought things were looking bad. His opponent had already absorbed the power of the great tree and was now ready to grow to colossal proportions. But why would he do that? Could it be that the real issue wasn't the dragon, But the great tree itself? The hunters sensed that the mountain was crumbling. The red comet had to get them out of there immediately. Tian asked what the dragon was up to. After all, Shi Hao and Luo Feng were still inside the cave. They couldn't be left there. The fat man said there was no need to worry. Such difficulties wouldn't stop Shi Hao. He was sure to come up with a solution. The red dragon stopped and looked back. The cave's exit was already blocked by rocks. The cat wondered how the commander would get out of there. The others asked Na Jialuo what he had in his mouth. Luo Feng said that the commander was simply amazing. He'd chosen a brilliant way to break through the blockage. Inside the dragon's mouth were Shi Hao and his companion. One of the dragons embodied wisdom, the other fate. The choice had been made correctly. Shi Hao said that if they had shown their true nature, he would not destroy them. He would even help protect the great tree. The dragon said he would always remember this kindness. He should have acted this way from the very beginning. Shi Hao declared that they must first deal with Veal. Chi-Chi was surprised. Had that dragon just called the commander his master? She couldn't believe it. Miao Bao added that the master had proven once again that he was an unrivaled leader. Shi Hao asked why Veal had grown so enormous. His fateful power had reached incredible proportions. His opponent replied that he had nearly attained infinite health, and now he was invincible. Shi Hao said that in that case, let him try to use all his power. Veal declared that this was excellent. Let them try to destroy him. He wouldn't even put up a fight. Then he asked why Na Jialuo had bowed his head before this man. The dragon had no pride left at all. The dragon asked, is pride more important than life? In this world, survival comes first. One of the laws of nature states, the weak must submit to the strong. Veal grew angry. Does the dragon really dare to mock his strength? Today he is ready to fight back. His rivals will not like the outcome. The giant told them to defend themselves or they would vanish along with his forest. They had no idea that he wanted to destroy the great tree. Veal was attacked and screamed in pain. The giant didn't understand where the enormous hand that attacked him had come from. The man hadn't mentioned possessing such skills. Shi Hao replied that the giant shouldn't even think about complaining. They weren't competing right now. Veal was indignant again. How could he have dealt damage to him? He had seen the infinite health bar. Shi Hao said he was also extremely surprised. His attack had only taken away 5% of his health. He hadn't expected the giant to be so resilient. In that case, he'd have to put in more effort. Veal was outraged. This guy had a trick up his sleeve and he'd only just revealed it. The protagonist remarked, it doesn't matter how he strikes as long as he hits the target. It's already a good strike. Miao Bao said that this scoundrel had gotten what he deserved today. Veal had lost a significant portion of his health. He had only 15% left. He didn't understand why things had turned out this way, since he was the lord of this world. Shi Hao declared that in this world, things aren't as simple as his opponent thinks. One must combine innate power with combat skills. Only then can one unleash a truly powerful attack. Even if he were to absorb all the power of the great tree, he still wouldn't be able to stand a chance. The fat man asked if there was anything in this world that Shi Hao couldn't handle. Tian shouted that the commander was the strongest. Luo Feng added that the leader was unimaginably powerful. Chi-Chi couldn't understand where such a mighty warrior could have come from. Miao Bao said that his master couldn't be compared to ordinary people. Chi-Chi wondered, could he become her master too? Veal didn't understand how this had happened. He had been so close to breaking free from the shackles of this world. Why were they allowing this man to invade his world? Shi Hao replied that fate is always unfair. Although his opponent possessed strength and decent skills, he was born into a world where everything was limited to a level below 40. The protagonist said that the opponent must accept his fate. Veal declared his opposition. He could not die. However, despite everything, Veal was destroyed. The system congratulated the host on defeating the dungeon boss. A new achievement was unlocked, the man you don't want to mess with. The protagonist understood that Veal's fate had been sealed. But what would happen to them? After all, they hadn't ended up in the game by accident. Could there really be a being controlling them? The very thought was terrifying. Suddenly, bright beams appeared in the sky. The fat man asked if the commander had ever seen anything like this before. Luo Feng noted that he had initially considered the losses involved in abandoning the three-headed dragon, but defeating Veal turned out to be the more advantageous decision. Shen Hao told his comrades not to give in to greed. They were the only people left in this world, so there was no need to rush. The top priority was to obtain the 2 remaining fruits while they still had the chance. The squad approached the dragon Na Jialuo. The leader asked if the dragon knew what to do. The answer was yes. The yellow-headed dragon told the commander and the others to come closer. Shi Hao and his team approached the altar of destiny. Luo Feng remarked that the structure looked impressive. Shi Hao asked Chi-Chi if she had built this place. She said no. The girl said that this place had existed long before she was born. Nothing had changed over the years, and she didn't know who had created it. Miao Bao suggested that Veal might have known, but he wouldn't be able to answer that now. Shi Hao said it didn't matter. On Jia Luo, they could continue. The heads bit into their bodies, and blood flowed onto the ground. Xiao Zhe was surprised. Could it really be that simple? He had expected some kind of riddle. The dragon replied that in fact it wasn't that easy. Thanks to the commander, they had defeated all the monsters guarding the path here. The commander's power had allowed them to reach this place without difficulty. Those present saw that fruits were beginning to appear on the branches. They were exactly as described in the encyclopedias. Shi Hao realized that their efforts had not been in vain. He could feel the power emanating from the fruits. Moreover, they were of a rare quality. Shi Hao grabbed a fruit and said he wanted to test its properties himself. However, no matter how hard he tried, the fruit wouldn't come off. The young man said that was strange. Perhaps the fruit's grade was too high, but that seemed impossible. Luo Feng suggested cutting it off with a sword. The protagonist noted that if the fruit wouldn't come off, then there must be a specific way to do it. They needed to figure out the sequence of actions. Chi-Chi admitted that brute force wouldn't work here. The girl added that the 3 fruits were originally intended for her and Viella. Only they were capable of picking them. The foreigners would only be able to get them if they broke the stone pillars, but then the fruits would be ruined. Shi Hao approached Chi-Chi and asked her to help him pick the fruits. He didn't know what she looked like without her mask, but they had already developed a good rapport. Chi-Chi blushed with embarrassment and asked if he would promise her something in return for helping him pick the fruit. The protagonist asked what she meant. The girl said he had to promise first. The protagonist promised to grant her request if it was within his power. He thought she had a pure soul and a kind nature, and that she wouldn't ask for anything impossible. Chi-Chi told him to promise her that he wouldn't lie. Shi Hao reiterated that he usually kept his promises. The main thing was that the request had to be feasible. Chi-Chi triggered a reaction at the root of the great tree. This was not surprising. Only a local resident is capable of establishing contact with the tree. Shi Hao couldn't believe it. Could it really be that simple? He could feel her energy spreading out around them, and even a drop of life force reached him. Shi Hao thought that she might be amplifying her power without even realizing it. But it couldn't be that simple. He'd better ask her for more details. The flowers began to bloom. What kind of ritual was this? Chi-Chi finally took off her mask. Shi Hao looked at her face, and a warm sensation spread through his body. Those present said that Chi-Chi was a true beauty. The fat man declared that he had fallen in love at first sight. Shi Hao surmised that her power might be influencing the minds of those around her. Chi-Chi scratched her palm with her fingernail and let a drop of blood fall onto the blooming flower. The protagonist didn't understand what was happening. The entire temple suddenly began to crumble. Could the ritual have failed? Chi-Chi said there was no need to worry. This was the final stage of the ritual. The great tree bears fruit only once in a lifetime, after which everything is destroyed. The young man took the plucked fruits from her. Among them was the fruit of life, capable of prolonging life, and used in the creation of divine-level potions. A divine potion is a miraculous remedy capable of bringing the dead back to life without any side effects. The fruit of knowledge is a legendary ingredient used to create divine-level potions. After consuming the divine potion, one's intellect increases significantly. The secrets of the world are revealed and all the formulas for victory become known. Shi Hao was surprised. Could such a potion really exist in the world? The potion of rage doesn't even come close to this. He asked Vaizu if it could be used to create Masa. Vals replied that it was possible, but there were still 2 artifacts left. He needed to unlock the Master of Alchemy title. It allows one to create any potion, but a recipe, a blueprint, and materials would be required. Shi Hao thought that the Alchemy Master title included training in potions. However, Masa's power was too great, and this account needed to be developed carefully. Chi-Chi said she had fulfilled his request and now he had to keep his promise. Chi-Chi declared that she wanted to have a child with him. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this really be a joke? Usually people don't ask for things like that in all seriousness. Chi-Chi replied that she was absolutely serious. Shi Hao was strong and brave, and their child would be even stronger. Shi Hao said that couldn't be the reason. What about their age difference? She was already over 1,000 years old, and he himself was still too young. The gap was too great. The girl declared that she didn't want to hear any excuses. Hadn't he promised? Or was it all a lie? She had trusted him so much. Chi-Chi burst into tears and called the protagonist a liar and a cheat. The guy tried to calm her down. Xiaojia pointed out that this was called manipulation. Tian Tian said that the commander had broken the poor girl's heart, and that gentlemen don't act that way. Luo Feng urged the commander to take decisive action. Shi Hao demanded that his friends stop egging him on. Shi Hao tried to explain that it's not customary for people to have children on their first date. There has to be love or at least some kind of emotional connection. Chi-Chi asked what that was. The protagonist replied that it was hard for him to explain that feeling. He couldn't describe exactly what it was, but he could take her with him. In the outside world, she would meet someone who would show her what love was, and then she would understand everything on her own. Chi-Chi agreed, however, until then, they must always stay together, and he must not leave her. Shen Hao replied that he agreed, but she had to stop constantly reminding him about the child. The protagonist announced that it was time to end this adventure. However, everyone wanted to enjoy the sight that Veal had left them for a little while longer. The closer the hunters got, the larger the place seemed to become. They had never seen anything like it. Just how powerful was Veal? Xiaojia was glad he'd prepared in advance. He was wearing sunglasses. Shi Hao wondered where the fat guy got such strange ideas and things. Life essence is one of the main ingredients in a super divine elixir. Shi Hao realized he'd obtained 2 ingredients for the resurrection elixir in one go. The dimensional symbiosis elixir was nothing short of breathtaking. The fat man said it was a divine-grade ingredient. He had never imagined that such things even existed. Tian Tian and Luo Feng were delighted. They had leveled up again after their battle with Veal. Luo Feng said to the commander, "If Veal was a special character, he must have been very strong. Why then was he able to withstand a one-on-one fight?" Shi Hao replied that the defining feature of this type was the ability to match the opponent's level. The protagonist added that Veal was a local and formed a single entity with the dragon. Chi-Chi stated that this wasn't entirely true. Veal's dragons and pets were ordinary forest dwellers. He had once tamed them by force. Shi Hao had granted them their freedom. Shi Hao noted that this was why he called Veal a native. He lacked combat tactics. He was one of the 10 hidden special characters in the game. There were 9 more to defeat, and the reward would be new knowledge. The fat man said they'd hardly be able to brew a potion of that caliber. It would be better to sell the ingredients, they're worth quite a bit. Shi Hao asked Miao Bao about the quartz cave. Was their agreement still in effect? The answer was yes. The cat offered to lead them there. The team members saw that the cave was filled with sparkling quartz. Luo Feng asked why they had come here. "Is this really the reward?" Xiaojia asked how much all of this might be worth. Miao Bao explained that the cave was deep underground, and quartz like this was rarely found on the surface. It was ancient magical quartz. Perhaps ancient creatures had once lived here. The cat added that they had found this place 100 years ago and settled here. Shi Hao realized that they were standing before a magical quartz mine. They had come here to level up and at the same time had discovered a rich deposit. Luo Feng asked what they were waiting for and was ready to gather resources until the very end. Shi Hao said they didn't need to do it manually. He'd come up with another way. The protagonist declared that he had a key and they could go back to bring the mining bots to extract the stones. Everyone agreed. He asked Miao Bao to stay behind, but the cat wanted to go with him to see the world. Shi Hao explained that the cat was needed here to study the deposit and help the great tree. Furthermore, he had to take responsibility for the destroyed fruit of power. Miao Bao admitted his mistake. Shi Hao promised that afterward he would show him the whole world and give him a small reward. The cat agreed to help with the magic stones, but asked in return that they keep an eye on Chi-Chi so she wouldn't get into trouble. Miao Bao added that Chi-Chi should listen to the commander and not lose her belongings while he was away. Shi Hao promised to take care of Chi-Chi. Then he asked Vase to check the fortress's condition. The assistant reported the fortress's level was 3 stars. Shi Hao thought that was far from 5 stars, and they needed to look for dungeon quests. After leaving the dungeon, the hunters said it had been a wonderful adventure and that the commander had shown concern for everyone. Tian Tian noted that they'd managed to level up. Luo Feng confirmed that they'd reached level 45. The fat guy agreed that this was a significant achievement. It would be easier next time. Shi Hao noticed vehicles approaching. The military vehicles looked dangerous. Hunter, an 85th level player and commander of the Radiance Squad, said they had arrived just in time. A little later, and they wouldn't have caught the hunters. How could the Huangzheng clan have put a bounty on such weak targets? Hunter noticed that the fat man had the highest level. Why was the Huangzhang clan searching for him so desperately? Shi Hao turned to the fat man and asked the squad commander what was going on and why they wanted to take him away. The protagonist told the fat man to play along. The fat man replied that he understood. Shi Hao thought that Mi Sha and her team were also from this clan. Perhaps they'd sent more people, he needed to be more careful. The fat man declared that he was exactly the one they were looking for and began acting defiantly. Hunter thought the fat man was crazy but smart since they were offering such a reward for him. He said that other groups were on their way here, but they were lucky to be the first to arrive. Hunter decided to act quickly before the others arrived. One of the mercenaries said they should spare the girls and take them with them. Hunter snapped back, telling him not to lecture him. The man admitted his mistake. The mercenaries of the Radiant Squad attacked, swinging their swords. Xiao Hao told the fat man that he'd take on the main opponent, while Luo Feng would handle the rest. Luo Feng pointed out that he was at level 45, so this would be a warm-up. The protagonist activated his wings and decided to scout the situation from above. The mercenaries noticed that the man with wings was trying to escape, but his level was too low. He was probably from a wealthy family. Hunter ordered them not to be distracted by the low-level opponent and focused on the fat man. Xiaozhe declared that the fat man was ready to take on even 10 of them. The rest of the squad also prepared for battle. Shi Hao suspected that the Huangzheng clan had publicly posted a bounty on his head. This happened after Mi Sha failed to recruit him into her clan. Reinforcements were already on their way, and they were very close. Could it be that they'd increased the bounty on his head just because he'd defeated Mi Sha? However, that seemed like an exaggeration. He'd merely taken out one of their warriors, yet they'd blown it up into a tragedy. Shi Hao sensed that something wasn't right here. After all, he'd defeated her while on a quest. How could they have found out about it while in another world? Shi Hao thought that even if a level 100 opponent came at him instead of 5, they'd still have to face dozens of enemies. He needed to come up with a plan fast to end this bloodbath as quickly as possible. Hunter declared that he was several dozen levels higher than this guy. There was no way he hadn't broken through his defenses. The protagonist asked his teammates how they were doing. Were they still holding their own? Tian replied that everything was fine. She had the feeling that they'd become much stronger, and her fear of such opponents had vanished. Shi Hao thought that even outnumbered, they could still put up a fight. The main thing was not to let their health drop to a critical level. Everything was going exactly as he'd expected. Chi-Chi, like Veal, possessed great power. That was a serious advantage. Chi-Chi possessed the ability multifaceted strength enhancement. However, it was hard to tell right now whether this ability was passive or active. Suddenly, a voice from behind remarked that Hunter really could run fast. Idol, a level 90, said that the old man had arrived faster than they had. Today, he was lucky enough to be closer to the target. Idol was the captain of the Rattlesnake Squad. Jesus, an 88th level character and captain of the Rocker Squad, said there was too much scum gathered here. It looked more like a funk party. The fat guy said that these two mercenary squads were better known than the rest. They decided to form an alliance. This time, they'd have to fight everyone at once. Shi Hao thought that their levels were pretty high too. Would they really have to retreat? Hunter told Idol not to stick his nose into other people's business. Were they really going to just swoop in on his prey like that? Idol was surprised. Did Hunter really want to take it all for himself? But that was impossible. They'd come from far away and weren't going to waste their time. Could someone really be trying to break the agreement? Jesus added that they'd have to pay for it and warned that they'd regret their decision. Hunter asked if these two were so strong, did they know how to break through this fat guy's defenses? Idol said Hunter was being foolish. He should take a closer look at who they were actually hunting. He might as well throw away his information-gathering device. After all, their target is Shi Hao. The fat guy's name is Xu Xiaozhe. They'd met before. Xiaozhe laughed and said that the old man would indeed remember him for the rest of his life. Hunter was surprised. Could it be that the fat guy wasn't the one they were looking for? Did that mean they'd wasted their time? Hunter said that Shi Hao must come before him. He had some questions for this guy. Shi Hao replied that he was right there. But why was he shouting so loudly? What business could he possibly have? The hero didn't know how high the bounty on his head was from the Huangzhang clan. But judging by the fact that the mercenaries had banded together, it must have been worth it. Ado declared that this guy was a brave one, daring to ask such questions. However, he was ready to name the amount, 50 million. Everyone was surprised. Why was such a young boy valued so highly? Shi Hao was surprised. Was it really only 50 million? He had expected the sum to be at least twice as much. It seemed that the Huangzheng clan was either not very wealthy or was underestimating him. Hunter was outraged. Did a level 10 guy really dare to act that way in front of him? Idol noted that since these people had nowhere to retreat, they should discuss how to split the spoils before eliminating them. He wanted 40%. Let the competitors take the rest. He added that the other groups would each get 30% and one girl. Hunter and Jesus agreed. Shi Hao apologized for interrupting their discussion. He too had a question for them. Since they were such well-known groups, it must have been awkward for them to work together. The protagonist added that if he didn't rob them, it would be a waste of time. Idol laughed. Was this guy really planning to rob them? Jesus said it was a ridiculous joke. Hunter asked how exactly he planned to do it. The protagonist took out a crystal and said he would use it. The demon summoning spell Call of the New God was activated. The system warned that allies must be evacuated to avoid excessive casualties. The mercenaries were puzzled. Why had the sky suddenly darkened? What was descending from the heavens? Where had this monster come from? The mercenaries realized they were facing an ancient deity. In a panic, they dropped to their knees. Hunter declared that he had seen the true form of God and was ready to die without regret. Idol asked to be taken to his holy and immaculate city. Jesus said he wanted to go to heaven. Xiaozhe admitted that he had encountered similar magic before, but Shi Hao had used a crystal to summon a demon, which seemed strange. Now these people's souls had become corrupt. The protagonist confessed that this was his first time using it. It was undoubtedly an ancient god. However, as they drew closer, it seemed as though it was merely an illusion. Chi-Chi grabbed the protagonist's hand and said she was scared. She asked her master to hug her. Shi Hao declared that as long as he was there was nothing to fear, and he asked her not to call him master. She wasn't a pet. The mercenaries' souls began to rise upward, as if drawn by the ancient god. Tiantian said she was scared too. She asked Shi Hao to hug her as well. The ancient god summoned magical crystals to gain multifaceted power enhancement and special abilities. The soul absorption began. Shi Hao thought that the multifaceted power boost came from Chi-Chi. But how did this mechanism work? How much could one's power be enhanced? He would have to figure it out. The ancient god kept repeating that he needed more souls. Shi Hao thought that he wanted to devour everything here. At some point, the absorption of souls stopped. The ancient god left the location, returning to where he had come from. The fat man thought that if it had been just a little longer, that deity would have devoured his soul as well. A chill ran down his spine. Shi Hao admitted that he, too, hadn't expected such a powerful summons. He needed to drink a potion to recover. Shi Hao looked at the mercenaries and thought that their fate was truly terrible. At first, they had been too bold, and now their souls had been devoured by a demon. It's not a good idea to summon this demon in Chi-Chi's presence. It could end badly, and not just for the enemies. The system congratulated him on earning coins and experience points. He also received a mysterious hard drive resource. The protagonist received a lifetime Garden of Eden Club membership card. Among the artifacts was an inflatable doll with 3 degrees of freedom. Sealed chest, a level 60 item. The device for accessing an unstable network signal was used to establish communication with the mercenaries of the Huangzheng clan. The battle guitar allowed one to be the most spectacular performer on stage. It was designed for both battle and music. Shi Hao thought that all of this was completely useless junk. Luo Feng noted that they had leveled up 3 more times. Xiaozhe couldn't imagine that a single trip to the desert could lead to such significant growth. Chi-Chi stood shyly off to the side. The protagonist asked what was wrong. The girl replied that her level had always been unknown. Over thousands of years, she had destroyed countless monsters, but nothing had changed. Shi Hao explained that in his world, an unknown level signified incredible power and mystery. She shouldn't worry over such trifles. After hearing this, Chi-Chi cheered up. The protagonist was glad she was no longer sad. Xiaozhe asked where Shi Hao had gotten the crystal used to summon the demon. Perhaps it should be returned to its original place. The protagonist replied that the crystal dated back to the time of the Temple of the Ancient World cult. The fat man said he'd heard of it. There are many different cults in the desert, but this one had grown particularly large. It's unclear why they have so many followers. Shen Hao expressed hope that they wouldn't try to recruit them. Otherwise, he'd have to use the demon summoning ritual again. In that case, he'd have to turn that very tool against them. Our hero said it was time for him to return home. The fat man declared that he'd never doubted Shi Hao. What could be better than having dinner with family after another battle? The fat man added that their vehicle had been damaged during the battle and he couldn't get it started now. They could try to leave in the mercenaries' vehicle if everyone present agreed. Shi Hao said there was no need to worry, he'd fix everything right away. But everyone needed to step back. The young man told Weiss to go ahead. The assistant set about fixing the problem with the vehicles. The fat guy was surprised. What's going on here? Shi Hao said that the fat guy was about to be surprised. He just had to trust him. As a result of the reconstruction using several cars, Weiss had built a marvel of engineering. Shi Hao asked his friends what they thought of it. It was the Wasteland Crusher, a heavy metal SUV brimming with wild spirit, equipped with insane firepower and a super powerful engine. It could be powered by a magical crystal battery. Xiaojie said he liked this kind of car. Plus, the whole team could fit inside. The fat guy took the driver's seat and told everyone to buckle up. The roads here weren't the best. Upon reaching their destination, our hero thought that the atmosphere around them was calm, and that was a good thing. But how long would it last? The Huangzheng clan abroad and the Hanmo clan posed a serious threat. He needed to continue building up his forces. Our hero reflected that he had already clashed with Huangzheng's unit several times. He couldn't just let this slide. Shi Hao decided to hack the device for accessing an unstable network signal. The advisor stated that they could hack anything. The protagonist added that in that case, he would need to infiltrate the Huangzheng clan's mercenary network. Our hero couldn't stand being treated so lightly. They'd been attacked many times. Now it was time to strike back. The young man decided that he first needed to thoroughly investigate the Huangzheng clan's mercenary network. Who exactly were they? The system reported that verification was in progress. Hunter's identity was confirmed, and the connection was being established. Shi Hao was surprised. Interference, a convoluted access code. Could it be that Hunter didn't have enough money for a decent device? It looked like he'd bought it secondhand. The engineering master's special skill, hosting repair, was activated. The system welcomed the mercenary Hunter to the Huangzheng clan's central online hub. Before our hero lay 4 doors leading in different directions. Since he was in Hunter's form, he presumably needed to go to the mercenary's room. Our hero found himself in the mercenary's bar. Weiss finished scanning. This place has very strong security. He still can't hack into their hosting system. The assistant suggested trying the master engineer's skills to bypass the security. Shi Hao managed to access the order list. Shu Ji was in first place. Our hero was in second. The protagonist was surprised. Could he really be second on the bounty list? He had met Shu Ji in the college treasury last time. So, is she also at odds with Huangzheng? Why is the bounty for her twice as high? Shi Hao thought that when he had fought her, he hadn't sensed any particular power in her. Maybe she was hiding some kind of power? Weiss said he thought so too. Shu Ji had said back then that they would meet again. The protagonist surmised that this girl had more secrets than he did. Suddenly, a voice from behind asked why Hunter had left his mother. Mo Li Sha, a level 93 user, asked, "Did you really decide to part ways with her after the deal was sealed? You made your mother wait all day, and now you dare to show up here? If we'd met in the wasteland, I would have flayed you alive on the spot." Shi Hao understood why this woman was treating him this way. He had used Hunter's device. Everyone present perceived him exactly that way. Shi Hao asked Hunter's mother what deal she was referring to. He'd been very busy lately and couldn't remember a thing. The woman got angry. How could he have forgotten? Last week, Hunter had said he needed elixir scrolls. She'd spent a lot of time searching for them. Did he have any idea how hard they were to come by? The young man smiled and replied that he remembered everything. He would go get a check from the bank right away, since he had an online savings account. He would take all the recipes with him. His mother would be pleased. Mo Li Sha said she hadn't expected her son to ever grow up. All these high-level recipes, is he sure he has enough funds? Shi Hao thought that his little boy act had worked. Sooner or later, he would reach his true power. Mo Li Sha said he owed her $1 million. Shi Hao figured the woman was joking. Where on earth would a hunter get $1 million? Everyone knew he owed his younger brother half a year's salary. Now he'd have to pay $1 million on top of that. Mo Li Sha admitted that she was aware of his situation. She was ready to close the deal whenever it was convenient for him. The woman handed him a card and said she had changed her location. The address was listed there. The card listed the address, C30 Residential District, Building 24. Shi Hao hadn't thought that Hunter was a mid-level potion master. Is this profession really in demand? Weiss reported that he'd found similar information. Hunter's profession ranks 3rd in demand. Shi Hao thought he definitely needed to earn the title of Master of Alchemy. There wasn't much useful information at the mercenary headquarters. He'd have to look for it elsewhere. The young man tried to enter a high-security room, but the system reported that the mercenary hunter did not have sufficient access rights. Our hero asked his assistant if it was possible to hack into that door. Weiss replied that there was a high probability of damaging the user's device, and that he wouldn't be able to get in here again next time. It would be better to find a more influential person with the appropriate access. Shihao decided that was enough for now. He would look for someone else in the future. At that moment, the system transported the protagonist to the system hosting facility. Red Comet was delighted to see his master and rushed into his arms. The protagonist was surprised. Had the dragon really missed him that much? But he couldn't take him into the city, he was too conspicuous. Shen Hao ordered the system to unlock the Alchemy Master account. However, unlocking it required spending 300,000 coins. The protagonist decided he could earn much more through alchemy. The system reported that the Alchemy Master account had been unlocked. Weiss explained the mage's abilities, creating potions. The owner can brew potions using recorded recipes or create new ones, in which case they'll be unique in the entire world. Potions can reach the highest quality level. Xiao Hao thought this was hardly surprising. The Moss's middle name was Madman. It could come up with anything. However, for now, it was better to follow the recipes. He didn't want to end up like the hero from Breaking Bad. Tomorrow, he needed to head to the black market. The protagonist peeked into the room and saw the girls sleeping peacefully. He wished them a good night and sweet dreams. People were returning to their daily lives faster than expected. Over the years, they'd already grown accustomed to everything. Our hero arranged to meet Sister Shiyu at the town square. She was supposed to take him to the black market. According to official reports, superstar Shui Li would be coming to this city for a concert in 2 days. This was a great opportunity to see the popular singer perform. Shen Hao was surprised. Could this really be the famous singer G-Sister? Why would such a popular star decide to come to such a quiet place? The young man remembered how his sister used to talk about Shui Li all the time. She had a poster hanging in her room and would often sing her songs while dancing along. Shen Hao would never have thought that Yun Fei would be so fascinated by the girls on posters. Shi Yu approached the young man and asked if he actually liked pop stars. The guy replied that his sister liked this particular star, which is why it had brought back some memories. The protagonist added that he would need Shi Yu's help today. The girl noted that the Kingdom of Angels group had a stranglehold on entertainment and sports. It made a fortune by creating superstars, but even for them, it was strange to invite a star of that caliber to this city. What were they hoping to achieve? Xiao Hao said he didn't even want to think about it. After all, the thing that doesn't need money is the most precious thing. His companion agreed. Our hero would never have guessed that the entrance to the black market was located in a cafe. But why couldn't they just walk in through the front door? Shi Yu replied that not everyone could walk through it. You never know what secrets the local boss is hiding. It's better to go through the other entrance without any trouble. The guy thanked the girl. She thought everything through perfectly. Shi Yu noticed that Shi Hao had defeated the bosses who'd been causing trouble. He was impressing her more and more. She noted that her companion had become very strong. Perhaps she wouldn't be of much use to him in the future. Shi Hao said they'd already become good friends. Shi Yu replied that it was time for them to go inside. Shen Hao remarked that security inside was extremely tight. Even the suits from the black market looked much more high-end. The girl added that the best hall in this black market was located right inside a 7-star hotel. Even she needed to register in advance to get in. Shi Hao thought that ordinary people would never understand those accustomed to a life of luxury. The young man didn't even know if the card he had would grant him access. As soon as he earned enough money, he would have to visit such a place with his squad. The security guards opened the doors and said that the host was ready to receive the young people. Ji Yu said she had spent the entire previous night gathering the ingredients and blueprints for alchemy and engineering that Shi Hao had requested. The protagonist expressed his gratitude, realizing that it had been no easy task. Shi Yu said she was tired and wanted to take a short nap. The young man could familiarize himself with everything in the meantime. Shi Hao agreed. Our hero reflected that all the missing ingredients for engineering and alchemy had cost him dearly. They were more expensive than expected, but there was a logic to it. The higher the profession's level, the more expensive the materials, and the greater the risk of failure. Shen Hao remembered that he was Crazy Mo, the greatest alchemist of his time. For him, the word failure did not exist. He could capitalize on the difference between the cost of the blueprints and the finished products. The protagonist realized he had spent a lot of money to get the process started. He needed to start small, earn at least 100 million. The scrolls and ingredients had been successfully purchased. The demand for potions was very high, and there were plenty of ingredients. Now he could make money from alchemy. 4 hours later, Siyu woke up. She asked how things were going for Shihao. He replied that everything was fine, and that he had already earned over 200 million. Jiyu thought he was joking. How could anyone make that much in such a short time? She checked the data and was surprised. He had made nearly 10,000 sales. All the sales records were for potions. Could the profit really be that high? The protagonist regretted that the ingredients in this area had run out, otherwise he would have made even more. Shiyu noticed that he had completely depleted the region's supplies. The girl realized why he had asked her to gather all the ingredients. He had used them to make money. Could he now take the time to explain how he had become a master alchemist? Shihao apologized and said he couldn't share his secrets with someone he had feelings for. The time wasn't right yet. Everything he was hiding could even harm him. He would explain everything later. Siyu pointed out that his activities might attract dangerous forces. Alchemy masters always drew the interest of various factions. Shen Hao replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that. Even if he had done everything, he had no reason to fear the consequences. The system announced that the daily auction would begin shortly, and those interested should proceed to the auction hall. Jiyu noted that every day items are put up for auction that can't be found on the regular market. There's a chance to see rare items. Guests were invited to take their seats. The auction was about to begin. Shihao noted that there were no undercover agents here. Shiyu agreed. They were at an auction in a safe zone of the black market. But even here, unexpected events could happen. Shihao looked at one of the participants and realized he had seen him before. Our hero recognized Elder Li Zhanglao. It was surprising that they had met again right here. The auctioneer announced that following fierce bidding on the previous 4 items, the final auction was about to begin. A man announced that he was ready to present a divine-level item. This item turned out to be a high-grade potion called Gift from the God of Love. It needed no detailed description. The scroll detailing its recipe was also included with the purchase. The starting price was 1 million. Elder Li raised his hand and expressed his desire to purchase the lot. Those present were surprised. What is this old man thinking? He's past his prime, but he's still interested. Perhaps he's only after the knowledge and recipes. Jiyu said she hadn't expected such a useless item to be put up for the final auction. Aside from Master Li, no one else needed it. Shihao raised his hand and bid 2 million. Shiyu was surprised. What is he doing? The audience was surprised. Could this guy really be bidding? He's too young. Does he just want to experiment? Shiyu wondered why he wanted that potion. Could it be that he had problems in that department? She even promised to help him figure it out. Shihao replied that everything was fine. He just wanted to make a mockery of the Huangzheng clan. Jiyu recalled what her friend had told her about his deal with Elder Li. Shen Hao decided to repay the old man for what happened last time. Elder Li offered 5 million. Shen Hao offered 10. Li Zhanglao, furious, raised the bid to 20 million. He was outraged who dared to challenge him from the balcony. That brat had better not have provoked him. The old man recognized the girl. It was Jiyu from the Hanmo clan. And the guy next to her was just a kid she was looking after. Why did they need that potion? Could it be that they had problems in that department? The old man told them they'd be better off returning to their humble lands and living peacefully. Otherwise, they might lose everything they held dear. Shihao told his companion not to show any emotion, he would handle it himself. The protagonist thought that things had never been this intense before. No wonder this was the final auction. The potion was sold for 20 million to Master Li of the Huangzheng clan. A gift from the God of Love now belonged to him. The old man shouted that this young man had better not cross his path again, or he'd pay with his life. Returning to his car after the auction, Elder Li thought that an item worth 1 million had cost him a huge sum because of some kid. He needed to check the boy's identity. Perhaps he was connected to the Hanmo clan. Suddenly, Shihao, with wings on his back, leaped onto the hood of the car. He said he had come to see this old man himself. Shihao said they had met again. When would he finally pay with his life? Li Zhanglao recognized him. It was that very same kid from the 9th district of the black market. The old man was outraged and ordered his guards to open fire on him. Shen Hao was surprised. Didn't the old man recognize him right away? Apparently his eyesight had failed him, but it was too late to do anything now. The driver lost control and crashed into the barrier. Elder Li was injured in the accident. He clutched his bleeding face and said the boy had gone mad. Didn't he know who he was dealing with? After all, he belonged to the Huangzheng clan. The protagonist began beating everyone in the car, noting that he was now beating up members of the Huangzheng clan. Elder Li Zhanglao shouted that he needed to be saved. Shi Hao grabbed the old man by the chest and lifted him off the ground. He asked if the elder was afraid. Li Zhanglao apologized and said he didn't want to be enemies with this young man. He was too old and didn't want to make enemies at his age. The protagonist set the old man down on the ground and said that he had wanted to deal with him, but today the old man had gotten lucky. However, the old man had things that might be useful to him. The young man said that Elder Li was a highly skilled alchemist. He surely had a vast number of secret potion recipes. The young man added that he was also studying alchemy, so he wanted to expand his knowledge. The elder admitted that he had a few recipes that might interest him. Li Zhanglao noted that his home was quite far from here, but the driver and guards had fled. Shen Hao replied that he would help the old man and take him there by the most convenient means. The elder asked them to move more slowly. Due to his age, he had a hard time tolerating flights. Once at the house, the old man said that all his recipes and ingredients were in the library. They were certified and arranged alphabetically. The young man could take anything that interested him. Shi Hao noted that this was quite impressive. The quantity and quality exceeded his expectations. The old man figured the young man might as well take these items. He wouldn't be able to use them anyway, aside from selling them. In the future, the Huangzheng clan would be after him anyway, so sooner or later everything would come back to him. Shen Hao said that the Huangzheng clan had already posted a bounty on his head, and he had practically photographed all the instructions. The protagonist suggested that the old man remove the bounty on his head in exchange for monetary compensation. Li Zhanglao said he couldn't agree to that. The elder added that it was better to choose death than the path of a traitor. He couldn't do that. Shi Hao reminded him that he wasn't offering this for free. It was a reward that would be hard to refuse. The old man asked what reward could be more important than his own life. He had seen it all, and nothing interested him anymore. The protagonist offered to help him advance in his alchemy skills. Li Zhanglao had plateaued at a high level. He had bought many master recipes, but hadn't been able to reproduce a single one. The old man admitted that he had been stuck at this level for over 10 years. His only dream was to become a master of alchemy. He had devoted his life to studying alchemy and would not let some kid mock him. Our hero didn't expect Li Zhanglao to take it so seriously. In this world, there are many things that are hard to explain. Could the elder explain how this vial ended up in his hands? It was the alchemist's potion of knowledge. The old man was surprised. It couldn't be bought in stores or at auctions. Only he had the recipes and ingredients for it. Shen Hao claimed that he had just used those ingredients to create the alchemist's potion. The elder declared that this was a lie. How could a boy create a potion of this caliber? Did he even realize how rare it was? The protagonist said that if the old man didn't believe him, he was willing to throw the potion away. The vial slipped from his hands. Elder Li, like a wild cat, leaped forward and caught the falling vial. The young man noted that the old man's lips were saying don't, but his body was doing the opposite. As he leaped, the old man thought he couldn't let such a potion slip away. The young man suggested that the old man drink the potion to see if it was a trick. The old man thought that it looked like an ordinary bottle, but he hadn't been able to create anything like it for over 10 years. And yet this boy had made it on his first try. Li Zhanglao decided to drink it, ready to experience anything related to alchemy. The old man laughed and exclaimed that he didn't feel any changes. However, after a while, he felt an unprecedented sense of calm and clarity of mind. It seemed to him that he was on the verge of comprehending the mysteries of the universe. Li Zhanglao thought that this feeling was impossible to describe in words. Shi Hao asked how he was feeling and whether the effect was good enough. The elder came to his senses while lying on the floor. The elder asked in surprise why the effect had worn off. He had expected a 30% increase in intelligence, but had received only 5%. The protagonist admitted that it was a limited experimental sample. The young man added that it was a rare potion, so he couldn't let him drink it all. Shen Hao noted that he wanted to ask the old man for a favor to help him become a master of alchemy. In the future, the old man would be able to create any potion. Li Zhanglao dropped to his knees and apologized to the master, acknowledging that his knowledge transcended this world. The old man added that he would accept any payment, money, recipes, even personal resources. He wanted to learn everything. Shen Hao asked him to help uncover the structure of the Huangzheng clan. Li Zhanglao promised to do everything in his power, even at the risk of his own life. The protagonist asked why, after all this time, the elder had not become a master of alchemy. Li Zhonglao replied that alchemy had initially helped him earn money and secured his position in the Huangzong clan. He had risen to a high rank because of it. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not become a master. Money ceased to be important. He wanted recognition, but his dreams remained unfulfilled. The elder added that during these difficult times, a young man had appeared who had given him hope. He could be called the god of alchemy. He would transcend all boundaries. Shen Hao stated that he needed all the passwords, the clan's organizational structure, and personnel data. He needed to know the weak points and hidden threats. The old man promised to provide everything. Our hero thought that the old man wasn't so bad after all. He had handed over his ingredients and recipes. Making potions with Moses' help is very costly. Without income, success is impossible. Moses' secret account is master of alchemy, and that's even a little scary. Tomorrow, he needs to find out more about the engineering master in the Hanmo clan. He made too many potions today. It's time to rest. The young man dozed off and found himself in an unfamiliar place. But wasn't he in his own bed? Could this really be a dream? He was surrounded by monsters who said they'd finally found him. The young man assumed they were ancient gods. Shi Hao asked why they were looking for him. What made him so interesting to them? One of the monsters replied that they had been searching for him for a long time. They hadn't expected him to summon them himself. Now he wouldn't be able to escape. The protagonist was standing knee-deep in red liquid, his body bound by red threads. He couldn't break free, not even with fire. It was a trap, and his powers didn't work here. The ancient god told him to fall asleep. The chosen one must remain here. The red liquid rose to his chest. Shi Hao stopped resisting. One of the ancient gods took the protagonist's side and pulled him out of the red liquid. The monster declared that the ancient gods might have found him, but now he was their master. If they wanted to destroy this guy, they'd have to deal with him first. The ancient gods were surprised. Why had the Kraken decided to betray them? However, Shi Hao, perched atop the Kraken, felt confident. The ancient gods said that even though this guy had managed to take control of the Kraken, he was mistaken if he thought he could handle such divine power. The ancient gods asked, does this traitor, the Kraken, truly intend to join forces with a human to wage war against us? Shen Hao thought this couldn't go on. The protection provided by the ancient gods wouldn't last much longer. He needed to get out of here as quickly as possible. Strange sounds could be heard in the distance. The protagonist was surprised. Could the Kraken be trying to tell him something? But he couldn't understand a word. It seemed to the young man that the Kraken was trying to say something related to water. The next moment, Shi Hao was swept into a whirlpool created by the monster. The young man was puzzled. What on earth was the Kraken up to? Our hero woke up at home in his own bed. He had finally returned to the real world. But what kind of nightmare had he just had? The young man still had bruises on his arms, so it wasn't a dream. He had never encountered the ancient gods before. Why were they after him? Maybe it had something to do with the ritual from last time. However, his character wasn't capable of standing up to such creatures. They were on completely different levels. Shen Hao looked at the crystal and thought that thanks to this stone, which summons the Kraken, he had at least managed to return to the real world. The ancient gods might have found out about him after he used the stone last time. He'd have to be more careful. Our hero logged into the system, and the red comet rushed toward him again. He apologized if he'd caused the dragon any worry. Shi Hao asked the system if there was a record of what had happened to him in his dream. The system replied that the record had been blocked by an unknown and powerful force. The system had lost contact with its master for a short time. Shi Hao thought that even the system was powerless to identify it. The power of the ancient gods lay far beyond comprehension. If not for the Kraken's help, he would have perished. The young man asked the system what it knew about the Kraken. The system replied that it had no data regarding magical creatures. However, it could suggest two possible solutions. The first was to unlock the Omniscient One's account. He possessed a high level of intelligence and a vast store of knowledge. The second option was to create the Omniscience Potion, after which all the world's secrets would be revealed. The young man was puzzled. Where would he even get the Omniscient One's account? And as for brewing potions, he preferred not to think about it at all. The young man looked out the window, and the view struck him as astonishingly beautiful. Even if he went to the Hanmo clan to find out everything, he still wouldn't likely find the information he needed. Perhaps only the Temple of the Ancient World could help him in some way. Did they have a hideout in the 8th District? Last time, he had interrupted their summoning ritual. If they were using the summoning of ancient gods to strengthen their power, that would become a huge problem for him in the future. He couldn't ignore this cult. The next morning arrived. The protagonist hadn't slept well. He'd spent the whole night thinking about what was happening. His father said that judging by the look on his son's face, he must not have slept well. What was troubling him? His mother also suspected that something was bothering him. Shi Hao replied that he was fine. He was very strong and capable of handling any problem with ease. Yunfei came out of her room and greeted everyone present. She invited everyone to take a look at Qiqi's new clothes. The guest also wished everyone a good morning. Nana said she still wanted to sleep. Shi Hao thought that at the sight of Qiqi, all his fatigue instantly vanished, and he became lively and cheerful as always. Perhaps this had something to do with her special abilities. That's really cool. Yunfei said she needed to discuss something with her brother. She said that she, her brother, and Qiqi were going to Shuli's concert today. Shi Hao had suspected that this day would eventually come. The young man replied that he couldn't say no to his beloved sister. The girl was delighted and sincerely thanked her brother. Shi Hao asked Yunfei if she had found out how their parents felt about Qiqi, since it was the girl's first time visiting them. Shi Hao also asked if Nana was going to the concert. His sister replied that the maid didn't want to go. Nana added that there were many urgent chores at home that couldn't be put off, and wished the young people a good time. District 8 Center. People are flocking to the stage. Everyone is waiting for the scheduled concert. The spotlight falls on a young man walking accompanied by two girls. Chu told her friend that there were a lot of people here. Shi Hao wondered why everyone had arrived so early, since concerts usually start in the evening. On stage, a portal opened before the audience. However, this portal had been created by humans. It was the work of the Kingdom of Angels company. This company has enough resources and influence to organize such events. They can use space technology and teleportation to create the illusion of being in space. The corporation's technology was impressive. The space could accommodate tens of thousands of people. Shi Hao thought there were too many people here. It was a good thing they'd arrived early. Ji Yu approached the young man and asked, "Didn't Shi Hao say he didn't like events like this? How did he end up here?" The young man replied that his sister had brought him here, and he wasn't there of his own free will. Yunfei greeted Ji Yu. Ji Yu was surprised. Shen Hao is standing in line? All members of the Hanmo clan have VIP tickets for this concert, and they can skip the line. Yunfei was delighted. Is that really possible? Shi Yu said she wanted to show her the VIP area. She happened to have something to discuss with the organizers of Angel's Kingdom. Yunfei was glad, since now they wouldn't have to wait in line. Qiqi asked what VIP meant. Shi Hao decided he'd go with Ji Yu, since anything could happen at such a big event. It was better to stick together. Angel Kingdom was a large organization with extensive experience handling situations like this. The start of the teleportation was announced. Yunfei said it was simply amazing, a real journey to the Journey of Dreams performance. Qiqi remarked that it was too bright here. It even hurt her eyes. Shi Hao replied that you could get used to it. The audience was curious about what lay hidden inside the black hole. Everything looked absolutely beautiful, and it became clear why such performances are so popular. Qiqi said she was already feeling dizzy. An AI named Dada invited everyone to the concert and announced that he would be the host for the evening. He explained how the show would unfold. In addition to the usual interactive elements, there's a like rating system in place. Since the concert is being broadcast throughout the city, every viewer can send likes to support the performers. All proceeds will go toward the reconstruction of the 9th district. Whoever gets the most likes will receive an additional prize, a romantic dinner with Xue Li. Shi Hao thought the fans' enthusiasm exceeded all his expectations. He was baffled by this system with likes and a dinner. It definitely wasn't for him. It was better to just stand on the sidelines and listen to the music. Our hero overheard the fans' conversations and was surprised by what they were actually thinking. He decided to step aside so he wouldn't have to hear any more of it. Dada warned that once the concert started, everyone would be able to put on their own skin, and their identities would be hidden. The audience realized that in that case, those watching from the sidelines wouldn't be able to tell who was who. Dada announced, "It's showtime." The audience screamed as they felt themselves being sucked into a black hole. It was both terrifying and thrilling. Shen Hao told the girls, who seemed to be floating in space, not to drift too far away. However, his words were ignored. Our hero thought that Qiqi and Yunfei were already too far away. How would they recognize each other if they put on their skins? He caught himself worrying too much. After all, everything was supposed to go smoothly. Suddenly, a bright light flashed ahead and the audience began to squint. A human figure emerged from the blinding light. It was a girl who began to sing "Where Spring Comes, Swallows Return." New dreams will blossom from the remnants of the past. The singer approached the audience, and they were able to see her more clearly. She continued, she pulls out the weeds of her past life to look toward the future. The fans were ecstatic. The excitement was building rapidly. She bid farewell to the past with a smile on her face and under the sun's rays. Shihao thought that this feeling truly exceeded his expectations. No wonder this singer was so popular. He himself was already ready to become her fan. The young man decided he needed to calm down. Zhuge Li urged everyone to follow her and come back down to earth. The fans were ready to act in unison. The likes ranking appeared. It hurt the protagonist to look at his position on it. Dada announced that the show was about to begin. Now everyone could show just how much they loved Zhuge Li. Shihao realized that here, you could earn likes by smashing meteors. The audience saw a young man surge ahead. He moved at incredible speed, and flames appeared as he took off. It looked quite unusual. The protagonist activated the flaming sword and said he needed to earn points. Since none of this was real, he might as well have a little fun. Viewers were amazed. This guy was literally destroying every meteor. Is that even possible? He had already climbed to the top of the likes ranking. Zhuge Li blew him a kiss and said it was a small reward for the leader of the rankings. The system reported that the woman's kiss upgrade had been received. All stats were increased by 20%. The protagonist was surprised. Could you really level up here? This planet used to be beautiful, but now it's empty. The girl silently prayed to the stars to save this land. Shihao saw an object ahead of him and thought to himself that it was called an artificial satellite. People used to use them to explore space, but now you only see things like that in Netflix series. Shihao felt everyone beginning to succumb to the force of gravity. They were breaking through the atmosphere, something that had once seemed like everyone's dream. His body felt the heat from the speed of flight. The organizers had even taken this factor into account. He'd have to give a like for that too. The song continued, the brilliant light of meteors, the glowing stardust. This place has traveled billions of light years. She alone guards the empty city, never taking her eyes off the sky. According to the script, Zhuge Li found herself in a golden cage. The girl sang that she remains here only for the sake of her future destiny. Suddenly, flying machines appeared in the sky. Someone announced that this was the battle against the final boss and a good opportunity to earn points. The final boss turned out to be the level 90 Scarlet Dragon. It demanded to face Zhuge Li. Viewers aboard the flying machines tried to rescue the girl and destroy the monster. One of the spectators, named Xie, was delighted to have finally reached second place. If he defeated the boss, the long-awaited prize would be his. Xie saw a person ahead of him. It was the very same guy who held the top spot in the rankings. But he seemed to be walking to his certain doom, trying to fight the monster head-on. Xie decided this worked in his favor. Then he would take first place. The system warned that the pilot needed to return to the cockpit immediately, or he would lose the match and forfeit all his points. Shihao replied that they shouldn't interfere. This boss posed no threat. He decided to follow his own battle plan. As a result of a perfectly executed operation, the boss was defeated. Zhuge Li found herself in the protagonist's arms. The young man thanked the singer. It was her song that had inspired everyone to fight. In the end, Shihao took first place. He had the most likes. The audience was baffled. Had he really defeated the boss with a single blow? Shihao stated that he was just an ordinary passerby, but today he had become a fan of Zhuge Li's beauty and talent. He was still tormented by the question, surely this wasn't a hologram? The girl said he was very perceptive, however. Now was not the time to answer. The performance wasn't over yet. Zhuge Li stepped out of his embrace and said she would eagerly await him at the final performance. Shihao wondered what this final performance was. The system reported that the kiss of the goddess of love effect had been activated, and 50,000 points had been earned. People exhausted from the battle were everywhere. Zhuge Li wanted to cheer them on and continued singing. She sang that only love and hope remain. Light has finally donned a dark shell. The flower of clarity has bloomed on the ruins of the past. The singer brought hope and light to the audience. In the end, the audience found themselves back in their seats in the hall. The singer suggested that everyone sing the final song together. Shenhao was puzzled as to how he had ended up on stage under the bright lights and what had actually happened. Zhuge Li explained that this was, in fact, the final performance. Dada invited the audience to the show's finale. Whoever scored the most points would perform alongside Zhuge Li. This performance would also play a crucial role in the reconstruction of District 9. Viewers watching the live broadcast could also give likes and dislikes. The protagonist ended up with a lot of dislikes because of recent events. Viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. Where did this guy come from? He isn't worthy of standing on stage next to a star. After all, he doesn't even know anything about music. One viewer wanted the winner to fall flat on his face, then he could take his place. The winner already had enough dislikes to lose his lead. Xue Li told the protagonist not to pay attention to what others say. She'll help him on stage, they'll do it together. Shi Hao thanked her and replied that the viewer's words wouldn't affect him. He doesn't need any other reward, for his sister's sake. He won't let himself fail on this show. Xue Li remarked that his sister truly had a worthy brother, and that was what attracted her to him. The protagonist activated his trophy, battle guitar for battles and music. When playing this instrument, the musician became the brightest presence on stage. Shi Hao thought he wasn't much of a music fan, but Yunfei sang songs next to him every night. Shi Hao strummed the guitar strings and the music began to play. Let's rock! The audience's mouths dropped open in surprise and delight. This song had been popular during the peak of Xue Li's career, but no one had ever heard a rock and roll remix of it. It sounded completely different and quite interesting. Xue Li said that this guy never ceases to amaze her. How does he do it? She's ready to sing along with him. Xue Li added that the two of them were about to blow the stage away with their voices. The song continued to play. The audience in a frenzy declared their love for the singer. The guy's performance gave them strength, filling them with warmth and confidence. The contestants' number of likes skyrocketed, and he became the undisputed leader. One viewer said his eyes filled with tears. He had heard this song before but never performed like this. My heart leapt out of my chest. The viewer dropped to his knees and said it was amazing and magnificent. The number of likes exceeded 4 million. It was an all-time record. To the viewer's surprise, the neighborhood really did begin to recover. Everyone agreed that this guy was amazing. Could he really be a future star? Enthusiastic viewers thanked Xue Li and the young man for the spectacular concert and the unforgettable experience. Dada announced that the concert was coming to an end. The 9th district had been fully restored, and there were even new flower beds with plants. Xue Li admitted that the concert had turned out magnificently. This guitarist had become a true star. Shi Hao reiterated that he was just an ordinary person, and if Xue Li hadn't supported him, he wouldn't have succeeded. The girl said she didn't believe the person standing before her was an ordinary person. Xue Li recalled the young man's question, is she real or is she a hologram? Now she can give an answer, and that answer is absolutely not. At this moment, she is outside this world, and her consciousness is in complete control of this body. Shi Hao noted that everything was clear to him now. No wonder it's called the Kingdom of Angels. Progress has reached unprecedented heights, heavens never before seen. Suddenly, the audience saw the countdown begin. Could there be a system error? They still hadn't been transported. A powerful explosion rang out. Could the system have exploded? The audience was baffled as to what was happening. A stranger appeared out of nowhere. He clapped his hands and said it had indeed been a stunning performance. Everyone managed to capture him on camera. The masked stranger added that he was almost certain now everyone could die without regrets. The audience was baffled. Their faces showed anxiety and fear. The stranger asked if they were ready to die. Outraged shouts rang out from all sides. Why had this guy decided to ruin their concert? The masked man introduced himself. His name is Dees. He is a level 105. Dees told everyone not to leave. He needed the help of those present. The masked man added that he had a small request. He needed everyone to sacrifice their lives and souls to him. This would be only a small contribution to the temple of the ancient world, an offering to the ancient gods. Shi Hao knew that the temple of the ancient world was dangerous. But could it really be this dangerous? This man was a high-level player, yet he had come here alone. Was he really that overconfident? Diaz was attacked with automatic weapons. The attacker wondered if this man was out of his mind. Even if he were at level 105, there were more than 10,000 of them here. It would be an uneven fight. No matter how high his level is, the intruder won't make it out of here alive. Those present pounced on the masked man, shouting that this scoundrel would be destroyed. They were determined to send him to the afterlife. The girl said it wasn't that simple. There's no way he's controlling this place all by himself. There are people helping him from the outside. Shi Hao asked even if they destroy him, won't they still be unable to get out of here? After an intense attack, the masked man's health bar had dropped significantly, down to just 3%. Yet he laughed uncontrollably. People said he was mad. Why was he laughing in the face of his own death? Deus declared that he had reliable information. This world would soon descend into madness. People didn't even stop to think. They paid attention only to the things they were used to. The game world, their level, their inventory. Soon they would be consumed by this madness. Deus suddenly rose above the crowd and said that this world would soon come to an end, and an era of chaos would begin to reign on Earth. The masked man said that to revive the ancient world, it was necessary to sacrifice the most precious thing humans possess, happiness. Deus's body suddenly exploded, and a bright flash erupted. Everyone nearby was splattered with Deus's blood. Everyone who came into contact with the infected blood began to transform. Their bodies turned into monsters. The monsters began attacking the surviving humans, biting them and infecting them. Xue Li was terrified and said they needed to run away immediately. If that strange blood got on them, they too would turn into ruthless monsters. Shi Hao replied that he couldn't just leave, he had to find his friends. The protagonist opened the map and carefully studied the surrounding area. Since his sister and Chi-Chi had run off in different directions right at the start, he still hadn't seen them. Now he needed to get to them as quickly as possible. One of the monsters approached him closely and said that Xue Li was his target. Without her, he felt as if he were dying. The girl screamed in fear. Our hero activated the flaming sword, sliced the monster into countless pieces, and declared that he was ready to send it to its doom. The young man told Xue Li to calm down and take deep breaths. The girl thought this guy was very strong and incredibly handsome, modest on the outside but with an amazing personality on the inside. Shi Hao asked the girl, isn't she just a hologram right now? If she were to die in this world, what would happen to her in reality? Xue Li replied that it depended on how her brain reacted. If she was unlucky, she might die, but if luck was on her side, she would survive. Shi Hao said that in that case, she should follow him. He would definitely protect her. After all, if she were to die even here, his sister would be very upset. The young people found themselves riding the red comet. Xue Li thought in surprise, does he actually have a dragon too? Even the rich can't afford something like that. Shi Hao told her to hold on tight to him. They couldn't waste any time. The people who had been attacked by the masked man asked what he wanted. There were many wealthy people here willing to pay just to be left alone. Deus replied that in his world, everyone would be equal. Poor, lucky, rich, it didn't matter. People's life force gave the ancient gods their power. Everyone was needed for this. The people screamed that they didn't want to die and demanded that the monsters be stopped. People fled for their lives, offering huge sums of money for their salvation. However, the monsters weren't interested. Deus kept laughing and told them to run. Their fear and shattered hopes were a delicacy the ancient gods particularly relished. Deus saw a red dragon with people on its back. The dragon was spewing tongues of flame. The masked man thought in surprise, could it be that someone else is still trying to resist? Deus said that this was actually interesting. It would allow him to teach the people a good lesson. They must accept their fate. The masked man contacted his comrades. They asked him about the situation. Deus replied that everything was fine on his end, but how were things going outside? At the concert and performance control center, terrorists had taken the staff hostage. Li Fenshi said there had been some minor glitches, but he'd fixed everything. There was nothing to worry about. He noted that the platform didn't meet expectations, but the firewall he'd previously trained on was identical to the current system. It would take him 20 minutes to rewrite the code for summoning mode. Deus said that this was enough time to keep everyone in this world. Will Li Fenshi really succeed? His interlocutor confirmed that everything was under control. Li Fenshi added that it would take just 20 minutes to begin rebooting the world and bring it all to an end. The Red Dragon's combat robots were activated. Their mission to destroy anything that puts up resistance. Military reinforcements in the 8th District were surprised to find that the enemy had taken control of their drones. Li Fenshi ordered the drones to begin their mission. The soldiers were baffled as to why the drones had suddenly begun attacking their own defensive forces. Deus watched with delight as everything around him crumbled. The sound of war seemed beautiful to him and was music to his ears. Deus declared that he would certainly fulfill his duty to the supreme gods. Yunfei, moving swiftly through the city, thought that this couldn't go on. There were too many people, and chaos reigned everywhere. Even though the defenses were no longer working, she had to save the people from this madness. She needed to find her brother. It would be faster and easier with him. But she couldn't abandon the people to their fate. Her brother would have to find her himself. Yunfei fired a series of fiery arrows into the sky, hoping that Shi Hao would see the signal and come to her aid. The girl thought that this was the first ability she'd acquired. Her brother knew her well, if only he would see it. Glowing sparks resembling fireworks appeared in the sky. The two-legged crocodile, a level 60 monster, was moving through the city. It wondered who would be setting off fireworks at such a terrifying time. Or was this a signal indicating its location? In that case, it was ready to head there. Yunfei thought the level difference was too great. She wouldn't be able to deal significant damage to it. She had to find a way to avoid this battle. The monster had said this was her last chance. Yunfei fired several shots into the sky again. She believed her brother would see these signals and come to her aid. The two-legged crocodile said that her attempts were now exhausted. Now she could head into its jaws. A voice from behind her asked, "Does this scoundrel really dare to attack his sister?" The voice added that it would be more fitting if this very monster ended up in their jaws. The two-legged crocodile was destroyed. The red comet swallowed him whole. Shi Hao jumped down from the dragon and asked his sister if she was all right. He apologized for being late and explained that there had been traffic on the way. Yunfei burst into tears and threw herself into her brother's arms. She said that Shi Hao was simply magnificent. Her efforts hadn't been in vain. He added that he couldn't have missed the distress signal his sister had sent. Shi Hao noted that this was the first ability Yunfei had learned, and she had used it often in the past. The protagonist realized that his sister had opened his eyes to the truth. She had fought with confidence and fearlessness against an opponent who was higher level than her. Previously, the hero had believed it was best for the family to stay away from danger. However, in this world, danger is everywhere. Therefore, he needs to change his attitude. In addition to protecting his family, he must help them level up. Zhue Li said that was wonderful, since the family was reunited. Yunfei asked in surprise how her brother had ended up next to a celebrity. Shi Hao replied that there was no time to explain right now. Yunfei declared that she was Zhue Li's biggest fan and wanted an autograph. Shi Hao repeated that there was no time for small talk. Yunfei replied that it was a natural reaction when meeting a celebrity. Zhue Li remarked that this guy really was a strict older brother. The protagonist announced that it was time for them to leave. They climbed back onto the back of the red comet. Chi-Chi might be in danger. They needed to find and rescue her. Yunfei noted that her brother had become incredibly strong. Were they really drifting apart? How could she bridge the gap between them? Shi Hao told his sister not to worry, they would definitely figure out a way to level her up. Shi Hao noticed that Chi-Chi's icon had suddenly disappeared from the radar. Could she have run into monsters? The masked man was holding Chi-Chi by the throat. He asked, "Is that guy looking for her?" Shi Hao demanded that he let the girl go. Deus asked why this guy was so angry. He didn't rush to save her right away, which meant she didn't mean anything to him. A special power emanated from him. He didn't seem like an ordinary person. Deus added that he was even drawn to the scent of his energy. It would be a shame to part with such a specimen, that's why he hadn't attacked earlier. Xiao Hao asked what the masked man meant. Deus suggested joining the temple. Then the deaths of these people would not be in vain. He promised to reveal the true power of the ancient gods. Shi Hao realized that his opponent was too powerful. He would have to attack in a way that wouldn't harm Chi-Chi. He said he didn't believe Deus's words. How did Deus know about his power? Deus replied that he had no doubt about it. He sensed the same power within him, along with the scent of the ancient gods. Shi Hao wondered why he himself couldn't sense it. And what was in it for him to join their organization? Deus replied that being part of the organization and serving powerful beings was an advantage in itself. But this guy only seemed strong on the surface. Shi Hao realized that Deus was trying to throw him off balance by increasing the pressure. He said he was a pragmatist and didn't believe in such faith. It was meaningless. Deus was outraged. How dare he deny the power of the gods? The villain shoved the girl aside and shouted that the young man would pay for his godlessness. Shi Hao realized that it had worked. Chi-Chi was no longer being held hostage. Deus attacked and declared that he would teach him to respect the sacred beings. Shi Hao blocked the blow and said he still didn't believe. Our hero threw Chi-Chi onto the dragon's back and ordered the red comet to take her to safety immediately. Deus stated that he wasn't using his full power, but that it was enough to punish a low-level opponent. He would be destroyed. Xiao Hao replied that he would be disappointed. No one had ever been able to change his mind by force. Deus said that his faith was unshakable. He would prove it in practice. A rift appeared in the sky and something began to emerge from it. A huge clock descended from the rift onto the ground. People were astonished. How had he managed to summon it? Zhue Li speculated that this was the work of external operators controlling the system. Yunfei wondered, could he really be the creator? Was he truly invincible? Shi Hao thought that even if he controlled this world, there must still be a way to defeat him. But first they had to save the people. Deus said that he used to be a famous psychologist and had helped many people, but he couldn't save the woman he loved. She died right before his eyes. After that, his faith vanished. He decided that the world was flawed and that everyone was sick. Only the ancient world has a right to exist. Whoever accepts the ancient gods will be rewarded. He is ready to pass on his faith and hope to the people. Shui Li and Yunfei realized that the situation was getting worse. The conversation had turned to the ancient gods. Shi Hao noticed that people had succumbed to hypnosis and were ready to sacrifice their souls in praise of the ancient gods. Deus noted that the young man was truly extraordinary since he hadn't succumbed to the hypnosis. He activated the most powerful spell, mind subjugation, capable of destroying the target's consciousness. Shi Hao sank to his knees. Deus decided he had won. The masked man reached out his hand and said it was time to take what was dear to him. Shen Hao suddenly grabbed his hand and said that he would never get his hands on what was dear to him. He added that the other man didn't have enough resources to reach him. Shi Hao set the surrounding space ablaze. Deus was surprised. Hadn't he succumbed to the spell? The hero admitted that the trick was powerful. He'd felt momentarily disoriented. Then he stepped closer and punched his opponent in the jaw, adding that he couldn't be controlled so easily. Shi Hao thought he was lucky. His inventory contained items capable of blocking control over their owner. If not for them, he would have definitely succumbed. These were the precious dragon's eye and the serrated dragon's sword. Deus wiped the blood from his face and said that his opponent was truly strong. He had been wrong when he said they were alike. This guy exuded the aura of ancient gods. Shen Hao demanded that his opponent immediately release everyone and unblock the exit from this world. Otherwise, he would force the masked man to die in agony. Deus laughed and said that they would all perish in agony and suffering at the hands of the Kraken, the most ancient of gods. The villain added that in 1 minute the Kraken would appear here and devour every living creature. Everyone must be ready to face their fate. Deus had only 5% of his health remaining. People continued to welcome the ancient gods in the ancient world. They begged to be granted suffering and pain. Deus's health continued to drop. He asked what this man had done after all. Even he hadn't been able to seal the passage. Xiao Hao realized that he was facing a servant of the big-eyed one. But why hadn't he mentioned this earlier? In that case, Deus must obey him. Deus declared that he didn't understand what was being discussed. Shi Hao admitted that he was the owner of the Kraken. His brother was none other than the ancient god. Deus was outraged. How dare this man speak that way about such a great being? He needed to be taught some respect. Shi Hao asked why he was speaking that way to the god's owner. Apparently, it was he himself who needed a lesson in manners. Shi Hao thought the guy had truly lost his mind. But there was no point in killing him now. He needed to force him to open the gate to his world. Shi Hao realized that everyone was under a hypnotic spell. Summoning the Kraken was too dangerous. But for safety's sake, he needed to move further away. Deus saw that this man was running away. But that couldn't be. The villain rushed after him and said that everything in this world was under his control. Even outside, his men were standing guard, controlling the gate. There was no point in running. Xiao Hao replied that the word run away wasn't in his vocabulary, but Deus didn't seem like a well-educated man either. The protagonist continued. His opponent speaks of his faith in the ancient gods. But does he himself believe those words? He has subjugated countless people. But why has he still been unable to summon the Kraken? Shi Hao pointed out that this was only possible because the Kraken obeyed only him. Deus covered his ears with his hands and said he wasn't listening to this guy. He wouldn't let his faith be destroyed, no one could break it. The system reported that the magic stone's summoning ritual had begun. It was the summoning of a new god. Shi Hao declared that the big-eyed handsome one should come to this city, which would never know false faith. Through a crack in the sky, the Kraken did indeed descend to the earth. Everyone present was forced to acknowledge it. Shi Hao had summoned his long-awaited god. Deus was ecstatic. At last, the ancient god Kraken had answered his call and come to him. This meant his goal had been achieved, and he could die in peace. The villain knelt and said that this young man had proven stronger than the ancient god Kraken, and therefore he was the new god. Now he was ready to accept punishment for his sins and plunge into the endless torments of hell. Shi Hao thought his requests were strange. Shi Hao declared that he had no doubts about the villain's devotion. However, if the villain stopped everything that was happening, he would have a chance to stay alive. Deus replied to the new god that he could not fulfill this demand. A virus had been launched into the system. There was no way out. Not even the new god would be able to escape. The villain handed the protagonist a communication device and said he'd found a way out. Using this controller, only 5 people would be able to leave this world. Shi Hao was outraged. Was he really suggesting they leave the others to certain death? He couldn't do that. The hero asked the system if he could use an engineering master to modify the controller. Weiss replied that it was possible, but there was only 1 minute left before transport. Would there be enough time? A few moments later, the clocks began to vanish from the rift. People didn't understand what was happening. After all, they had just been worshipping them. The transport had already begun. People started to come to their senses and scatter, but the panic only grew. No one knew where to run. Yunfei said they couldn't lose hope. She believed in her brother. He would find a way to save everyone, but there was almost no time left. Li Fengxi, standing by the monitors, said that it had finally begun. He wanted the ancient god Kraken to come into their world. Behind him, people bowed their heads and greeted the ancient gods. The system reported an error. An unknown data source had triggered a forced termination of the transport. Li Fengxi didn't believe it. He had prepared everything perfectly. The hunter said they had to leave immediately. It was getting dangerous outside. The hunter grabbed Li Fengxi and dragged him outside. Li Fengxi resisted, saying they couldn't leave Dace behind. The hunter replied that sacrifices always had to be made. There were 3 seconds left until launch. Weiss reported that time had been stopped. But the destruction inside hadn't stopped. It had actually gotten worse. It seemed that control over the system had already been lost from the outside. The protagonist said he had an idea. The young man flew over to the girls and asked if they were okay. Yunfei replied that everything was fine. Her sister added that something was happening to Shui Li. It was as if she were caught between worlds. The singer told Yunfei not to worry, this was her destiny. Shi Hao objected. It wasn't time to say goodbye yet. He took Shui Li by the hand and suggested they make this performance the most memorable one yet. Shui Li said she was unable to stop the chaos or help the people. They were begging to be saved. She added that the system had been hacked and she couldn't contact the outside world. If the servers had been taken over, then the operators were probably already dead. Shi Hao said she mustn't give up. Her speech gives people hope. The girl felt a strange sensation, as if something had entered her body. The protagonist said everything was under control. He had resolved the issue from the outside. Now a huge number of people could teleport to the real world. He asked Shui Li to trust him and gather her strength. People saw an unusual phenomenon in the sky. Someone said it was a portal and that they were saved, but they no longer had the strength to get up. Shui Li said the teleport was open, but wondered what was happening to Shi Hao. He replied that it wasn't over yet. The portal couldn't transport everyone. The young man felt extremely weak. Summoning the god had drained too much of his energy. Weiss noted that he needed some rest and a glass of warm milk. Shi Hao decided he couldn't leave things unfinished. Shui Li said he had already done enough, and that she was to blame for what had happened. Yunfei added that part of the blame lay with her as well. She was the one who had insisted on going to the concert. Chi-Chi said that she had lived for thousands of years and had only now met someone like Shi Hao. With him by her side, even death wasn't scary. Shi Hao felt his strength returning. It was Chi-Chi's special ability. He had completely forgotten about it. Shi Hao apologized for the trouble. However, they now needed to save the others. The protagonist promised to save everyone. The young man realized that this would indeed be their last joint mission. Shui Li didn't understand what was happening. She thought she already had enough strength, but now it felt as though she had even more. Shi Hao explained that he had given her control over this world. Shui Li needed to remember the past. The girl began to sing again. The body of the wronged child is completely covered in wounds, yet we must believe that salvation is not far off. The people saw that the singer had begun to sing for them again, which meant she wasn't giving up. People were able to fly again. Could they really be in paradise? That meant they were saved, and that was wonderful. Shi Hao said it was time for everyone to return home. This was met with universal approval. Shui Li urged in her song, "Never give up, believe and fly. Find love, find embrace, find hope." The people returned to the stage. They were alive and unharmed. So they had done it, even though it was dangerous. Suddenly, the portal exploded. But who did it? Shi Hao was standing at the site of the explosion. The young man said they couldn't give up. They had to see it through to the end. The crowd realized he was the very person who had taken first place. So he was the one who saved everyone. Could he really be that cool in real life? Diaz thought he could blend into the crowd while no one was paying attention to him. However, Shi Hao shouted for Dace to stop. Did he really want to slip away unnoticed? Deus dropped to his knees and apologized to his master, calling himself a confused fool and a common coward. He asked for one more chance to prove that he was worthy of service. Shi Hao said that this young man really needed to reflect on the importance of moral values. However, he couldn't let him go, because he might still come in handy. The soldiers seized Diaz and reported that the target had been captured. Diaz declared that this was wonderful, since he could at least be of some use to his master. The men in uniform began to lead the prisoner away. Diaz declared that his life still had meaning. Shi Hao thought that nothing could help this madman anymore. However, he possessed valuable information about the ancient temple. Xue Li looked at our hero and said that they had finally met in this world. The assistant noticed that Xue Li's body was recovering more slowly in this world. The singer rushed into our hero's arms, stumbled, and nearly fell. Shi Hao caught the girl and told her to be careful. The young man looked at Xue Li and said that she had collapsed from exhaustion. The manager said that Xue Li had told her what had happened inside. Shi Hao really is a hero for managing to save everyone. The organization that organized the concert expresses its immense gratitude to the young man. Xue Li was placed on a stretcher and transported to the aircraft. The manager noted that they would not leave him in the lurch. In a few days, representatives from the organization would contact the young man to discuss the terms of financial compensation. The protagonist couldn't believe that such a large organization had been hacked by the Divine Peak Group. It seemed suspicious. The danger had passed, but this was far from over. The young man hoped that Xue Li would be all right. Ji Yu ran up to the protagonist. She was glad that he was okay and now safe. Ji Yu said she had to leave after meeting them. Who would have thought such a horror would happen during the concert? She was very worried. Shi Hao explained that he was indeed fine. Ji Yu said that this wasn't the best place to talk, but she had urgent news to share. She noted that the start date of an important mission had been moved to the day after tomorrow. All clans of level 10 and above must join the mission. She hadn't expected the young man's clan, Guild of Kings, to be on the list of participants as well. Shi Hao was surprised. Were so many clans really gathering to prepare for some kind of serious battle? However, his clan had only been created recently, and they were still just at level 1. Why had they been added to the list? Ji Yu added that this time, the competition would take place in the Colosseum of War. She didn't know the reason, but even if this clan had been added to the list on purpose, Shi Hao was a smart guy and would be able to figure it all out. The protagonist replied that he shouldn't get involved in this. It wasn't done with good intentions. Shi Hao recalled the Battle Colosseum location. It's not exactly an ordinary place. The monsters are much higher level, and it's located far away. This location is full of bosses. Attacking the bosses requires twice as many people. The Han Mo clan will have to throw all its forces into completing this quest. In fact, our hero felt he should be grateful to the good people who added his guild to the list. After all, this is a great opportunity to prove himself. Ji Yu said goodbye and mentioned that she still had urgent matters to attend to. Shi Hao asked the girl if she would be participating in the quest this time. Ji Yu confirmed this but said she would be working behind the scenes, as she was responsible for supplying various materials. Yunfei told her brother that she'd heard everything and wanted to participate as well. Chi-Chi declared that she too was ready to help in any way she could. The protagonist pointed out that the girls were completely unprepared for such a difficult and dangerous battle. Moreover, they weren't even members of the squad. Yunfei said she knew how to solve this problem. Her brother just needed to add them to the team roster. Yunfei admitted that she really couldn't handle some problems on her own because she wasn't strong enough. She needed to train more to become stronger. She wasn't going to keep hiding behind her brother's back. Shi Hao thought his sister was right. In this treacherous world, danger lurked at every turn. The young man pointed out, even if his sister agreed, she would have to make a promise. Only then would he let her go with him. Shi Hao said that within 2 days, he would give his sister a sufficient number of ancient magic stones. She just needed to reach the 40th level. Then he would be able to take her with him. Yunfei was surprised. How could someone rise more than 20 levels in just 2 days? Where would he get so many magic stones? The young man replied that he had a friend in charge of minerals. Yunfei wondered what that meant. Chi-Chi said she could explain everything. Ancient magic stones are different from ordinary magic stones. They contain a greater concentration of power. When it comes to leveling up, these stones will allow Yunfei to gain more experience, and her core stats will also increase. Talented individuals can increase their experience gain rate by more than 70%. For some, the maximum value doesn't exceed 40. This process also greatly depletes strength and stamina. For some people, even 10 stones are too many. The cat said that the owner had arrived on time. He had done everything as instructed, and the stone mining was going well. Shi Hao said that Miao Bao was doing an excellent job. He should keep it up. The dragon Najia Luo told the cat not to take all the credit. There were some secret locations that were impossible to reach. Even with the dragon's power, it took several days to locate the magical stones. It wasn't easy at all. Shi Hao promised to reward the dragon for his help. However, he needed to transport all of this to his world. Shi Hao looked at the transport system and thought that the last time he'd built these machines with the help of the Master of Engineering, they hadn't worked as poorly as they did now. The artificial intelligence still wasn't perfect. Yunfei was extremely surprised when she saw so many ancient magic stones. Could it be that her brother really was skilled at mining minerals? Her mother noted that it had been the right decision to store such precious items inside the building. After all, no one knows what might happen outside. Her father wondered, could these stones actually help them level up? Shi Hao replied that his parents shouldn't worry. He had plenty of such stones. The most important thing was that his parents would be able to improve their skills. Now they would be able to stand up for themselves. The protagonist noticed that his sister had already started leveling up in earnest. His parents and Nana needed to join her immediately. An hour later, his parents said they needed to rest, since they were no longer young. Their stamina and strength weren't what they used to be. Yunfei told her brother that she was successfully leveling up. She was already at level 45. Her parents said Yunfei was simply amazing. Shi Hao thought it was incredible. His sister had managed to reach level 45 in just 1 hour. Apparently, she was one of those gifted individuals who could increase their results by 70%. By this point, Nana had already reached level 60. She said she needed more minerals. Nana added that she was doing fine and had also managed to reach a high level. Now she'd be able to go on a quest too. Shi Hao thought he'd created the perfect machine. The protagonist thought he wouldn't have any major problems with the quest, since they all needed to gain combat experience in battles. This would be a great opportunity. The young man said that the girls were joining his guild's combat squad and would set out on the quest together. Chi and Yunfei were delighted and said it would be just great. Shi Hao urged them to be careful and to be sure to follow his commands. Nana thought this would be a great chance to deal with that guy amid the chaos of the quest. At the appointed time, the system announced that verification was beginning. The Colosseum of War quest was titled Pioneers. It was necessary to enable task tracking. At the quest entrance, the system informed them that they would have to venture into a cave full of various dangers. The cave was first discovered by a magical crystal collector. Afterward, he sold the location's coordinates to a group for a high price and made a fortune. The group decided to explore the cave and after 2 kilometers discovered the entrance to the quest. At the entrance stood level 100 gatekeepers. The group spent several weeks battling the elite monsters guarding the gates in order to open the cave's entrance. The area covers 50 square kilometers. Due to the high concentration of magic crystals, images were captured using drones. The drone was subsequently shot down by the boss, but managed to transmit some of the data. Sha Si Ta was a very powerful level 115 boss. They needed to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming battle. This would be the first mission as part of the quest. There are deposits of useful materials not far from the temple. They need to set up a base there. Shi Hao thought this quest was too dangerous. He shouldn't have let the girls come along with him. Was it too late to back out? The more low-level players there were, the harder it would be. He suspected someone had deliberately added his guild to this list. Most likely, they'd be the underdogs here. Shi Hao asked what the Guild of Kings mission entailed in this quest. Vals replied that nothing was known at the moment. An explanation would follow once they entered the quest. Shi Hao decided he could wait a little while. In any case, he couldn't afford to miss this opportunity. He had the master engineer skill. Tomorrow, he'd need to check the blueprints for building machines. The young man rolled onto his side and decided it was time to sleep. However, a notification popped up that an unknown contact wanted to reach out to him. Shi Hao was surprised. Who could it be? Could it be some kind of nighttime scammer? The voice greeted Shi Hao. The young man thought the voice sounded familiar. Central Park in the 8th District. It was a good place to meet. However, the young man would never have imagined that she would decide to meet him at night, especially in a place like this. The woman asked the young man, who was sitting alone on a bench, if she could bother him for a moment. It was Miao Ro, an 8th-level cultivator. She said she had lost her little dog. Had the young man seen it? Shi Hao replied that he had just arrived. Could he help look for it? The woman thanked him for his help and said that the dog was wearing a black and white outfit with an orange stripe. The missing dog's name is Shi. Shi Hao asked, could that be Ying Huang? She was well disguised. It was hard to recognize her. The girl told the young man not to speak so loudly. Ying Huang noted that even at night they should be more careful, especially regarding her identity. Shi Hao admitted that she had a talent for disguise. He knew a thing or two about that. However, the girl had managed to outsmart him. The protagonist asked why she decided to meet so late at night. What was troubling her? The girl replied that it had to do with the upcoming quest. After all, didn't it seem strange to him too? Yin Huang pointed out that his guild was only at the first level, yet she had unexpectedly appeared on the list of participants. How could that have happened? Shi Hao replied that he suspected it had been done on purpose. But what was the reason? Yin Huang said that people higher up were keeping an eye on him. They wanted to use him during the quest. Shi Hao said, if they're keeping an eye on him and his people, it must be Senior Mo. Yin Huang remarked that if the young man had figured this out on his own, then he really is smart. Elder Mo Qi is currently the head of the Han Mo clan's board of directors. His sister, Mo Kir, holds the next highest position in the clan. It has long been no secret that the brother and sister exercise complete control over the clan's internal and external affairs. Despite both of their high level of leadership, Mo Kir, thanks to her popularity among the common people and her family's influence, enjoys greater support. Many also use her influence to keep Mo Qi in check. These circumstances make them enemies. When Shi Hao defeated the dragon, he thwarted all of Mo Qi's plans. Shi Hao agreed that he would indeed have to face off against many high-level clans. What other troubles await him ahead? The girl was surprised. Even under such intense pressure, Shi Hao never stopped smiling. However, it's not that easy to get out of this situation. Yin Huang noted that they wouldn't dare act at the very beginning of the quest. Therefore, she wanted to offer some advice. The first option would be humiliating, to show that the young man was worthless and make them lose faith in him. The second option was to demonstrate strength in order to inspire respect and fear. Then they wouldn't dare to attack. Shi Hao thanked the girl for her help. However, he didn't care how high or low someone's level of influence was. If a person was bad, he wouldn't change his opinion. He would choose the second option, let them think he was good for nothing, and then he'd spring a little surprise on them. The young man asked why Ying Huang had suddenly decided to warn him. It could cost her dearly. The girl replied that Shi Hao was special. She didn't want to drag him into other people's family feuds. It's terrible to lose your freedom and control over your own life. It's a waste of your best days. Right now, the young man can make his own choices, unlike her. She never had that right. Shi Hao was surprised. Couldn't Ying Huang control her own life? The girl thought that the stigma and shackles she'd shed as she grew up still hadn't left her. She was born in a poor neighborhood. One day, her parents went out to look for food and never returned. Back then, she survived on scraps found in trash cans and could have died at any moment. If that little girl had died on the street, no one would have cared. One day, while wandering the neighborhood in search of food, she noticed a gang attacking a caravan. In the middle of the caravan, she saw a very handsome boy. Although he looked younger, he wasn't afraid to fight back against their enemies. It was Mo Qi. He was 6 years old. Instead of being afraid, he used his limited magical abilities to put up some kind of resistance. Yin Huang saw a group of people sneaking up on them from behind, trying to attack. Mo Qi said that under no circumstances could they retreat. This cargo was particularly important to their company. He wouldn't let it be stolen. Armed bandits crept up from behind and pounced on the boy. Yin Huang said she didn't even know where her confidence and speed had come from, but she immediately rushed to the boy's aid and was injured by the bandits' attack. The next day, the girl woke up in a bed at the medical station. The district lost a frail girl, but the Han Mo clan gained a new warrior. Meeting the young master became a turning point in her life. She no longer had to worry about finding food or clothing. The young master even helped her improve her combat skills through training. As a result, she became one of the clan's commanders. Yin Huang said that her life did not belong to her. She could no longer escape her fate. The Han Mo clan would not let her go so easily. She had long since come to terms with this. However, she still couldn't help but envy Shi Hao, because he was free. Yin Huang added that the young man shouldn't get involved in the internal power struggles within the guilds. Shi Hao hadn't realized this girl had such a fate. There was some truth to her words, but he didn't agree that he possessed the kind of freedom she was talking about. The protagonist thought that only when he reached the very pinnacle would her words prove to be true. Wang Meng, a level 125 player, approached the young people. He said that Ying Huang had spoken out of turn. Her life was one big mystery to them. Even to the companion with whom she lives day and night, she might be holding something back. Yet surprisingly, she opens her heart to some young boy. It's disappointing. Yin Huang asked in surprise, how did Wang Meng end up here? Was he following her? Wang Meng told her not to insult him. After all, he couldn't sleep once he found out she'd left the house. Isn't that called caring about her? What if a beautiful girl ran into a bad person at night? Wang Meng walked over to the protagonist and said that this guy was quite something. Yin Huang had taken the bait and ended up having a pleasant conversation with him. Shi Hao asked his companion who this guy was. The girl explained that he was the guild's second in command. He usually kept her safe, but she hadn't expected him to be following her. Wang Meng reiterated that he hadn't been following her. Shi Hao said he'd heard a lot about this guy. He's the commander of the Art of War Guild's elite warrior squad. Wang Meng replied that he couldn't be compared to that kid. But right now, every guild is talking about this rising star. Shi Hao said that no one needed him, so how could anyone be talking about him? Wang Meng told the young man not to be so modest, since he had tried to recruit Yin Huang right in front of him. The squad commander swung his weapon and attacked, saying that Shi Hao was indeed an extraordinary boy. Yin Huang asked what Wang Meng was trying to achieve now. The young man replied that it wasn't a woman's business. Yin Huang shouldn't interfere. Shi Hao dodged the attack and said he agreed with the commander on this point. Wang Meng noted that his opponent was quite fast. Shi Hao suggested that if this was truly a man's business, he shouldn't hold back his true strength. Wang Meng realized he'd only put 60% of his strength into the strike, assuming his opponent would be destroyed. However, this kid turned out to be quite nimble. Shi Hao counterattacked and dealt a small amount of damage. Wang Meng thought this was actually interesting, but now he was definitely not going to go easy on him. Shi Hao decided he needed to take this more seriously. The squad had said that this guy had harmed Sister Yin Huang, and she'd also been punished by the guild. He wouldn't beat this guy up, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to sleep. Shi Hao asked what his opponent meant. What did punished by the guild mean? Wang Meng replied that she had interfered with his mission to eliminate the boss. Yin Huang had been removed from her position. The girl screamed for Wang Meng to shut up immediately and not talk about it. Wang Meng continued. She had also been ordered to recruit this boy into the guild, or else the punishment would be even harsher. Shi Hao thought that she had never wanted to recruit him, even when she spoke of the rivalry between the guilds. He hadn't realized that such a kind heart lay hidden behind such a cold exterior. Yin Huang said that Shi Hao could handle the boss on his own. She had dragged him into her affairs too much and now didn't want him to get any deeper involved. Shi Hao pointed out that he was the one who brought up the subject in the first place and was ready to take responsibility for his words. He would use the opportunity presented by the trial to help her return to her position. Wang Meng calmed down, turned around, and said they'd see each other in 2 days on the quest. Watching them, he could tell they cared about each other, which meant everything was fine. Yin Huang told Shi Hao not to take this lightly. This time, a difficult trial awaits them. Her representative will bring her team. They shouldn't provoke them. The protagonist promised the girl that he would take charge and not act like a clown. She should wait for his update. Our hero thought that even though his little sisters had leveled up, they still had problems with their gear, so they should check out the black market to upgrade their arsenal. They'd already earned the money for these expenses. The guy clutched his head. He'd completely forgotten that the girls were capable of spending an incredible amount of money in the shortest amount of time. So far, they'd already spent over 3 million. Yunfei thanked her brother since their inventory was now fully stocked. Each of the girls wanted to show off their new purchases. Shi Hao told the girls that their purchases looked really cool. He genuinely didn't understand how purchases that cost 3 million could possibly be unattractive. The protagonist tried to calm himself down. After all, he was earning money to improve his loved one's arsenal. Besides, he needed engineering recipes himself. Miss Mo said she had such recipes and was willing to send them to him. No money was needed for this, they were friends. Mo Kier noted that she'd like to apologize, since she was the one who had added his guild to the list of those taking the trial. It had been her brother's idea, but she hadn't been able to fix the situation. Shi Hao replied that this was a great opportunity to work together. Mo Kier said she felt relieved after hearing his confident words. After all, he wouldn't be going on the quest alone. When the time came, 3 representatives would be sent from her side. They would definitely need to get to know each other. The young woman added that Shi Hao should be careful and return safe and sound. Shi Hao received 30 engineering recipes from Miss Mo. The young man thought it was a fortune. This truly gave him more and more hope. Tomorrow would be the first day of their journey. Han Mo's safe arena. A large crowd had gathered here. Guild of Kings? Level 1. Yunfei noticed that everyone had high levels. It was a good thing they'd leveled up in advance, otherwise, it would have been very embarrassing. Other hunters remarked that many beautiful girls had gathered in the guild, led by Shi Hao, even though their guild was only level 1. Luo Feng thought if he came across the Art of War guild, he might be able to recruit himself into it. However, that wouldn't be right, since he was a member of the Guild of Kings and couldn't abandon them. Tian Tian said she really wanted to meet the legendary Ying Huang. That would be great. Representatives from other guilds, looking at the girls, wondered where they had come from. Could it be that they decided this path led to the Warm Islands? Liang Xiang from the Grey Howl Guild asked in surprise who had allowed a first-level guild to participate in the quest. How could they possibly be of any use? They'd only get in the way and waste time. Still, their pretty girls might be some fun. Luo Feng was outraged. How dare these scoundrels speak that way? Shi Hao told him not to fall for their provocations. It wasn't worth making enemies right at the start of the journey. Liang Xiang said he'd heard about this kid. Mo Kier had pulled him up from the very bottom. Apparently, he's a lucky one. However, he doesn't understand how this guy managed to snatch the boss that Ying Huang was hunting. But he shouldn't let his guard down now. Every mistake could lead to his death. Wang Ming grabbed Liang Xiang by the head and told him not to get in the way. Liang Xiang, startled, apologized to the commander for getting in his way. It was his fault that he hadn't noticed the commander. The squad commander patted our hero on the shoulder and said they'd met again. Was the young man ready to take on a new quest? Shi Hao greeted Brother Wang Meng and added that the bulk of the work would fall on them, but if possible, he would carry out the assigned tasks. Wang Meng wondered how the young man could be so honest. He even envied those qualities. The commander decided to introduce the protagonist to his squad. Wang Meng introduced the first commander of the Han Mo clan to those present, Hong Wangzhou, a level 130 player. He was a representative of the Art of War Guild. The bald man with a head of steel, Li Xing. The female healer's name is Li Xing. These two aren't very talkative. The assassin Lei and the high-level magic swordsman Ran Yun Xiao should have already crossed paths with the young man. Some of them were transferred to his team after Ying Huang was removed. Lei told Wang Meng not to be so polite. There's no need to introduce everyone to this nobody. He isn't worthy of it. Shi Hao told Commander Wang to wait a moment. The protagonist admitted that he was to blame for what had happened to Ying Huang. He hoped that in the future there would be an opportunity to work together, and then he would make amends. Shi Hao extended his hand to the commander. The hunters were surprised. Could this kid really be trying to befriend the commander? Such a major guild wouldn't associate with a rookie like that. It was like shaking hands with Mo Qi himself. Hong Wangzhou shook the young man's hand and expressed his hope that his words would not disappoint him or Mo Qi. The hunters were astonished. Did the commander really shake hands with this kid? He doesn't even notice them, yet he paid attention to him. Hong Wangzhou wished the protagonist good luck and told him not to forget about Ying Huang. Shi Hao replied that he remembered everything. The young man thought that when he shook the commander's hand, he'd felt as if he'd been scanned. This commander was definitely no ordinary man. One of the hunters asked if what Shi Hao had said was true. Was he really going to cooperate with their guild? The hunter introduced himself as Lu Zhangfeng, commander of the Wind Clouds Guild. His sister had asked him to keep an eye on him. However, this guy's behavior was making him wonder. Were they really on the same side? Lu Zhangfeng remarked that if this guy did anything behind his older sister's back, he'd make sure Shi Hao couldn't complete the quest. Shi Hao was surprised. Didn't his actions clearly show that he didn't want anything to do with Mo Qi? He had merely shown respect to the Art of War Guild because he wanted to help Ying Huang. The chief engineer of the Han Mo clan, Lai Ye Shi, received a report that the teleport was ready for operation. He could activate it at any time. The teleport was activated. The hunters were in awe. It was immediately clear that this was a great master of engineering. He had spent only one day installing the teleport. Others wouldn't even have a week to complete the task. Shi Hao thought that this master engineer was truly skilled. He had relied solely on his own knowledge to reach the level of a master engineer. That was truly impressive. But judging by his appearance, one might assume he had a bad temper. The Han Mo clan's base. The hunters were surprised. Hadn't they been told that a new base would be built? Who destroyed everything here? And why is there so much blood? Chi-Chi said there was a foul smell here. It seemed like a battle had taken place. Shi Hao told the girl not to be afraid, since he was right there. The protagonist surmised that a group of monsters might have attacked the base and staged a bloody massacre. At such a high quest level, not everything will be described in detail. This mission isn't as simple as its description suggests. The main objective of this quest is to guard the mining machine. Shi Hao thought that rebuilding the base would require a lot of minerals. The machine was a worn-out mining rig. It was far too old. You could tell from its condition that it had survived more than one attack. It had been repaired several times, and its level was far too low. Liang Xiang expressed his dissatisfaction at being assigned to the same group as this strange squad. On top of that, they'd been given such a dilapidated vehicle. How was he supposed to earn points with his team? Yunfei was puzzled. Why do they need team points? Liang Xiang got angry. Did these people really know nothing about the quest? In that case, he'd explain everything right now. Team points can be used to gain guild experience. You can also use points to purchase items from the store. The more points you have, the better items you can buy. Liang Xiang noticed that there was an old machine in front of them that was completely incapable of mining enough crystals. It was the lowest level machine. You couldn't mine anything with it. Shi Hao realized that their goal was to mine crystals in the cave, and he liked that. The guy said it wasn't such a big deal. The protagonist activated the flame sword. Liang Xiang was surprised. Did he really intend to mine the crystals by hand? That method would be even slower. However, he saw that this young man was capable of cutting through level 90 crystals. Liang Xiang asked what his plan was. Shi Hao replied that everything would become clear soon. The young man walked over to the old machine. The protagonist asked the advisor if they could fuse this machine with a level 90 crystal. Our hero wanted to turn it into an upgraded version of the cave mining machine. Weiss replied that it was possible. Luo Feng was delighted and said that the commander was back in action. Shi Hao used his unique abilities. Liang Xiang concluded that this kid had used a secret trick. What could it be? The mad machine had been upgraded to level 90. Now it's best not to stand in its way. To it, everything looks like a cave. The hunters were surprised. Where did such technology come from? Liang Xiang realized that an engineer's ability had been used. But who would have known that this kid possessed engineering skills and was capable of creating level 90 machines? That's truly a special skill. Shi Hao said that this machine had scanned Nana. Now the maid should look for a level 90 cave. They're bigger than the usual ones. Nana took her place as the operator of this marvel of technology and said that only their commander was capable of creating such machines. She really liked it. Nana scanned the area and reported to the commander that she had found a level 90 cave. It was located directly beneath them, 5 meters underground. Shi Hao looked at the radar screen and was surprised. Could there really be that many minerals here? This is an incredible stroke of luck. Nana activated the machine's working mechanism and the drill began to move. Yunfei noticed the look on Chi-Chi's face and asked what was wrong. The girl replied that everything was fine. She was just a little scared of such a huge machine. Tiantin urged everyone to look down. What was happening to Nana? Nana had reached a cave filled with magical crystals of epic quality. Luo Feng said it was just pure luck. Nana kept working, repeating that she needed more. Meanwhile, the team's points increased by 250,000. Liang Xiang was surprised. Could this guy really have started digging at random? Only someone with equipment of the same level can find a level 90 cave. However, only a top-notch engineer can create such technology. The squad commander declared that this guy was special, but at the same time suspicious. The assistant fell into Liang Xiang's grasp and was slapped. Liang Xiang turned to the protagonist and apologized, explaining that they really hadn't known who they were dealing with. Shi Hao replied that he had seen a lot in his time. After all, they were on the same team, so there was no need for hostility. They too had a stake in earning team points. Liang Xiang thanked him for his understanding. The command center was activated, an invisible scout, a spy drone. The observers couldn't figure out what had happened to the Guild of Kings. They used to be at the bottom of the list. How did they manage to climb to first place? First, they robbed Yin Huang, and now they've managed to obtain so many crystals. This guy is definitely hiding something. Engineer Lai Ye-shi thought that since this guy had suddenly managed to upgrade the machine to level 90, he must possess exceptional engineering skills. What engineering class is he anyway? Shen Hao pointed upward with his fingers. The onlookers were surprised. Could he really have spotted their reconnaissance drone? But ordinary people can't see them. Engineer Lai Ye-shi ordered the unmanned reconnaissance drone to return and told them not to ask any unnecessary questions. Lai Ye-shi thought that he had personally designed this drone, yet somehow the young man had managed to spot it. Players with lower engineering skill levels are unable to make it out. Shen Hao thought the drone had flown away after his greeting. Now, in any case, he had a little free time to scout the area. The protagonist activated his wings and told his squad not to stray. He needed to scout out the situation right away. Liang Xiong pointed out that leaving the mission site was a violation of the rules. If he got caught, he would be punished. Shi Hao flew up and said he'd be back very soon. Liang Xiong shouted that he couldn't handle it alone, so he was waiting for Shi Hao to return quickly. From a bird's-eye view, our hero spotted another base located nearby. But the mission description hadn't mentioned it. The protagonist surmised that this base had been deliberately concealed. Now he needed to gather more information about it. The young man spotted a mark on one of the buildings, but that was the Huangzheng clan's mark. So did they also have a base in this location? The young man recalled that Miss Mo had told him that two clans, Han Mo and Huangzheng, were in command of this quest. Why are the two largest clans keeping such a close watch on this place? There must be a big secret hidden here. The Huangzheng main base. Guards are patrolling the area and discussing the current situation. Last time, things got really intense here. Not everyone survived. This time, they're completely surrounded by the Han Mo clan. Shi Hao activated his ghost skill and became invisible while remaining motionless. The guards said that this time they would wait until the Han Mo clan members finished mining the minerals, and then suddenly attack and rob them. But does that even make sense? After all of Han Mo's forces have already arrived for the quest. One guard replied to his colleague that the higher-ups had thought everything through in advance. This time, he would be coming too. Hong Wangzhou wouldn't stand in their way. His colleague was surprised. Could it be that the creature of unknown level had finally emerged from its lair to help them? Shi Hao stepped aside and tried to make sense of it all. So it turns out the Huangzheng clan has a creature of unknown level. He absolutely had to get to the bottom of this. He activated the all-seeing eye. Our hero managed to obtain additional information. There were about 50 people. Their levels ranged from 60 to 140. This was the highest level our hero had ever encountered. He even felt a little scared. The protagonist decided to take a look at the level 140 being. Where could this marvel be? Zhue Lu was the one with that level. Her stats were unknown. Shi Hao was surprised. Could this young girl really be a being like him? It was hard to believe. The girl opened her eyes and looked up. The people apologized for disturbing her. Had she woken up because they were talking too loudly? Xue Li pointed upward and said that this man was quite bold to dare to watch her. The girl added that Han Mo never learned anything. Our hero realized that his all-seeing eye had been detected. Jolie thought to herself that they'd managed to remove the all-seeing eye rather quickly. These guys had practically checked her out and were secretly watching her. Was anyone from the Han Mo clan capable of that? The girl told those present that it was just a routine check, and there was no need to make a big deal out of it. Shi Hao tried to catch his breath and compose himself. This girl struck him as very dangerous. It was a good thing he'd managed to remove the all-seeing eye in time. Otherwise, she would have recognized him instantly and attacked. Who would have thought she was capable of such a thing? Our hero decided that this battle would be completely unusual, since on one side was Hong Wangzhou and on the other, Xue Li. What secrets were hidden here? The young man decided to return to base first. He'd gathered some new information, so his decision to go on a reconnaissance mission hadn't been in vain. Long Hua asked where Shi Hao, the head of the Guild of Kings, was now. The man added that he had come here specifically to check on things. Could it be that on the very first day of the mission, they dared to run away? Command points would be deducted. Liang Xiong said that wasn't the case. Commander Shi Hao had stepped aside because he'd eaten something spoiled and had a stomachache. Right now, he was somewhere nearby taking care of his business. The protagonist landed behind the old man and asked in surprise, "Did he get a stomachache?" Liang Xiong was delighted and said, "Finally, the commander's here. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Next time you should stick to food you know is safe." The old man wanted the young man to play along, since they didn't want their command points deducted. Shi Hao admitted his guilt. He had indeed eaten something past its expiration date the day before. Today, he had to face the consequences. Long Hua was outraged. How dare this scoundrel laugh? How did this guy even become the guild leader? Our hero thought that this man was definitely abusing his position. In such a large organization, there are always one or two crooks who think they're above everyone else. He didn't want to grovel before people like that. Shi Hao admitted he'd made a mistake, so only his points should be deducted. The team shouldn't suffer. Long Hua declared that this was impossible. Shouldn't this team work together? Since this was a group quest, he would deduct points from everyone. Shi Hao was surprised. Why was this scoundrel treating him this way? Could it be that Mo Chi himself had sent him? An engineer appeared from around the corner and told Director Long not to rush. He wanted to look into Shi Hao's case himself. Long Hua replied, If the master wishes it, then so be it. However, there's no need to go easy on this kid. The inspector thought this guy was a real scoundrel. He was very angry with the young man. If it weren't for the master engineer, he wouldn't have let it slide so easily. Lai Ye-shi said he wanted to take a walk with this young man. He had a few questions. The protagonist thought that this man definitely had authority. With just a few words, he was able to send Director Long away. Why had he shown up here? The engineer said that, based on his observations, Shi Hao was quite intelligent. However, this was an order from above. He was just an office worker and nothing more. Although he had noticed something interesting, a first-level guild was participating in the quest, but then everything became clear. Lai Ye-shi remarked that he would never have guessed such a young man possessed such engineering skills. He could only assume that Shi Hao had mastered engineering at a high level. The office staff were surprised. Could this really be possible? Did he really possess such talent? The protagonist thought, had he been found out? It was no surprise that Lai Ye-shi was a master of his craft. Nothing could be hidden from him. The man said that he was looking at a rare engineering genius. Staying in certain teams would only slow his growth. He suggested disbanding the first-level guild and transferring to his engineering department. Shi Hao thanked the master for the compliments. However, his interest in engineering was nothing more than a hobby. He didn't have much interest in it. The staff were surprised that a young man of such a high level could say such things. Did he really think it was too easy for him? These words were an insult to the long history of all engineers. Shi Hao replied that he didn't mean to downplay the complexity of engineering, quite the opposite. In fact, he believes it's a very demanding but interesting craft, and he didn't mean to offend anyone. However, he doesn't like conducting research while sitting somewhere in the rear. He enjoys fighting enemies on the front lines, which is why he's forced to turn down such an amazing offer. Lai Ye-shi expressed his regret, but he understood that he couldn't force the young man. The engineer added that Director Long wouldn't deduct any command points. The protagonist thanked him. Lai Ye-shi noted that this favor wouldn't come for free. He'd have to help out someday, so Shi Hao needed to be ready. Shi Hao shook the engineer's hand and said he appreciated his kindness. He was always ready to come to the rescue and do everything in his power. Suddenly, the alarm went off in the room. What had happened? Hong Wangzhou reported that unexpected circumstances had arisen that the engineer needed to know about. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. He switched the video feed to a drone camera. From a bird's-eye view, it was clear that an army of insects had appeared in the valley. They had emerged from the caves earlier than expected. Their numbers were also higher than predicted. Lai Ye-shi told them to return to the main base as quickly as possible. Huang Wangzhou replied that the problem was that they couldn't go back. A swarm of insects had emerged. This open terrain was ideal for an attack by humans. Therefore, they wouldn't return to base and would be forced to wait for a battle with these insects. Lai Ye-shi declared that this was madness. The base had only just begun to recover, and they were already severely short-handed there. He asked how much time remained before the insect army arrived. The squad commander replied, no more than 4 hours. The staff were terrified because in such a short time, they wouldn't be able to escape the insect's attack. There was nothing safe about this mission. They would all die. The people didn't want to die. They screamed that they were going home. Longhua still didn't understand what was happening. An employee was struck by a bright beam that pierced his head. Longhua saw this and screamed in terror. Lai Ye-shi ordered everyone to remain at their posts. Anyone who disobeyed the order would suffer the same fate as that poor man. The engineer asked Director Long why he had come to this department. The man was indignant. After all, he was the one who should be asking what they were doing here. Everyone at the base had seen the broadcast with Commander Hong Wangzhou. They had only 4 hours left before the insects arrived. The engineer ordered that all tasks required to prepare the base be completed within 3 hours. Lai Ye-shi thought that even if they managed to complete the restoration process within 3 hours, they would still have to fight off the insects. Moreover, their numbers exceeded the forecast. The specialists wondered if they would be able to hold out. Shi Hao surmised that the master was deeply concerned about the current situation, but he was forced to add fuel to the fire. The young man reported that he had previously infiltrated the Huangjing clan's base and obtained some very important information. Their rivals are waiting for the insects to attack them. At that very moment, they also plan to launch a surprise attack. They have an enemy lurking behind their lines. Shen Hao reiterated that this time, the insect army exceeds the permissible limit. The young man explained that their campsite was located inside the canyon behind them. Although this spot was safer, it was closer to the crystal caves and also closer to the insect's lair. This meant they would be the first to encounter the insect army, giving them time to extricate themselves from this situation. The protagonist thought that the current situation was indeed difficult to resolve, but couldn't they simply exit the quest, then return with renewed strength and destroy the enemies? Lai Si replied that this was impossible. Opening the portal to the quest required a huge amount of resources. When they arrived here, all the resources had already been used up. Right now, the portal was also recharging, and they would have to wait another 10 hours for it to finish. Therefore, they needed to be fully aware of all the risks. Longhua shouted that he didn't want to die, not even alongside them. The man remarked that now the engineer wouldn't be staying in the rear. He'd have to go fight on the front lines. Everything now rested on his shoulders. If he couldn't handle his job, then he should be the first to go into battle. Lai Si slapped the man across the cheek and told him to shut up immediately. The engineer told his subordinates that Director Long was exhausted and needed to be sent on leave. Lai Si fully understood the daunting task ahead of them. He couldn't make any promises, but he had no intention of backing down or abandoning everyone. Together they would defend the base, doing everything in their power. The soldiers acknowledged that they had nowhere to run. But would they be able to accomplish their mission? How would they manage in such a short time if there were too many insects? The engineer said that they now have a glimmer of hope that will allow them to survive this clash and turn the tide of battle. The soldiers asked what hope the master was referring to. Lai Si replied that he was referring to a young man named Shi Hao. Our hero expressed utter astonishment. Lai Si remarked that if the young man possessed engineering skills, their chances of victory would instantly increase. Those present said that the commander must be mistaken. How could this boy be a master of engineering? If this really is their only hope, then the monsters are already coming for their souls. Shen Hao said that Lai Si had spoken the truth, for the boy truly possessed a high level of engineering skill. But what was expected of him? The staff were outraged. Did this kid really dare to call himself a master? Where could such a young master of engineering possibly come from? Lai Si explained that he wanted the young man to reach the front section of the base and build a weapon to attack the insects. It was necessary to reduce their numbers as much as possible and buy time to prepare the main base. The protagonist replied that the engineer was sending him to certain death. The young man added that he guaranteed his loyalty and trust in Lai Si's decisions, but what good would it do for him to do this? The military officers asked why the young man considered this pointless. Perhaps he was simply afraid? People like him have no right to be masters. Why was he afraid to sacrifice himself to save others? Shen Hao declared that he hates being accused of cowardice. However, he does not agree that dying is pointless. Are all those present really going to let themselves be eaten by insects just like that? The engineer said the young man could count on him. If they had more time, the young man would get a positive answer. He, the chief engineer of the Han Mo clan, gave the young man his word. Shi Hao replied that he trusted this engineer. However, time was running out, so he was heading straight to the base's front lines to take care of the defenses. Lai Si noted that all of the base's forces would be directed toward achieving the set objective. Shi Hao must do everything to protect them. Their fate is in his hands. Shi Hao thought to himself that he wasn't worried about their fates, since he wasn't a true hero. He was doing everything for the sake of his loved ones and nothing more. Chi-Chi told the commander that she wanted to go with him. Yunfei said it would be better for them to stay here. Yunfei added that they couldn't stand by while her brother fought alone. Shi Hao was doing this for their sake. Perhaps they could help him in some way if they had to retreat. The protagonist said that only Yunfei could understand him, which wasn't surprising, since she was his sister. In any case, they should stop worrying, he'd be fine. Yunfei added that they trust the commander. Shi Hao is sure to succeed. After all, they're the Guild of Kings. No trouble is too much for them. It's fun to stride across the vast lands together. The protagonist said he needed the maid's help. Nana had to go with him. Nana declared that she could hear the commander's voice and was rushing to him immediately. Shi Hao acknowledged that Lai Si had chosen a good spot. This canyon was ideal for defense, as they were surrounded by mountains on all sides, giving them an advantage. It would be much harder to fight in an open field, Nana agreed. Shi Hao noted that this was merely a strategic advantage, since in reality their position posed a huge problem. The protagonist told Nana to go ahead and place explosive spiders along the insect army's path. The explosive spiders could show the enemies the true power of the earth by sending them straight to hell. Xiao Hao told Weiss to use every engineering skill at his disposal to increase the blast radius and damage. There were 3 hours left before the insects arrived. The protagonist thought that the first thing to build for defense was a resource transfer device. This would allow the main base to receive mine resources through it. Thanks to this, the base would have enough resources to use weapons for defense. It's also necessary to build a defensive wall. However, a single wall won't be enough to hold back an entire army of insects, so additional defenses must be added. Shen Hao said that the next stage is the most important. Flying robots can also be used as defensive soldiers. Highly mobile level 80 machine gun turrets and full-fledged heavy artillery were created. A highly concentrated magic cannon was also developed. Lai Yexi thought that this guy was using all their resources to ensure their protection. He had also taken the unmanned robots and increased their damage and level, which was why their supplies were running out so quickly. Shen Hao looked at the weapon and thought that this was exactly what he had wanted to build. They couldn't spend all the base's resources they needed to save some for themselves too. Nana noticed that the commander was capable of making such difficult decisions. There were half an hour left before the insects arrived. Nana saw the red comet and wondered in surprise. When had he managed to tame a combat dragon? Wouldn't this cause her some difficulties? The commander ordered Weiss to apply every possible upgrade to the red comet. Weiss suggested using Mad Moss's account. It would be better suited for the red comet. The assistant added that he just happened to have a recipe for bone armor made of strong metal. We should thank Miss Mo for her support. Shen Hao acknowledged that the stats were indeed quite good. Since this armor was designed for human use, it needed to be modified slightly. The red dragon began to transform. The protagonist said it was a gift from him. The dragon began to look more warlike and imposing, striking fear into the hearts of its enemies. Shi Hao noticed that he felt much calmer when the red comet was nearby. Nana said it was simply amazing. However, she didn't understand the value of these metal robots. She wasn't the least bit envious of such upgrades. Shi Hao said he had something new for Nana too. Thanks to it, she would be able to fight back against enemies. Nana thought that even if the commander upgraded her, she still wouldn't give up her determination to deal with him. Such lowly creatures as humans could never understand the full beauty and power of mechanical life. Nana had become the mechanical queen of machines. She embodied both beauty and great power in one being. She possessed an unshakable character and a perfect body. Humans were mere carbon-based life forms, like tiny spiders. They could not comprehend the secret of the machine's perfection. Nana sensed that something was happening to her body. She felt hot, as if there was something inside her. Shi Hao announced that he had upgraded something in her body. Now she would see everything. Nana was now equipped with armor, weapons, and wings. She felt her strength increase many times over. Nana said she liked it. Shi Hao noted that they would soon face a battle. However, Nana shouldn't overestimate her strength. The girl didn't understand what was happening to her. Her sensations had become too warm. Shi Hao thought that now it was his turn. He recalled that in school he had studied the complex structure of insects and had been unable to pierce their outer shell. They had one special feature. Their exoskeletons adapt well to the cold. Only fire-based attacks can deal significant damage. According to the combat data provided by Nana, the laser dealt very high damage to the monster when she fought the centipede. So the principle must be the same. Xiao Hao told the girl that he would now need the very recipe Miss Mo had given him. He needed to find it on the list. Weiss was surprised. Could it be that the commander finally needed that very recipe? This was getting interesting. The young man didn't know how many resources he'd need to create it. In any case, he ordered Weiss to begin construction. Suddenly, an alarm went off. The amount of resources had dropped sharply. There weren't enough to maintain the base. The staff wondered, what on earth is this kid up to? The engineer and everyone else looked up and saw Shi Hao. Lai Yexi remarked that it was simply an amazing machine. Shi Hao told his assistant that he now needed to familiarize himself with the controls. Weiss admitted that it was indeed eye-catching. The consultant said the commander shouldn't worry about the controls, he would take care of them. All of the commander's commands would be automatically relayed to him. That would make it easier to operate this vehicle. Shi Hao remarked that the interior of this machine was very comfortable. Weiss agreed that's exactly how it should be. All of the owner's wishes and requirements had been taken into account during the design phase. The commander was informed that energy emissions had been detected nearby. The insect army was already on the approach. Shi Hao was surprised. Were they really advancing? He needed the live feed from the surveillance cameras. Since the number of insects was too great, the system couldn't stream video for more than 2 minutes. Only now did Shi Hao begin to think about the enormous number of insects. Would he be able to survive under these conditions? Our hero decided that now was no time for indecision. Everything in the base command room began to shake. Those present were startled. Could this be an earthquake? An engineer explained that an army of insects was approaching. Their footsteps could be heard right here. The squad commanders were outraged. How dare these insects come in such numbers? However, they mustn't show any fear. They had to hold out until the very end. Luo Feng said that they needed to trust their commander now since he was the only one capable of stopping these insects. The girls believed in Shi Hao. He would definitely succeed. Our hero would love to destroy all the insects in an instant, but he is unable to do so. He needs to destroy as many beetles as possible to reduce their numbers. The more time he can buy, the better the chances of fortifying the main base. There's half a minute left before the insect army arrives. The commander was informed that they're within range. It's time to launch the attack. Shen Hao replied that there was no need to rush. They should wait until the insects got close to the defensive wall. Only then should they begin. The protagonist understood that this was only the first wave, so it was worth testing his strength. The young man opened automatic fire to take them down. The firepower exceeded all expectations. However, a huge number of enemies continued to approach the defensive wall. Among them, the level 45 jumping pinchers stood out in particular. Lai Shi thought that this was not the number they had expected. It was clear that Shi Hao was using a highly mobile level 80 machine gun turret and had once again opened fire to eliminate the enemies. The onlookers witnessed a demonstration of these versatile cannons. They were completely unlike the ones they were used to building and using. How had Shi Hao managed to construct them? A squad of level 60 poisonous flying beetles appeared, and this seemed like a real disaster. Beetles of this species have a special ability. They can attack the wall by spraying poison onto the shield surface. Would the wall be able to withstand the poison attacks? They weren't prepared for this. The most important thing was to keep the resource gathering process going. That way, the defenses could hold out longer. But even if the wall holds, what about the beetles attacking up close? Right now, they're outside the gun's range. However, the firebombing had been activated. The range was sufficient to attack the bugs at the near edge. The cannons were powerful enough to repel the enemies. Now there was hope for victory. Lai Ye thought something wasn't right here. It was all too simple. The system hadn't yet provided an exact count of the bugs. The alarm sounded again. The system had finished counting the size of the bug army. The system reported that the current number of bugs had increased tenfold compared to previous quests. The people at the base were astonished. How was this possible? They shouldn't tell Shi Hao about this. Even with his protection, their chances of survival were practically zero. Were they all really going to die here? The engineer had thought the number of bugs had increased only fivefold. However, in reality, the number was even more terrifying. Even if they pinned their hopes on Shi Hao, it might not help. Our hero realized that the situation was very dire, and it truly frightened him. Shi Hao thought it had been a mistake to enter their territory. Though that didn't matter anymore. His comrades were behind him, and he couldn't let the enemies get through. He was the last line of defense. Our hero didn't know if he could handle such a large number of bugs, but he certainly wasn't going to retreat. The young man ordered Red Comet and Nana to get ready. They would hold out until the very end. The protagonist gave the order, and the vanguard rushed into the attack. Shen Hao invited everyone to experience the firepower firsthand. The insect army's numbers had decreased slightly. The insects noted that humans were indeed capable of something. However, they wouldn't be able to do anything in the air. The poisonous mosquitoes were confident of victory. Nana soared into the sky and said that her opponent was wrong. They felt just as comfortable in the air as they did on the ground. The girl thought the guy was really smart for having prepared a combat suit in advance. The armor was actually pretty good. It made fighting enemies an exciting experience. Now they could really take care of the insects. The size of the army had been reduced by a third. The system reported that ammunition reserves were below 30%. Weiss reported this and recommended focusing on using combat projectiles. Shi Hao pointed out that they were not yet capable of firing combat shells. They needed to try to destroy as many insects as possible. The commander ordered his aides to retreat 1 kilometer from the enemy. A powerful explosion was about to occur. The insects were surprised by what these humans had come up with. Explosive shells soared into the sky. The insects decided that the humans would still be unable to destroy their countless army. A massive explosion rang out, and the insect army was reduced to half its original size. The system reported that the remaining ammunition was 0. Shi Hao announced that in that case they would use melee weapons. Shi Hao approached the insects and began crushing them using whatever was at hand. Liang Xiong shouted that Shi Hao had decided to sacrifice himself for them. The squad commander noticed that the transmission had suddenly been cut off. Could it have been someone from the beetle army? Luo Feng said he deeply regretted it. If he were stronger, he could have helped. Why was he so weak? The girls hoped that the commander would definitely manage to handle the situation. The military personnel from headquarters, as well as from the command center, decided they needed to move out to help. After all, they were all elite fighters and couldn't just let their comrades die like that. The system reported that the exit from the base was blocked and it was pointless to try to break out. They needed to disperse to safe zones. Lai Ye-shi urged those present to remain calm. He was glad that people were fearlessly rushing into battle to help their comrade. However, they needed to analyze the situation first. If Shi Hao couldn't handle it, they would simply die in vain. They needed to return to their positions, prepare their gear for battle, and ensure that Shi Hao's efforts were not in vain. The system reported that communication had not been restored. The engineer thought that this guy had surprised everyone. If the number of insects hadn't exceeded expectations, he would have handled them with ease. But now there was nothing he could do to help. Nana said there were too many flying beetles, and their buzzing was driving her crazy. The girl was filled with determination. Beetles swarmed the red comet. The dragon was furious and mercilessly destroyed them. The insect army had been reduced to 1/3 of its original size. The system reported critical damage. The structural integrity reserve was down to no more than 2%. The protagonist wondered, could his time really be coming to an end? The supply base had been completely destroyed. The defensive weapons were also damaged. The bugs only had to break through the defensive wall, and then they would be able to reach the base. Our hero remembered that he had a trick up his sleeve. He needed to log into the Vampire King account. However, it was unclear how long that would last. An order to switch accounts was issued. Suddenly, our hero saw snow. But where could it have come from on the battlefield? Shen Hao saw right in front of him that very girl from the Huangzheng clan. It was Xue Lu. The protagonist realized that this girl was a high-level player. But wasn't that clan planning to attack them? What was their motive for helping? Xue Lu said that this guy had risked facing an entire army of insects all by himself. They have enough fighting spirit to take on such challenges. However, fighting spirit alone isn't enough. The girl used this as a pretext to help them. The insect army decided that another person had come to join them for dinner, and he looked very tasty. Xue Lu said, if the insects want to try eating her, let them come faster. She's ready to test whether these bugs have enough strength to get close to her. Xue Lu used her magic, and the insects were surprised by what she was doing. The ice breath skill was activated. All enemies within a half-kilometer radius took magical ice damage. The insect army was reduced to 1/4 of its original size. The insects decided to retreat. The protagonist thought he could no longer attack them. Could it be that he too had fallen under the effect of the ice spell? His car had stopped moving. Shi Hao saw just how powerful this girl was. After all, without saying a word, she had managed to accomplish this. The insect army was now down to 20% of its original size. In the blink of an eye, Xue Lu had managed to wipe out a huge number of beetles. Now it was clear just how powerful the 140th level was. However, his blood phantom had also been destroyed. The surviving insects said that this girl had finished her spell, and now they needed to capture and subdue her. She couldn't handle an entire army on her own. Xue Lu declared that she wasn't finished, and the icy attack continued. Shi Hao grabbed Nana by the shoulders and said they needed to be careful. This girl's abilities target a specific area, and it's easy to get hurt. Xue Lu asked curiously, could someone really have survived her attack? She sensed a familiar scent. It was the same one she'd encountered at Huangzheng's base. Could this really be that spy? Shi Hao replied that it was no surprise she had noticed him. After all, she was at level 140. He had nearly been caught in her attack, but he still had to thank her. Xue Lu pointed out, if he could see her level, that meant his level was roughly the same. But why was he thanking his enemy? Only a fool would do such a thing. Shi Hao explained that this was just the kind of person he was. If someone helped him, he had to thank them. However, the girl had destroyed his combat vehicle, so he'd have to hold that against her. Nana thought this girl was very dangerous. Xue Lu had never met anyone who dared to speak to her like that. The girl was curious about how this guy felt about her. However, first he needed to finish something. Xue Lu added that he needed to survive first. Shi Hao looked back and asked, what is that? The insect army had reached last year's numbers. However, a level 110 insect king had appeared. It was the insect boss, frightening and terrifying. The protagonist thought that as soon as the number of insects reached last year's level, the boss immediately appeared. Apparently, Xue Lu had come for him. In this way, This girl would eliminate a huge number of beetles to preserve Huang Zheng's base. She would allow the boss to destroy Han Mo's base without losing a single soldier. Once that base was destroyed, they would be free to do whatever they pleased. Shi Hao said that in fact, she didn't need to go to such lengths. She could have handled Han Mo's base on her own. The girl replied that she wasn't interested in the clan members, nor did she want to get involved in the rivalry between the clans. She had come to carry out an order from above. Shi Yejui Lu noted that his intellect was practically on par with hers. However, sometimes intellect alone isn't enough to compensate for a lack of strength. If the young man managed to survive, she would eagerly await the day when he came to collect what was owed to him. Shi Hao thought that the way she vanished was similar to the method Shui he had used. In a short time, he had already encountered 3 young women with the surname Shui. Was this a coincidence? Shui He, Shui Li, Shui Lu. What could be the connection between them? However, now was not the time to think about that. Our hero realized that he now needed to come up with a way to defeat the boss. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. The young man thought that the number of insects had returned to normal. With their current strength, they would hardly be able to make it back to base. In any case, he would have to expend all his remaining strength to destroy the boss. The resource extraction site had been destroyed, and communication with the base had been cut off. They didn't even have a clue that Shu Lu had been here and helped him deal with the bugs. He needed to find a way to report the situation to those at the base. They had to be prepared to face the enemy. The commander ordered Nana to go to the base and report on the current situation. She also needed to call someone for help. Nana was surprised. Had they really healed her? Had the commander really decided to use his resources to restore her? Shen Hao told the maid to hurry up. Nana replied that she would get right to work on the task. Nana was surprised. Was the commander really planning to fight the boss all by himself? However, he must not die. That could only happen at her hands. Shi Hao mounted the red dragon and said it was time to act. They absolutely had to survive this battle and prevent the boss from advancing any further. Main base control. Those present thought if communication had been cut off, it meant the insects had reached the resource harvesting machine. Could there really still be so many beetles left? The warriors thought that despite the insect population having been reduced by 2/3, they still wouldn't be able to handle what remained. Lai Ye-si thought that a long time had passed since the communication was cut off. Why hadn't Shi Hao returned yet? He was supposed to retreat as soon as his forces and resources ran out in order to repel the enemies. It would be a shame to lose such a potential engineering genius. However, it was too early to jump to conclusions. Hope dies last. The engineer ordered everyone not to lose heart. Now was not the time to give up. Despair was a sin. Tian Tian asked if Yun Fei could contact her brother. The girl replied in the negative. Chi-Chi regretted that they couldn't find out how he was doing. Yun Fei tried to cheer everyone up. Her brother would be fine. There was no need to worry. Luo Feng thought they needed to keep believing in their commander. He was fighting the insect army with all his might and would definitely complete the mission. The young man thought that Yun Fei was the one who worried most about her brother. They were like a family here, but he couldn't let her go out onto the battlefield. Nana figured that, given her flight speed, she'd reach the base in 5 minutes. The girl thought this was a great opportunity to gain experience on her own. For some reason, the experience from destroying insects earlier hadn't been counted. She had to try again. Nana figured she was within range of the base. If anything happened to her, she could simply send a message about the situation. There was no need to be afraid. Nana attacked the insects and thought her plan was simply brilliant, so she was doing a great job. Finally, she had started gaining experience, and she wanted more and more of it. Now she'd be able to reach the highest level and no one would boss her around anymore. Suddenly, the girl was attacked by an insect monster, and her health dropped significantly. The Golden Elite Warrior, a level 70 character, seemed doomed. He had a chance to escape, but he decided to stay. There was no one left to blame now. Nana realized that while she'd been dealing with the small bugs, she hadn't noticed the Elite Warrior's arrival. The girl realized she needed to send an urgent message to the command center. The Elite Warrior approached Nana and told her she was about to be destroyed. The girl wanted her commander to save her. After all, she didn't want to die. The protagonist thought that the right thing to do now would be to let the remaining beetles move on toward the base. He needed to deal with the boss as soon as possible and then come to her aid. The King of Shadows was the only solution in this situation, but the number of coins spent would be considered wasteful. Our hero realized he had another problem. A huge number of beetles had been destroyed earlier, but they hadn't gained any experience and no items had dropped. Maybe experience points are distributed differently here? The boss was surprised. Could it be that a human dared to stay alone? His scent is very strong. However, this human is completely unworthy of his attention. It would be a waste of time. Our hero also had no time for idle chatter, so he ordered the system to launch the King of Shadows account. Suddenly, the three brothers from the sanctuary, all level 95, appeared before the young man. Shi Hao thought this was just one stroke of bad luck after another. Why, just as he was about to activate King of Shadows, did new problems pop up? This boss really is causing a lot of trouble. Now he had to deal with these brothers. Otherwise, he wouldn't have enough resources to launch the King of Shadows account. Shi Hao told Red Comet that they needed to take down these three monsters as quickly as possible. After a well-planned attack, the brothers of the sanctuary's health had dropped significantly. Shi Hao realized that his normal attacks weren't enough to destroy them right now. Could it be that his level was too low? Unfortunately, these monsters' health had almost fully recovered. Could this be the special elite squad ability? That meant he had to take them down with a single blow. The system provided the necessary information. Shi Hao was surprised. Why wasn't his level high enough? According to his previous calculations, this shouldn't have been possible. The system replied that more points were now required to level up. Shi Hao was indignant. Why was he only finding out about this now? Our hero remembered that he still had the scrolls he'd received from Miss Mo. With the help of special weapons, he'd be able to take care of the three beetles at once. Our hero ordered his assistant to unlock all the recipes for crafting special weapons. Weiss asked, "Has the master finally decided to try his hand at inventing a weapon?" Shi Hao asked how long it would take. The assistant replied that it would take no more than half a minute. This weapon is one of the most powerful. But during that time, he must be logged into the Mad Moss account. Shi Hao pointed out that Mad Moss wasn't a combat account, and it wouldn't be wise to use it in areas where elite warriors attack. Fortunately, Mo Kier had shared many of the engineering master's blueprints with him. With their help, he could withstand enemy attacks. In this case, that's exactly what the protagonist did. Starlight, the summoned drones, are capable of nullifying attacks from hostile creatures. They may not provide a significant advantage, but at least they'll cause problems for the attackers for a while. The three brothers from the sanctuary took damage once again. Weiss reported to the commander that the weapon was ready for use. A large cannon appeared in our hero's hands. At first glance, it was clear that this weapon could ensure safety. However, due to a shortage of materials, there were only 3 rounds available. Shi Hao said he wanted to test the cannon in action as soon as possible and fired the first shot. Weiss shouted that he hadn't had time to warn his master. However, the weapon turned out to be not as powerful as previously thought. Weiss warned that 1 round had already been used. A miniature black hole appeared at the point of impact. Shi Hao asked how the cannon worked. The 3 brothers from the sanctuary were destroyed. They vanished into the black hole. The protagonist was forced to admit that this power was truly impressive. Weiss noted that his warning was now pointless. The boss was outraged. How could humans have reached such a level of development? However, their skin was still too soft, and he wanted to tear them apart. Our hero was attacked and his health dropped significantly. The protagonist thought that the boss was right. He is protected by the inventions he creates. He is very grateful to Miss Mo for the blueprints she gave him. Weiss explained that there is a section in the Mad Moss account called Weapon Master. It allows for an additional 200% damage from firearms. The assistant noted that this must have been one massive weapon. Researching and inventing weapons was one of the things Mo's loved to do. The protagonist ordered the system to unlock the Weapons Master account. Our hero realized this was his only chance, despite the high cost. If he didn't defeat this boss, the boss would reach the guild. The account was unlocked. The system reported that the owner would now automatically receive a linked friends account. Shi Hao decided to check what that was. Cosmic Trooper, a master of all types of weapons and martial arts. He operates alone. After meeting Mad Moss, they became comrades. Later, he jumped into a black hole and no one ever saw him again. Shi Hao thought this guy was just as crazy as Mo's. He too possessed destructive power. The protagonist thought that now he would be able to overcome the consequences of the King of Shadows, and that nothing could scare him anymore. Shi Hao felt a strange sense of anger and hatred. The young man said it was simply amazing. Now he would destroy all the evil in this world. The boss said he was tired of playing games and now intended to destroy this man. The monster's attack was repelled. Shi Hao asked in surprise, "Is that really all you're capable of? Can you do that again?" Our hero counterattacked, and the insect king lost some health. He asked how this was possible. Shi Hao replied that the monster wouldn't get an answer to that question. since it lacked the intelligence to understand. Shi Hao used brute physical force and struck the monster on the head. The boss replied that he didn't understand such jokes. Humans are completely powerless. How could he have defeated an army of insects? Was his strength really enough? The boss added that the inventions created by humans were not an indicator of their strength. Only a strong body could show what a human was capable of. However, their technology was no match for a perfect organism. At one point, the monster realized it was being sucked into a black hole. But why hadn't anyone even warned it about this human ability? Shi Hao speculated that 2 black holes wouldn't be enough to destroy this monster. Weiss said that the master wasn't to blame. No one expected the boss to be so resilient. The insect king had lost 80% of his health. He said that this man was the first to ever bring him to such a state. What else was he capable of? Shi Hao thought that this time he had encountered a truly powerful enemy. Now the battle would take a completely different turn. Weiss declared that they needed to employ a new tactic as soon as possible. The boss had finally lost his mind. Shi Hao replied that he knew that. The enemy had little health left, and they needed to take advantage of that. However, the Awakening of Life buff would be a hassle to deal with. At some point, the Awakening of Life buff disappeared. That meant this boss wouldn't last much longer. Now he could be easily defeated using the Shadow Emperor account. The protagonist decided that defeating the boss right here would be a waste. To maximize the value of the victory, our hero came up with a bold idea. The monster was still alive and continued to pose a threat. Shi Hao said he could catch up to it if it managed to escape. Using his wings, the young man took to the air and began to move away from the boss. He wondered why he was seeing so many destroyed bodies on his way back to base. Shi Hao thought it might be Nana. Could she have been fighting the insects? But hadn't he ordered her to return? Among the corpses of the destroyed insects, the young man saw Nana lying unconscious. Her power armor was severely damaged. The girl heard a familiar voice. She opened her eyes and saw her master standing before her. Shi Hao was glad she had woken up. But why was Nana in such a state? She couldn't keep behaving like this. Nana thought that this man with a gentle smile might turn into a demon the very next second and start torturing her. Shi Hao said there was nothing to be afraid of. Nana was still a child, which was why she was acting up. Besides, she'd managed to send the information to base before losing consciousness and had helped reduce the number of beetles. Nana had done a great job. The girl thought she'd caused this guy a lot of trouble, but he didn't even scold her, he just gently comforted her. Nana burst into tears and thanked her master. The assistants reported to the engineer that the insect invasion zone had already been cleared, and the remaining number of beetles did not exceed 80%. Lai Ye wondered in surprise what had happened while the signal was down. In that case, they had a chance to survive, and that was wonderful. Lai Ye thought that the message had been sent by his robot maid, not by him. The swarm of beetles was rapidly approaching the base, and no one knew about Shi Hao's return. Only gloomy thoughts came to mind. The engineer called everyone's attention and stated that their support had not been weak. However, they couldn't be careless and undermine Shi Hao's efforts. The men understood that the walls were not protected by an energy shield and would not hold out for long. The top priority was to destroy the self-destructing explosive beetles. The gate had been destroyed. An order came to prepare to face the enemy. The elite explosive beetle was at level 65. The commander ordered them to hold the front line and not let the insects break through their formation. The protagonist squad also took part in the battle. Luo Feng told the girls to keep up the same pace. He hadn't expected them to work together so well so quickly. A level 55 giant jaw beetle was destroyed. Old man Liang Xiang fought fiercely against the monsters. He hadn't thought that, aside from Shi Hao, there was anyone else at a low level who could fight so well. The old man thought that ordinary level 40 players would have given up long ago in such a hopeless situation. There really is something special about this royal team. Liang Xiang said he wanted to look after these guys until their boss returned. He couldn't let them just run wild, so he would cover their rear. Luo Feng replied that he didn't mind. Suddenly, an explosion rang out nearby. The old man asked in surprise what had fallen there. An elite level 85 imperial beetle appeared before the players. The old man said they needed to retreat immediately. They couldn't handle a monster of that level. Why did this guy stop? Luo Feng said he would hold off the monster so that Liang Xiang could escape. He had to protect his comrades. The monster said that humans were weak, but he wasn't afraid. Apparently, there were still brave souls among humans. He would have to give it his all to destroy him. The imperial beetle struck, but Luo Feng blocked the attack, though his health had dropped significantly. The monster was surprised that he hadn't died yet. Luo Feng replied that he didn't understand what was happening himself, but the monster wouldn't be able to finish him off so quickly. The beetle noticed that his attack and defense stats didn't match a human's level. He shouldn't be underestimated. Luo Feng dodged another attack and thought to himself that this monster was quite fast. The young man silently apologized to his commander in his mind. He had done everything he could, and he had never been a coward, but his courage was no match for the monster's strength. Unexpectedly, the Imperial Beetle was attacked and took damage. The attacker remarked that his sister really knew how to judge people. This warrior turned out to be responsible and brave. Lu Chongfeng came to Luo Feng's aid. He said that if the young man were to die now, it would be a great loss for the camp. Lu Chongfeng added that he would deal with this monster himself. Luo Feng realized this was the Storm Squad under Mo Kir's command. Shi Hao had once told him about them. It was the third strongest squad of the Han Mo Corporation. The elite beetle wouldn't be able to hold out for long. The monster proposed a one-on-one battle. The elite bug was destroyed. Lu Changfeng said he didn't want to waste time on it, and that he wasn't interested in talk of honor and responsibility. Lu Changfeng studied the stats and realized that the Bear clan was still in the lead. While the Han Mo clan was absent, they needed to earn as many points as possible and level up the team. All team members continued to fight. The beetles would definitely be destroyed. Tiantian said that Luo Feng couldn't risk his life so recklessly. If he went alone, they would follow him. Luo Feng said he understood, but as the deputy commander, he couldn't let them walk into certain death. Lai Yeshi received a report. Only 8% of the beetles remained, and the base's defenses were at 30%. The central section was undamaged. The warriors shouted that they had won and would live. The engineer urged everyone to remain calm, as the battle was not yet over. They needed to stay vigilant. It was also necessary to launch reconnaissance drones immediately. Lai Yeshi thought, if Shi Hao had indeed died, they needed to find his body. The system alerted them to a strong energy signal. It would reach the base within 1 minute. Those present were surprised. Could there really be more Zhukovs left? Shen Hao, carrying Nana in his arms, tried to escape the boss's pursuit. The monster was enraged. The engineer was surprised to see how little health the boss had left. Could it really be Shen Hao standing before him? Those present realized that it was Shi Hao who had dealt such damage to the boss. Now all the monster's hatred was focused on him. The warriors were grateful to the protagonist for his selflessness, but they didn't want him to head straight for the base, since the monster was hot on his heels. Our hero tossed the girl out mid-flight and told her to head toward his friends. He would come later, since he still had unfinished business. Shen Hao waved his hand and said he would definitely return. Luo Feng and the girls shouted that Nana was now in safe hands. Shi Hao realized he would have to sacrifice part of the base's defensive wall if he wanted the boss to pass through without damaging the central buildings. The base's wall turned out to be like wet paper to the boss. It offered no resistance at all. The monster raced past, and the observation post sustained partial damage. However, the people there were left unharmed. What was Shi Hao planning to do? Lai Yeshi thought that Shi Hao had become a kite for the boss. Where were they heading? The engineer figured it all out. This guy was leading the boss to Huangzheng's secret base. Shi Hao said that delivering the goods to their doorstep was a major challenge. He couldn't wait to see it all with his own eyes. They'd be surprised when they received such a little gift. The soldiers discussed how terrifying screams and the sounds of a brutal battle had echoed from Hanmo's base. The beetles had most likely already destroyed everything there. Lin Yuan, commander of the rapid response team, wondered where Shui Lu was. Why hadn't she returned yet? She wasn't allowed to go to the front lines. Why did she constantly make her so nervous? Lin Yuan thought, if something happened to her, that would be just perfect. That girl had always relied on her high status and looked down on everyone. If she got into trouble, her mother would surely raise a fuss among the directors and strip her of her rights to freely access high-level dungeons. Squad Commander Hattie said that Shui Lu had gone to the Lost Temple alone. Otherwise, the beetles wouldn't have been able to hold her there for so long. Lin Yuan was surprised. Could Shui Lu really have gone to the Lost Temple on her own? How could that have happened? Didn't she know it was extremely dangerous there? Hattie added that Miss Shui Lu always acted alone and never listened to anyone. Lin Yuan thought that this was precisely why she was so strong. A single person had managed to defeat the entire Minghuang squad, and they hadn't been able to become Huangzheng's top squad. Lin Yuan thought, no matter how strong she is, she can't take on several bosses by herself. If she dies, we can take advantage of the situation and become the best. Lin Yuan said there was nothing she could do about it. She asked when they would be able to attack Hanmo's base. Hattie replied in 5 minutes. Lin Yuan ordered everyone to pull themselves together. With this battle, they must strike a blow against Hanmo and restore Huangzheng to the top 5 of the main forces. Everyone present would be generously rewarded by the corporation, receiving promotions and pay raises. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake. Could it be an earthquake? An assistant rushed into the room and reported that a guy with huge wings had led the boss straight to their tower. Hattie was outraged. What guy with wings? Wasn't the boss supposed to attack Hanmo's base? How could he have gotten here? The assistant replied that he knew nothing. He was just reporting what he'd seen. However, that guy then suddenly vanished. Hattie wondered, could it be that Hanmo's men had deliberately led the boss to this base? How was that possible? It was impossible for a single person to do that. In any case, they needed to prepare for the enemy's approach. The boss approached the tower and shouted that he wanted to destroy this guy. He wouldn't be able to hide. Let him come out on his own. The men decided to retreat since the boss had gone mad with rage and couldn't be stopped. The base would be trampled. The commander ordered them not to panic. The boss was confused. Hattie said they would attack the boss with all their might. He had little health left, and the outcome of the battle would soon be decided. The boss was outraged. Could these people really be in cahoots with that boy? That meant he'd have to destroy them too. The protagonist watched the battle from the sidelines. He assumed that his opponents were enjoying this gift. This time, Huangzheng's base was completely destroyed by the boss. It would be impossible to rebuild it. Shi Hao thought that even though the boss had only 20% of his health left, it was enough to severely wear down his opponents. Now they would have no desire to attack Hanmo's base. At first, our hero wondered if Xue Lu was at the base. If she had been there, she could have handled the boss, and then this whole battle would have been pointless. It's a good thing things turned out exactly this way. Now that the boss's health has dropped to 5%, the protagonist will make his final move. The boss monster had only 6% health left, yet it continued to aggressively attack the warriors. The commander ordered them not to retreat, since the monster had so little health left. The squad commander spotted Shi Hao and said he was one of Hanmo's men. Apparently, he wanted to use the boss to wipe them out. However, that was a fatal mistake. The boss's health shouldn't have been that low. Shi Hao had undoubtedly given them a golden opportunity. Although they'd suffered some losses, they would receive a huge bonus for defeating the boss. They would gratefully accept this gift. The warriors were puzzled. What was that red lightning that appeared outside the base? What was that blood-red liquid mass on the ground? Why was it approaching so quickly? It looked more like a liquid substance with a mind of its own. It all seemed very strange. They needed to move out of the way quickly and avoid coming into contact with it. The monster was outraged. What kind of cheap trick was this? Does anyone actually do that? This pathetic puddle had to disappear immediately. The monster remained baffled. This was the first time it had encountered something like this. The red mass began to engulf the boss. The boss was outraged. How dare these despicable little people use such a humiliating tactic against the great lord? He's going to destroy them all right now. The monster's health had dropped to 3%. The squad commander realized that someone was trying to finish off the boss just as they were about to defeat him. They had a few seconds to unleash all their long-range firepower. The commander ordered them to fire with everything they had. No one was going to take this final victory away from them. However, Huangzheng's entire attack was absorbed by the red mass. How is this possible? What is this strange blood barrier and how strong is it? The boss monster was destroyed. The warriors of the Huangzheng Guild realized that all their efforts had been in vain. Someone had outsmarted them. Hattie shouted indignantly, who had stolen their victory over the boss? They had to find that scoundrel immediately. Suddenly, the blood barrier transformed into a huge red hand. Judging by the movements of its fingers, it was warning them not to take any rash actions. The warriors maintained their defensive formation to avoid being harmed by this red mass. Lin Yuan shouted for everyone to forget about the boss. They had a more important task at hand. She had planned to set the boss on Hanmo, but everything had backfired. Xue Lu, who had left the base without permission, was to blame. The system reported that the Shadow Emperor account session would soon expire. The battle lasted half a minute, and 30 million was deducted from the owner's balance. The owner entered a state of soul-shattering. Shi Hao thought that his base stats had also increased after upgrading the Emperor of Red Flame account. The protagonist sat down to rest. The pain wasn't subsiding. Fortunately, Huangzheng's men were now intimidated and wouldn't dare launch another attack. But what was left of the boss that was useful? The system reported that for defeating the boss, the player had received 10 million coins and 1 million experience points. He also obtained the Horn of the Abyss, a massive, sharp object capable of easily cutting through steel and other materials. Majestic Shield of the Abyss, an indestructible shield that covers half the body and possesses a soul. Thunderous Stomp, a spellbook. You must stomp your foot hard to unleash a lightning-fast attack and split the ground. Shen Hao was disappointed. He'd wasted half a day. Was this really all that was left of the boss? He'd had to spend 30 million. It was a waste of energy, time, and health. At least he'd managed to thwart Huang Zheng's plan. The system congratulated its master on completing an epic-level special event and earning the Invincibility Achievement. A reward for the special epic event was received: 80 million coins and 8 million experience points. Also among the gifts was a level 100 chest. Shi Hao realized that, in fact, everything here was well-balanced. That's what the epic event mechanism is all about. Victories over the bugs are factored in here as well. Even if he gave half of what he earned to the corporation, he'd still be left with a huge profit. He needed to wait for the debuff to end and return to base to meet up with his sister and the others. The warriors happily discussed the end of the battle and their plans for the future. After all, they had won and the outlook seemed bright. The engineer thought that the number of bugs had dropped to 0, which meant the boss had been destroyed as well. But who had done it? Shi Hao was confident he would have taken down the boss. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent it toward Huang Zheng so easily. This kid is really something else. The protagonist soared on his wings straight toward his squad and asked if everything was all right. The girls were overjoyed and rushed toward our hero. Little brother is finally back. He looks really tired. Is everything okay? Shi Hao replied that he was fine, but asked them not to crowd around him like that. Luo Feng congratulated the commander on his triumphant return. Shi Hao replied that he was also extremely happy about it. Lai Ye-shi thanked the young man, saying he had saved the base and that they were all indebted to him. Shi Hao replied that they shouldn't talk that way, since they had all fought for the common victory and no one owed anyone anything. The young man pointed out that he was the one who had defeated the boss and received a reward for the epic event involving the bug attack, in accordance with corporate rules and bonus policies. Long Hua said there was no need to pay anything. The entire reward belonged to the young man, since he had heroically saved everyone's lives. Long Hua asked if Shi Hao would agree to become his personal bodyguard. He was willing to pay any amount. The protagonist politely declined, citing that he didn't have time for it. A video call came in from the front lines from Squad Commander Huang Wangzhou. He reported that communication had finally been restored and expressed hope that they had managed to defend themselves against the bug army. Lai Ye-shi replied that they had indeed managed to survive, though the losses were severe. The engineer noted that it was all thanks to Shi Hao. The protagonist added that it was a collective effort. He wouldn't have been able to do anything without the support of the rear units. The squad commander was pleased and said he had never doubted Shi Hao's abilities. Huang Wangzhou noted that it was not yet time to celebrate. Although the problem with the bug attack had been resolved, new difficulties had arisen. These were related to the mission itself and were far more complex than the bug attack. The outskirts of the Lost Temple. Commander Huang Wangzhou said that although they had cleared out all the bugs in the area, a new problem had arisen. The siege weapons couldn't breach the temple gates. On top of that, they have only one shell left. It's safe to assume the result will be the same as it was in the previous 29 attacks. The damage was neutralized once again, and the gates were restored. It seems as though the temple is a living being. It possesses an incredibly high level of defense and the ability to regenerate. This is difficult to explain. Lai Ye-shi speculated that this was because they were facing the temple for the first time. They didn't know its characteristics, so they underestimated its defenses. Our hero thought it was indescribable, even stronger than the city walls he had recently modernized. The monster reminded them that human weapons were useless. They would need a much larger cannon if they wanted to breach the temple's defenses. In light of this, Huang Wangzhou requested that more powerful siege weapons be sent to the front lines to help break through to the Lost Temple. Lai Ye-shi noted that the siege weapons at the front lines were the most powerful in the entire Hanmo faction. The base had recently suffered severe damage, so it didn't even have the necessary amount of resources. Huang Wangzhou remarked that he was only interested in the result. He didn't care how they would send the required number of weapons by the specified deadline. Otherwise, all responsibility would fall on the base, and Lai Ye-shi, as chief engineer, would be the first on the list of those held accountable. The soldiers at the base were furious. How dare this commander mock them like this? They had just narrowly escaped death, so they were physically incapable of meeting such a demand. Shi Hao thought that this commander was indeed very cruel and ruthless toward his own men. Our hero asked the engineer if he had figured out a way to solve the problem. Lai Ye replied that the current situation had exceeded all his expectations. The only thing he could do now was try to speed up the collection of resources and build as many weapons as possible. Shi Hao noted that there was definitely not enough time. The engineer said that nothing could be changed, and it wasn't just a matter of his rank. They couldn't fail the dungeon run. Everyone had risked their lives to reach this level, and it was unacceptable to let all their efforts go to waste. The protagonist hadn't expected that the stern and heartless Lai Ye would be able to assess the situation so accurately and demonstrate such leadership skills at the right moment. Our hero said he had a crazy plan if there really was no other way out. Lai Ye was curious to know what this crazy plan was. Could it be that some kind of cheat code would be used? Wang Meng asked the commander if this wasn't too harsh. The engineer simply wouldn't be physically capable of completing the task in such a short time. Huang Wangzhou replied that he was aware of the current situation. He understood that Lai Ye wouldn't be able to complete this task. Wang Meng said he understood everything. The real recipient of the assignment was Shi Hao. The commander decided to use the situation to find out what this guy was capable of. Huang Wangzhou thought if he put direct pressure on Shi Hao, he would simply hide. Only by tying him to the team and forcing him to take responsibility for others could he discover his true strength. The commander recalled how, during a handshake, he had used his ability to gauge his opponent's strength. But an unknown force had blocked him, and he had felt insignificant, like a speck of dust in the universe. That fleeting illusion was enough to make him realize this boy was hiding a great secret. Wang Meng was surprised. Could it be that his invincible boss was afraid of this guy? However, they weren't in the best position right now, so it was worth being at least a little cautious. The warrior added that they shouldn't forget about their spectator. Rumor had it that Xue Lu was incredibly strong. She was that very level 140 beauty. Was she really just going to sit there and watch the show? Why not join forces to break through the gate? The girl laughed. Don't they call themselves the strongest team in Hanmo? This show is boring, she almost fell asleep. Wang Meng was indignant and said she shouldn't get cocky just because of her high level. If she had abilities, let her show them. The deputy commander told him to calm down. There was no point in provoking a woman who could clear a 100th level dungeon single-handedly. Hong Wangzhou told Wang Meng not to be so hot-headed. Their top priority was to complete the mission. The warrior replied that he didn't like leaving a hidden threat behind. She could very well strike them from behind. The commander noted that this girl wasn't taking them seriously. Judging by her arrogant demeanor, she hadn't attacked right away. That meant she wasn't capable of breaking through the gates on her own. Hong Wangzhou thought once they breached the gate, they would have to fight her anyway. However, what worried him most was how would he be able to complete the assigned task. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet shook again. Could the beetles be attacking again? The deputy commander replied that this was impossible. After the previous attack, they had suffered too many casualties and couldn't recover that quickly. Yin Huang reported to the commander that a large group of unidentified objects was approaching at high speed. They would be here in less than a minute. The commander said they weren't the bugs. Their base was in that direction. Our hero raced to the front lines on the wings of retribution. He said the soldiers were probably getting impatient, so he'd brought them something hot. Following the protagonist, a massive army of mining equipment advanced to the front lines. But what was he planning to do with them? Shen Hao declared that he was going to build a new base right on the site of the Temple of Insects. The soldiers on the front lines said it was madness. How could anyone even think of such a thing? The protagonist stated that he had reconfigured all the equipment specifically to gather resources. Wang Meng said he wouldn't have expected anything else from this guy. Shi Hao had managed to surprise him yet again. The deputy commander said it was tantamount to suicide. They'd simply be wasting time and resources. Yin Huang noted that this guy had indeed brought quite a few modified mining rigs. The commander of the elite unit pondered, had Shi Hao done this out of desperation? Or was he fully aware of what he was getting himself into? Hong Wangzhou noted that this guy had arrived earlier than expected. But where was the siege equipment he'd requested? How could Lai Ye have indulged such a green kid in such a critical situation? The protagonist expressed confidence that his plan would not fail. The engineer said he trusted his intuition and took full responsibility for these decisions. Now was the time to trust this young man. Our hero believed that in this situation, it would be far more productive to move the base to the front lines than to try to stockpile resources while remaining in the rear. Since resources had not previously been mined in these territories, a great deal of epic-quality magic stone lay hidden deep underground. Thanks to this equipment, they'll be able to extract far more resources and consequently create more highly effective siege weapons. The deputy commander said this was merely a hypothesis. Who needs such risky ventures? Shi Hao pointed out that he understood the distribution of magic crystals in the Earth's depths better than anyone else. He is now a professional in resource extraction. Nana reported to her master that his predictions had been confirmed. There really were many magical veins and crystals here, all of which were at least level 100. The deputy commander was surprised. How is this possible? Wang Meng replied that it is now possible. One cannot make unfounded claims and so easily cast doubt on the actions of such a person. The protagonist suggested they not waste time and begin carrying out their plan. He ordered that resource extraction be set to maximum capacity. They needed to extract as many resources as possible in the shortest amount of time. Lai Ye Shi ordered the immediate construction of a base and a resource processing station. This time they would not build defensive structures. The focus needed to be on creating offensive weapons. Shi Hao told Hong Wangzhou not to worry. He would definitely complete the assigned task within the agreed-upon time frame. The commander expressed hope that the result would not disappoint him. Wang Meng was surprised. What was Shi Hao doing right now? He needed to turn back, because if he went any further, he would enter the range of the temple's defensive weapons. The acid they fire is an extremely dangerous substance. The protagonist replied that he was just going to take a look around and wouldn't go inside, so there was no need to worry. The monsters said he was just another insignificant human who needed to be destroyed. The acid attack struck again. The young man activated a fiery shield around himself and told the monsters not to get worked up. He had simply come here to scout the area. At first, the temple's defensive and self-healing abilities seemed strange to the protagonist. Now he's completely certain the temple is a living being. It's still hard to say exactly what it is, since most of the beetle's lair lies deep underground. Our hero told his assistant that he had an underground detector in his arsenal. Weiss explained that it was a probe that penetrated the ground to detect underground veins. If modified, it could reveal the temple's underground section. Shi Hao ordered his assistant to proceed in this direction. Weiss reported that he had discovered this underground area was suitable for developing a 5-star fortress. Shen Hao remarked that this was truly unexpected. How could such a dangerous place have such a high rating? Our hero recalled that the Jungle Life Dungeon, with its beautiful scenery, had only 3.5 stars. He wanted an explanation. Weiss replied that this dungeon had 3 advantages. The area is quite large, the terrain is not hilly, it's mostly flat plains suitable for large-scale expansion of a fortress. The climate is stable with moderate temperatures. There are high-level magical minerals, so there are enough resources to build a fortress. There are also several drawbacks. The number of bugs is extremely high. There are scattered wild factions here. It will be very difficult to gain control of the dungeon, as 2 powerful factions are already fighting over it. Shi Hao replied that he didn't see anything wrong with that, since he was used to difficulties. We must do everything we can to secure this dungeon. The warriors asked Shi Hao what new invention he had come up with. The engineer was surprised. Could this really be the same probe that had been set aside for resource exploration? Does Shi Hao want to use it to explore the underground part of the temple? The protagonist confirmed this. The temple is very strange. It's impossible to break through to the inside, so they need to use every option available to explore it from the outside. The protagonist added that he is very cautious, so he's taking every possible safety precaution. The system reported that data had been received from the Matrix Wave probe. The data would be converted into a 3-dimensional spatial model. Shen Hao realized that the lost temple was actually a giant zerg, but this was beyond his comprehension. But what is that red substance in the center? Could it really be its energy core? Wang Meng asked indignantly, was he really going to have to enter the beetle's body to fight the boss? The very thought made him feel sick. Hong Wangzhou suggested they not think about it. The commander noted, if they couldn't sever the connection between the temple and the energy core, the temple would regenerate endlessly, and they wouldn't be able to break through its defenses. That was the main problem. Shi Hao thought that discovering this energy core had come as a complete surprise to him. Could it be that the dungeon's 5-star rating was due to it? Commander Hong Wangzhou told Lai Ye Shi to find a way to sever this vicious cycle. The engineer replied that for now, creating offensive weapons was the limit of his capabilities. He wasn't sure they'd be able to reach the core and sever its connection to the temple. The commander asked the young man if he had any other tricks up his sleeve. If he'd managed to explore the area beneath the temple, That meant he'd already come up with a plan. The protagonist replied that the temple was rated at least level 200, and there was nothing he could do about it. Hong Wangzhou decided that he had indeed overestimated this guy. In that case, they needed to focus on breaking through the gates. However, there wasn't much time left. Weiss cursed viciously at the squad commander and told him he could go try it himself. However, with the master's abilities, they could craft a powerful explosive, though it would require a lot of resources to create and smuggle it under the temple. Shi Hao told his assistant to calm down. If Weiss blew up the energy core, they would lose a very valuable specimen. Besides, they didn't know what the consequences would be. Perhaps the entire dungeon would be destroyed. The young man added that the core was an important source of energy for his 5-star fortress, and it had to be preserved at all costs. The young man told the engineer that, although the gates are capable of self-regeneration, observations suggest they require time to repair themselves. If their firepower exceeds the repair rate, the gates can be breached. Lai Yishi acknowledged that this was the only way, but would their firepower be sufficient? Shi Hao replied that it was too early to tell. Commander Hong Wangzhou had ordered the mission to be carried out at any cost, but he had no intention of losing everything he had worked so hard to achieve. Moreover, he didn't want Lai Yishi to be stripped of his rank. The engineer thanked him and said that the title of Master Engineer was more fitting for this young man. The man added that he had only realized his own incompetence after contacting Shi Hao. He was no match for the young man's abilities. Our hero said that the master was flattering him, but he lacked the master's experience. The young man thought that in this position he would become the target of public criticism. It was in his best interest to help the master retain his title, but there was something else that needed to be dealt with. Our hero told the workers to continue construction, while he would deal with the hidden threat himself. Wang Meng asked what Shi Hao planned to do. The warrior added that Shi Hao wouldn't be able to handle this woman from Huangzhen. Not even their captain dares to provoke her. The protagonist replied that there was no need to worry. He had already crossed paths with this woman and knew just how strong she was. He simply wanted to talk to her. Our hero soared into the sky and headed towards Xu Lu. Wang Meng tried once more to stop him and shouted for the young man not to go there. Shi Hao glided down on his wings nearby and remarked that Miss Xu Lu looked elegant, as always. Wasn't it boring for her to just watch? The girl replied that it was indeed boring, but as soon as she saw this guy, she immediately perked up. Xu Lu realized that what interested her most was how he would break through the gates that even Mogong's squad had been unable to breach. Shi Hao hadn't expected Xue Lu to think so highly of him. However, she might not get the chance to see him break through the gates because Huangzheng's base had suffered serious damage from the boss's attacks. Shouldn't Miss Lu return and help as the primary combat unit? Xue Lu was surprised. Could the base really have been damaged by the boss? Did the guy realize what consequences awaited him if he was lying? The girl thought to herself, when she acted alone, she always turned off her receiver. How could the base have been attacked by the boss in the first place? Xue Lu established a connection and realized that the base had indeed been destroyed by the boss. She thrust her sword forward and asked, "Was this your doing?" The protagonist thought that in this situation, it was best not to overreact. He needed to speak in a way that would make her believe him. The young man told the girl not to be angry. He couldn't afford to deceive her. He simply hadn't been able to defeat the boss, so he tried to lure it away from Han Mo's base. However, he hadn't expected the boss to raze their base to the ground. It was just lucky that the people managed to escape, after which the boss charged toward Huangzheng's base. Xue Lu said she didn't believe him, but she'd leave him alone for now. In any case, she'd remembered him. She added that no matter where he tried to run, she would find him and finish him off in the most agonizing way possible. The protagonist realized she wasn't joking and was truly ready to take revenge no matter what. The young man decided he would deal with problems as they arose. If he really had to fight her, he would have to make the most of his King of Shadows account. Wang Meng said that this guy was really cool. What could he say to Xue Lu? After a few words, she left immediately. Shi Hao said that the hidden threat had been eliminated. Now they could begin building the siege weapons. The deputy commander thought that the guy's face had just twisted, and that was all. 2 hours later, the soldiers reported that they had finished modifying the siege weapons. Now they had something to counter the bugs with. An engineer remarked, although the current level of the siege weapons had increased significantly, would this firepower be enough to overcome the temple's self-healing ability and breach its defenses? Shi Hao replied that, in light of this, they would add another heavy hitter. It was a new siege weapon that embodied the aesthetics of violence. Weiss noted that even though they had modified this weapon, it would take time to reload. The longer the reload time, the more powerful the attack. Shi Hao replied that this was no problem. They would use other weapons while it was reloading. Shi Hao stood in front of the artillery mount and ordered, "Everyone get ready for battle." However, it became clear that the bugs had set up their own fire defense. A strange creature resembling an anti-aircraft gun appeared there. The humans decided that the camp was out of the enemy's range and that they were wasting their time. The monster said that humans weren't the only ones capable of controlling firepower. Now they would see new technologies. Lai Yesi was surprised. Had they really managed to boost their firepower in just 3 hours? If they'd had more time, they would have launched another attack on the bugs. What a terrible tribe. Shi Hao declared that he didn't see anything scary about it. They would direct their fire straight at the enemy and not give it time to multiply. The protagonist thought it would soon become clear which was faster, their ability to regenerate or his firepower. Shen Hao reported to the commander that the rear firepower was fully deployed. The order to begin the assault could be given at any moment. Hong Wangzhou thought that this guy had indeed managed to deploy all firepower resources in such a short time. That was impressive. But did he really have the strength? Or was it just a show? That could only be judged at the very end. Hong Wangzhou ordered his forces to open fire to destroy the target and blow up the gate. A volley rang out and all the artillery directed their fire toward the fortress wall. Shi Hao assumed the bugs wouldn't have time to recover. However, the report indicated the opposite. The temple's regeneration rate had significantly increased, while their ammunition supply had plummeted. Shi Hao suspected that the temple was absorbing the energy core. Why were the bugs draining all the energy? In that case, he wouldn't get any of it. The bugs replied that although the humans' firepower had grown stronger, it was still useless. Now it was time for their counterattack. The humans noticed that the bugs were continuing to attack. However, these bombs weren't reaching their targets. It turned out that these weren't bombs at all, but self-guided explosive beetles. There were an incredible number of them. The engineer asked Shi Hao whether they should redirect some of their firepower to defense. If the bugs got close, there would be heavy casualties. Shi Hao replied that it wasn't necessary. He would handle the exploding bugs himself. The bugs were intercepted and destroyed. The skill, a Triphobe's Nightmare, was activated. Shi Hao noticed that the bugs had released a new wave of small bombs. This could go on indefinitely. There wouldn't be enough explosive spiders to handle it. Shi Hao asked his assistant how long it would take to recharge Soul Rage. Weiss replied that it would take another 5 minutes. The young man declared that he didn't have that much time. He hadn't expected the battle to drag on this long. Without waiting for an order, Shi Hao gave the command to open fire. The siege weapon proved to be incredibly powerful. Not only did it have high attack power, but it was also immune to the acid from the exploding bugs. The protagonist ordered the Strangler to destroy everything around it. However, the enemies were bypassing the city wall and deftly dodging attacks from the other cannons. Could it be time to attack the temple gates? Everyone had been eagerly awaiting this moment. The attack began. Hong Wangzhou thought that this guy was truly skilled in engineering. No wonder the engineer admired him so much. But just how powerful was he? Shi Hao thought the power was still insufficient. It always fell short at the very last moment. 98% charge, not enough for a perfect attack. He couldn't penetrate the constantly regenerating defense. There was only one option left. Shi Hao told the engineer to cease all fire. All resources should be directed toward the laser cannon and fired directly into the hellish meat grinder. The laser cannon's most powerful salvo was activated. The system reported that resources were being depleted too quickly. Shi Hao said that the laser cannon's thrust would intensify the hellish meat grinder's attack. They needed to break through to the temple gates before resources ran out. Finally, the temple gates were destroyed. However, the hellish meat grinder had obliterated the temple's light. The assault mechanism had 2% health remaining. After the gates were destroyed, a flash of light appeared. Could this be a counterattack? Our hero saw the light bursting from the gates pierce the hellish meat grinder. Not even half a second had passed. The protagonist thought he had only just finished charging his energy, yet Hong Wangzhou had already moved forward to attack. Shi Hao concluded that the difference in power between them was enormous. It was a good thing they weren't enemies. Hong Wangzhou said it was a job well done. Shi Hao hadn't disappointed him. However, the young man's mission in the dungeon was now complete. Mo Gong's squad would handle the rest. He could stay here. The warriors thought it was time for the final assault. Their commander was incredibly strong. Wang Meng told Shi Hao to wait for news they would tear the lost temple apart from the inside. Shi Hao thought they wanted to leave him here. Could it be that they were afraid he would steal the boss from them? Hong Wangzhou really was overly cautious despite his strength. The monsters declared that the humans were far too insolent. If they had destroyed the gates, they should be annihilated. Suyuan Ant, an explosive armored beetle, prepared to attack. The humans activated the resonance shield skill. It blocks and deflects targeted attacks. The beetles were surprised. Had the humans actually deflected their strikes? Wang Meng told the beetles not to underestimate the buffs from his little sister Dan Lu. Next, the following skills were activated: Dragon Slayer's Trench, Angelic Blessing, Farmer's Courage, and Elemental Soul. Wang Meng noticed that it worked perfectly. He felt stronger and more resilient. The deputy commander said that with Dan Lu's sister's buffs, even 2 elite level 80 monsters weren't a threat to him. Yin Huang announced that he had just taken out 6 of them at once. The monsters were forced to admit that the humans were stronger than expected. Hong Wangzhou asked, "Is that really all these bugs are capable of? No wonder they're holed up in their lair. Let them call for stronger warriors or leave." A level 115 Sand Screech monster appeared in the humans' path. It told their opponents to rein in their arrogance. Just because they'd breached the gates didn't mean they could go any further. Hong Wangzhou attacked the monster and fired a series of questions at it. Who is their king, and how powerful is he? The monster replied that the beetles were a superior race to humans, and that humans could never compare to them. At that moment, it contacted the temple to directly absorb the power of the energy core. Sanscarrot declared that he was ready to tell them everything, but afterward the humans must leave. The engineer asked if Shi Hao really wouldn't go into the temple. If he was staying only because of Hong Wangzhou's order, he could cover for him. He was still the mission commander. Shi Hao replied that it wasn't worth doing. Shi Hao said that he and his squad would help defend the temple from the outside. His team's level was fairly low, so they would take this opportunity to eliminate the monsters around the temple to level up a bit. Lai Ye-shi replied that this was fine as well. In that case, he would officially assign them to the royal squad to defend and patrol the surrounding area. They were to prevent the bugs from coming to the temple's aid and stop Huang Zheng from launching a sneak attack on them. Shi Hao thanked the master. The young man thought that the most important thing right now was to find a way to claim ownership of this dungeon. The boss and the other monsters would just be a nice bonus. Liang Xiong asked the protagonist to take him along. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake again. Liang Xiong was startled. Where was this earthquake coming from? Or was it the aftermath of the battle in the temple? Shi Hao surmised that the source was right beneath them. The system reported that underground sensors had detected a massive, unknown creature approaching at high speed. Immediately, a powerful jolt struck. Everything around them began to crumble. Very little time passed between the warning and the direct collision. There was no way to dodge it. A level 120 boss monster, the Desert Demon, appeared before the warriors. The warriors fled in panic. They realized they were facing a hidden boss, and one that was already in a state of rage. Lai Ye-si urged everyone to stay calm. They were still capable of fighting. They needed to gather all their firepower and direct it straight at the boss. A powerful explosion rang out. The reinforced fire battery managed to stop the boss's attack. Now he was forced to defend himself. The boss's skin turned out to be too thick. The firepower wasn't dealing any serious damage to him. The engineer called on the high-level warriors to move to the front lines. In the temple's inner courtyard, Van Meng told the commander that a powerful monster had appeared outside. Should they send part of the defense there? The defenses might not hold. The Sand Scourge boss had been defeated. The commander said they shouldn't get distracted. They needed to focus on the enemy in front of them. By merging with the temple, the monsters were boosting their attack and defense. Hong Wangzhou thought he hadn't meant to complicate the situation on purpose, but now he was curious to see how Shi Hao would react. One of the high-level warriors shouted at the boy to step back and not get in the way. The protagonist pointed out that the warrior was running in the wrong direction. The battle was on the opposite side. The commander of the Xiongba squad, Mao Xiong, a level 115 warrior, shouted that the boy should handle it on his own, since he was so brave and strong. An aide told the commander that the Xiongba squad had fled, despite their high level. The corporation would surely punish them. Mao Xiong stated that he never engages in battle unless he is certain of victory. Better punishment than death. The assistant reported to the engineer that Xiongba's squad had fled. The strongest remaining team was the level 85 Fenyan squad. Lai Ye-shi said that Xiongba's men were cowards, and it was unclear how they had even attained such high levels. The commander of the Fenyan squad, Liu Zhangfeng, said that they would fight to the end alongside Shi Hao. Liu Zhangfeng thought that his squad alone wouldn't stand a chance, but with this guy, it was a different story. Shi Hao was clearly hiding his true strength. The protagonist ordered Luo Feng to take his sister and retreat immediately. They had to deal with this boss first. Shi Hao thought that the hidden boss had appeared in a state of rage right away, even though no one had provoked him. Perhaps he was angered by the previous attack on the temple, or maybe he had been sent by the temple itself. The warriors shouted that the boss had swallowed the fire battery. The defenses were destroyed. The boss still had 80% of his health remaining. What should they do about this desert demon? However, the boss didn't attack the people. Instead, he headed toward the temple. The people saw that the boss was ramming the temple. Weren't they allies? Why were they destroying each other? Shen Hao realized that the boss was a ferocious monster whose target was the energy core. Its old wounds showed that ordinary strength couldn't have caused such damage. So, it's best not to interfere while it fights the temple for the core. The engineer noticed that the boss was angry at the temple, and therefore wasn't attacking the people. Liu Zhangfeng said the monster didn't stand a chance against the temple. The desert demon was attacked, and the temple fought back. The protagonist was surprised. Could the temple really be capable of that? Perhaps its attacks simply weren't hitting their mark or weren't dealing the right type of damage. The warriors concluded that the boss was attacking them again. Had he really lost his mind? Lai Ye-si shouted for everyone to retreat to the temple. The boss was attacking everyone indiscriminately. The engineer decided there was almost no chance of survival. Better to take the risk near the temple than to face a frenzied monster. A warning appeared. Approaching the temple is dangerous. The restored frenzied strangler is inside. Shi Hao noticed that the temple's condition was unstable, and approaching it was dangerous. The battle inside could affect the outcome of the entire fight. He decided to take on the boss himself. The engineer said that Shi Hao had already fought several battles and was severely exhausted. He needed to rest and drink a protein shake with an isotonic drink. Shi Hao replied that everything was fine. The boss had thick skin, but a small brain. He was too naive and even gullible. Our hero ordered Nana to gather all the mining machines in one place. Nana reported that the order had been carried out and the machines were ready for battle. Nana asked what to do next. The commander replied, they were about to face a hidden level 120 boss. Shi Hao reminded her that Nana could merge with the machines and transform into a mechanical Valkyrie. Now they needed to create even more powerful combat armor. Nana was startled. Had her master really uncovered her true power? Why was he so kind to her? Shi Hao asked if she could do it. The girl agreed and said she would carry out the order. She thought that since the commander had once saved her life, she was obligated to help. Nana thought that now the enemy would see the power of the mechanical empress. With so many weapons at her disposal, there was nothing to fear. The girl was a little annoyed that she had to create armor to suit her master's taste. First, the torso was created, then the arms and back. Only one step remained. Shi Hao thanked Nana for her help and added that he himself would serve as the head of the mechanism. The Red Lotus armor was created by merging mining tools. The enormous drill was capable of piercing even hard crystals. The fierce strangler was already at its limit, but not yet completely destroyed. Shi Hao ordered the fierce strangler to return. With its help, the armor will be fully completed. Shi Hao decided it was now time to go on the offensive. The protagonist attacked the enemy and noticed that it had some pretty tough teeth. Even that drill couldn't pierce them on the first try. Nana told her master that such a powerful attack was consuming too many resources. Now they would only be able to hold out for no more than 2 minutes. Shen Hao declared that 2 minutes would be enough and ordered the power to be turned up to maximum. The outcome of the battle would be decided right then and there. The young man noted that his opponent had managed to dodge his attack. What was he up to? Nana said that this boss had swallowed a huge number of high-level magic crystals. Shi Hao got angry since those crystals had cost him a fortune. Nana wondered why, as soon as money came up, her master's eyes would go so wild. The girl realized that money was her master's greatest weakness. In that case, she could use it to force him to obey her will. It was a brilliant idea. Shen Hao didn't understand what was happening. A moment ago, the boss was bleeding profusely, and now there was nothing. Could it be that by absorbing the crystal, he had strengthened his body and improved his defenses? Nana asked what would happen if their weapons couldn't penetrate the boss's defenses. Shi Hao was surprised. Wasn't this boss just like the previous three-headed demon? He used crystals in exactly the same way. Shi Hao urged his assistant to stay calm. They simply needed to overwhelm this monster with their sheer power. Nana noticed even though they kept pounding the boss with powerful attacks, his health wasn't decreasing. However, they only had 20 seconds left before the weapon fusion effect wore off. Shi Hao replied that it wasn't time yet. The effect of this tactic would only manifest at the very last moment. However, their resources ran out prematurely. But how could that be? The boss wasn't bleeding out yet. Could this really be the end? Shi Hao called for calm once more. The next moment, the boss vomited, spitting out all the poisonous liquid. The boss entered an unusual state. He was dizzy from severe shock. The boss's health hadn't decreased, but he had received this strange debuff. On top of that, he had spat out his equipment as well. The boss decided to retreat and began pulling back, using the underground passage. Shi Hao said the boss could leave. They couldn't continue fighting him, since their resources were almost depleted. The protagonist wondered how on earth he was going to retrieve the loot from that stinking liquid. For him, this would be an extremely unpleasant ordeal. Shi Hao told Nana to help him collect the loot. The maid thought this master had become completely brazen. Nana replied that she would obey. However, she thought to herself that this brat had no right to force her to carry out such humiliating orders. The girl decided she needed to disable her sense of smell and then use laser beams to vaporize this disgusting slime. After that, the loot would be disinfected. The protagonist acquired the Spear of the Lord of the Abyss. It was a melee weapon, a long spear. He also obtained the Cloak of the Wind Hermit. As thin as a cicada's wings, the cloak is capable of concealing the wearer's aura. Sparkling beetle saliva. This is a vial of precious, transparent beetle saliva. The liquid may be useful in crafting potions. Sticky cocoon. This is a strange cocoon in which something was moving slowly. Mysterious black slab. Previously unknown symbols were engraved on it. Key to the dungeon. With this key, you can gain access to a special testing ground. Thanks to the owner's exceptional effect, the key to the dungeon was upgraded to level 100. Shi Hao decided this was quite a bountiful haul. To him, these were useless items, but they would serve his team well. Shi Hao and Nana looked at the cocoon. This thing seemed the strangest of all. What on earth was it, and why was it moving? Nana thought it was disgusting. As a mechanical empress, she hated fleshy, organic things more than anything. Shi Hao guessed that this thing was about to burst out of the cocoon. What would they see next? A level 110 armored baby burst out of it. The protagonist was delighted. Could he have gotten another rare pet? At this level, that would be really cool. But what could it do? Nana was surprised. Was her master really that happy about some tiny bug? Shi Hao looked at the beetle and asked why it was scared. I wonder what kind of species it is. The armored little one hid back inside the cocoon out of fear. The beetle said that no human would dare touch him, since he was the great prince of beetles. No human should cause him pain. Shi Hao was surprised. Could it really not be a pet? If so, he was disappointed. What use would a prince of beetles be to him? Weiss stated that biological analysis had confirmed his words. Nana told her master to be careful. He shouldn't underestimate it. Perhaps this was a special form of camouflage used by the boss. The protagonist wondered how the prince of beetles had ended up in the giant monster's stomach. After all, he could have remained there for the rest of his life if the monster hadn't spat him out. The armored kid asked, could it be that the man had defeated the desert demon and saved him? That would mean he was his protector. The little one explained that he had originally been a member of the royal family living in the Lost Temple. But one day his father was brutally murdered. He never had time to find out the reason for the massacre. His uncle took it upon himself to hunt down the killer, and then, together with his henchmen, seized power and took his mother captive. To avoid a rebellion, he announced that he had banished the child to the surface. But in reality, he had fed him to one of his henchmen. To save himself, he created a cocoon around himself, but his strength was not infinite. Sooner or later, he would have exhausted his energy and perished in the belly of that creature. Shi Hao thought that even beetles have internal strife and power struggles. The young man asked what the little one planned to do next. Would he be able to stand up to his uncle if he decided to seek revenge? The armored kid said that now he had this man on his side. After all, he was so strong, which meant he could defeat his uncle. The protagonist replied that he wasn't interested in the beetles' infighting. He had no intention of getting involved in these palace coups. The armored kid said that his goal isn't to reclaim the throne. He wants to save his mother and prevent his uncle from destroying the world. If the man helps him, he'll become the new king. Shen Hao declared that he had no intention of becoming king, but for the sake of saving the world, he was willing to help defeat his uncle, that unscrupulous beetle. The armored kid suddenly bit the protagonist on the hand, saying that even a human could become the king of the beetles. Shi Hao was surprised. What was this glowing mark that had appeared on his hand? The armored kid replied that it was the royal seal, Only with this seal could one become the king of the beetles and rule over his father's old minions. Shi Hao became curious. If he became the king of beetles, would he be able to take over the whole world and do whatever he wanted? The armored kid confirmed this, but asked him not to do anything bad. Lai Yishi contacted him and asked how things were going for Shi Hao. The protagonist replied that the problem had been solved, but the boss had escaped. The engineer reported that Mo Gong's squad had also completed its mission, but something unexpected had happened. Shi Hao needed to return to base as soon as possible. The temple gates, the inner realm, Mo Gong's squad had already dealt with the gatekeeper boss. The deputy commander was wounded and had fallen into an abnormal state. The debuff was very severe. Wang Meng said that this guy had been very careless and had been hit by the boss's final attack. The healer stated that her abilities weren't enough to dispel the debuff. A special antidote was needed for that. Lai Yeshi suggested they could send him back to headquarters. The pharmacist would be able to prepare the antidote fairly quickly, but 1 hour wouldn't be enough to build a portal. Shen Hao thought, could he really die? He didn't get along with this guy, but his death would be a serious loss for the group. Yin Xuan would be sad. The commander pointed out that those who join Mo Gong must be mentally prepared to die at any moment. They must not let that stop them. Hong Wangzhou added that the team was one person short. That person would be Shi Hao. The protagonist was surprised. Was he really supposed to join Mo Gong? The warriors were surprised. Could it be that Hong Wangzhou wanted this kid to join Mo Gong? What on earth was the commander thinking? Shen Hao asked to postpone his induction, since there were more important matters at hand right now. Our hero declared that he wanted to try to save this man. The commander was surprised, after all. Even Dan Liu hadn't been able to do it. Luo Feng pointed out that this guy had been rude to his boss the whole time, yet the commander was still determined to save him. Yunfei surmised that the commander must have some ulterior motive. Luo Feng used to clash with her brother just as much, but now he had become obedient. Luo Feng replied that he used to be too foolish and knew nothing about true strength. It was Shi Hao who showed him what true strength and fortitude were. Dan Liu noted that this poison wasn't easy to neutralize. Was Shi Hao sure he could handle it? However, if this guy couldn't cure him, then he would no longer be needed on their team. Was he really going to destroy his own future with his own hands? Yin Huang said that if Shi Hao was so compassionate, he could try his hand at being a healer. That would be an act of kindness. The deputy commander said he didn't need Shi Hao's treatment. The protagonist advised him to conserve his strength so he wouldn't die before his time. The wounded man replied that he wasn't afraid to die and was ready to make that sacrifice. Shi Hao replied that he wasn't interested in that. He was doing this solely for Yin Xuan. She had been dismissed because he had led the boss away. That's why he had the opportunity to join Mo Gong. The protagonist added if the wounded man died, she would blame herself for it. The fact that he decided to save him had nothing to do with him. The commander's assistant was outraged. Was this guy really mocking him? He had already been ready to die, but Shi Hao had given him hope. It was too despicable to use such a ridiculous excuse. Shi Hao asked the assistant if he could create a suitable antidote from the 3 resources he had on hand. Weiss replied that at the moment there was no recipe in his inventory that could be used to create an antidote. Shi Hao was outraged, after all. He had already made so many promises. Why was the assistant refusing? Weiss stated that it was completely out of his control. The armored child said he had a way. He had seen that the man had sparkling beetle saliva in his inventory. He could use it to make an antidote. Shen Hao said that in that case, the little one would have to leave the system space. Wasn't he afraid that others would see him? The beetle replied that he wasn't afraid, he had a stealth skill. No one would see him. If he went about creating the medicine the right way, he could produce a truly effective potion. After a while, the system congratulated its master on obtaining the Zerg healing potion. Dan Liu speculated that this antidote should work. However, it wouldn't remove the poison from the body, it would merely delay its effects. Wang Meng said that even this was incredible and gave him hope. Shen Hao noted that although he could prepare a potion for complete healing, he could only make a single dose. He had deliberately divided the potion's potency into 10 doses so that, in the future, they could buy time for more people. Wang Meng said that this was a brilliantly thought-out move. Lai Yeshi noted that 10 hours was the best they had. They needed to build the portal within that time. There shouldn't be any problems gathering resources. They need to clear out the dungeon as quickly as possible to complete the mission. If they finish clearing it, they'll receive a scroll to return to the city. At headquarters, the wounded will be able to receive professional medical treatment. Shi Hao explained that most of their resource harvesting vehicles had been used up in the battle with the boss. Only 2 vehicles remained. The engineer replied that in that case, they had no choice but to resort to the second method, but they still needed to start building the portal. Shi Hao approached the wounded man and said that the antidote was ready. However, it was up to him to decide whether to take it or not. The warrior said he believed in the strength of Mo Gong's squad and Commander Hong Wangzhou. 10 hours would be enough. The squad commander said he wouldn't make any promises, but he would do everything in his power to complete the mission. He had no intention of overlooking anything in his haste. Shi Hao asked if he could take his team members with him. After all, they were a single unit. Wang Meng said that Shi Hao had definitely lost his mind. Did he really want to send his comrades, whose levels were much lower, into the bug's lair? The squad commander would certainly never agree to such a reckless venture. Hong Wangzhou replied that he didn't care, but he wouldn't stop his mission no matter what happened. Wang Meng thought that normally the commander would ignore such requests. However, this wasn't the first time he'd given in to Shi Hao's demands. What was the commander up to? The Lost Temple. Somewhere deep underground, the monsters were fuming. Why are humans so strong? We must retreat immediately. Shi Hao said it was really cool to descend into the dungeon with such powerful warriors. Their experience was growing at an unreal rate, even though they were doing almost nothing. Luo Feng asked the commander if they could really just stand there and watch. Shi Hao replied that there was no need to worry. If the commander wasn't saying anything, then everything was fine. Shi Hao looked at the armored little boy and asked what was bothering Jiabao. The boy replied that he sensed an ominous aura. Apparently, this was the same palace where he used to live. But now it felt completely foreign to him. Deep within the temple, the beetle sensed a powerful energy of despair and anger. Shi Hao noticed that he felt it too. What secrets lie hidden in the depths of this temple? Our hero noticed that most of this aura was coming from Uncle Jiabao. But what was wrong with the temple? The armored little boy replied that in the past, under his father's command, the temple had been filled with pure and sacred energy. Their people lived very happily. That was how it was always meant to be. However, ever since his uncle seized power, everything has changed. The temple's pure energy has become tainted and evil. The beetles, infected by this corrupt energy, have lost their minds and become aggressive and frenzied. Shi Hao noticed that the temple's energy, which Jiabao was talking about, emanated from an energy core buried deep in the ground. Was its current state somehow different from before? The armored little one was surprised. Could it be that the human knew of the core's existence? Its real name isn't the energy core at all. It's the heart of the beetles. It's not only the source of the temple's power, but also the source of energy for the entire world. Uncle used it to spread the corruption, but if we purify it in time, we can still restore everything. Shen Hao thought he had finally found a dungeon perfectly suited for a fortress. However, if everything were to become tainted, then nothing would work out. He needed to hurry so as not to miss anything. The warrior said he had accidentally let one monster slip through. It was an 85th level colored bee. The insect said this man's level was far too low. Today it would unleash all its fury. The protagonist attacked this monster and destroyed it with a single blow. The guy said he was very angry and wanted to vent all his rage. Wang Meng wondered why Shi Hao had suddenly become so agitated. He no longer needed to fight, but he had become overly enraged and couldn't contain his inner power. Dan Li asked her colleague if he had let the monster through on purpose. The warrior replied that he hadn't. Dan Li noted that the distribution of rewards would need to be reviewed next month. The warrior apologized and said it wouldn't happen again. Jiaobao noticed that the man was fired up. Now he faced a choice. Shi Hao was surprised. What choice was he talking about? He didn't have time for this. The armored child said that ahead, the man would find 2 paths. One led deeper into the throne room, where his uncle and the guards were most likely waiting. The other path led to the incubator. His uncle had used corruption to increase the hatching speed of the eggs and grow an army of disposable soldiers. Shi Hao realized he understood everything now. The bug army had grown tenfold due to the change in reproduction rates in the incubators. The incubators were the top priority. He couldn't let soldiers keep emerging from there. The protagonist thought if he told the squad commander the truth, the commander would definitely not choose the path to the incubator, but would head for the throne room instead, because he didn't care about other people. The squad commander and his assistant arrived at a fork in the road. It was a classic dungeon scenario. On one side, the boss; on the other, a trap and a dead end. Dan Lu said that the drones sent out on reconnaissance had been destroyed. Regardless of which path they chose, they would encounter military units everywhere. Yin Huang said he couldn't rely on his intuition. When they entered the temple, his connection to the cosmos had been severed. Shi Hao told everyone present that, relying on his wealth of experience and intuition, he would go left. Wang Meng said he trusted this guy. This kid is very cunning, and he always succeeds. This time, he's definitely found something worthwhile too. Yin Huang said he agreed. However, Squad Commander Hong Wang-zhou chose a different path. Wang Meng was surprised. Could it be that they had chosen different paths? Hong Wang-zhou stated that he did not agree with such a strange hunch. He trusts only his own judgment, so the squad must keep up. Wang Meng told the protagonist that their commander was just that kind of person. No one could change his mind. Shi Hao replied that he understood completely, since the commander was the strongest. Suddenly, something glowed above the squad's heads. Hong Wang-zhou thought, could this be a bug incubator? Shi Hao was also surprised. Commander Hong Wang-zhou's intuition was so strong that he had even managed to locate the Beetle Army's incubator. Wang Meng remarked, even though this isn't the final boss area, finding the source of the bugs isn't bad either. We need to destroy everything here immediately. One of the warriors declared that he was an unrivaled master of destruction. Jiao Bao asked Shi Hao how he could have known that the man would choose this path. What if he had chosen a different path? Shi Hao replied that that couldn't have happened. The squad commander has distrusted him from the very beginning. Given his personality, he would never have agreed to it. That's why they had to do the exact opposite. Now Hong Wang-zhou must complete the path he chose for himself. Shi Hao told his squad that they were here precisely to help. They needed to destroy these eggs before anything hatched from them. Luo Feng replied that he'd been itching to get started for a long time. Besides, there were so many experience points here. Hong Wang-zhou stopped the protagonist and asked, "Did you really set this up on purpose?" Shi Hao was surprised. What is the commander talking about? The commander didn't answer, but fell deep in thought. Was this guy really acting this way by accident, or had he actually predicted his choice? Shi Hao expected to receive a warning from Hong Wang-zhou about his intention to take him out. After all, he wasn't the commander of the strongest squad for nothing. He shouldn't be underestimated. Suddenly there was an explosion. The warriors grew alert. What could have fallen from above? A level 120 monster named Diana appeared in the dungeon. The monster asked how they dared to destroy her nest. Now these people would have to pay with their lives. Diana added that it was unbelievable. Ordinary people had managed to break through the gates and even reach her domain. However, that no longer mattered, they would all die here. They were lucky enough to become a nutritious meal. One warrior remarked that this monster looked quite impressive, half human, half spider. Wang Meng noted that his friend had rather peculiar tastes. Diana called the warrior a crude primate. How dare he question the perfection of her form? These people aren't worthy of becoming food, so destruction is their only fate. The monster approached the squad commander and said that he was different from the rest, not only strong but also attractive. Wouldn't he like to become her pet? That way he would not only survive but also live very happily. Hong Wang-zhou pushed the monster away and said he wasn't interested in bugs. Diana was outraged. How dare he harm her beautiful body? It was an unforgivable act, so she would destroy this man. Shi Hao noted that the squad commander was the main combat force for a reason. He had managed to resist a great temptation. He was a role model. Wang Meng stated that he had been observing his commander for a long time. Women didn't interest him. He always tried to complete his mission and become stronger. The commander remarked that Wang Meng was being overly talkative today. The warrior immediately replied that he hadn't said anything. Shi Hao said he hadn't heard a thing. Hong Wang-zhou urged them not to waste time and to deal with this monster quickly. The squad members replied in unison that they were ready to engage in decisive combat. Shi Hao remarked that it was a rare opportunity to witness a boss battle from such close range. His squad should watch and learn. Led by Hong Wang-zhou, the warriors charged the monster from all sides in a single coordinated surge. Their actions were highly coordinated. Tian Tian, watching the battle, said it was really cool. She expected nothing less from the captain of Han Mo's strongest team. Even the boss couldn't withstand his attacks. Dan Lu always uses buffs at just the right moment. Yun Fei said that these warriors act flexibly and in unison. No one was hit by the boss's attacks. Luo Feng noted that he agreed with everything that had been said. Shi Hao added that each of these warriors has their own strengths. His squad still has a long way to go, but he believes that one day they too will be able to achieve the same level of mastery. Chi-Chi wondered, could this really be considered a special kind of love? The bonds of friendship between comrades were different from those she shared with Miao Bao. She had never felt so hopeful before. The girl was glad she had met Shi Hao. The squad commander found this intensification of his emotions strange. On top of that, he sensed that his strength and speed had increased. Was this the effect of Dan Lu's buff, or the power of another person? Hong Wang-zhou realized that this feeling had emerged after Shi Hao's team joined them. Looking back at previous battles, Their efficiency in defeating monsters had become much higher than before. Was this due to Shi Hao, or was it because of the teammate of unknown level standing beside him? He needed to find out. Jia Bao asked Shi Hao if he could convince his friends to spare the Spider Queen's life. She was one of his mother's comrades and must know her whereabouts. Shi Hao replied that this would be difficult to do. These warriors weren't his friends. They were merely working together temporarily. There was no hope that they would agree to hand over their boss. If he asked the commander to do so, it would only arouse suspicion. Diana said she hadn't expected this. It was this handful of people who had reduced her to this state. It seemed she would have to use her strongest form to deal with them. The Spider Queen's health was down to just 10%. Wang Meng lunged at the monster and said he hated such disgusting beasts with a passion. Now he was going to send her to the afterlife. The transformed monster said that this man would be the one to meet his end now. The warrior declared that he was experiencing a strange sensation. His body had suddenly stopped obeying him. Diana explained that their bodies had gone numb. This was because, upon entering the incubator, they had fallen under the influence of her illusory poison. The poison silently infiltrates the body regardless of level. She needed to buy time, since the poison doesn't take effect immediately. Now she would make them experience the full charm of her illusory poison. Hong Wangzhou said that even he had let his guard down. This poison is extremely dangerous. The commander began to hallucinate. He thrust his blade forward and asked who was standing before him. The monster standing before the squad commander said that he was Hong Wangzhou, and he was a transformed level 130. The protagonist looked at the monster in front of him and asked, "Could this monster really be him?" Standing before our hero was a level 12 transformed Shi Hao. The monster said he was exactly the same as this guy. Shi Hao would never be able to escape this illusion. He would have to fight until his very death. The monster asked, "Is the human really that shocked, or is he just unable to bring himself to strike himself?" Shi Hao punched the monster in the face and said he'd been waiting for this for a long time. He hadn't been able to find the time to be alone with himself for a long time. Shen Hao said that this monster wasn't him, because he had no problem hitting himself. The transformed one laughed and said that the man apparently hadn't yet realized the gravity of the situation. Shi Hao thought that he really didn't understand something. Judging by its defensive reactions, this monster had the same abilities as he did. Could the monster have completely copied his system? The transformed one suddenly appeared behind our hero. Shi Hao thought that the monster was moving very quickly. Could it really be at level 120? The transformed one struck. The protagonist blocked the attack, but his health dropped by 20%. The monster said that their true strength was equal. Shi Hao thought that this monster's speed and strength were indeed identical. Could it really have copied the system as well? He needed to check this immediately. Shi Hao activated the flame sword. The transformed one mimicked this action and said he could do the same. The protagonist realized that the monster had indeed managed to copy the Red Flame Emperor's ability. The transformed one said that copying wasn't quite the right term. As long as a person remains within this illusion, they are one and the same. All of their abilities become shared. Shi Hao said that in that case, the monster couldn't destroy him. So what was it trying to achieve? The transformed one replied that illusory poison is the ultimate skill of control. Its purpose is to lure him into a trap and force him to fight his clone endlessly. Shi Hao realized that in that case, he would have to change his tactics. At the moment, he couldn't break free from the illusion. He was trapped in an endless battle. He didn't stand a chance. The transformed one said that the illusory poison could take control of an opponent of any level. The same fate awaits everyone. Whether a person hides their true power or not, a perfect copy of them will appear before them. Shi Hao realized that nothing is impossible. He doesn't believe the clone is truly capable of copying all his abilities, especially his system. The transformed one asked, "Which system are you referring to?" All of a person's abilities are tied to the attribute of flame. There's no point in trying to deceive him. Shi Hao calmed down a little, since he had actually thought the clone was capable of copying his system. He'd have to try hard to get rid of him. He couldn't stay here forever. Jiao Bao told Shi Hao not to give up and to get back on his feet quickly. The transformed figure was surprised. How had he not noticed this before? It really was His Highness. How had he become so pathetic, running after this man and on top of that, making a deal with him? Jiao Bao shouted that he had no intention of overthrowing the king. He had returned to the temple to meet with his mother. There was no need to harm this man any further. The transformed one said that His Highness's hopes were not destined to come true. However, he would reveal a little secret. His mother was currently imprisoned in the transformation chamber, located deep within the temple. Every day she endured hellish torment because she refused to reveal the secret. Shihao said he was grateful to the clone for copying only his appearance, not his IQ. They'd learned everything they needed to know. The show was over. It was time to get out of there. The transformed one was puzzled. What was he talking about? Shihao explained that the clone had simply pretended to be weak in order to find out about Jiao Bao's mother, and the clone had fallen for it, blabbing everything. The monster grew furious. Did the human really dare to deceive him? Jiao Bao confirmed it. The monster roared that he wouldn't let the human or the beetle escape. Shihao pointed out that the illusory poison had merely copied his current level and abilities, but couldn't steal his true power. The transformed being was puzzled. What was this true power he was talking about? A human couldn't claim to possess something he didn't even know he had. What kind of system was this? Shihao said that the clone had figured it out after all. At the moment, all accumulated experience points could raise his level to 130. This level cannot be lowered. Shen Hao ordered the system to use all the experience points. It was necessary to maximize the chances of survival. The system reported that the transformation was complete and level 130 had been reached. The second attribute of the Red Flame Emperor account, the attribute of darkness, had been unlocked. When the Emperor of the Red Flame turned to the dark side, the flame attribute transformed into a more powerful dark attribute, the Black Flame. Not only is it stronger, but it can also be materialized. More attack options and new skills have become available. An opponent with a higher level will no longer be a problem. The protagonist, in his new form, declared that he was ready to fight the clone. Round 2 begins. The transformed being was surprised. Could a human really have leveled up within an illusion? How is that possible? The monster noticed that even after leveling up, the human was still only one level ahead of him. Shihao realized that the transformed being could copy not only his old skills, but also his new ones. Once the battle began, the clone sensed his opponent's superiority. Now he couldn't even dodge. The protagonist launched a powerful attack, and the transformed being's health bar dropped to 0. Shihao thought, finally, he had escaped the illusion. Upon returning to reality, Shihao saw that he was inside a cocoon, suspended upside down. Monsters surrounded him. Diana said that something wasn't quite right about this man. Not only had he managed to raise his own level, but he had also broken her illusion from within. She needed to report this to His Majesty as soon as possible. The protagonist in his new form appeared before the monster and said he wouldn't let Diana do this. Diana begged for mercy. She told the little beetle that his uncle kept them all on a tight leash, and she had no choice but to act this way. If her life were spared, she would once again serve His Highness faithfully and help free his mother. Jiao Bao said that Diana was speaking sincerely. Perhaps it was worth sparing her life? Besides, she promised to help save the Queen Mother. Diana thought the prince was still too trusting. Thanks to this, she would be able to lure them into a trap and present their corpses to His Majesty. Shihao struck and destroyed the monster. The protagonist said that Jiao Bao was too trusting. One cannot trust a traitor's repentance. If he has betrayed once, he will betray again. If Jiao Bao wants to become the king of beetles, he must not be lenient toward traitors. The beetle said he understood. Perhaps it was because of his own weakness that he had ended up in this situation. Shihao was indeed better suited for the role of king. Shihao replied that he would consider it if there was a good reward. For now, they needed to check the loot from the spider monster. Jiao Bao thought that Shihao didn't seem like a human, but at moments like this, he behaved just like an ordinary person. The system congratulated its master. He had received 5 million coins and 1 million experience points. He also obtained black silk made of an unknown material. Spider Queen's poisonous blade, a blade forged from the broken leg of a spider queen. It is extremely dangerous, has a bizarre shape, and is difficult to wield. Illusory Puppet is a skill book that allows you to envelop an enemy in an illusion and create a spiritual puppet to fight them. Zerg Essence, a mysterious substance shed by a beetle. No one knows how to use it. Shen Hao thought that several useful items had dropped from the monster, though some of them seemed strange and incomprehensible. Jiao Bao explained that Zerg Essence is a rare item, a kind of organ that develops inside the body of a powerful beetle. It is a powerful source of energy that boosts cellular activity and endows the body with colossal strength. Jiao Bao asked if Shihao would be willing to sell him the Zerg Essence. In the future, he was ready to repay him with an item of equal value. The protagonist agreed. Our hero promised to help the beetle gather all 3 Zerg Essences so that it could return to its normal state and utilized the power of its 110th level. Jiao Bao replied that this was wonderful. Shi Hao was his benefactor. He was lucky to have met such a person. Shi Hao said that the prince must display the spirit and composure of a true monarch. Hong Wangzhou and his squad finally broke free from the illusion. Wang Meng asked if it was the commander who had saved them and defeated the boss. The answer was no. The commander speculated that Shi Hao might have done it. He was the first to break free from the illusion, and then he defeated the boss, allowing the rest to escape. Hong Wangzhou said that it sounded unbelievable, but judging by the level, it was indeed him who did it. At first, the commander thought he'd be able to defeat the clone after leveling up, but he hadn't succeeded. How did Shi Hao manage it? Apparently, Ying Huang was right about him. This guy really is full of secrets. Shi Hao asked if the commander was okay. He had collected all the loot from the boss. Should he hand it over? Hong Wangzhou replied that Shi Hao could keep it all. The commander's assistant was surprised. Wasn't that against the rules? Wang Meng asked. What rules are you talking about? Doesn't the commander himself set them? Besides, Shi Hao saved their lives. This is his well-deserved reward. The warrior understood everything. Breaking free from the illusion wasn't easy. Even the captain had failed. However, they needed to determine this boy's true strength. Shi Hao thanked the commander and asked if anyone had seen the Zerg essence. He was willing to buy it. The system reported that Commander Hong Wangzhou wished to transfer the item Zerg essence to the host. The squad commander said the boy had earned it. He hoped that Shi Hao would perform well in the next battle as well. Shi Hao surmised that Hong Wangzhou liked to hand out rewards generously. Apparently, they weren't interested in the drop from Boss Mo Gong, which meant they had another objective. Shen Hao told the beetle that he had already collected 2 Zerg essences. As soon as they defeated the next boss, the prince would be able to recover. Shi Hao looked at Jiao Bao's expression and asked, "Who is the next boss?" The beetle replied that it was his teacher. Shi Hao was surprised. Could it be that even beetles were afraid of their teachers? The protagonist thought that he himself had never been punished by his teachers because he had always stood out at school for his intelligence and quick wit. Jiao Bao explained that his teacher was unusual. This fencing teacher is known as the strongest, the lone sword master. Shi Hao said that sounded really cool, and he wanted to get to know him better as soon as possible. Jiao Bao insisted that he shouldn't do that. No one could handle this teacher. Shi Hao was surprised. Is the teacher really that strong? What is his level? Jiao Bao replied that his level is unknown. However, his level is not the source of his power at all. In fact, his true strength lies in the art of swordsmanship. Shi Hao was surprised. Aren't the beetles' bodies their pride in battle? Could there really be sword masters among them as well? Jiao Bao explained that their race isn't strong in swordsmanship. However, his teacher is an exception, because in reality, he is also human. The protagonist demanded that the beetle tell him all the details. How did this happen? Jiao Bao said that his father, the king, had told him about it. Even before he was born, a human stranger had unexpectedly invaded their world. A hunt was launched against him, but with his swordsmanship, he managed to break through the encirclement every time. However, a mere body of flesh and blood could not stand up to an entire world. The teacher lost, and they were about to torture him to death. The king father rejected this idea and took the teacher in, making him his personal bodyguard. After that, he became part of the world of beetles. However, beetles and humans are completely different races, and their lifespans differ. To extend his lifespan, the teacher took a risk and decided to transform into a beetle. It was his uncle who suggested this idea. However, the teacher did not anticipate that during the transformation, his uncle would inject him with a toxin that would control his actions. Using this toxin, his uncle destroyed the king father. The teacher has now completely lost his mind and has become his uncle's loyal assassin. Attacking him would be extremely reckless. Shen Hao realized that he had originally possessed a power that allowed him to fight the bugs single-handedly for several years. After the transformation, that power shed all its limitations. He had become like a supervillain, the kind you wouldn't encounter at the early levels. Moreover, his status was a complete mystery. If he was an intruder, then he wasn't a native of the dungeon like Chi-Chi. Who was he then? Shen Hao said that if he could eliminate the uncle, he could weaken the teacher's control. Jiao Bao agreed. After all, once the uncle was eliminated, the toxins in the teacher's body would stop being produced. The protagonist noted that there was no need to directly confront the teacher right now. They needed to consider whether there was another way to enter the capital without running into him. Hong Wangzhou said there was no need to change their route. The squad commander ordered the little worm, who could speak like a human, to take them to his teacher immediately. Jiao Bao was startled. How had this man been able to see him? Shi Hao was also surprised, since Hong Wangzhou hadn't noticed anything like this before. The commander explained that the last time he had emerged from the illusory realm, he had seen a small talking beetle next to Shi Hao. He didn't know why this had happened, but he couldn't ignore it. Shi Hao speculated that the commander had gained a boost in that spiritual realm. He said that in that case, the commander understood. It would be unwise to go to the Swordmaster right now. There was no point in wasting time. Once the final boss was defeated, the Swordmaster would self-destruct. Therefore, he should be left alone. Hong Wangzhou drew his blade and ordered Shi Hao to immediately force the beetle to lead them away, or else he would have to destroy it. Wang Meng was surprised. Why was the commander being so aggressive? The warrior asked, "Did that kid finally piss off our boss?"
Luo Feng shouted that no one was to lay a hand on his commander. At that moment, the boy wasn't afraid of anyone.
Shi Hao was puzzled. Why was the commander acting this way? After all, they had just gone through all the trials together, and now tensions were running high again. Hong Wangzhou was surprised. Did he really have to answer that question? Jiao Bao said he understood everything. He'd lead them away, but they had to leave Shi Hao alone. Now he could put his sword away. The protagonist thought it was very touching. Instead of worrying about himself, Jiao Bao had stood up for him. Luo Feng asked if the commander was all right. This Hong Wangzhou was nothing but a scoundrel. As soon as he started talking, a conflict would immediately arise. Wang Meng asked what Shi Hao had said to the commander. Yunfei advised her brother to stay away from this man. Shi Hao explained that nothing bad had happened. Hong Wangzhou simply really wanted to fight a certain sword master, which is why they had a falling out. Wang Meng said that the phrase sword master acts like a red rag to a bull on his commander. He can't stay put. Wang Meng added that his commander had devoted his entire being to fencing training. The invincible are always alone. Within the corporation, he rarely finds an opponent. There is no one capable of matching him in swordsmanship. The warrior noticed that the commander was very excited about facing this insect, this master of the blade. Even his scabbard trembled with anticipation. Shi Hao thought that Hong Wangzhou wanted to fight his opponent, and he couldn't deny him that. He needed to watch from the sidelines and be prepared for the situation to spiral out of control. Hong Wangzhou had been eagerly awaiting this event and did not want to be disappointed. The group arrived at their destination. Jiao Bao said this was the place. Here one could sense the chaotic energy of swords and absolute silence. It was very strange. The master said he had long awaited his disciple's return. This was the lone sword master. His level remained unknown. The old man noted that the disciple had managed to survive the siege and had even dared to meet him face to face. Indeed, he was worthy of being called his successor. He suggested playing a board game with the disciple. The board had been empty for a long time. Jiao Bao replied that he couldn't play right now. The old man agreed. Who would play chess with the one who had destroyed his father? Besides, the prince himself was now like a chess pawn. How could he play? Wang Meng was surprised. Could this old man really be talking to himself? It made no sense at all. Shi Hao speculated that these might be pre-programmed lines for a specific character. He had no information about his race, no boss icon, and even his level was hidden. There was something mysterious about this master swordsman. Hong Wangzhou told the old man to stop his idle chatter and pick up his sword. The master replied that he was like a skeleton now. He hadn't fought anyone in a long time. If this guy was looking for a good battlefield, this was clearly not the place. Hong Wangzhou lunged at the old man and said that a sword master without a sword had no reason to exist. The old man replied that he couldn't die under these circumstances. The squad commander's sword clashed with the old man's. Hong Wangzhou was surprised. Wasn't this the very sword he had thrown away earlier? Could it be that his opponent was controlling the sword with his chi? He had assumed that such an ancient fencing technique existed only in old books. Could someone still master this art? Hong Wangzhou asked, "Does the old man really intend to parry my attack this way? Those old swords won't help him anyway." The squad commander parried the swords flying toward him and said that a sword not gripped firmly in one's hands is nothing more than a hunk of iron. The old man said that was simply remarkable. He hadn't encountered such a skilled opponent in many hundreds of years. In the past, he would certainly have sought some advice from him. However, now he was living out the rest of his life with only one goal in mind. The old man's enormous blade plunged into the ground in front of the astonished squad. Wang Meng leapt aside and told everyone to be careful. The old master said that this was the sword that had been used to slay the king, his father. The prince must take this sword. Now that he can suppress the toxins in his body, he must take advantage of this and avenge his father. The old man added that in this way the prince would be helping him. He must do this and fulfill his final wish. The little beetle replied that he couldn't do that. The teacher didn't want him to. Everything happened under his supervision. He understands everything and isn't holding a grudge. The master replied that the little one was very good and too kind, just like his father. But kindness alone isn't enough to become king of the race. If the prince doesn't go through with it, he'll have to forget about taking revenge on his uncle. The protagonist said that the master was right. Jiao Bao must do this. Our hero added that first he'd like to ask the old man something. Originally, the teacher had been human. Could he tell him what era he'd lived in and how he'd ended up here? The old man replied that the next generation was truly strange. It had been a long time since he'd thought about it, but he'd be happy to tell him. It happened several hundred years ago. On a rainy night, his life had been filled with sorrow. He finally encountered the enemies who had slaughtered his family. There were so many of them. He held a sword in his hands, and that was enough. By the end of the battle, only 2 remained. His opponent was also a master of the sword. The old man added that the moment his revenge was complete, lightning struck the blade, and he lost consciousness for an instant. When he came to, he found himself here. There were countless strange bugs everywhere. The only people he had encountered here were standing before him now. That is the whole story. The protagonist realized that this was time travel. He remembered that several scientists had once described time travel as being transported into a dimension of chaotic disorder. The advent of the entire OL era could also be called a global time travel. Whether such movements are random or the work of a specific person on this question, scientists' opinions differ. The warrior was surprised. Could it be that they had heard some sensational news? Dan Liu repeated that over 100 years ago, this man had traveled through time and ended up in the dungeon where he had turned into a beetle. Such events are simply unimaginable. Upon returning home, he must report this to the appropriate authorities. Hong Wangzhou wondered if there might be some benefit to this. It also confirmed some of the speculations held by high-ranking officials. That thing was definitely inside the temple. Suddenly, a voice said that the loner talks too much. The voice came from a swarm of beetles in the air. The voice ordered the immediate destruction of these invaders and that petty, worthless scum. The old teacher stated that he had been awaiting his demise for many years, training ceaselessly and resisting the toxins in his body. But unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. The voice added that the old man had become one of them, but he was still human. He would be unable to resist the beetles' overwhelming racial superiority. It ordered the old man to destroy these people. The old teacher clutched his head and screamed loudly. Jiao Bao looked at the teacher in fear. The master's body transformed, turning into a bug monster. The monster said that his goal was not to resist at all, but to learn how to maintain a clear mind, even if only for a short time, while the bug was activated. The voice shouted that this was impossible. The old man said he had been waiting for this moment for many years, and now it had finally arrived. The voice screamed that a loner should not act this way. The old man noted that the bug essence in his body was most active after the transformation. He held out an object to the prince and told him to take it. It was the last thing his teacher could give him. The old man added that the fact the prince had managed to make it this far meant he had already absorbed some Zerg essences. The prince must take this and regain his former form. Only then would he have enough strength to destroy him. With tears in his eyes, the prince took the object and said he could not do this to his teacher. The old man remarked, if weakness and kindness were the path the prince had chosen, then as his teacher he would support him. But on that path he could no longer accompany his student. The old man added that the prince must flee, and the farther away the better. Zhuge declared that his final words had been spoken. Now the prince would be destroyed, and the poison's control would not be lifted. The prince would forever remain his most powerful puppet. Hong Wangzhou appeared in the path of the transformed master of the blade. The warrior said that the old man had finally taken the initiative. He regretted that he had not been able to fight his human form. The squad commander added that it didn't matter. As long as his opponent held a sword, the battle would take place. The beetle monster said that the one standing before him was likely the strongest among this group of people. However, to him, he was still nothing more than trash. The warriors were surprised. Wasn't this the boss? They should all rush him together and destroy him. Hong Wangzhou ordered everyone to step back. Although this violated the principles of mission priority, he didn't want to miss the chance to fight one-on-one with such a rare master of fencing. No one was to interfere. Wang Meng still didn't understand his commander. It was the first time he'd seen him abandon his principles and act on a whim. Could this be the influence of Shi Hao? Zhu was puzzled. What kind of strange tactic was this? Didn't his opponent want to duel him with swords? Hong Guangzhou replied that he was facing nothing more than an insect wielding a sword. He was unworthy of fighting him with swords. The Lone Blade Master was attacked and took damage. He called this style of attack fiery. Hong Guangzhou decided to use his sword to channel qi and use that qi to summon the wind. The wind swept everywhere. The beetle replied that this was quite interesting. In that case, he would have some fun with his opponent. Wang Meng said that this lone sword master didn't have the strength to fight back against their commander. However, he was still parrying most of the attacks. How was that possible? Shi Hao thought that Hong Guangzhou's attack was indeed difficult to fathom. It must be that, due to the time limit, the swordsman would be able to hold out until the end. They needed to use this time to recover their combat effectiveness. The protagonist told the prince to immediately swallow the Zerg essences and return to his original form. The prince said he couldn't do that. Shi Hao replied that in that case, they would have to destroy this petty insect right now, because what he hated most were spineless scum who constantly held him back. He could no longer tolerate it. The prince admitted that he had a weak character. Especially after meeting this man, he realized that relying on someone else could cause him to lose his fighting spirit. Jiao Bao added that his physical strength had also been recognized by his teacher, and it wasn't bad at all. He simply lacked determination. The prince thanked the man for deliberately intimidating him with his clumsy play and for making him realize what was most important right now. Shi Hao replied that it wasn't a game. The prince must prove that he is truly stronger. Jiao Bao hid inside a cocoon. However, it was unknown how long it would take for the cocoon to break open and for him to emerge as a butterfly. They couldn't wait for him forever. The Lone Blade Master was attacked again, and his health dropped. The beetle said he had already grown accustomed to his opponent's attack style. Even without the Zerg essence, his body was still powerful. The squad commander's Divine Winds formation had been broken. Hong Guangzhou thought that his opponent was indeed strong. Within the sphere of Divine Wind, they might end in a draw. The warrior realized that in the current situation, he would definitely not be able to defeat the old man within the allotted time. When the Divine Wind sphere closed, he would have a 5-second period of vulnerability. If his opponent took advantage of this, the entire team would be in danger. Would he really have to use the move he'd wanted to save for the final boss? The old man wondered if his opponent had decided to get distracted in the middle of the battle. The beetle's attack was audacious. Shi Hao managed to block the old man's path and took damage. The young man thought he was barely staying on his feet. Hong Guangzhou asked what Shi Hao was doing here. Why had he invaded his realm of Divine Wind? Was he tired of living? The protagonist told the commander to activate his superpowers quickly. He was fighting with all his might. Hong Guangzhou asked if the young man was sure he wanted to fight this bug. Our hero suggested that the commander save his strength for the final boss. Besides, didn't the commander want to see the limits of his power? This time, Shi Hao was forced to deceive Hong Guangzhou. The old man asked what had happened. He didn't care even if everyone joined forces. However, a level 13 opponent wasn't worthy of fighting him. Shen Hao told the beetle to fight him. Then he would understand who was worthy of what. The old man said he would now destroy the man who had overestimated his own strength. Shi Hao dodged the beetle's attack and asked, "Is that really all you've got?" That attack was far too sloppy. Shen Hao dodged the monster's attack. The beetle said it was a feint and shouldn't be taken seriously. Our hero launched a counterattack. The beetle was surprised. Could this really be a counterattack? Didn't the man say he didn't know how to wield a sword? Shen Hao reminded him of his own words. He had said he was inexperienced, but he hadn't claimed he didn't know how. Moreover, capitalizing on the moment after a counterattack was just basic knowledge. The monster replied that the issue wasn't basic knowledge, but the fact that, surprisingly, this guy was capable of competing with him on equal footing. That demonstrated his strength. The protagonist asked, "Didn't we agree to fight with swords? Why did the beetle start attacking sneakily?" The beetle replied that human laws meant nothing to him. As long as he was capable of winning, he would use any trick in the book. Shen Hao said that this was in line with his own style. He was willing to do anything for victory. In that case, he wouldn't hold back either. The protagonist added that he preferred destructive power and lunged at his opponent. Zhu said that was impossible. Where did a human get such immense power? Wang Meng said he knew it. This guy was no pushover. His true level was surely no less than 120. Yin Huang added that colossal power was hidden within this guy's body. He had sensed it for a long time. Dan Lu was surprised. Could it be that the fusion of the attributes of darkness and flame was manifesting within him? Hong Wangzhou thought that his true level wasn't 120 at all, but most likely around 130. No wonder he'd always kept his cool. A person like that needed to be recruited. The beetles said that in a one-on-one battle it was difficult to determine a winner. However, this guy had weaknesses. The number of beetles had increased. The old man said that people call this caring. Even if he couldn't destroy this man, he could destroy the rest. What would he choose now? The commander said that although these duplicates lack the power of the main entity, they still shouldn't be underestimated. They must be eliminated. Dan Lu remarked that Shi Hao was actually an amateur. If he possessed such power, why did he allow the beetle to shift phases? Wang Meng ordered Shi Hao's squad to hide behind him. They must not engage the duplicates, or they'll die. Yun Fei told Chi-Chi to follow her. However, Chi-Chi went head-to-head with the doppelganger in single combat. Hong Wangzhou knocked the doppelganger aside and told the girl, if she was weak, she should at least know how to retreat. Hadn't Shi Hao taught them how to face stronger opponents? The commander approached the girl and felt the surge of power again. Now he felt much stronger. Chi-Chi asked what he was going to do. Hong Wangzhou wondered, could this be related to her hidden abilities? He had never encountered anything like this before. Chi-Chi asked him to let her go. The warrior charged into the attack once more. There was no time now to analyze what was happening. First, he had to destroy the clones, then figure things out. Chi-Chi thought this man was strange. Shi Hao said that the commander had destroyed all the clones. The cloning tactic had proven useless. The old man replied that he hadn't been counting on them anyway. It was just a way to distract attention. The beetles suggested they look up. Death awaited them there. Our hero realized the situation was dire. It was the beetles' poison again. The monster said it was already too late. No one would manage to escape. The poison began to spread, covering everything around them. Shi Hao thought that this was the second time he'd fallen into this trap. It was truly difficult to defend oneself here. It would have been worse if he hadn't foreseen this in advance. The protagonist ordered all the warriors to immediately drink the antidote he had distributed earlier. Wang Meng noted that thanks to Shi Hao, the antidote had been prepared in advance. Dan Lu added that the poisonous mist had grown stronger and the antidote's effect had been weakened. The beetle said the antidote was useless. This was his territory. He could use all his resources to destroy them. All those doomed would perish. The commander thought that even with 40% of his forces, he would be able to hold off the beetle. The old man replied that the man must be joking. Hong Wangzhou said that he was the one who had insisted on this course of action, so the responsibility for failure lay with him. He had a final weapon of destruction that would hold off the enemy. The allies must retreat. Dan Lu said she couldn't leave. She had to tend to the wounded and would stay by their side. The beetle declared that they would all be destroyed regardless of the order. Suddenly, a huge monster beetle appeared. It was Jiao Bao who had reached level 130. He apologized for the delay and said he would deal with that old man himself from now on. Shi Hao said that Jiao Bao had arrived just in time. The ability of this form was a skill he had received from his master. The old man said that the surprise attack wasn't bad, but the disciple hadn't managed to inflict serious damage. A reject will remain a reject even after returning to his original form. The prince said he had received his master's will and strength. Now he would follow his master's teachings, cast aside weakness, and complete his revenge without dishonoring his master's name. The old man said that was wonderful. For the sake of his master, he would allow him to die. He must stand and listen. Jiao Bao shouted that after everything that had happened, the old man had no right to call himself his master. The prince promised to expel the villain from his master's body. Zhu was surprised at how strong the prince had become. Before he couldn't even swing a sword. However, time was up. Since the poison wasn't working, he would perish at the hands of the sword master his teacher had been so proud of. Jiao Bao surmised that the opponent was merely using the teacher's body and did not know how to wield the sword properly. Whirlwind of blades was a defensive technique, but a true attack was different. Everything around them shook. Shi Hao acknowledged that the prince was indeed powerful. His strikes caused the temple's essence to scream in pain. Wang Meng asked who he was. In terms of fencing skill, he had surpassed the old man. The monsters said this was the body of the strongest Zerg. How could it be defeated by such scum? He must have absorbed the essence of the Zerg. Jiao Bao shouted that he would not let the monster have its way. He would protect his master's legacy at the cost of his own life. Hong Wangzhou thought that this guy was 10 times stronger than his master's essence. Even without the poison, he wouldn't stand a chance of winning without using his most powerful move. The beetle raised its claws and said it was surrendering. It hadn't expected the prince to become so strong, however. It reminded him that they were relatives and offered to help in exchange for the release of the prince's mother. Jiao Bao replied that he might have believed those words before, but not now. He had only one goal: to destroy his uncle. The prince was suddenly attacked from behind and found himself pinned down. His uncle laughed and said that he had never intended to give up this body. It was the crystallization of his power. But now that wasn't enough to defeat his nephew. The monster said that the prince must now feel despair. They would all perish here. Swordmaster Gu Xin had been destroyed. The monster noticed that the prince had fused his teacher's body with the ancient tree and was using the temple's energy to activate it. Sharp, sword-like thorns have grown from the tree's roots. Hong Wangzhou said the situation was dire. The exit was blocked by the roots. The enemy intended to trap them in a shrinking space and finish them off. Their attributes hadn't been restored, and it was impossible to destroy the roots. The prince said it was useless. The roots had absorbed the temple's energy and couldn't be completely destroyed. The prince said that finding the main root wouldn't be difficult. As long as he used his master's technique, he could attack regardless of the distance. Shi Hao asked why no one had told him earlier that there was an even more powerful attack. Shi Hao told the warriors to all come closer. Although his own attributes were weakened, his equipment remained intact. He would use shield grenades, and that would be enough to hold out for a certain amount of time. The energy shield was activated. The warriors thought, could this guy really have such a skill? But the levels of such shields aren't very high. Would this one hold up? The warriors couldn't believe this madness. Had they really entrusted their lives to the prince of the Zhukovs? Prince Jiaobao realized that time was running out, so he employed Gu Xinyang's supreme fencing mastery. A whirlwind of furious attacks swept through the area. Prince Jiaobao was unstoppable. The warriors acknowledged that this sword technique not only cut down trees but also shattered space itself. Wasn't that terrifying? The prince said that this was what his master had perfected to the highest degree. It was the first time he had attacked in this manner. Fortunately, he performed flawlessly and did not disgrace his master's art. Shen Hao was outraged, for Jiao Bao had put everyone's lives on the line for the sake of practice. If he had failed, the souls would never have forgiven him. The prince noted that he had succeeded. Suddenly, everyone saw the sword master Gu Xing. The prince cried out that the master's body had returned. The prince embraced the old man's lifeless body. Jiao Bao said he hadn't expected to be able to return the body intact. The master could now rest in peace. The prince told the protagonist that once they were finished, he wanted to bury the teacher's body in the place where he had first crossed into this world. Shi Hao promised to accompany the prince when the time came. Hong Wangzhou hadn't expected the beetle to evolve into such a powerful form in such a short time. From a biological standpoint, it might indeed surpass humans. There's no need to grieve too deeply. The prince has inherited his mentor's teachings and will not dishonor his good name. The squad commander said that they could now continue on together and he would help avenge the loss. However, as compensation, he insisted on testing their strength against each other. The prince remarked that it would be a great honor for him to fight such a master. Yunfei asked her brother where he'd found this tough little guy. Shi Hao replied that Jiao Bao wasn't the same kind of protege as the Red Comet. Jiao Bao speculated that this lovely young lady was Shi Hao's younger sister. The prince remarked that he had previously been attacked and trapped within the card's circle. It was only thanks to her brother's help that he could see the light again. He was pleased to meet such a young lady. Shi Hao grew angry and said that this bug was quite bold. Who gave him permission to speak to his sister like that? Engineer Lai Ye-shi reported via the internal communication system that they were facing an emergency. The squad commander asked what had happened there. The engineer reported that Xue Lu had just stormed into the temple, bent on destruction. She looked furious, and no one could stop her, so they needed to be cautious. The protagonist realized that Xue Lu wanted revenge on him and had arrived much earlier than expected. Angry women are harder to deal with than a boss. Shi Hao told the commander that they needed to hurry, collect the trophies, and get out of there. If Xue Lu arrived, a brutal battle would be inevitable. Hong Wangzhou said that Jiao Bao had defeated the boss, so the trophies belonged to him. The commander added that he was only interested in the fragment of the dark tablet. Shi Hao said that the commander was very generous. The young man thought that earlier, the Sand Sea's dream demon had also lost a fragment of the tablet. Could this really be Hong Wangzhou's true objective? The boss dropped a sparkling sword of the highest grade. It was a melee weapon. Also among the items was a dark whetstone, an enchanted object. It could be used to polish bladed weapons before battle. The young man obtained a book on swordsmanship written by Master Gu Xing, From Beginner to Master. There was also a broken fragment of a dark tablet. This was a mysterious old tablet bearing incomprehensible symbols. There was also an old rusty key. It was meant to open a lock. However, the lock itself was nowhere to be found. Shi Hao handed the tablet to the commander and said it belonged to him. Hong Wangzhou added that he had seen a book on swordsmanship skills among the trophies. Could Shi Hao study this book thoroughly so they could have a duel in the future? Shi Hao said they needed to hurry and head toward the final boss. Even though the restrictions had been lifted, the countdown was still ticking inside their bodies. They needed to speed up the process. Suddenly, beams of fire flew toward our hero. At that very moment, the prince and the squad commander stepped in to protect him, who dared to attack Shi Hao. Xue Lu appeared before the squad. The woman said she had finally found this guy. Hong Wangzhou noticed that Xue Lu had finally shown up. However, it was already too late to fight the boss. Xue Lu declared that she wasn't interested in either this quest or the boss. She had come here for one purpose only, to settle the score with the man who had deceived her. She was interested in Xue Hao. Shi Hao told the girl to calm down. Even though he had deceived her, she should thank him for it. If not for his good intentions, she would have been severely punished by Huang Zheng's squad and held accountable. Xue Lu told the guy to stop trying to sweet-talk her. She would never forgive anyone who dared to deceive her. Shi Hao would be destroyed today. Hong Wangzhou drew his blade and stepped forward. He said that Shi Hao was a member of his squad, so they would have to deal with him first. Jiao Bao stepped forward and said he wouldn't let this girl even touch a hair on Shi Hao's head. Wang Meng warned that the entire squad was ready to defend Shi Hao. Xue Lu said, if they all stood up for this guy, then she would have to destroy them all. Shi Hao approached the girl and told the goddess not to rush. This was a feud between just the two of them. There was no need to drag others into it. As he spoke, he grabbed the hilt of Xue Lu's sword. The girl was surprised. How could he move so fast? Shi Hao pointed out that they had no irreconcilable enmity. He acknowledged that he had brought the boss to Huang Zheng's base. However, she herself had wanted to bring the boss to Han Mo's base. He had merely beaten her to it, which was a perfectly normal military tactic. These two families were at odds with each other. Xue Lu said that one shouldn't confuse the concepts. These are two different things. Shi Hao wouldn't back down and pointed out that they were one and the same. Besides, he'd been forced to act that way. Initially, he hadn't wanted to entangle the interests of the two groups, but because of one small incident, he'd become the Huang Zheng group's second target. Also, many people were hunting him down to eliminate him. Xue Lu replied that she hadn't realized the young man had such connections to Huang Zheng. She had never heard that there were any bounty lists within the group. Shi Hao was surprised. Could it be that, as Huang Zheng's top fighter, she still didn't know what a bounty list was? It's a private list for mercenaries and bounty hunters. The first person on the list in front of him was named Shui He, the same last name as hers. Could it be a coincidence? From her reaction, the young man realized he'd hit the mark. There was definitely a connection between them. The young man added that he had gone to the same school as this girl. They already knew each other before the monsters stormed the city. Why then had Huang Zheng made her his first target? Xue Lu asked where she was now. Shi Hao replied that he didn't know, they hadn't seen each other in a long time. But were the girls really acquainted? Xue Lu replied that she had just asked out of curiosity. Xue Zhu pointed out that the issue between them had nothing to do with Huang Zheng. There was no point in talking about unnecessary things right now or changing the subject. Shi Hao suggested that they defeat the final boss together and then settle their personal grievances afterward. Our hero decided that she was the one changing the subject. There was definitely a connection between her and his classmate. Xue Lu remarked, if you give even the slightest chance to such a cunning person, he'll vanish without a trace. That's why we need to finish him off right here. Wang Meng said he couldn't stand listening to this anymore. Because of her high level, this woman was far too arrogant. She needed to be taught a lesson so she'd understand what submission meant. The commander told Meng not to say anything unnecessary. Couldn't he see that Shi Hao's energy had changed? Even standing before a level 140, he was acting boldly. Now he had even grown stronger. Wang Meng noted, even though he had risen 3 levels at once, he still wasn't strong enough to face a level 140 without fear. The protagonist asked Xue Lu what she wanted in the end. Regardless of what she decided, they had to act as soon as possible. The longer she stayed in this place, the more dangerous it would be. Xue Lu replied that she wanted the young man to fight her. In that case, their grievances would be settled. Shi Hao replied that he agreed to a sword duel. His sister said it was very dangerous. Xuelu's level was too high. The protagonist told his sister not to worry and to trust him. Everyone should step back to avoid getting hurt. Xuelu asked, could he really still be so calm and unflappable? In that case, she would use 80% of her power to test whether he was truly capable or just bluffing. At that very moment, the sword flew toward the protagonist. Shi Hao raised a shield in front of him, but it was shattered by the rapidly flying sword. The young man realized that even a solid heaven-bestowed shield was truly no match for magical damage. Zhuge Liu was genuinely surprised, since her 80% attack had only taken away 20% of his health. It seemed she really had underestimated him. In that case, she shouldn't hold back. Shi Hao said he'd received his first warning and invited the girl to continue. In that very moment, everything around them was covered in ice. The onlookers asked, was it really necessary to use her signature move? Wang Meng noticed that Shi Lu really wanted to destroy this guy. Now only the commander could stop this crazy woman. Hong Wangzhou replied that even he wouldn't be able to stop her. However, he was very curious to see how Shi Hao would react to this. The squad commander said that facing an opponent with such a huge power disparity, this young man dared to hold his ground with confidence. He must have his own way of doing things. We just need to wait a little while. Yunfei told the prince to help her brother. This woman is too strong. Jia Bao replied that he couldn't do that. It was Shi Hao's choice. His courage and bravery must not be crushed. Xiulu told her opponent, if he truly has abilities, he should demonstrate them. Shi Hao realized that Emperor Qi Yang had unlocked the attribute of darkness. His ability to control the fire demon had also improved significantly. Now he needed to see just how much the fire demon's power had increased. Shi Hao told Hong Wangzhou to calm his men down. A battle of this caliber was already beyond their ability to resist. The squad commander thought that these two could play games all they wanted, but they weren't going to drag anyone else into it. Shi Hao realized that in a single duel, he had lost 60% of his health. His opponent deserved to be Wang Zheng's strongest combat force. However, she had not yet shown her true strength. In the next duel, she would certainly do so. He must seize the opportunity to unleash the Shadow King to save his life. Shen Hao said they needed to hurry. He wouldn't recover any more health. He would use his remaining 20% to fight. He would give her the chance to vent her anger. Yunfei shouted that her brother was putting himself in danger. Luo Feng pointed out that refusing to recover health was extremely dangerous. Dan Lu remarked that Shi Hao had lost his mind. It was obvious that Xu Lu had a more powerful finishing move. There was no way the guy could hold out. The deputy commander remarked that Shi Hao was still pretending to be tough. Either he was very stupid, or he had a hidden ace up his sleeve. In any case, it was interesting to watch. Xue Lu suggested calling it a day. Shi Hao was surprised. What do you mean, call it a day? There's no need to go easy on him. He might still put up a fight. The woman said that with her first strike, she had indeed underestimated him. However, the second time, she used the instant annihilation technique. The fact that he withstood it suggests that his strength is comparable to hers. The reason for her anger is her fear of being deceived. But if he's being this cunning about his strength, she has no objection. Xiu Lu added, looking at his carefree expression, she thinks he has a hidden trump card that he hasn't used yet. Shi Hao stated that he'd thought the same thing about his rival. Shi Hao decided it was best not to play that card. Life is hard and making money isn't easy. He could thank Miss Xiu Lu for helping him save a huge amount of energy. The woman said that they had settled their differences. What the young man planned to do next was none of her business. Shi Hao remarked even though she had refused, he would still keep his word. He owed her one match and could call in that debt at any time. He thought this woman had a strong character. She was quite principled. Besides, she had a strained relationship with Huang Zheng. It would be foolish not to take advantage of that. Xue Lu said she hadn't expected such a frivolous person to have any principles at all. She would remember that promise. Suddenly, everything around them began to shake again. It seemed as though the temple's essence was growing increasingly impatient. Tianqin noticed that the exit from this space had just closed on its own. Luo Feng added that it looked like congealed blood from a wounded body. The formation above was still moving. How would they get out of here? Dan Lu pointed in a certain direction and noticed that an unknown passage had widened again on this side. It looked very suspicious. The deputy commander suggested that someone was trying to lure them in there. What awaited them this time? Shen Hao asked the prince where this new passage led. Jia Bao speculated that his uncle had altered the structure of the passageway in the temple. Therefore, this temple had originally been the dormant body of the ancient god of insects. Their uncle might have used the power of imperial might to control the ancient god of insects. Wang Meng remarked, if the boss has such an ability, Wouldn't they end up trapped in a jar? Any maze he creates could destroy them? Hong Wangzhou suggested that such an ability must have its limits. Otherwise, he would have done this long ago. Perhaps he didn't take them seriously before, and that has only changed now. Shi Hao said that it didn't matter what traps lay ahead. There had to be a way to find out the truth. Jiabao pointed out that his perception was better than anyone else's. He didn't need to worry about falling into a trap. Hai Wei, a level 120 and deputy commander of the Golden Armored Guard, told the guests not to be afraid. Altair, a level 125 and captain of the Golden Armored Guard, said that the path ahead led to the temple's throne. There were no traps. Hong Wangzhou asked, "Does anyone really believe what they're saying?" Wang Meng was puzzled. Why even talk to them? He's just warming up for the final battle with the boss. The monsters said they weren't lying and had no intention of fighting humans. They were merely carrying out the emperor's order to escort His Highness the Prince and his entourage to the temple's throne. Jiabao replied that his uncle had always been cunning. Their words couldn't be trusted. Shi Hao asked his assistant, "Are these two Zerg lying?" Weiss replied that judging by the spectra they were emitting, they weren't lying. The protagonist thought that, in the end, the boss had unexpectedly shown his goodwill. Although it was very strange, the only way to find out his goal was to go there. The young man said that, in any case, the ultimate goal was to ascend the throne. Wouldn't it be better if someone led them there? He said the prince had to press on, since the final battle was still ahead. Xue Lu thought that even if a single sword strike were to destroy the temple, forcing them to leave wouldn't be a difficult task either. This guy always looks as if victory is already in the bag. I'm curious to see how he'll fight in the final battle against the boss. I'd like to watch that. The throne room of a deeply hidden temple. The Zerg announced their arrival. The figure seated on the throne greeted the guests. He introduced himself as Oswald Armak, the master of the Zerg. Having survived the battle, the guests were granted entry to his throne room. Armak was a level 130 player. Yin Huang remarked that this wasn't what he had imagined. He had thought the final boss would be a ruthless character. Why did he look like such a weakling? Wang Meng noted that he didn't exude a thirst for destruction. The squad commander urged his comrades not to be deceived by appearances. Shi Hao told the prince that the feeling his uncle had given him was completely different from what he'd imagined. And then there's that long string of names. It seems this is exactly what royal nonsense is all about. Otherwise, why would his name consist of only 2 syllables? Are they really from the same family? Jiabao replied that it was because his teacher had decided his name was too long and difficult to pronounce, so he gave him the nickname Jiabao. The prince thanked everyone who had accompanied him here. From now on, he would deal with this family feud himself. A glowing sword appeared in his hand. Armak said he hadn't seen Deonard in a long time. Not only had he returned alive, but he'd also dared to confront him alone. If he'd had the courage back then, he could have prevented him from seizing power. The prince, swinging his sword, knocked 2 Zergs aside and approached his uncle. He said that this was precisely why he had to correct his mistakes. It wasn't too late to overthrow the usurper. Jiabao struck at Armak, but his sword struck an impenetrable defense. It was similar to what Shi Hao had used. Wang Meng was surprised. After all, this was an energy shield. How could the Zerg's final boss use human technology? Shi Hao noted that the energy for their shield came from a magic crystal, while the energy for Armak's shield emanated from the heart of the Zerg. It all seemed too fantastical. Oswald Armak said that their surprise was nothing more than arrogance. Such technologies do not belong exclusively to the human race. As long as people are willing to study and accumulate knowledge, any race can master the most advanced technologies. The boss said that his brother clung to these outdated ideologies, doing everything in his power to suppress his ideas and hinder the future development of the Zerg. That is why he had to be eliminated. Jiabao shouted that this wasn't true. From the very beginning, his uncle had wanted nothing but power and to rule the world, to seize energy resources, eradicate outsiders, use the power of corruption to produce armies and destroy everything around him, ruin the entire world, and plunge the people back into the abyss of calamity. How could anyone claim that this was for the future of the Zerg? Oswald Armak declared that he was different from his modest brother, who pretended to be a devotee of a false peace. In his vision, there was no place for weak and limited beings without abilities. He had no interest in royal power. Seizing the throne was merely a means to carry out his plan. Armak added that he has no desire to conquer such a cramped and limited world. Shi Hao wondered, could it be that this boss, like Abel, had broken free from the shackles of his mind and awakened a higher level of consciousness? Jia Bao was indignant. Why is uncle still telling these lies to deceive him? He doesn't want to listen to this nonsense. It's time to face off one-on-one. Oswald Armark assumed his nephew knew nothing. However, they had time, and he would take the liberty of telling one story, a truth that not even his father had revealed to the prince. Once upon a time, there lived a young Zerg. He was a member of the royal family, yet he had not inherited any remarkable royal stature. Compared to his powerful brother, he was insignificant. But he paid no attention to that, for instead of glory and power, he was more interested in studying various oddities. He traveled often, conducting risky explorations in the most inaccessible places. But he increasingly noticed that this world was cramped, narrow, and deceitful. Standing atop a mountain, he wanted to climb even higher, but the sky seemed to be blocked by an invisible force, forming a barrier. What was happening? For many years, he conducted his own research, but he never managed to figure out the reason. This continued until one day, a swordsman unexpectedly appeared in this world. His words only reinforced the young Zerg's suspicions. The swordsman said that this world was merely a small space, and beyond its borders lay the human race, and that world was vast. Compared to the human race, the Zerg are more advanced. Why then must they be confined to this cramped space? The young Zerg tried to convince his brother to activate the heart of the Zerg and use its energy to break through the cosmic barrier and venture out into the outside world. But his brother ruthlessly rejected the idea. The young Zerg insisted that vast territories lay beyond the boundaries and that the Zerg should not be confined to this tiny patch of land. His brother replied that life does not require invading foreign territory and that war brings only fear and misery. After numerous refusals, the young Zerg began studying the ancient history of the Zerg and discovered unofficial records. The royal family had passed down an artifact linked to the mysterious cosmic barrier from generation to generation. Jia Bao asked to get this artifact. Did my uncle force the teacher to kill my father and imprison my mother? But he was merely looking for an excuse for his crimes. Oswald Armark noted that under his brother's rule, the Zerg had lost their fighting spirit and resilience, becoming weak and falling behind. If this continued, the race would perish. Lo Feng grew tired of listening and said the story was dragging on too long. Could it be that the more a copy is made, the more complicated the backstory becomes? Chi Chi remarked that everyone was trying to resist the tide of fate, but their methods were too cruel. Tian Tian added that some things could no longer be explained by settings. Shi Hao thought that his companions weren't imprisoned, but rather protected by that artifact. There are also Zerg in the human world, but they're scattered and don't form large communities. However, if the royal family were to unite them, a terrifying force would emerge. Jia Bao said he was tired of hearing this story. The Zerg have many ways to continue their lineage. First, he would destroy the imposter, and then he would find the most suitable path. Jia Bao attacked, but his uncle easily parried the blow. Armark said that his nephew had truly changed. Originally, he had wanted to persuade Jia Bao, and then through him convince his mother to hand over the artifact. But now that was no longer necessary. Jia Bao realized he was facing a holographic projection. His uncle said that if they couldn't obtain the artifact, they could use human technology to cross the cosmic barrier. Their portal was too small. They needed to expand it and bring the Zerg into the human world. Oswald Armark said that humans already possess a thirst for power. They saw in the battle with Guxing just how invulnerable he had become after his transformation. Don't they want that kind of power? Hong Wangzhou told the Zerg to continue speaking. Oswald Armark continued, humans would be able to channel their power into a perfect life form, enhanced by technology, and extend their lives from decades to hundreds of years. Wasn't that tempting? Shen Hao thought that Armark was appealing to human nature. It was pure temptation. Would the squad be able to resist, especially the commander? Hong Wangzhou told the Zerg to continue. It was an interesting offer, but what was the price? Oswald stated that the demands were modest. If humans helped him break through into the human world and fight, he would transform their bodies. He swore on his soul and the future of the race that he would no longer control them, as Guxing had. Xue Lu remarked that the idea of staying young for hundreds of years sounded tempting, but the thought of turning into a Zerg was repulsive. She was against this proposal. Wang Meng asked the commander what he intended to do. Oswald suggested that one person already seemed to have made up his mind. Shi Hao wondered if exactly what he feared would happen. Hong Wangzhou might follow the path of enhancement. Just like Guxin, he activated the flaming sword. Hong Wang-zhou drew his sword and destroyed all the Zerg standing between him and Oswald. He said that standing before him was someone who didn't even dare to reveal his true form and merely spoke. No one was going to believe his words. The squad commander added that he had no interest in power that could not be obtained through his own efforts. Shi Hao thought the commander's words sounded very dignified. Oswald Armark declared that he had given the people a chance, but by refusing it, they had doomed themselves to destruction. Hong Wang-zhou approached the throne and said that all of the boss's subordinates had been destroyed, and that Oswald might have only his personal combat power left. The Zerg said that underestimating him was a human mistake. He still possessed combat capability. Between Oswald and Hong Wang-zhou appeared the Zerg queen, Themis Armark, a level 130. Jia Bao dropped to one knee and said that he had finally seen his mother and felt a sense of relief. Themis hadn't expected her precious child to appear before her. The queen said she was happy. The prince was attacked and asked why his mother was doing this. The queen screamed for them to retreat immediately. Her body no longer obeyed her. Jia Bao declared that he would save her. Hong Wang-zhou told the prince to step back, or else he would be unable to spare her. Shi Hao told Jia Bao to calm down and not act rashly. His mother was under his uncle's control. They had to break that control first. Shi Hao noted that the queen's situation differed from that of the swordmaster. Her mind was clear, but her body was under control. Did the prince know the reason? Jia Bao speculated that she was not only the Zerg queen, but also the high priestess of the temple, possessing ancient magical knowledge and high resistance to magic. That was why his uncle couldn't fully control her. Shi Hao surmised that the queen was very powerful. The prince confirmed this. She was stronger than the king-father. If not for the conspiracy, she would have defeated his uncle. Shi Hao pointed out that Hong Wang-zhou couldn't be left alone. He wouldn't be able to handle it. The squad commander noted that the volume of summons was too high. The queen was very powerful. She had figured out the main secret of that thing. It was impossible to defeat her, but retreating was not an option either. The queen told the warrior to retreat. He would not be able to defeat her or stop her magic. He must take his son and flee. Hong Wang-zhou decided that he was being underestimated, and he would show his full power. Jia Bao thanked everyone who had brought him here. From here on, he must walk the final path alone, even if the outcome is the worst possible. Hong Wang-zhou thought that only the final journey remained. Did the prince realize this? The queen was surprised that her child wasn't running away. Even if the royal family were to fall, she would be content as long as he survived. He had to leave. Jia Bao replied that he had made a promise to his teacher and Shi Hao. Because of his own weakness, he had already found himself in this situation, and now he would not run away. The prince added that he would do everything in his power to stop his uncle. Oswald declared that this was a touching reunion. A prince who returned to seek revenge, and a queen who lost her love. Yet a mother and son reunited after a long separation can only destroy one another. Luo Feng said he really wanted to chop that scoundrel in half with an axe. He feels such hatred toward him that he can't even eat. Shi Hao thought that it was he who had suggested the prince actually fight his mother to get the boss's attention. Now they need to use the Eye of Truth to uncover his true nature. However, the Eye of Truth can only detect humans. Would it be possible to distinguish these Zerg in human form? The Eye of Truth was activated, and the map copy was already being scanned. The prince shouted for Shi Hao to hurry up and find his uncle's real body. With his teacher's Zerg essence, he feels stronger than ever. Now, not even his mother's magic can match him. The queen noticed that she felt bewildered by her son's attacks. He had truly grown up. His father would be proud of him. The prince said that this was the last legacy his teacher had left behind. He could not disappoint his teacher, nor would he let his mother and father down. The queen replied that in that case she was at ease. Jia Bao saw that the secret realm of the mother's bloodline followers had been activated. The queen confirmed it was an illusion that only members of the royal family connected by her blood could enter. Could it be that her son really remembered this place? The prince replied that he remembered it well. When they played hide-and-seek as children, his mother often hid here. Jia Bao wondered why Shi Hao had appeared here as well. The protagonist replied that he himself was completely in the dark. He had merely used a technique to search for Oswald's true essence. Suddenly, his consciousness had been drawn in here. The queen surmised that her son had entered into a blood-heir contract with this man, which was why the young man had also been drawn here. Shi Hao said that he understood everything now. But what should they do next? Jia Bao told his mother that Shi Hao was a trustworthy person. Thanks to his help, he had managed to survive and meet the queen. The queen expressed her sincere gratitude to our hero. The protagonist said he had one question. For what purpose had the queen drawn them into this secret realm of bloodline followers? His mother said that her son had had a kind heart since childhood. His parents never wanted to burden him too much. They wanted him to live as he pleased. They didn't expect that a sudden disaster would make him stronger. An artifact appeared in the queen's hands, one that the royal family had guarded for generations. She had always hidden it within her mind. Otherwise, Oswald would have found it. Now she could entrust it to her son. The prince thanked his mother and promised to protect this artifact with his own life. But what good is this artifact? His uncle had said he could use it to cross the barrier. The queen replied that the artifact's legacy and the knowledge of how to use it had long been lost. All that remained was the ancestral legacy, passed down by word of mouth. The Zerg must protect it at all costs. The queen said she could no longer control the poison in her body. She would establish a secret kingdom. Then the prince would have time during which he must destroy her. Jiabao cried out that it was all his fault. This could have been avoided if he had been stronger. The queen replied that she could now die without regrets, for she had seen how much her Jiabao had matured. Shi Hao suddenly interrupted the conversation. He had a plan that could prevent this kind of eternal separation and tragic ending. The queen noted that it was absolutely impossible to get rid of the poisons left by Oswald. Was there really a way to avoid such an end? Jiabao was overjoyed and felt that there truly was hope. What should they do? Weiss appeared before the Zerg, introduced himself as an assistant, and said he would explain everything now. The assistant said they didn't need to completely eliminate the poison. They needed to let it disappear naturally. He had a blueprint for a secret potion called the princess's forbidden fruit. After ingestion, the body immediately enters a 24-hour state of feigned death. At the end of that period, resurrection occurs. Shi Hao noted that he had the materials needed to make this happen. They could trick Oswald. If they eliminated him within 24 hours, the poison in the princess's body would disappear naturally. The queen pointed out that Oswald had extensive knowledge of pharmacology. Could he be deceived? Shi Hao replied that there was no need to worry. Only a master of pharmacology would be able to detect it. However, this plan was not ideal. The prince pointed out that if they gave up the Zerg essence, not only would his mother's power be lost, but her lifespan would also be greatly reduced. The queen said that everything was fine. Now she had a chance to survive. Losing the Zerg essence was a small price to pay. The prince bowed his head and said he was placing his full trust in Shi Hao. The protagonist replied that there was no need to worry, they just needed to follow the plan. A perfect ending was guaranteed in that case. Suddenly, the prince's body began to shake. Shi Hao asked if everything was all right. The queen said that the two of them must flee immediately. If they stayed here, they would surely perish. The queen also began to tremble and rapidly lose energy. The prince said that if he couldn't save her, he would at least personally accompany her on her final journey. Then Miss Almack said that if the prince felt that way, she was ready to die without regret. Was he ready to take her final blow? Oswald said that this was entertaining. The grand drama of the battle between mother and son was drawing to a close. Wang Meng asked, "Is the commander really not going to intervene? After all, these Zerg are about to destroy each other. That's too cruel." Jiabao just saved their lives. Hong Guangzhou replied that they must wait until the end. There's a reason for all of this. The commander doesn't believe that Shi Hao will let the prince destroy his own mother. What are his real plans? Xue Lu thought that this young man had passed something to the Zerg when he was captured. Although it had happened very discreetly, her eyes couldn't be fooled. What then was his true objective? Jiabao swung his sword and delivered a crushing blow. He sincerely asked his mother for forgiveness. However, to deceive his uncle, he must use all his strength and extract her Zerg essence. Oswald said that his nephew had indeed done it. But how was that possible? Shi Hao realized that Oswald Armark hadn't noticed the effects of the secret potion. Jiabao must leave the rest to him.